I was just an ordinary young man. She was forcibly bound by a reincarnated, aloof empress who mistook her for a demon king in a weakened state through a forbidden summoning array. Even more absurdly, I somehow bound with the Empress Cultivation System. The stronger she gets, the richer my rewards become. To maintain the demon king persona and stay alive, I had no choice but to improvise some nonsensical cultivation techniques to deceive her. I said snoring was the ultimate breathing technique, and she actually comprehended the SSS rank swordsman's breathing method, boosting her cultivation speed tenfold. I made up the dual cultivation of yin and yang technique to brush it off. Her ears turned red as she proposed a live combat drill with me. Now, the entire school mocked me as a level 0 good-for-nothing who dragged others down, waiting to see the Empress humiliate herself at the freshman exchange event. But they have no idea that this Empress, who can defy the heavens and comprehend the Tao just by relying on the techniques I randomly made up, will make all those who underestimated us pay the price on the battlefield in a week. Chapter 1, The Great Cost, The Summoning Array Opens. Longyang No. 2 High School, Underground Chamber. The room was surrounded by pitch-black rune-carved boulders, with a massive crystal suspended from the central ceiling, serving as the sole light source in the chamber. Beneath the crystal sat 6 elderly men dressed in antiquated robes. Beneath them, a 6-pointed star array unfolded, binding them together. At the center of the magic circle stood a black-haired girl. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind, her face exquisitely cold and delicate, like an immortal untouched by mortal concerns. Kid, don't hesitate. We can't hold on much longer. At the edge of the grand formation, Elder Dao Wuzhe wore a troubled expression, gritting his teeth as he spoke. This formation was ceaselessly draining their essence and blood. The 6 elders wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Prompted by his urging, the aloof maiden at the center of the formation suddenly opened her eyes. She looked a little bewildered. Did I reincarnate? Shinsairu immediately snapped out of it as she took in the familiar scene before her. As absurd as it sounded, she had indeed been reborn right back to the day of her beast contract ceremony. At the same time, in the school board office of Fengming No. 1 High School next door, the gazes of the 6 school board members were drawn to the towering black pillar rising from the neighboring academy. What is that? One school board member voiced his question, while someone nearby provided an answer. The beast summoning grand formation is something your limited experience hasn't encountered. It's the closely guarded secret of Longyang No. 2 High School. Each activation of this formation heralds the emergence of a once-in-a-generation talent. By the floor-to-ceiling window, an elderly school trustee gazed into the distance at the black pillar and muttered to himself. He is Dongshi, the chairman of Fengming No. 1 Middle School. These 6 old fools are really going all out, daring to stake the very foundation of Longyang No. 2 High School. A beast summoning array, activated by 6 masters of various classes at level 60 or above through burning their heart's essence blood, allows for the targeted summoning of one magical beast. The one who activates the magic array will have their profession level regressed by 7 levels. If the ceremony encounters any mishaps, Longyang No. 2 High School will be completely crushed beneath our feet. Dongshi's tone was laced with anger. He has plenty of money, but worldly wealth cannot buy the allegiance of high-level professionals. But it can buy betrayal. Fengming No. 1 High School lacks the qualification to activate the summoning demon array, and no one is willing to gamble their future on it. Since they don't have it, Longyang No. 2 High School can't either. The simplest method is to orchestrate an accident with the demon summoning array at Longyang No. 2 High School. Chairman, we've confirmed it, the recipient of the initiation ceremony is the freshman Shinsairu, a dual talent bearer. After listening to the report from the secretary beside him, Dongshi's face lit up with joy. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They're digging their own graves. With that, he instructed his assistant beside him. Spare no expense, recruit more top-tier beast masters. At the freshman exchange next week, we must crush those old fossils from No. 2 high beneath our feet. The freshman exchange is the first stop in the national professional tournament. Winning the championship not only secures a spot in the National Professional League but also boosts the morale of the students and elevates the academy's status. Therefore, every major academy spares no effort to claim the top spot. Meanwhile, in the underground black room of Longyang No. 2 High School. Good girl, don't listen to him. We still have plenty of strength left, no need to rush. Take your time and choose carefully. Elder Sword Shinfeng spoke to offer comfort. He was Shinsairu's father and the highest leveled existence among the 6 elders in terms of class rank. Right, another elder chimed in. Unlike Fenghuang No. 1 High School's Board of Directors system, Longyang No. 2 High School adhered to the traditional sect system. These 6 individuals constitute the entirety of the Elder Council of Longyang No. 2 High School, representing the institution's foundational strength. You've read the manual. Choose one from the 10 ancient ferocious beasts, just make sure it suits you. At the center of the magic array, Shinsairu's gaze was resolute. She had long since made her choice. In her previous life, she possessed dual S-grade talents in sword arts and beast mastery. With the assistance of 6 academy elders, she successfully activated the demon summoning grand array. She also smoothly summoned the Paleofang Sabertooth, the last of the 10 great ancient dire beasts. With the help of her S-class ancient beast, the Paleofang Sabertooth, Shinsairu's beast master rank skyrocketed, breaking multiple academy records in succession. Her cultivation journey went smoothly, and after several decades, she had already become one of the most elite beast masters among humans. But a sudden war destroyed all of this. Shinsairu clearly remembered that the Demon King arrived on the battlefield and with just a single move, the human faction has largely collapsed. But she was different, she was the elite among elites, the trump card of the human faction. Thus, the Demon King actually took 2 whole moves to kill her. If the summoning demon array could summon any demonic creature, Shinsairu's mind conjured up the image of the Demon King. He's the one. Shinsairu faintly recalled the records from the most authoritative historical text of Beichuan continent, the Annals of Eternity. The Demon King was extremely weak 40 years ago. Calculating the time, it should be just around this period. Shinsairu couldn't stop recalling the terrifying figure of that battlefield god from that fateful day. As the figure of the Demon King grew clearer in his mind, the summoning array began to react. A purple halo slowly formed around the black pillar, growing larger with each passing moment. The aperture suddenly accelerated, piercing through the glass barrier until it soared into the sky, exploding amidst the clouds. At this point, the demon's summoning ritual is half complete, and all that remains is for everyone to await the formation's feedback. Hu Elder's sword Shinfeng let out a turbid breath. Finally done, my dear girl. Let me guess, which magical beast did you summon? Your strength, as your father, I know best, it must be that of the dragon of ultimate evil. What are you dreaming about? The previously exhausted Blade Elder Wu Zhe spoke impatiently. With our current strength, at most we can summon the ancient Sabertooth. That's more than enough. Even the weakest among the 10 great demonic beasts, the ancient Sabertooth, is of S-grade quality. It'll be more than sufficient to deal with those trash from number 1 high. Sword Elder Shinfeng and Blade Elder Wu Zhe bickered out of habit. 6 authoritative figures from various professions were chattering away, pinning all their hopes for the revival of Longyang No. 2 High School on Shinsairu. Shinsairu's gaze was calm, but her heart was restless. With the strength of those 6, can they summon the Demon King? In her previous life, Shinsairu had reached a terrifying level 90 as a beast master before her fall. With her strength, she could have exchanged a few blows with the Demon King. Even now, during the Demon King's weakened state, whether the current group could successfully summon him remains uncertain. But there was no other choice. Shinsairu clenched her fists tightly. Not gambling is a slow death, the Demon King is simply too powerful. Throughout history, the human faction has maintained a 50-50 balance against the monster faction. The Demon King is too crucial. Such individuals must be kept under the control of the human faction. Boom! The summoning array responded. A crimson light pillar descended from the clouds. Mysterious arcane runes carried a towering figure that landed before Shinsairu. Let me see this form. It must be none other than the dragon of ultimate evil. Among the 10 great magical beasts, only its stature would be this small. Elder Sword Shinfeng was the first to rise. The other elders craned their necks, attempting to peer through the luminous barrier to catch a glimpse of the figure within. Coming! Shinsairu's eyes lit up. As the red light faded, a human figure appeared before the crowd. Ha! Everyone exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion. Why is it a human? A flicker of flames rose in Shinsairu's eyes. Chronicles of Time record, the Demon King, gaunt in form, human in body. It's him! The person before me must undoubtedly be the Demon King. Please form a contract with me. Shinsairu knelt on both knees and summoned an ancient scroll. Chapter 2, The Contract Empress. I've got a powerful backer now. Where am I? Lin Yang looked utterly bewildered. What's with the creepy stares from these 6 old geezers? Holy crap, and nobody's wearing clothes, is this some weird movie set or something? Lin Yang grew wary, beads of cold sweat already forming on his forehead, as fragmented memories flooded his mind. Only then did Lin Yang understand his current situation. He had crossed worlds. The good news was that this new world bore striking similarities to his original one. The bad news is, this world is plagued by demonic beasts. Moreover, the human faction is suffering consecutive defeats. However, now is not the time to dwell on those matters. Lin Yang observed the antiquated attire of the people before him and took another glance at the mysterious symbols on the ground. Presumably, this is the demon summoning formation. This is, treating me like a demon beast. Lin Yang mentally cursed the parents of the people before him countless times, but he didn't dare to actually say it out loud. Because, among the few people before him, even the weakest could easily kill him several times over. Please make a contract with me. A cold, crisp female voice sounded in Lin Yang's ear. Judging by her tone, it seems, there was even a hint of pleading in it. Am I some kind of formidable person? Lin Yang examined himself. There's nothing outstanding in either appearance or strength, with no apparent special skills. If one had to point it out, it'd be that this body, just like before he crossed over, was unusually long. Lin Yang watched as the 6 old men's expressions shifted from confusion to anger. He knew that if he didn't do something, I fear I won't make it out of this place alive. To survive, Lin Yang took the scroll handed to him by Shinsairu and signed his name with a flourish at the very bottom. But after he signed, the eyes of the old men before him grew even fiercer. What exactly went wrong? Are you sure you want to do this? Shinsairu bit her red lips, her face filled with hesitation. Didn't you ask me to sign it? It's already signed? You're asking me what to do now. I should be the one asking you. Before Lin Yang could speak, Shinsairu murmured to herself. Alright then, I believe in your abilities. Shinsairu lowered her gaze and signed her name beneath Lin Yang's signature. My dear daughter, is this the thing you summoned through the Grand Demon Summoning Array? Elder Sword Shinfeng's eyes burned with fury, as if he wished to devour Lin Yang alive. He scrutinized Lin Yang from head to toe. Lin Yang, somewhat embarrassed, covered his crotch. This is absolutely outrageous. Shinfeng's face turned an uncharacteristically deep shade of red. He could never have imagined that Shinsairu would summon a handsome male model for her own selfish desires. Seeing his father's dark expression, Shinsairu also realized something was wrong and hurriedly explained. It's not what you think, he's different from other magical beasts. Listening to Shinsairu's defense, Shinfeng nearly choked to death on the spot. It's like raising a daughter for over a decade, only for her to suddenly bring home some punk with dyed hair. Who could stand that? The freshman exchange meeting next week is going to be a disaster. The summoning magic array can only be used once in a lifetime by each participant. Now, we're completely outmatched by Fengming High School. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Congratulations, host, on contracting the Empress. The Empress Cultivation System has been activated. Ding! Current mission, convince the Empress of your mighty power. Reward, S-Class Skill Dragon-Slaying Swordplay Complete Edition. At the same time, Shinsairu's detailed panel unfolded before Lin Yang's eyes. Name, Shinsairu. Talent, Innate Sword Physique, SS, Beast Affinity, S. Occupation, None Strength, 2 Speed, 1.5. Spirit, 4. Potential, SS. Empress? Signing a contract with the Empress, didn't that mean he just needed to cling tightly to her coattails? Whether it's a mission or not, with the Empress protecting me, failing missions doesn't matter at all. Lin Yang secretly rejoiced in his heart. Elder Dao Wuzhe suddenly launched a surprise attack. You are the one who taught your daughter, so you must take full responsibility for this incident. If we can't outperform Fengming No. 1 High School at the freshman exchange meeting next week, you should voluntarily apply to withdraw from the council. Faced with Wuzhe's sarcasm, Shinfeng's face turned red, but he could only manage to squeeze out one sentence. I know my daughter best, just you wait, she'll take first place even without a sacred beast. Wuzhe's face darkened with anger. After giving Lin Yang a glance, he turned and left. The 3 elders quickly followed behind him. The 4 of them had never gotten along with Shinfeng. If it weren't for Fengming No. 1 High School becoming increasingly arrogant and severely affecting Longyang No. 2 High School's enrollment, they would never have intervened. Yet they could not accept such an outcome after paying such a high price. Elder Gun, you should leave too. The gaze of the elder stick wandered over Lin Yang. Then, without a word, he turned and left. Among the 6 elders, he had the closest relationship with Shinfeng. However, personal relationships are one thing, and the grand cause is another. He also felt that Sword Elder's actions this time were somewhat unfair. After all the elders had left, Shinfeng's previously straight spine bent forward. Like an old man on the verge of death, he slowly walked up to Shinsairu and extended his hand. Hand me the contract. I want to see what race this boy belongs to that made you sacrifice such a golden opportunity and bind him with the demon summoning grand formation. Shinfeng took the contract and spoke earnestly to Shinsairu. Other spirit beasts offer limited enhancement to your strength. If it doesn't work out, just sever the contract with this kid and switch to practicing Sword Dao. I recall your Sword Dao talent is exceptionally high as well. As Shinfeng spoke while unrolling the scroll, upon seeing its contents, he nearly dropped dead on the spot. A master-servant contract, and with him as the master and you as the servant, that kid must have a death wish. Shinfeng's beard bristled with anger, convinced that his naive daughter had been deceived by Lin Yang. After all, who doesn't know that Shinsairu has an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship? At such a young age, he already wants to live off others. He's determined to beat this shameless young man to death. Shinfeng drew his sword, poised to strike downward. Shinsairu rushed over and shielded Lin Yang with her own body. Dad, he's special, signing this contract won't be a bad deal for me. Wow, you're being sold out and still counting the money for them. Shinfeng, being of advanced age, couldn't withstand such a shock and immediately blacked out, fainting on the spot. Fengming No. 1 High School, the school board office. So, tell us, what magical beast did the prodigy from your second high school contract with? On both sides of the conference table, the 6 school board members raised their heads attentively, listening carefully to the response from the other end of the phone. The meeting room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Just an ordinary young man, utterly unremarkable? Upon hearing the response from the other end, Dongshi crushed the voice recorder in his hand with a single squeeze. He had sent people to tamper with the demon summoning array, but even if the array were weakened, it shouldn't have summoned just an ordinary human. Daring to joke with me, have you forgotten how you earned your title as an elder? With just one phone call, I can strip away everything you have now. Dongshi menaced the other side with an air of absolute confidence that they wouldn't dare refuse, yet the response on the other end of the line remained unchanged. I'm not in the mood for jokes, you can verify it yourself, he's just an ordinary person, but what? That man, handsome in appearance, has some special skills. On the other end of the line, faint footsteps could be heard before the person hastily hung up the phone. The meeting room was first enveloped in silence, then erupted into a wave of laughter. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that old Jian's daughter is just as much of a romantic as her father? The path old Jian took back in the day, his daughter is now walking it again. With this, at the freshman exchange, number 2 high school stands no chance against us. Chapter 3, The Elders Challenge and Xin Feng's Bet Agreement. Ugh. Longyang number 2 high school, underground dungeon. Xin Feng hunched over, sighing silently. Shinshiro stood beside him, gently rubbing his back, afraid he might faint again. Lin Yang stood in the corner, silent. He dared not say much either. The silence lingered for a long while. Xin Feng spoke helplessly. They say daughters take after their fathers. You're the spitting image of me back in the day. He looked at Shinshiro calmly, his eyes filled with a father's tender affection. Dad, he didn't. Xin Feng waved his hand. Enough. No need to say more. You, come here. Xin Feng beckoned to Lin Yang. Lin Yang glanced around before finally pointing at himself. Under Xin Feng's approving gaze, Lin Yang cautiously approached. There's 500,000 in this card. You? A classic scene? First off, he absolutely couldn't accept this money. Second, he'd cling to the Empress's coattails and never let go. Uncle, I can't accept this money. I'm with. Let me finish. Xin Feng glared fiercely at Lin Yang. I'm telling you to push Shinshiro to train diligently. Her talent in swordsmanship is exceptional. With proper cultivation, securing a ranking at next week's freshman exchange event shouldn't be difficult. As for first place, sigh. I've served long enough as an elder. It's time for me to step down. Composing himself, Xin Feng led Shinshiro and Lin Yang out of the dark chamber. Recalling the absurd things he'd done back then, Xin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Directly above the dark room lay the conference hall of Longyang number 2 high school. At that moment, the conference room was filled with many people, elders and teachers alike, each a cornerstone of Longyang number 2 middle school. All eyes were eagerly awaiting news, but what greeted them was the booming laughter of Elder Jian. Elder Jian, is there still hope? The crowd held on to a faint hope. There is no turning back. A wave of confusion washed over the crowd. Wait, if there's no hope, why the hell are you laughing? I believe the 10 million cultivation resources granted to Shinshiro should be revoked. Elder Wu Zhe, the Blade Elder, was the first to speak up. 10 million, it wasn't exactly a huge sum. For an S-class practitioner, it's merely a year's worth of cultivation expenses. Yet squandering this sum on a beastmaster who contracted an ordinary human was frankly unwise. Lin Yang is special. He's no ordinary human. Shinshiro argued passionately. The conference room door burst open as the academy director barged in, carrying a boulder nearly half a person's height. Elder Dao, the identification stone is here. He placed the stone before Lin Yang. Elder Dao Wu Zhe sat with his legs crossed, glaring defiantly at Shinshiro. Very well. Since you claim he's no ordinary human, let's have him demonstrate his strength. The atmosphere in the conference room turned icy cold. He was determined to humiliate Xin Feng. Xin Feng held the highest professional rank at Longyang number 2 high school, and for years, he had been the one calling the shots there. This incident, even if it didn't harm Xin Feng, would at least teach him a lesson. The target was Xin Feng, but the one who suffered was Lin Yang. Wu Zhe's words were tantamount to roasting Lin Yang over a fire. Under their pressure, Lin Yang had no choice but to undergo the test. The crowd held their breath as Lin Yang moved. Everyone anxiously awaited the outcome. Among them, Shinshiro was the most tense. Her eyes were glued to the identification stone. How weak was the Demon King, exactly? Could his current power help her secure first place at the freshman exchange meeting? Even now, Shinshiro clung to a sliver of hope. She was gambling betting that the Demon King's remaining power would be astonishing enough. The information reflected by the identification stone brutally shattered Shinshiro's illusions. Subject, Lin Yang. Identification result, ordinary human. Level, 0. How could this be? How could the feigned Demon King be an ordinary human? Level 0 means he's never chosen a profession or even practiced cultivation. Even a Demon King couldn't possibly reach the pinnacle in just 40 years, could he? Shinshiro's thoughts were in turmoil. She began to doubt whether she had made a mistake. Ha 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 ha. Everyone saw the result. He's just an ordinary person. Sword Elder's abuse of power is confirmed. Wu Zhe slammed his fist on the table, pointing his finger directly at Xin Feng. I said it from the start, Duan Bo had far greater potential. And no, that's not just because he's my nephew. We paid such a heavy price to contract a beast for Shinshiro, only to end up with an ordinary human. Sword Elder, what do you suggest we do now? Facing Elder Wu Zhe's sharp questioning, Shinfeng spread his hands helplessly, wearing a shameless expression. Sigh. I'll just give up my healing materials, won't that do? I'll compensate you for the wasted resources. What? Are you out of your mind? Wu Zhe was stunned, the turn of events far exceeding his expectations. Before activating the summoning array, Sword Elder's profession level was 65, while the other 5 elders were all below level 60. Regressed class levels could be restored through methods like rare treasures. If Shinfeng insisted on forfeiting the chance to restore his strength, they could certainly outmatch Shinfeng in cultivation. However, the academy would lose a crucial combat asset, making it even harder to counter Fengming First High School. I support Elder Sword as well. The usually taciturn staff elder suddenly spoke up. Are you out of your mind? The muscles on Elder Knife's face twitched violently. Losing 2 elders simultaneously was a burden Longyang No. 2 High School couldn't bear. You're disregarding the academy. This is treason against the academy. Facing Elder Knife's accusation, elder staff remained calm. I think someone else is the one betraying the academy. The words sent a chill through the crowd. My rank only dropped by 1 level. Yours should be the same, right? What does this mean? Someone was slacking off. The ritual's spiritual energy output didn't reach its maximum. In fact, I suspect Shinsiru's summon creature wasn't what she intended to call forth. She simply refrained from speaking up out of deference to the elders. She gave you face, but I won't. Several elders lowered their heads, stealing glances at each other's expressions. Seeing their guilty expressions, Lin Yang reached his conclusion. Apart from Sword Elder, who had a clear conscience, almost none had truly exerted themselves. Finally, Shinfeng broke the silence. I don't want to pursue who the traitor is. Let's just leave it at that. We've all made mistakes. 1 week from now, if Shinshiro still achieves a respectable ranking at the exchange meeting with Fengming First High's freshman, then the previous proposal remains valid. Not a single penny of the 10 million cultivation resources will be withheld. No one questioned Elder Jian's proposal. Seeing the tide had turned against him, Wu Zhe made a final desperate plea. Until the results of the exchange meeting are announced, none of the previously promised materials or pills may be used. For this week, Shinsiru must cultivate at her own expense. Shinsiru immediately agreed. As long as she could protect her father's position, what she lost could be reclaimed sooner or later. Perhaps feeling guilty, the elders hurriedly left the meeting room after the session concluded. As Wu Zhe passed Elder Gun, he deliberately lowered his head and murmured softly. The road ahead is long. Who do you think will be next for reckoning? After the meeting, Shinsiru felt an indescribable sense of unease. Lin Yang was indeed the demon she wished to summon. Yet all signs pointed to the ritual had likely gone awry. Lin Yang might not be the demon king. In that case, she must sever the contractual bond with Lin Yang. To verify her suspicions, she addressed her father, Shinfeng. For the next week, I'll train through the nights. By the end of it, I won't disappoint you. Under Shinfeng's expectant gaze, Shinsiru led Lin Yang straight to the cultivation grounds. Chapter 4, Guiding the Empress, Returning the S-Rank Technique. Longyang No. 2 High School, Sword Cultivation Room. The entrance to this cultivation room was framed by rustic brickwork. Inside, cutting-edge technology abounded, particularly the gravity-altering apparatus. Upon first entering the room, Lin Yang nearly collapsed under its intense gravitational pull. Sword cultivation demands a high level of physical conditioning. Lin Yang mused inwardly. The techniques from martial arts novels would likely be useless here. This wasn't traditional cultivation at all. Those moves would be effortless for people in this world. Observing Lin Yang's awkward predicament, Shinsiru confirmed her suspicions. He's just an ordinary person. A wave of disappointment washed over her. But she quickly regained her composure. My swordsmanship talent is top tier. With the A-grade sword technique my father passed down to me, securing a respectable ranking at the freshman exchange meeting in a week won't be difficult at all. Shinsiru thought to herself, her chest swelling with pride. Xiaoro, is it really necessary to prepare for training this late? At the front desk, an elderly man in a janitor's uniform and white gloves greeted her warmly. Having grown up at Longyang No. 2 High School, Shinsiru was on friendly terms with most of the older staff members here. Yes, Grandpa Sunday. The 5G gravity room for 2 hours. She handed over a gold card. Before securing her ranking, she still needed to fund her training herself. Grandpa Sun waved his hand dismissively. No need. Few use the 5G gravity chamber anyway. Since you need to release energy, just go straight in. Grandpa Sun handed her an access card with a kind expression. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, but his eyes were exceptionally clear. Thank you, Grandpa Sunday. Shinsiru accepted the card without hesitation and headed toward the 5G gravity room. You're the future of Longyang No. 2 High School. The freshman exchange meeting in a week depends on you. Make sure you bring honor to our academy. Grandpa Sun pumped his right fist, cheering Shinsiru on. Shinsiru smiled stiffly, saying nothing as she quietly quickened her pace. The 5G gravity chamber was enclosed by iron plates, devoid of windows. Opening the steel door revealed a spacious interior, even the floor made of an unidentified metallic material. Are you going to wait outside for me, or train with me? Shinsuruo knew Lin Yang's capabilities while 5 times gravity was unbearable for ordinary people. Still, she made a token gesture of asking his opinion. With an opportunity to tag along right before him, Lin Yang certainly wouldn't refuse. Don't be ridiculous. Anywhere you can go, I can certainly. Lin Yang stepped over the threshold. The 5-fold gravity hit him, making his bones crackle and nearly snap. This pressure is nothing. Lin Yang braced himself with his hands on his knees, forcing himself to take a few steps. But after just a few steps, he plopped down against the wall. Simply maintaining his standing position had drained most of his strength. Watching Lin Yang struggle, Shinsuruo grew even more certain that he wasn't the demon king she had summoned. Disappointed, she turned away and walked toward the changing room on her own. When Lin Yang saw Shinsuruo again, she had already changed into her gear. The loose-fitting kendo uniform seemed almost tight on her frame. 2 faint, oval-shaped curves were visible before and behind her. Shinsuruo wasted no time, skillfully executing a set of grade A sword techniques, the Azure Fall sword art. Her movements were sharp and fluid. Truly befitting A. Only the clothing proved decidedly ill-suited. The neckline swayed left and right with each of Shinsuruo's movements. The glimpses of skin were fully captured by Lin Yang's gaze. Lin Yang forced himself to suppress any wandering thoughts. After several sets of sword techniques, Shinsuruo was glistening with sweat. Her sword-fighting uniform clung to her body, accentuating her curvaceous figure with even more allure. I've grasped the essence of the Biluo sword technique, barely reaching the strength of AB grade skill. But that's not enough. In a week, my opponents will all be above level 10. Even if I train myself to exhaustion, I'll only reach around level 5 or 6. Relying on B grade techniques won't guarantee victory. I must master the complete sword art. After a brief rest, Shinsuruo rose and resumed her training. Her gaze drifted casually toward Lin Yang by the wall. If he truly is the Demon King, he should be able to spot the flaws in my techniques. Shinsuruo vaguely recalled the annals of history recording. The Demon King created countless supreme martial arts techniques throughout his life, most of which were banned by various nations as forbidden arts. With this thought, Shinsuruo approached Lin Yang. Watch closely. Under 5 times gravity, Lin Yang's temples throbbed violently. Watching her wield a sword up close, what difference was there from watching her pole dance? Lin Yang suddenly realized that the pleasures of the wealthy in his past life were nothing special. He hastily waved his hands in refusal. Shinsuruo paid him no mind. She raised her sword and danced, each move executed with flawless precision. To ensure Lin Yang could clearly see her movements, she danced so close to him that the sword tip nearly grazed him several times. Lin Yang was in for a rough time. 5 times the normal gravity crushed down on an ordinary man, his blood vessels screaming in protest. They were at risk of bursting at any moment. Especially since Shinsuruo was still fencing right in front of him. Didn't she realize how stunning her figure was? So close he could see the beads of sweat glistening on her face. Her ample breasts swayed freely. Lin Yang's head felt heavy, and a trickle of liquid ran down his face. He kept inhaling sharply to conceal the fact that his nose was bleeding. After completing the entire set of Biluo sword techniques, Shinsuruo gasped for breath. Can you tell me where I fell short? She awaited Lin Yang's response. If Lin Yang couldn't articulate it clearly, it would mean he wasn't the Demon King even if they had signed a master-servant contract. Even if it meant risking backlash, she would sever her connection with Lin Yang. Lin Yang kept breathing in, offering no reply. Shinsuruo assumed he hadn't seen clearly, so she demonstrated again. Slow down. Slow down. This time, Lin Yang couldn't hold back any longer. He felt the blood rushing to his lower body. If he didn't stop Shinsuruo, he feared he might lose control. Slow down? Shinsuruo looked pensive. She performed the Biluo sword technique once more, this time gradually slowing each move to meticulously sense the changes in her muscles. Sure enough, as the movement slowed, a faint sword energy began to form, coiling around the blade's surface. Shinsuruo watched the emerging sword energy, her heart filled with uncontrollable excitement. So that's how it is? Truly worthy of the Demon King. He could spot the flaws in the moves at a glance. These past days, Shinsuruo had been rushing to master the technique, yet the key eluded her. Without Lin Yang's guidance, she likely wouldn't have mastered the grade A Biluo sword technique in such a short time. This thought deepened her respect for Lin Yang. She was certain Lin Yang was the Demon King she had been searching for. No one but the Demon King could uncover flaws in her techniques, not even her level 65 swordsman father. Quest complete, reward S rank technique complete, dragon slaying sword decision. Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Lin Yang felt a bit bewildered. But seeing Shinsuruo's reaction, Lin Yang instantly understood. Those 2 sentences of his must have worked. Truly worthy of just 2 sentences, and she could pinpoint her own shortcomings. This woman possesses the makings of an emperor. New mission issued. Empress Shinsuruo was impatient for success and feels restless. Host, please undermine her confidence to help her curb arrogance and impatience, encouraging steadfast cultivation. Mission reward, S-rank swordsman breathing technique. As the task appeared, the reward from the previous mission, the dragon-slaying sword technique, flooded into Lin Yang's mind. To undermine Shinsuru's confidence, wouldn't demonstrating a higher-tier technique in front of her suffice? Lin Yang forced himself to stand against the gravitational pull and press the emergency button on the nearby wall. As the fivefold gravity lifted, Lin Yang felt his body grow light as if he might float away. After a moment to adjust, he extended his hand toward Shinsuru. Rome wasn't built in a day. There's no use rushing. He took the sword from Shinsuru. Lin Yang immediately performed the dragon-slaying sword technique. It was as if he had truly trained with swords for decades. Every move and technique of the dragon-slaying sword art was etched into his memory. His execution was masterful, every movement precise and controlled. The complete dragon-slaying sword technique concluded. Lin Yang sheathed his sword, its draw echoing like a dragon's roar. Shinsuru's eyes trembled. This is an S-rank sword technique. An ordinary person couldn't achieve such mastery even in a lifetime. Shinsuru grew even more certain that Lin Yang was the Demon King she sought. Truly the Demon King, terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 5, Sleeping with the Empress, Mastering an S-rank breathing technique. In a corner of the academy, a luxurious villa. Shinsuru was washing up in the bathroom. 2 hours of intense training under 5 times gravity had left her drenched in sweat. As someone with a cleanliness obsession, she absolutely refused to allow herself to rest in bed without showering first. Lin Yang sat on the edge of the bed. Through the mottled steam of the bathroom, a graceful silhouette was faintly visible. Though he hadn't trained, the same fivefold gravity had left Lin Yang utterly exhausted. After all, he was just an ordinary mortal. Gazing at the plush mattress before him, Lin Yang felt an overwhelming urge to collapse onto it. Lin Yang couldn't understand why, after unleashing the S-rank technique, sword technique of dragon slaying, there was no completion notification. Could it be that even an S-rank technique wasn't enough to shake her confidence? Truly the Empress, she radiated confidence. Shinsuru's boudoir was filled with a faint, lingering fragrance. This scent seemed to have a soothing effect. Lin Yang dragged his weary body to the bedside and flopped onto the mattress. The sparse trickle of water from the bathroom created a natural white noise. Overcome by exhaustion, Lin Yang drifted into a deep sleep. In the bathroom, Shinsuru's mind was in turmoil. Her mind raced with wild thoughts. With the Demon King's help, getting a decent ranking should be no problem, right? But I actually doubted him today. He unleashed an S-rank technique, clearly a warning to me. Oh dear. What am I to do now? As the last drops of hot water drained away, Shinsuru reluctantly wrapped herself in a white bath towel and stepped out of the bathroom. She dried the droplets from her hair while secretly observing Lin Yang. Lin Yang lay sprawled across the large bed, fast asleep. Shinsuru felt a flicker of relief, her heart easing slightly. Thank goodness he's not the type to hold a grudge over such things. Shinsuru retrieved another set of bedding from the cabinet and made a makeshift bed on the floor. 5 times gravity was already brutal. After 2 hours of grueling training, Shinsuru felt like her body was about to break. Her muscles ached, every bone in her body throbbing. The floor was hard, and Shinsuru found it difficult to fall asleep. Still, she forced herself into sleep. Tomorrow's training continues. This week demands every second counts. Shinsuru thought to herself as she closed her eyes. But suddenly, the sound of Lin Yang's snoring filled her ears. Now she was completely wide awake. Ugh! Shinsuru hugged her knees, recalling the sword techniques Lin Yang had corrected for her today. Since sleep was impossible anyway, she might as well make good use of the time she had. Lin Yang's snoring came in fits and starts. Shinsuru frowned, then suddenly froze as if electrocuted. The Demon King couldn't possibly snore. The Demon King is perfect. This snoring sounds very off. She looked at Lin Yang suspiciously. She suddenly realized. Lin Yang's breathing was very rhythmic. Like some kind of breathing technique. Impossible. Breathing techniques have long been lost to history. How could anyone still master such skills? But then she thought, if the master of breathing techniques is the Demon King, it all makes sense now. Shinsuru tried to mimic it. Following Lin Yang's rhythm, she inhaled and exhaled. Within a few breaths, threads of spiritual energy began to form within her body. Even a hint of sword energy appeared out of nowhere. Could this be the swordsman's breathing technique? Shinsuru discovered with alarm that the breathing technique suited her perfectly. Her cultivation advancement speed tripled. This breathing technique was undoubtedly above grade A. During her previous life's battle against the Demon King, Shinsuru knew full well that he was a pure physical cultivator who never wielded a sword. This breathing technique couldn't possibly be the one Lin Yang used normally. Summing it up, there was only one truth. Lin Yang deliberately revealed a breathing technique suited for swordsmen, even amplifying the sound through snoring, solely to make it easier for her to imitate and learn. Truly worthy of the Demon King, not only does he master every technique, but he even considered whether I could hear clearly. Shinsuru's respect for Lin Yang deepened further within her heart. Recalling her actions that day when she had tested Lin Yang, Shinsiru flushed involuntarily. How foolish of me to ever doubt him. Shinsiru felt a pang of regret, her breathing becoming erratic. She gathered her thoughts, deepened her breathing, and suppressed the strange notions. 2 snores echoed in the room, rising and falling in a quiet contest. Suddenly, Lin Yang's drowsy voice drifted from the bed. Did we start raising pigs at home? Why is it so noisy? The moment the words left his lips, Lin Yang snapped awake. This didn't seem to be his own home. Damn it! The girl who insisted on showering before bed, no matter how exhausted she was after nightly training, called a pig by him. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Yang's back. But he didn't open his eyes. It's all just nonsense in your sleep. What you say in your sleep doesn't count. That's right, just like that. Go back to sleep. Lin Yang soothed himself, quickly drifting back to sleep as his snores resumed. Mission complete, reward S-rank swordsman breathing technique. As the reward was granted, Lin Yang seemed like a master who had studied breathing techniques for decades. The breathing technique had become second nature even while asleep. He still employed the breathing technique at every moment. Shinsiru's face flushed even redder. She buried her head in the pillow, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand to avoid danger. Even giving my all is just a poor imitation of the Demon King? Shinsiru sighed. The gap in our innate talent is simply too vast. Merely grasping the superficial aspects revealed on the surface was utterly insufficient to master the breathing technique completely. Thinking back to Lin Yang's words earlier. Was it a warning? Or disdain? Shinsiru felt uncertain. She didn't know whether to continue using the breathing technique. But soon, Lin Yang's snoring sounded again. This time, there was a subtle difference from before. Shinsiru caught that subtle difference. So that's how it is. Shinsiru carefully adjusted her breathing, attempting to match Lin Yang's rhythm. She made subtle corrections. Finally, she exhaled deeply. At that moment, her cultivation speed reached 5 times her usual rate. Through this experience, she felt even more deeply how meticulous Lin Yang was. Even with his snoring so loud, he could still hear the mistakes in my breathing technique. Shinsiru became even more certain. Lin Yang was the Demon King. She must accelerate her cultivation. Once Lin Yang ascends to the pinnacle, she would become his steadfast support. With that thought, Shinsiru decided to stay awake. Her cultivation was too shallow to achieve the effortless control Lin Yang possessed. To cultivate using the breathing method required absolute focus. Shinsiru crossed her legs and channeled her energy, practicing the swordsman's breathing technique all night long. This time, no snoring echoed through the night, only the faint sound of her breaths rising and falling. The next morning, Lin Yang stretched lazily as he awoke from his dreams. He felt as if he'd been beaten up, every muscle aching. Morning. Lin Yang opened his eyes to find Shinsiru already awake, practicing her breathing exercises. Thinking of last night's mission reward, Lin Yang was surprised to discover that Shinsiru's breathing rhythm closely resembled the S-rank breathing technique rewarded by the system. Though still slightly flawed, the overall rhythm was remarkably similar. He opened Shinsiru's profile panel. Name, Shinsiru. Talents, Innate Sword Body SS, Beast Affinity S. Class, Swordsman. Level, 3. Strength, 2. Speed, 1.5. Mental Power, 5. Potential, SS. At some point, Shinsiru had already chosen her profession. Moreover, overnight, her level had surged by a full 3 tiers. While her initial leveling was fast, this pace was simply unnatural. What a terrifying cultivation speed. Truly worthy of the Empress. It seems she was deliberately feigning ignorance during yesterday's training. This was her true strength. This girl possesses the makings of an emperor. We absolutely must cling to her coattails. Chapter 6, The First Day of School, The Legacy of Longyang No. 2 High School. Inside the rustic wooden cottage, thick curtains cast a dim glow over the room. The furnishings inside were somewhat old, yet meticulously polished until spotless. It felt as though someone had deliberately frozen time within these walls. Shinfeng approached the cabinet, wineglass in hand. The cabinet stood waist-high, its top adorned with several plates of pastries, seasonal fruits, and an incense burner. Aru, time flies. In the blink of an eye, our daughter is already of school age. Back then, it was at this very academy where I first met you. I wonder what charm I possessed that made you fall head over heels at first sight. TSK. Shinfeng was slightly tipsy. He stroked the silver hair on his forehead and remarked with a touch of self-admiration. Maybe it was my good looks. That boy is just like me when I was young. We faced some challenges back then. We were utterly defeated, and even now, I can't fathom how we could have won. But it doesn't matter now. It's all in the past. Now it's time for my daughter to face her trials. As her father, I won't just sit idly by and wait for disaster. Crash! The wineglass shattered with a crisp crack, droplets of blood trickling from Shinfeng's palm. A sudden, fierce glint flashed in his aged eyes, a lingering accusation from the past, a wound that still refused to heal. But what was the point? The past cannot be changed, and Shin Fom understood this well. All he could do was ensure that the hardships he had endured would never be repeated in his daughter's life. This is what a father should have done. After a while, Shin Feng's emotions gradually calmed. He reached out, trying to touch the portrait in the frame through the glass. The glass was cold and icy, and the portrait held no warmth. I miss you so much. Are you sure you don't want to sleep a little longer? No, I'm fine. I've rested well. Shinsuru wore a simple cotton t-shirt printed with a flower cat design on top. Her bottom half was a pair of ultra-short hot pants. As she put it, this way, it doesn't hinder my power and lets me feel my muscles better. Shinsuru's current gait was unsteady and comical, as if she were drunk. As a time traveler, Lin Yang knew exactly what this was, the aftermath of pulling an all-nighter, whether from gaming or studying. The after-effects were the same. Alright, let's go. Freshmen had just enrolled, and the first day was essentially reserved by teachers for them to get acquainted with each other. No crucial content was covered. Upon entering the empty classroom, Shinsuru was still in decent shape. After all, she was a cultivator. But Lin Yang was a different story. The moment his butt touched the chair, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Lin Yang knew that to establish himself in this world, raw strength was indispensable. Listening to the teacher's lectures would also help him understand the rules governing this world. Therefore, he couldn't afford to sleep. Lin Yang forced himself to stay alert, nodding constantly. More and more students arrived in the classroom. Most wore school uniforms, boys in tailored suits, girls in miniskirts paired with knee-high socks. It must be said, this world was indeed liberal. Adolescents in their prime, bolstered by specially designed uniforms, radiated youthful vitality unrestrained. Before long, nearly all the classmates had arrived. Whispered discussions began to fill the air. Hey, did you also get assigned to Longyang No. 2 High School? Of course not. If you had the ability to get into Fengming First High, who would come to a dump like Longyang Second? Just look at this classroom, it's as if it was built 2 years ago and never finished. Seriously, we vocational students never endure this kind of hardship. At my old academy, desks and chairs got replaced every 6 months. Who knows what kind of people use this set before us? Lin Yang pricked up his ears. From their conversation, it seemed being a vocational student carried some special status. And why did everyone here seem to have such extreme cleanliness issues? If ordinary professionals were like this, then someone like Shinsuru, a professional with the potential to be an empress, would surely be even more disgusted. Lin Yang turned his head. Only to find Shinsuru had long since fallen asleep, her head resting on the desk. She, however, showed no such fussiness. Her rosy little face rested on her arm, long lashes fluttering slightly as if she were dreaming. She sleeps soundly. Her mental resilience is decent enough. Lin Yang thought to himself. In this class of misfit professionals, his seat seemed to have moved closer to Shinsuru's. Suddenly, the chaotic classroom fell silent. A young female teacher wearing silver-rimmed glasses and heavy makeup stepped onto the podium. Her gaze swept across the class before she turned and wrote several bold characters on the blackboard with chalk. Shi Longhui. That's my name. Starting today, I am your homeroom teacher and sword instructor. She wore a vibrant emerald green short sleeve top, its stretchy fabric hugging her curves. Beneath it, her defined abs were clearly visible. She was clearly a trained martial artist. Lin Yang's gaze drifted downward to see Qi Lenghui's legs encased in black stockings. He stared for a moment, but he wasn't some lecherous pervert. Lin Yang observed that the muscle definition in Qi Lenghui's legs wasn't as smooth as that of the urban beauties from his previous life. Her leg muscles were clearly more powerful, with smoother contours and lower body fat. It seemed this world revered martial prowess. No, it revered strength above all else. Your professions and ranks are all listed on these forms. Based purely on paper stats, I believe Duan Bo is better suited for the role of class leader. Qi Lenghui held an A4 sheet of paper, her expression impassive as she spoke. Duan Bo? Such a familiar name. Lin Yang felt like he'd heard it somewhere before. At that moment, a bespectacled boy in the front row stood up. He bowed repeatedly to the teacher and the students in the back rows. He was Duan Bo, a bookish-looking youth. He smiled with confidence, perhaps he truly had the skills to back it up. After he finished bowing, not a single person in the class questioned him. But Qi Lenghui's next words froze Duan Bo's pride. But at Longyang No. 2 High School, we never judge by paper credentials alone. With that, Qi Lenghui tore the form into shreds. I've memorized every single one of your professional names. Rankings don't equate to true strength. The position of class monitor is open to anyone. Qi Lenghui braced her hands on the podium, meeting the student's gaze for the first time. If anyone has a chance, doesn't that mean I could compete in the new student exchange tournament too? Becoming class leader means I won't have to compete against students from other schools. It's a surefire way to get into the exchange event. I have to try. The class erupted with excitement. Qi Lenghui's words had ignited their passion. Duan Bo's face darkened alarmingly. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. After class, I'm going to have my uncle replace this annoying homeroom teacher. Lin Yang suddenly remembered that Duan Bo was the nephew of Elder Wu Zhe, the Blade Master. Sorry, teacher, I'm late. A pale green silhouette appeared at the doorway. Her head was bowed, her face flushed with an inexplicable blush after intense physical exertion. Lin Yang glanced around. Everyone's already here. Where could there be an empty seat? Did she run into the wrong classroom? Seating at Longyang No. 2 High School was assigned by name, 1 seat per student. The classroom was now completely full with no seats left. How could there possibly be a new student? Shi Lenghui shared this confusion, but she had already torn up the sign-up sheet. She wasn't sure if this person was actually a student in the class. So she could only say, "Hurry up and take your seat." "Thank you, teacher." Lin Yang watched silently as the figure paced back and forth, as if unable to find his seat. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. Lin Yang rested his head on his desk, propping up his heavy skull with his hands. In his field of vision, a thigh encased in black knee-high socks drew nearer and nearer until it stopped right before him. "Excuse me, this seems to be my seat." The person looked somewhat shy. "Your seat? Oh, right." Lin Yang suddenly remembered that he was just a summoned being, not a student of Longyang No. 2 High School. Chapter 7, Practical Training, Duan Bo's Challenge. "Sorry, that was my oversight." Shunsiro stood up and pulled out a chair. "Come over here. What should we do? I can't very well make the Demon King stand, can I?" Well, it was her own contracted Demon King, she'd spoil him, wouldn't she? But after Lin Yang switched seats, an unexpected scene unfolded. No need. The latecomer waved her hands frantically. Her expression was frantic, as if she feared causing trouble for those around her. And thus, a world-famous painting was born. Lin Yang, an ordinary person without rank, sat on a chair flanked by 2 bodyguards. On one side stood the Empress, on the other a shy schoolgirl. Regarding this, Shi Lenghui said nothing more. As the homeroom teacher of the combat class, her only duty was to maintain order within the class. As for other incidents, strength reigns supreme. If you don't agree, fight. The one with the stronger fists holds the right. Everyone has the chance to become class leader. Shi Lenghui pushed her silver-rimmed glasses up her nose and declared with utmost seriousness. With 1 week left until the new student assessment, Longyang No. 2 High School will take you all to the North Mountain Secret Realm. The classroom fell deathly silent at these words. The North Mountain Secret Realm is a low-level magical beast habitat. A single entry costs 500,000 blue star coins for ordinary people, but the school will cover this expense for you. Shi Lenghui's voice brooked no argument. She spoke for Longyang No. 2 High School. It was the school system that gave her this authority. Now, the arrogant young students finally understood where Longyang No. 2 High School's funds were allocated. People-centered, cultivation above all. Not on mundane matters. This is what a proper academy should do. Those who had mocked Longyang No. 2 High School for being stingy felt their faces flush with embarrassment. The Beishan Secret Realm? Doesn't that mean we can go on a leveling frenzy during this time? Through Shi Lenghui's words, Lin Yang seemed to glimpse a path to advancement. Just as he had previously thought. The strength of others was illusory. Only by having a strong fist could one command real authority. The Empress's thigh was slippery. To cling to her leg, he'd need some real strength himself. The experience gained from hunting beasts far outweighed the grueling grind in the training room. The ticket prices alone made that clear. Even the 5G gravity chamber only cost 1,000 blue star coins per hour. Compared to a 500,000 coin admission fee, that's nothing. The academy will purchase the magical beasts you hunt in the secret realm. Values vary by tier. Higher quality yields greater rewards. Shi Lenghui placed a stack of forms in the hands of the students in the front row, who then passed them back. They passed them down row by row until they reached the last row. Lin Yang studied the form in his hands, silently calculating. New to this world, he had no savings, not even a decent set of clothes. This opportunity was perfect for accumulating some money and resources. A level 1 firehound for 1,000 blue star coins? That price is off, right? Why is it only half of what they charge outside? Someone exclaimed. Those who made it into the combat class came from families with considerable resources. They knew the market prices for monster carcasses just as well as their instructor. Duan Bo shot the person a withering glance, already assuming the role of class leader. He naturally had little patience for such people. You could take it outside to sell yourself, but that's a secret realm. Do you think you could actually get it out? The 500,000 ticket fee? Killing 500 firehounds would cover it. To spare you a loss, why not just pay for the ticket yourself? The man's face flushed redder, stammering without a word of rebuttal. Lin Yang studied the price list. Though the prices were half of what they'd pay elsewhere, they wouldn't have to cover the admission fees themselves. It was a surefire win. Killing any number would be profitable. If they believed Lin Yang was the Demon King, then it was best for him to truly be the Demon King. And a Demon King certainly couldn't afford to rely on others for everything. Crossing his arms, Lin Yang began calculating how much they could gain from the trip to North Mountain. and how far these gains could carry him. The assessment criteria for the North Mountain Secret Realm are straightforward. The demon beasts you hunt are converted into blue star coins. The one who reached the most becomes the combat squad leader. Beyond that, there are other rewards. Of course, as I said, the world is cruel. There's no such thing as absolute fairness. During the North Mountain expedition, the only rule is no killing among yourselves. Beyond that, all means are permitted. Within the bounds of the rules, how many tactics you can employ is a measure of your skill and part of the assessment criteria. At these words, a flicker of inexplicable excitement ignited in the eyes of the entire class. Some might make foolish mistakes, but those who made it here were no ordinary individuals. At the very least, each possessed their own unique talents. With the teacher setting the tone like this, the upcoming battles were unlikely to be peaceful. After explaining the rules, Shi Lunghui proceeded with her regular lesson. As a sword arts instructor, she covered fundamental sword techniques and their corresponding countermeasures. Duan Bo listened intently. In his mind, the others were mere sacrificial lambs. Only Shinsiru was worthy of being his opponent. Shinsiru's path in beast taming was now ruined. Her sole reliance now lay in swordsmanship. Martial cultivation could not be rushed. Even if Shinsiru trained with all her might, she would not surpass level 5. Duan Bo, however, was already a level 10 beast master, bound to an A-rank Wind Moon Wolf. On paper, his advantage was overwhelming. Yet Duan Bo believed caution was essential, which is why he listened with such intense focus. That concludes today's lesson. For the upcoming Secret Realm journey, you'll each rely on your own skills. The path to victory doesn't always lie within the confines of the board. Shi Linghui organized her materials and offered a final reminder. The next session was a practical lesson held in the training grounds. Lin Yang had been here once before and knew the environment like the back of his hand. The instructor was a man with a physique of pure muscle. "Let me introduce myself. I'm your physical training instructor, Bong Gang," he said, casually removing his shirt and flexing his muscles. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his body was covered in countless scars, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Some students began to feel suffocated. Because, just to show off, Bong Gang casually activated double gravity mode. For those who relied on their own strength and physical cultivation, it was no big deal. But for a beast master? Not so easy. Duan Bo's face broke out in beads of cold sweat as his body swayed unsteadily. He couldn't understand why a beast tamer like him needed to cultivate his body. When he saw Shinsiru moving effortlessly under double gravity, his jealousy reached its peak. Why wasn't he dual-talented? Why could Shinsiru, having just switched to sword cultivation, already disregard double gravity? Panic gripped him. His innate talent already fell short of Shinsiru's. If he let her develop unchecked, he would never be her match. Next, I will tailor a training regimen for each of you based on your current strength. Let me think, how should I gauge your abilities? Fong Gang stroked his stubble-covered chin, lowering his head in thought. Why make it so complicated? Why not just have us spar in pairs? Teacher, I volunteer to spar with Shinsiru. At this declaration, Fong Gang slapped his thigh in excitement. Yeah, how come I never thought of such a simple solution? Then you and that guy can fight it out. The pressure fell squarely on Lin Yang and Shinsiru. No matter which class Shinsiru chose, she wouldn't stand a chance against Duan Bo. Chapter 8, Instant Kill. Sweaty Palms. Ruan, this is just a friendly sparring match. We're setting an example for the other students. What? You're not scared, are you? Duan Bo's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. When they saw Shinsiru's face clearly, several tall boys spoke up in her defense. What's the point of picking on a weak girl? If you've got the guts, take it out on me. The man pushed his way through the crowd. Muscular and towering at 2 meters tall, he resembled a mountain. Double gravity pressed down on him, yet it felt like nothing. He snorted coldly, flexing his muscles until his shirt ripped apart. It's bursting. He's a body refinement practitioner, and his level can't be lower than 8. Clothing burst refers to the instantaneous force required to tear garments apart. Longyang No. 2 High School's uniforms were exceptionally durable. Calculations showed that a body tempering practitioner would need at least level 8 power to tear through them. That equates to a strength stat of 8.7 times that of an ordinary person. My name is Su Hu. I accept her challenge. Anyone who disagrees can take it out on me. Su Hu patted his thick pectoral muscles, his face radiating righteous indignation. A smirk played on his lips as he basked in the admiring stares around him. He felt his heroic rescue of the damsel in distress was utterly cool. Most people couldn't resist his charm. Maybe today would finally end his 18-year streak of being single. Fine. You want to be a hero? I'll make it happen for you. A flicker of contempt crossed Duan Bo's eyes as he waved his hand, causing space to warp. Beast masters commanded respect not merely for their formidable power. The overwhelming presence they commanded upon entering the battlefield was something no other profession could match. The double gravity chamber suddenly filled with billowing smoke. Blue flames ignited the smoke, incinerating the thick haze that obscured vision. A wolf head as large as a wheel crouched beside Duan Bo. The Wind Moon Wolf King made its entrance. Over 3 meters in length, an absolute colossus. Can you bear the cost of being a hero? Duan Bo demanded harshly. Suhu's resolve wavered, his mind already retreating. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight this? We're not even in the same league. Wait, wasn't he supposed to challenge Shinsiru? Challenging me seems against the rules, right? Suhu clung to a sliver of hope, casting a pleading glance toward his teacher, Fong Gang. Fong Gang stroked his stubble. This wolf's got some decent muscles. You two go ahead and fight first. Suhu's last shred of hope shattered. The crowd backed up against the wall, forming a circle to leave space for the 2 fighters in the center. Suhu's legs trembled slightly. He reassured himself, it was the double gravity if he was shaking, so were the others. Ready to begin, you heroes? Damn it! I can't let them look down on me. Suhu raised his hand to signal. With a whistle, the duel officially began. Suhu let out a loud shout, his entire body turning bronze. This was his professional skill. Bronze skin. And its AB rank enhancement skill. Not bad, not bad. Fong Gang silently analyzed. He also wanted to see just how great the gap was between the most prestigious profession, Beastmaster, and the traditional physical cultivation professions. Wind Moon Wolf, just teach him a lesson. No need for skills. Duan Bo's casual remark came without him even glancing at his opponent. The Wind Moon Wolf King understood the command, its massive form charging toward Fong Gang. Arrogant. People like you deserve a lesson. Suhu's heart ignited with rage, propelling him into a state of fury. For a physical cultivator, rage was the ultimate enhancement. His entire body activated, muscles pulsing. With this, he was confident he wouldn't be outmatched by the beast rider before him. Clang. 2 figures collided, the clash of metal echoing. Thud. 3 deep claw marks, bone exposing, appeared on Suhu's chest. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall. Instant kill? The crowd stared in disbelief. The prowess of a beastmaster was universally acknowledged, yet none could have imagined Suhu wouldn't even last a single strike. Arrogance comes with its own price. If you can pull it off, then go ahead and be arrogant. Consider this a lesson. Next time, don't try to play the hero and save lives. It's just embarrassing. Duan Bo's words were brutally harsh, yet his recent display left no room for anyone to feel disgust toward him. Suhu's face flushed crimson, then drained pale. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. No way? I didn't even use my skills, and you're already done for? Quick, someone carry him to the infirmary. Duan Bo curled his lip in feigned disgust. Soon, 2 staff members entered the double gravity chamber. Suhu was hoisted onto a stretcher and carried out of the double gravity chamber. Duan Bo scanned the crowd. Anyone else willing to stand up for Shinsiru? No one answered. I gave you a chance. If not, I'll continue my challenge. Duan Bo was utterly ruthless. The crowd seethed with frustration, yet they could do nothing to stop him. Their eyes turned to Fong Gang. Fong Gang stroked his stubble, remaining silent. Encouraging competition and respecting strength above all else was the guiding principle of Longyang No. 2 High School. All teachers lived by this principle, and Fong Gang was no exception. What should we do? Shinsiru felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively reached for Lin Yang's hand. She felt the warmth in her hand. Lin Yang began to think of a solution. Fighting was out of the question. Even with his S-rank cultivation technique, he hadn't chosen a profession yet and lacked any level. The gap in their strength was simply too vast. Shinsiru, do you dare accept my challenge? Hearing this, Lin Yang could sense Shinsiru's palm twitch. Then came a fine sheen of sweat. She was nervous. Detected wavering in the Empress's Dao heart. This is detrimental to the Empress's development. Task issued, resolve the Empress's current crisis. Reward, 1 sword path profession card. Lin Yang's eyes lit up. The reason he couldn't choose a profession was that he wasn't from this world. He had no opportunity to obtain a profession card. If he had a profession card, he could cultivate as well. At this thought, Lin Yang had no choice but to seriously consider how to resolve the crisis before him. At this point, intimidation was his only option. Witness Shinsiru's swordsmanship? Are you worthy? Lin Yang drew the sword from Shinsiru's waist. The blade glowed with a cold, piercing light, its scabbard frosted white as snow. I've only learned the basics from her. But I believe this little bit will be more than enough to deal with you. Lin Yang gripped Frostblade and unleashed the S-rank technique, dragon-slaying sword art. Each strike and move carried the faint echo of a dragon's roar. The frost-white blade sliced through the air, emitting a series of piercing whistles. Water droplets clung to the blade. Legend held that frost snow was forged from frigid meteorite iron, rendering its blade bitterly cold. After slaying an enemy, a few light swipes would leave no blood behind. Can you block this strike? Lin Yang sheathed his sword, and the dragon's roar echoed once more. It sounded like reluctance, like a deep lament. Duan Bo blinked, utterly bewildered. What the hell? If you want to fight, just fight. Why all the nonsense? Lin Yang froze, glancing at Shinsiru. suddenly realizing. Not everyone could understand sword techniques. A good thing falling into the hands of someone who doesn't appreciate it, there's nothing you can do about it. But Lin Yang didn't show any fear. Instead, he calmly said, "Why not raise the stakes? Whoever loses drops out of tomorrow's Secret Realm expedition." At this, the crowd gasped in shock. Playing this high? The exit fee is 500,000? More than that. Duan Bo's strength puts him in contention for class leader. If he loses, his future promotions will suffer too. The cost won't just be 500,000. Either way, if just one of them loses, our pressure eases. It's a sure win. Chapter 9, Duan Bo concedes defeat, swordsman, class card obtained. Betting that high? Was that move he just used that powerful? Damn it! I couldn't even see what he did. Duan Bo gritted his teeth, blaming his lack of dual talents for everything. If only he could walk the path of swordsmanship like Shinsiru. Why had it come to this? He shot Fong Gang a pleading look. Fong Gang was still stroking his stubble. Just how much stubble did this guy have to stroke? Since Fong Gang wouldn't speak up for Suhu, he certainly wouldn't speak up for him either. Now, all he could do was gamble. He gambled that the sword technique Lin Yang had just used wasn't an advanced one. But Duan Bo felt a twinge of doubt. Could a low-level sword technique really produce the roar of a dragon? Dragons were supremely noble creatures, a truth universal across all realms. Nothing associated with dragons is lowly. Duan Bo hesitated. If the opponent's sword technique was truly advanced, then he absolutely must not strike. He knew Shinsiru's sword cultivation level, but he had no idea about her Beastmaster rank. What if she was high level, paired with advanced skills? As fellow Beastmasters, a single talent would certainly be no match for dual talents. Adhering to the principle of caution and prudence, Duan Bo did not immediately agree to Lin Yang's terms. Lin Yang's sword technique moments ago had been fully recorded by the miniature camera on Duan Bo's chest. Originally installed by Duan Bo to prevent accidents. Better safe than sorry, after all. He sent the footage to his uncle, Wu Zhe, one of the 6 elders of Longyang Academy. Soon, a message came back. That's an S-grade technique. That kid has mastered an S-grade technique? On the other end, Wu Zhe's brow furrowed deeply. He never would have imagined that the ordinary person Shinsiru had previously contracted could master an S-grade cultivation technique. Wait a minute, an S-grade sword technique? Sword Elder. He recalled the wager between Duan Bo and Lin Yang. Then he recalled the scene of Sword Elder Shin Feng emerging from the black market, laughing heartily. Cold sweat broke out on Wu Zhe's back. He sensed he'd been set up. So that's how it is, Sword Elder. Playing dumb to catch the tiger, huh? I won't let you succeed so easily. With that thought, he hurriedly sent a message to Duan Bo. That kid's background isn't simple. He mastered an S-grade sword technique in such a short time his talent rivals Shinsiru's. Don't accept his challenge lightly. Message received. Duan Bo was startled. He hadn't expected the frail young man before him to possess such extraordinary talent. At that thought, he felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness I didn't accept his challenge. That would have been like throwing myself into a pit of fire. This man's schemes are truly vicious. Seeing Duan Bo's lack of reaction, Lin Yang felt a twinge of unease. He knew the stakes: either keep raising the wager until the opponent dared not follow, or one must concede defeat early. Otherwise, he would only lose more. From the moment he stepped forward, there was no turning back. He could only keep raising the stakes. If you find the terms insufficient, I can. No need. I concede. Duan Bo spoke up, cutting Lin Yang off. His opponent possessed astonishing talent and mastered an S-grade technique. His rank couldn't be too low. Victory seemed unlikely. He never took unnecessary risks. What's the big deal about admitting defeat? No big deal. We can just win it back next time. What? He surrendered? Could it be that guy's technique was that powerful? You're a swordsman too, what's going on here? I don't know either. He must be way above my level. Otherwise, I'd have noticed. Longyang No. 2 High School truly a breeding ground for prodigies. I'm kinda glad I accepted the reassignment. Me too. Wait, you weren't saying that this morning. As Duan Bo departed, the challenge ended. The system notification sounded. Mission complete, swordsman class card issued. Name, Lin Yang. Talent, innate sword body inherited from contract holder Shinsiruo. Class, swordsman. Level, 1. Strength, 2. Speed, 1. Mental power, 1. Potential, SS inherited. Data fusion in progress. As the profession cards merged, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Lin Yang, nearly knocking him unconscious. Are you okay? Shinsiru's quick eyes and nimble hands swiftly detected Lin Yang's unusual state. Holding him close, she felt the turbulent sword energy surging within his body and his muscles twitching wildly. Is this an after effect? Recalling Lin Yang's earlier display, Shinsiru instinctively concluded that Lin Yang must have activated some technique. As a demon king, he must know techniques for rapidly boosting power in a short time, but such methods carry severe side effects. Shinsiru placed Lin Yang against the wall and wrapped her entire body around him, using her own body to shield Lin Yang's transformed form. It's all my fault for being too weak. If only I were stronger. If only I had tried harder. He's the demon king. To sacrifice himself for me. I wonder if it will damage his very foundation. A wave of guilt washed over Shinsiru. So she held him tighter. Amidst excruciating pain that felt like scraping bone and tearing flesh, Lin Yang's muscles began to grow at an alarming rate. Before long, the agony gradually subsided, and Lin Yang's body transformed from its previous emaciated state into one of robust musculature. In Lin Yang's previous life, this physique would be described as lean and muscular. It hurt so much I passed out. What is this? Lin Yang felt moisture on his cheek. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shinsiru's beautiful almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears as large as beans, slowly falling down her cheeks. Seriously? That's all the mental fortitude you've got? Scared you to tears? Like hell I'm scared. Shinsiru gave him a playful scolding. Seeing Lin Yang was unharmed, the weight on her heart finally settled. The farce concluded, and the physical training class resumed as normal. Fong Gang didn't have time to keep testing everyone's weaknesses. He assigned similar training programs to everyone. The students were free to choose their training exercises, while he himself headed to a secluded corner. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Elder Quan, it's Fong Gang. Yes, Shinsiru's beast control is no ordinary feat. She's definitely not an ordinary human. Ordinary humans couldn't possibly master an S-rank technique. I'm absolutely certain. You know I've been teaching for decades. About that matter I mentioned regarding the deputy elder. On the other end, Elder Quan, with his bushy beard, frowned deeply. I'll give it serious consideration. Then he abruptly hung up. Looking visibly annoyed, he grabbed the water glass on the table, took a big gulp, then forcefully spat out the tea leaves inside. The tiny tea leaves were propelled 3 inches into the wall by sheer force. Damn Wu Zhe, daring to play me like a fool. He rubbed his shaved head and sighed twice. Shaoli, the new recruits aren't heading to Beishan until tomorrow, right? Take that thing on my desk over to Elder Jian's daughter. The young man named Shaoli glanced at the desk. There lay a precious high-grade physical enhancement agent, one dose worth millions. He thought he must have misheard. Deliver a physical enhancement agent? And to Sword Elder's daughter? Fist Elder rubbed his bald head, vigorously massaging it until his forehead turned red. Apologies must be sincere. Wu Zhe screwed me over this time. I'll get him back sooner or later. Chapter 10, Activating the Professional Card, Gaining Another S-rank Technique. As Fong Gang departed, the physical training class gradually descended into chaos. But it didn't matter, it was the first day of school after all. What was taught mattered little. Whether it was taught or not didn't matter either. Lin Yang closed his eyes, sensing the changes within his body. Now, he could effortlessly ignore double gravity. Every movement felt as effortless as usual. He picked up Shinsiru's sword. The moment the legendary blade touched his hand, a familiar sensation washed over him. He felt like an old cultivator who had honed his sword intent for decades. Back when he first mastered the S-rank swordsman's techniques, he could only mechanically repeat each movement. But he never grasped its essence. Now, with the swordsman class card activated and having inherited Shinsiru's SS-grade swordsmanship talent, he felt as though his body was about to fuse with the sword in his hand. Each technique of the S-rank dragon-slaying sword art was dissected in Lin Yang's mind. He understood precisely which moves were for blocking and which were for striking. Data fusion complete. A mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Lin Yang could clearly see his altered data. Name, Lin Yang. Talent, innate sword body inherited from contract holder Shinsiru. Class, swordsman. Level, 1. Strength, 4+2. Speed, 2.5 plus 1.5. Mental power, 6 plus 5. Potential, SS. Lin Yang was astonished to discover that his stats had undergone a complete transformation. It was as if he had completely inherited Shinsiru's stats. Though he was only at level 1 now, his stats far surpassed Shinsiru's. He was now a complete stat monster. At that moment, Shinsiru approached Lin Yang and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. My secondary profession has gained a level. Lin Yang turned his head, meeting Shinsiru's astonished gaze. Name, Shinsiru. Talents, innate sword body SS, beast affinity S. Profession, swordsman. Level, 3. Strength, 3 plus 1. Speed, 2 plus 0.5. Mental power, 5.5 plus 0.5. Potential, SS. The panel data indicates Shinsiru's stats have improved, though not as significantly as Lin Yang's. It seems the master-servant contract is at play. Shinsiru has only inherited half of Lin Yang's original stats. Though inwardly surprised, Lin Yang remained composed as he remarked. It's normal. Nothing to be surprised about. During the remaining time of the physical training class, Lin Yang tried out every type of body forging apparatus available. His current endurance far surpassed that of any fitness expert from his previous life. Even with double gravity, dumbbells weighing hundreds of pounds felt as light as feathers in his hands. Lin Yang could even perform several sets of fly exercises with them. Lin Yang scanned the room. Most people were physical cultivators or pursued professions tied to physical prowess. They either trained for speed or strength. Only Duan Bo, weighed down by the double gravity, leaned against the wall, panting heavily. This observation yielded an unexpected discovery. That morning, the late-arriving girl had been practicing deadlifts under double gravity. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, yet not a single bead of sweat appeared on her fair, delicate face. Who would have guessed such immense strength could be contained within such a petite frame? Lin Yang mentally filed away her appearance, paying her extra attention. The bell rang, signaling the end of the physical conditioning class. The day's classes concluded. The students emerged from the double gravity chamber feeling light as feathers, as if reborn. They patted their backs, slung arms around each other's shoulders, and discussed where to go for a massage later, which parlor had the most skilled therapists. Listening to their chatter, Lin Yang's previously straight back suddenly bent. "My back's a bit sore," he muttered, glancing in Shinsuru's direction. It wasn't about experiencing exotic cultures, it was mainly for the massage. After a day of exhaustion, how could one focus on cultivation without a proper leg massage? Upon receiving the message, Shinsuru's mind raced to process the information. First off, he's the Demon King, what kind of woman hasn't he seen? It probably isn't about experiencing the massage parlor's special services. The Demon King is extremely weakened right now. My second profession just activated, which means he's recovering. Putting it all together, there's only one possibility: the Demon King is genuinely exhausted. Shinsuru glanced at Lin Yang slightly hunched back. To make it more convincing, Lin Yang frantically shook his legs, feigning utter exhaustion. "I'll give you a massage tonight. My strength far surpasses those unprofessional therapists." Shinsuru patted her chest, flashing a sympathetic smile that practically begged for praise. "Lin Yang?" After everyone had left, Shinsuru used the card Grandpa-san had given her to swipe open the door to the 5x gravity chamber. Her level was only 3, while her main rival for class monitor, Dubo, had already reached level 10. So for the time remaining, she had to practice every second she could. Not only to prove herself against Duan Bo, but also to ensure her survival within the secret realm. The Beishan secret realm, though considered a beginner's realm, claimed the lives of freshmen every year. Bones vanished without a trace, and even the cause of death remained unknown. Whether it was natural disasters or human error, no one could say for certain. For this reason, Longyang No. 2 High School established a special foundation to compensate the families of victims. This is one reason Longyang No. 2 High School faces financial hardship. Returning once more to the 5G gravity chamber. Lin Yang felt his breathing grow slightly labored, though standing and walking posed no major issues. Feeling the changes in his body, Lin Yang finally understood why Shinsuru had been gasping for breath that night. He was panting too. Especially since his current physical attributes far surpassed Shinsuru's from that night. Lin Yang found a comfortable corner and quietly watched Shinsuru practice. His cultivation technique came from the system he'd learned it at max level, requiring no practice. Shinsuru was different, her mastery depended entirely on her own insights. With Lin Yang's guidance, power began to manifest in her sword techniques. Each move was imbued with dragon energy, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. After wielding her sword for a while, snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the air. Lin Yang caught a flake and held it in his palm. The snowflakes were crystalline, each uniquely shaped. As Shinsuru continued her dance, the snow fell heavier and heavier. By the end of the sword's momentum, the entire room was blanketed in snow. The snow piled up to ankle height. Scattered snowflakes danced gracefully in sync with Shinsuru's movements. Lin Yang gazed at the swirling snow and couldn't help but sigh. If only snowflakes could kill. A natural projectile, impossible to guard against. After all, who would ever notice a single snowflake? These words reached Shinsuru's ears. Her movements froze, and suddenly, it dawned on her. Right. Why hadn't I thought of that? Shinsuru closed her eyes in deep thought, releasing her spiritual energy outward. Pale blue spiritual energy swirled around her, forming a vortex. As the spiritual energy continued to flow out, the vortex spun faster and faster. Snowflakes were swept up and danced in the swirling vortex. Clink, clink, clink. Lin Yang watched the extraordinary sight before him, his ears filled with the clinking and clanking of collisions. Snowflakes swirled around Shinsuru like countless circular blades. Shinsuru's brows furrowed tightly as she struggled to control this overwhelming force. The surrounding metal walls were battered by the seemingly harmless snowflakes, leaving them scarred and dented. Sparks flew wherever the snowflakes touched. Ah! Finally, Shinsuru could hold back no longer. The power erupted violently. Congratulations, host, Contract Empress has mastered the self-created technique, Grade A Snow Wheel Slash. Reward, 1 copy of the S-rank technique Snowblade Slash. Chapter 11, should I just bear it? That doesn't feel right? Snowflakes created by frost and snow cannot be preserved for long. Within half a minute, all the snowflakes melted into wisps of spiritual energy, flowing into the bodies of the two individuals. Feeling the sudden surge of spiritual energy within him, Lin Yang realized. This frostblade sword was a rare, peerless divine weapon. The more it fought, the more spiritual energy it gained, tireless, relentless, born for endless battles. I think I've leveled up again. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang opened Shinsiru's interface. Name, Shinsiruo. Talents, innate sword body SS, beast affinity S. Class, swordsman. Level, 4. Strength, 3+1. Speed, 3+0.5. Mental power, 5.5 plus 0.5. Potential, SS. This level up added 1 point to speed. It seems each upgrade grants different attribute points. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Frost snow landed 3 times before Shinsiru, sword in hand, appeared before Lin Yang. Lin Yang's eyes widened as he thought to himself. What a waste. Such a fine sword, and you're using it as a walking stick? Though it pained him, it wasn't his sword, so Lin Yang held his tongue. Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Shinsiru frantically felt over Lin Yang's body, searching every inch but finding no injuries. Lin Yang couldn't help but suspect the kid was deliberately playing dumb. I'm fine, Lin Yang said through gritted teeth. Who wouldn't be furious after treating a divine weapon like that? But to Shinsiru, Lin Yang's tone sounded terribly off. He's holding back. Does he not want me to discover his injuries? As expected, the Demon King trusts no one. Ding! The system alert sounded. Detected Empress in a low mood. Task issued, establish closer ties with the Empress as soon as possible. No! Just keep the sword at your waist. Can't I just feel a little heartache? Despite his complaints, Lin Yang dared not show it. So for the rest of the time, Shinsiru ignored Lin Yang and practiced alone. Is she mad at me? Girls are so hard to appease when they're upset. What am I supposed to do? Lin Yang scratched his head in frustration, utterly clueless. Meanwhile, Shinsiru seized the remaining time in the 5x gravity chamber to train relentlessly. I know he's an absolute prodigy. He has his pride, so it's only natural he doesn't trust me. I'll prove through my actions that I'm worthy of him. At the very least, I won't be a burden. Shinsiru poured her entire being into her sword training, soon entering a state of complete absorption. Sword and body became one, fused as if they were a single entity. Combined with the swordsman's breathing technique, her experience points skyrocketed. I will prove in the North Mountain's secret realm that I am a genius too. Ha! With nothing else to do, Lin Yang took a moment to glance at his stats panel. He had also leveled up. But he hadn't even trained at all? Could it be? I really am a genius? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Geniuses are still human, and humans need to cultivate. Just like in his past life, it wasn't possible to build muscle by eating poop. A suspicion began to form in Lin Yang's mind. Could it be that every time Shinsiru levels up, my level increases too? To verify this theory, he'd have to wait until Shinsiru's next level up. Shinsiru sheathed her sword, timing her exit to the very last second before the session ended, leaving the 5x gravity chamber. The first thing to do next was to return the access card. The next 6 days would be spent entirely in the North Mountain secret realm, where the access card would be useless anyway. At the front desk, Grandpa's son was wiping down the counter with a rag. Grandpa's son, your card. Shinsiru respectfully handed him the access card. Grandpa's son made a few token gestures of refusal before slipping it into his pocket. His old, clear eyes scanned Lin Yang. Pointing at Lin Yang, he addressed Shinsiru. Is this your boyfriend? How did he get so buff in just 1 day? He hasn't been taking any banned substances, has he? Grandpa's son said with a stern expression. The path of cultivation cannot be rushed. We must take it step by step. It's fine to go slow, but we absolutely cannot take shortcuts. I've heard about this 9 dragons power before. Your boyfriend's useless, right? Shinsiru froze in place. Ha! The information overload left her unsure which sentence to address first. No. We both cultivate naturally through physical training. It's all about innate talent. We absolutely haven't used any banned substances. Shinsiru hurriedly waved her hands, denying only the part about Lin Yang using forbidden drugs. Why is her face so red? Does she really think I used some secret technique? Lin Yang speculated inwardly. After all, Shinsiru knew about his muscles suddenly bulking up that day. By the time they left the martial arts hall, night had fallen. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and the air carried a humid warmth that smelled pleasant. The only light in the pitch-black campus came from a few street lamps. The streetlights on either side stretched their shadows long, casting 4 overlapping silhouettes that intertwined yet 2 remained completely separate. Back at the dorm, Lin Yang rushed to claim the bathroom. He'd worked up a sweat getting his career card and needed a good scrub. Shinsiru, however, had nothing to wash, so she fetched Lin Yang a new set of toiletries. The water in the shower was sparse and intermittent. Steaming in the mist, Lin Yang felt unusually clear-headed. When you're here, you might as well make the best of it. He had fully accepted the reality of his transmigration. What he needed to consider now was how to survive. Not merely to survive, but to live with dignity. Clinging to the Empress's coattails would eventually lead to success, but not yet. Shinsuro still needed time to develop. For the time being, Lin Yang would have to put in extra effort. Next up is the North Mountain's secret realm. From what Shinsuro mentioned, she intends to participate in the freshman exchange meeting. Spots for the exchange are limited, and the standard selection process involves too much randomness. To ensure absolute certainty, she must secure the position of class monitor. To become class president, one must hunt as many beasts as possible in the secret realm and secure at least first place in the class. Ugh, such a hassle. Lin Yang gathered his thoughts, gave himself a quick rinse, and hastily finished his shower. Wrapping himself in a towel, Lin Yang wrinkled his nose. There seemed to be an inexplicable scent lingering. This damn thing is definitely not new. Damn it, they gave me a used one. Lin Yang couldn't complain much after all, he was staying under someone else's roof. Having something to use was already good enough. Opening the bathroom door, Shinsuro had been waiting for quite some time. She wrapped a white towel around her chest, leaving her snow-white thighs fully exposed. Lin Yang, a virgin in both lifetimes, couldn't help but feel a stir. What are you looking at? Is there something on me? Shinsuro looked down at her chest in confusion. Nothing was exposed, was it? Ah. She seemed to have found a way to tease Lin Yang. I'm going to take a shower. We've got something planned for tonight. Shinsuro deliberately drew out the last syllable, teasing Lin Yang's heartstrings. An event? What kind of event? Well, that did the trick. Lin Yang wasn't sleepy anymore. Listening to the rhythm of the running water in the bathroom, his thoughts had already drifted far away. It wasn't that he was expecting anything, but he was just a little curious. Shinsuro took much longer to shower than Lin Yang. By the time she emerged, Lin Yang's eyelids were fighting to stay open. She wiped the droplets from her hair. Then she lunged forward and pounced onto the bed. By the time Lin Yang realized what was happening, he was already pinned beneath her. Shinsuro wore a mischievous grin. Don't worry, I'm well endowed. Just bear with it? Not buddies? Me endure? Chapter 12, this massage feels a bit unprofessional. Ah. Ow 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 ow. Lin Yang felt like his arm was about to snap. This girl had no sense of moderation. What's with all the whining, big guy? A massage needs strong pressure to be effective. Shinsuro said, jabbing her knee into Lin Yang's back while grabbing both his arms and yanking them hard. Ow 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 ow. Relax, I'll be done soon. And you're not allowed to look back. Shinsuro was wrapped only in a bath towel. After half an hour of Shinsuro's relentless assault, Lin Yang nearly lost his life on the spot. However, after Shinsuro's massage, the chaotic blood energy that had surged earlier due to obtaining the career card gradually stabilized somewhat. It was a blessing in disguise. Ow 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 ow. Meanwhile, in a dorm room downstairs, a frail boy clutched his mouth and wept. The room was plastered with Shinsuro's posters. No! Don't you dare touch her. Let her go, okay? Just let her go. Bang bang bang. The sound of someone pounding on the wall came from the next room. Both of them froze. Can you two let us sleep? Hurry up and finish it already. Hearing this, both their faces flushed crimson. They both realized this scene was bound to cause misunderstandings. The massage abruptly ended. Shinsuro lay down beside Lin Yang, nudging him toward the edge of the bed. Now that she knew the Demon King's weakness, she naturally intended to exploit it ruthlessly. The best course was to bind the Demon King tightly to herself. After a mental struggle, Shinsuro had resolved to sacrifice her dignity for the sake of humanity. But she seemed to have overlooked one crucial thing. Ow. Lin Yang felt as if every bone in his body was shattering, utterly drained of strength. A beauty by his side, yet utterly powerless. Despair. Utter despair. A white bath towel wrapped around Shinsuro, revealing a flawless curve. Lin Yang stared for a moment before hastily averting his gaze. No, I can't look any longer. At best, I'd be kicked out. At worst, I'd face a minimum 3-year sentence. Before understanding the laws of this world, Lin Yang wouldn't act rashly. No movement came from behind for a long time. Shinsuro felt a pang of disappointment. She tugged the towel higher, fully embracing her allure. But she didn't know that to resist temptation, Lin Yang had already turned away. Oomph. Shinsuro gave a pouty sigh and ignored Lin Yang. The awkward silence hung heavy, and Lin Yang struggled to find lighthearted topics. Your technique is incredible. Have you worked as a massage therapist before? Shinsuro. Now it was even more awkward. Learned it from a friend back then. We're enemies now, so I'd rather not talk about it. Shinsuro replied coldly. It felt like touching a sore spot in her heart. The two spent the night in silence, drifting off to sleep one after the other. The next day, Longyang No. 2 High School was bustling with activity. The playground was packed with people. Nearly all the freshmen had gathered. At the center of the field lay a black magical array. 6 purple crystals were arranged around it, powering the formation. 6 elders stood before the array, delivering their final pep talk. The North Mountain Secret Realm. Though it's a beginner's realm, it's still a secret realm. For the next 6 days, you will be confined within this realm. No supplies are permitted. All sustenance must be obtained through your own efforts. Should anyone find themselves unable to endure, activate the ring on your wrist. You will be immediately transported out of the realm, but you will also lose one opportunity. Do not use it lightly unless it is an emergency. Elder Jian concluded his address. Each class instructor then read the specific precautions to their respective students. 2 points stood out as the most crucial. 1. Within the rules, all means are permitted, including but not limited to cooperation or competition. Whoever places the monster's corpse into their ring claims its points. 2. Life comes first. Protect yourselves. Deaths or injuries are not the Academy's responsibility. The Academy will only provide compensation out of humanitarian concern. With these points explained, the teleportation ceremony officially commenced. You will be randomly teleported to any corner of the Northern Mountain Secret Realm. You might land face to face with a demon king, or find yourself in a barren wasteland devoid of life for hundreds of meters. Regardless, the Academy guarantees complete randomness, no underhanded dealings. After speaking, Elder Jian cleared his throat twice. Behind him, the formation erupted in dazzling purple light. Line up by student number and proceed one at a time. The students formed 2 orderly lines, each leaping into the formation one by one. Why does this feel like walking into a trap? Lin Yang sensed something was off. Shinshiro switched to her secondary profession. Now entering the secret realm as a beastmaster, she could naturally bring Lin Yang along. She glanced back at Lin Yang and silently vowed to herself. This is the secret realm journey. I must demonstrate my full strength and earn the Demon King's recognition. Shinshiro clenched her fists tightly, her expression cold and proud. Last night, Lin Yang had actually endured the entire night. Shinshiro couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with her own charm. She pondered this repeatedly, so much so that she hadn't slept well the previous night. Finally, she reached a conclusion. The Demon King was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of existence. He must have found her talent lacking and her strength insufficient. So she vowed silently to work twice as hard, determined to surpass her past self. Little did she know, she had suffered terribly in Lin Yang's mind last night. Although Lin Yang had his own immature ideas, his original world possessed a well-established legal system. This made Lin Yang hesitant to act rashly. With nothing else to do, Lin Yang began to survey his surroundings. The expressions of the surrounding students varied. Some were excited, some nervous, but none had fled the scene. It seemed the people of this world valued this opportunity greatly. Beyond that, Lin Yang made another astonishing discovery. The student who had arrived late to class yesterday was now greeting Sword Elder. Elder Jian responded cheerfully, offering her a few words of advice. Their interaction bore no resemblance to that of an ordinary elder and student. But Elder Jian was Shinsuru's father, so why had Shinsuru acted as if she barely knew him yesterday? Lin Yang couldn't make sense of it. People pushed and shoved their way forward, the crowd thinning ahead. Soon, another familiar figure appeared. Duan Bo, the nephew of Elder Knife, a level 10 beastmaster. Elder Wu Zhe patted his shoulder, gave him a few words of advice, and Duan Bo immediately leaped into the teleportation array. Soon, it was Lin Yang's turn. Approaching the array, Lin Yang recognized many familiar faces. 3 elders wore benevolent expressions. They were Sword Elder, Staff Elder, and a bald-headed elder. Lin Yang couldn't recall any prior connection with the latter. But the bald one seemed to recognize him. The bald elder rubbed his smooth forehead and cheerfully approached Lin Yang. Young man, you're clearly a fine specimen. Apologies for any past offenses. Please accept this gift as a token of our apology. He pressed a tube of reagent into Lin Yang's hand. Who is this guy? Do I know him? Before Lin Yang could examine the details, the bald man shoved him forcefully. Lin Yang and Shinshiro both stepped into the formation. Meanwhile, at the Fengming First High School Board of Trustees meeting. Has the matter been settled? Dongshi's right index finger tapped the tabletop leisurely. A prompt reply came from the other side. It's done. With Shinsuru's current strength, she'll definitely perish in the secret realm. Also, the ritual isn't over yet. Don't keep contacting me out of the blue. If I'm exposed, it won't do you any good either. Dongshi snorted coldly upon hearing this. Who do you think you're talking to? You're nothing but a dog I keep in the Dong household. Don't get too full of yourself. Dongshi hung up the phone and tossed it aside. Before her lay a thick file containing records on numerous individuals, mostly teachers and staff from Longyang No. 2 High School. He flipped through a few pages haphazardly, muttering to himself. This pawn isn't playing ball. Time to activate another one. Chapter 13, The Black-Haired Wild Boar. The purple light pierced Lin Yang's eyes, forcing him to shut them tight. When the purple light finally faded, Lin Yang looked around and realized he was no longer inside the school. Surrounding him were verdant grasslands and endless mountain ranges stretching as far as the eye could see. Judging by the terrain, the mountains sloped from east to west, covered in dense forests. So this is the Northern Mountain Secret Realm? The air really is fresh. Lin Yang took 2 deep breaths, his face beaming with delight. The spiritual energy concentration here is twice that of the outside world. No wonder it can nurture magical beasts. Most of the surrounding trees stood dozens of meters tall, severely obstructing the view. Lin Yang listened carefully but heard no signs of other people. Roar! Instead, a metallic scraping sound came from nearby. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to actually scrape metal. This must be the cry of some magical beast. Since we're hunting beasts, let's head in that direction. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang rose and set off toward the source of the sound. After a few steps, Lin Yang halted abruptly. Something felt off. He glanced left and right before suddenly realizing. Wait, where's that huge empress of mine? Upon entering the secret realm, practitioners of various professions were randomly scattered and teleported. Lin Yang had been brought into the secret realm by Shinsura using her Beastmaster class card. This was so they could watch each other's backs. Otherwise, Lin Yang could have simply used his own swordsman class card to enter. By design, they were meant to be paired together. A Beastmaster and their beast are like a swordsman and their own arms. Without arms, how could one wield a sword? They'd be utterly defenseless. Lin Yang felt his mind racing. I finally found a powerful ally to latch onto. Don't go and get yourself killed. Recalling Shinsuru's swordsman class, Lin Yang felt slightly reassured. He might not be able to find Shinsuru for a while. To ensure Shinsuru had a higher survival rate now, Lin Yang had to level up as quickly as possible. Since they'd signed a master-servant contract, Lin Yang's power gains would boost Shinsuru's strength by half. What kind of nonsense is this? I'm bound to an empress by contract, yet I still have to grind levels myself. Despite his complaints, to prevent the future empress from perishing prematurely, Lin Yang had no choice but to pick up the pace, hunting beasts relentlessly to accumulate experience points. The air within the secret realm was rich with spiritual energy, and the soil was exceptionally fertile. Towering trees stood tall yet spaced apart. After walking for a while, one could spot a grassy meadow. It resembled a game Lin Yang had played in his previous life called Hulk Kingdom. When a clearing suddenly appeared in the middle of a forest, it often signaled that a battle was about to begin. Sure enough, as Lin Yang parted the branches and stepped out of the woods, a dark figure had been waiting on the grassy clearing for quite some time. Oomph oomph. The creature stood tall at the front and low at the rear, sporting 2 long fangs. Its skin was rough, caked with dried mud that resembled a layer of natural armor. The boar-like creature turned to glare at Lin Yang, its pupils glowing with furious red light. It pivoted, scraping its hind hooves against the ground. It intended to charge and smash the intruder who had trespassed into its territory. What the hell is that thing? Lin Yang froze. In his previous life, he had visited numerous zoos and seen many wild boars. But a boar standing 3 meters tall at the shoulder? This was his first encounter. Ding! Detected Empress successfully slaying 1 demon beast. Monster Compendium activated. Monster Compendium summons spectral forms of slain monsters. The more you hunt, the stronger the spectral forms become. Each Empress possesses unique rewards. Host, continue your efforts. Each one? So there's more than just Shinsura who can form a contract? A simple black book materialized in Lin Yang's mind. Opening the cover, the first page contained only a creature encyclopedia. Clicking on the illustration, lines of information appeared. Species, black-haired wild boar. Level, 3. Strength, 5. Speed, 2. Mental power, 1. Skill, charge. As a level 3 magical beast, the black-haired wild boar possesses 3 more points of strength than a level 3 human. Its speed is significantly slower, and its large frame makes it appear clumsy. Its spirit power is weak, but Lin Yang lacks the appropriate means to exploit this weakness. Before Lin Yang could finish reviewing the details, the black-haired boar's attack had already closed in. Its massive body charged forward, churning up mud and sand. When its heavy limbs hit the ground, the earth trembled beneath them. However, its speed was truly too slow. Lin Yang sidestepped effortlessly, evading the attack. The black boar charged past Lin Yang without slowing, crashing directly into a towering ancient tree dozens of meters tall behind him. Boom! The ancient tree crashed to the ground, leaving only a stump at the height of the boar's head. Wouldn't that leave you covered in bruises? Lin Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he hadn't tried to block the charge head-on. The black-haired boar shook the bark from its head, pawing at the ground with its hind legs, showing no immediate rush to attack. Could its attack have a cooldown? Lin Yang suddenly recalled the monster bestiary in his mind. It stated that the black-haired boar had a single attack method, only a charging skill. This meant that after each attack, regardless of whether it connected, the boar entered a brief window where it couldn't attack or dodge. During this interval, it could neither attack nor evade. This realization brought a quiet sigh of relief to Lin Yang. The black boar's stats were too overwhelming. Without any weaknesses, freshmen like them would have no choice but to wait for death if they encountered one. After about 5 seconds, the black-haired boar charged again. The familiar pattern, the familiar formula. Lin Yang sidestepped its attack. He casually snapped off a relatively straight branch from a nearby ancient tree that had been broken off. Only 5 seconds to fight, no time for fancy moves. 5. He counted silently in his mind, then thrust the branch fiercely toward the black-haired boar's eye. Stabbing anywhere else wouldn't even pierce its skin. The eyes were one of the few weak points of the black-haired boar. 4. The boar didn't even dodge, standing still as it waited for the skill's cooldown to end. Roar! 2 streams of blood tears streamed from the boar's eyes as it let out a furious roar. 3. Seeing the black-haired boar offer no resistance, Lin Yang grew even more certain of his hypothesis. No matter what damage it suffered, the boar would not retaliate until the skill's cooldown ended. 2. Lin Yang repeated his tactic, thrusting once more. Roar! By now, the black-haired boar had become completely blind. 1. Time's up. The black boar charged out, raging wildly. Unfortunately for it, Lin Yang had anticipated its attack path and dodged the blow well in advance. The boar bellowed furiously as it charged, this assault clearly more violent than the last. It smashed through 3 ancient trees. Suddenly, the black-haired boar changed direction and charged straight at Lin Yang. Its snout twitched, as if it had caught the scent of Lin Yang. Lin Yang seemed to have forgotten that wild boars had poor eyesight but highly developed senses of smell. Had it not been blinded by rage, it could pinpoint Lin Yang's location even blind. The black boar's tusks were now just half a meter away from Lin Yang. Suddenly, it halted in its tracks. Every skill has its limits. Seizing the moment, Lin Yang wielded a branch like a sword and plunged it deep into the boar's eye. Roar! The boar offered no resistance, granting Lin Yang 5 seconds to attack at will. But the branch's strength was limited, it couldn't inflict any real damage on the black-haired boar. Chapter 14, Divine Weapon Spider Sting. The moment the time was up, the black-haired boar seemed to break free from some kind of restraint. With a roar, it launched its attack. Its speed was noticeably faster than the previous 2 times, but it was still slow. Lin Yang focused intently, barely managing to dodge. It seems the black boar only grows stronger with each skill activation. Lin Yang fought calmly while dodging the boar's attacks. Judging by the current rate of its speed increase, there was no way he could dodge the next attack. Moreover, the boar's strength had also increased significantly beyond just its speed. On several occasions, the boar's strikes had grazed Lin Yang's body. Lin Yang could sense that this attack was at least twice as powerful as the last. A direct confrontation was clearly out of the question. On paper, Lin Yang was vastly outmatched by the black-haired wild boar. Moreover, after 2 power surges, the boar's actual strength had multiplied several times over its base stats. What should I do? Lin Yang thought calmly. His attacks had yielded minimal results, primarily due to the poor quality of his weapon. If he had Frostblade, it should have easily torn through the black boar's thick hide. But Frostblade was not his sword. His current weapon was merely a small branch. Once I get out of here, I absolutely must find a proper sword. Lin Yang thought to himself. Given his current predicament, he could only strive to find a way out. Only then did Lin Yang recall that he still possessed the dragon-slaying sword technique. Muttering the incantation, a thread of dragon energy climbed up the branch. With 2 casual swings, the branch no longer bent, instead, it became perfectly straight. The small twig was now as hard as steel rebar. The last time he had wielded the dragon-slaying sword technique, Lin Yang had been an ordinary person. He could only grasp its essence, not replicate its form. Thus, the Frostblade technique had shown little change. But now that Lin Yang had activated the swordsman class card, he could unleash the full power of the dragon-slaying sword technique. Hiss! 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 The black-haired boar dug its hooves into the ground, its body grinding to a halt. Its eyes widened, now nothing but 2 bloody holes. It tried to burn Lin Yang alive with the rage contained within. 5. Lin Yang mentally timed the moment as dragon energy wrapped layer upon layer around the branch in his hand. By the time Lin Yang was fully focused, the ordinary twig had transformed into a pure white steel spike. This shape is rather peculiar, resembling spider legs. I suppose I'll call it the spider spike. This blade has no edge, it cannot be used for slashing. It seems I can only unleash 30% of the dragon-slaying sword technique's power. Lin Yang focused his mind, aiming for the black-haired boar's eye socket. He thrust the spider stinger forward with all his might. The spider thorns pierced clean through its skull, sinking all the way to the hilt. Wah! The black boar let out an agonized scream, its limbs twitching as all life drained from it. Simultaneously, a faint white mist-like substance detached from the boar's body and merged into Lin Yang's form. What is this? At first, Lin Yang thought it might be another trick of the black boar. Only when he saw the entry for the black-haired wild boar in the monster compendium change did he relax. Species, black-haired wild boar. Soul level, 013. Current collected skill, charge. Charge, gains the power of a full strength strike while entering a berserk state. Each attack has a 5-second cooldown. This skill can be repeatedly stacked before the black-haired wild boar's death until the opponent is killed. Each activation doubles all attributes. A full power strike was already terrifying enough, but reactivating it doubled the attributes. If stacked continuously, a level 1 might just take down a level 10. This was nothing short of a miracle. Lin Yang pondered how to summon the black-haired wild boar. At the same time, he noticed the following information. Unlock progress, 1-3. This meant he needed to slay 2 more black-haired wild boars to summon its spirit. Additionally, slaying the spirit would also raise its level to level 1. Lin Yang glanced at the white blade in his hand. If he could kill 1 black-haired boar, he could kill 100. Now that he'd figured out the method, hunting black-haired wild boars was no longer a difficult task. Yet he couldn't help but wonder. How did Shinsura handle such a powerful black-haired boar? Though she's the Empress, her stats still lag behind mine. Surely she didn't slay it with a single strike? Meanwhile, on the other side of the Beishan secret realm. Achoo! Shinsura sneezed. Catching a cold? She instinctively glanced down at her pants. The shorts were quite short, about the length of beach shorts, but very tight-fitting. 2 snow-white thighs were boldly exposed. Never mind. If I don't pick up the pace, I'll fall behind schedule. Before her stood a black-haired boar, standing 4 meters tall at the shoulder, far larger than the one Lin Yang had hunted. Shinsura pulled frost snow from the boar's head and swung it forcefully. The blade, once stained with red and white, instantly gleamed spotless. This is the 10th boar. Killing 10 more should get me to the next level. Ugh. They're still too weak. The strongest is only level 5, giving too little experience. Wish they were higher level. Shinsura sheathed her sword and pressed onward. Her heavy heart found a sliver of relief with each boar she hunted. Upon entering the secret realm, she immediately noticed Lin Yang was missing. Someone must have tampered with it, but it was too late now. A cold smile touched Shinsura's lips. These useless fools can barely kill me, yet they think they can take down the Demon King? I bet Lin Yang's having an easier time than I am, huh? Meanwhile, over at Lin Yang's location. Whoosh! 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 Damn it, how can this thing still be a level 4 creature? Lin Yang, his arm wounded, sat atop a black-haired boar to recuperate. Unlike level 3 boars, level 4 boars possessed exceptionally hard skulls. When Lin Yang thrust his blade into it, he nearly dislocated his own arm. Then, the level 4 black-haired boar charged, and he barely dodged in time. His arm was wounded, leaving him in a sorry state. Calmly, Lin Yang couldn't help but ponder. If level 4 boars possess this level of strength, how formidable must that roaring demonic beast deep within the forest be? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yang decided to press deeper into the forest. If he could defeat it, he would fight; if not, he would flee. At least I've collected enough black-haired boar souls. If I encounter another monster, I can test its strength. Speaking of which, how's Shinsura doing over there? Recalling how hard he'd struggled earlier, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel concerned. No news for so long. I hope she didn't get kicked to death by that level 4 boar. With that thought, Lin Yang resolved to accelerate his leveling pace. He pressed deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, a grassy clearing about 50 meters in diameter came into view. Judging by the territory size of the previous black-haired boars, the black-haired boar here should be around level 5. After some thought, Lin Yang resolved to fight it. His earlier success could be attributed to a lack of information. Now that he understood the black-haired boar's actual level, he couldn't afford to make such a rookie mistake again. At the same time, Lin Yang wanted to see just how powerful the level 1 black-haired wild boar materialized from the monster compendium truly was. Thump! 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 The sky seemed to darken. Lin Yang's vision was engulfed by shadow. He looked up, meeting a pair of dark red eyes. Unlike the deep crimson in the eyes of low-level black-haired wild boars, the boar before him bore eyes of a much paler hue, its temperament far less frenzied. It merely eyed Lin Yang with a condescending gaze, as if certain he wouldn't dare advance further. Behind it, 8 3-meter-tall boars glared at Lin Yang. Chapter 15, Soldiers Face Soldiers, Generals Face Generals. Before the hexagram formation, 6 elders sat cross-legged on the ground. For the next 6 days, they would guard the only exit from this secret realm. Elder. There are signs of the Black Armor Boar King moving within the North Mountain secret realm. The teacher monitoring the secret realm suddenly exclaimed. What? Elder's sword snapped out of his meditation in shock. Impossible. This is an artificial secret realm crafted by Longyang Academy over decades. There should be nothing inside except the black-haired wild boar. Elder Jian looked utterly incredulous as he snatched the monitor from the teacher's hands to inspect it himself. It really is the Black Armor Boar King. But wait, besides the Black Armor Boar King, how did so many other demon beasts appear? Elder Jian's furious gaze swept across the crowd. Even at his advanced age and with his slow reactions, he could tell someone had tampered with it. Elder Dao, you planned this secret realm. Explain yourself. Why did this happen? His daughter, Shinsuru, was still trapped within the secret realm. As his sole remaining family member, he would not tolerate any harm coming to her. Elder Jian paced like a caged animal. I don't know. Elder Dao shook his head, his face devoid of emotion. You suspect I tampered with it? My own nephew is trapped inside too. I'm more anxious than you are. Wu Zhe roared in response. His answer was a sharp sword. Sword Elder summoned his life-bound weapon, the purple heavenly sword, which plunged fiercely into the stone steps before him. The 65th level veteran swordsman was rarely seen this genuinely enraged. You'd better pray my daughter returns safely. She's my only concern. If she suffers even a scratch, I will hold every single one of you here accountable. After speaking, he shot Wu Zhe a cold glance before turning to issue orders. Staff Elder, seal off this area. No one leaves until the secret realm concludes. Elder staff secured the main gate. The atmosphere in the dark chamber had become oppressively tense. You think I'm afraid of you? If they want to pin a crime on you, they'll find a way no matter what. You want to fight? I'll take you on. With that, Wu Zhe drew his life-bound weapon, the dragon-slaying blade, and stood before him. And let me tell you this, if my nephew comes to any harm, I'll drag every last one of you down with me, even if it means breaking my old bones. Seeing the group on the brink of violence, Elder Gun hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Could it be that someone tampered with it, or perhaps the secret realm itself merged? Merge? Both Sword Elder and Blade Elder lowered their heads in deep thought. Secret realm fusion. Such occurrences had been documented before. Secret realms are sacred lands existing in alternate dimensions, and to this day, no one has fully grasped the principles behind their existence. However, humans can master methods to enter them through various magical artifacts. After purging the beasts within a secret realm, introducing a specific tier of targeted beasts creates an artificial secret realm. The Northern Mountain secret realm used for this trial was created in precisely this manner. Even artificial secret realms carry the risk of merging with others, as their core essence lies outside the real world. No one knows what lies beyond the borders of a secret realm. No, I have to go in. Elder Jian seemed to have thought of something. It's too late. During the fusion process, the entrance to the secret realm is sealed. Forcing entry will only cause the realm to collapse. Staff Elder sighed, offering a warning from the side. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Lin Yang faced the Black Armor Boar King without a moment's hesitation. He stepped into the beast's territory. The Black Armor Boar King seemed provoked. Its pupils turned the same crimson as those of ordinary black-haired boars. Roar! With a battle cry, the 8 black boars behind it immediately launched their attack. Lin Yang calmly summoned the Monster Compendium. 8 black-haired wild boars, each standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder, appeared out of nowhere. Just like any ordinary beastmaster. Black hair, charge. Under Lin Yang's command, the black boar dug its hind hooves into the ground and charged straight toward its opponent. The other boar, seemingly provoked, charged headlong in response. Thud! In a single clash, the black-haired boar summoned by Lin Yang dissolved into a wisp of white smoke. A bit underpowered. But no worries. With a wave of his hand, 8 identical black-haired wild boars materialized once more. I've got 20 more of these beasts. As the last boar vanished, the information recorded in the Beast Compendium updated. Souls, 16. Each time a black-haired boar perished, its soul essence count decreased by 1. Each black-haired boar Lin Yang killed increased the soul points by 1. In a rather considerate twist, it seemed that black-haired boars slain by Shinsiru also counted toward Lin Yang's tally. This is precisely why Lin Yang had amassed such a large herd of black-haired wild boars. Black-haired boars, charge! Lin Yang issued the command once more. The black-haired boars dug their hind hooves into the ground and charged fearlessly toward the black-armored boar king. This is far more useful than ordinary tamed beasts. Beasts possess their own will and instinctively show fear when facing creatures vastly superior in strength. Moreover, if a beast died, training a new one meant starting from scratch. But Lin Yang didn't need to. The black-haired boar he summoned only consumed soul essence. They shared a single soul essence level. He never worried about his beast dying. Thud! Another collision. The black boar's soul count decreased by 8 again. Lin Yang noticed that compared to him, the boar before him seemed more interested in the black-haired boar he had summoned. It wouldn't attack Lin Yang unless he killed them all. It seemed that threats from its own kind were more dangerous than those from outsiders. Yet simultaneously, Lin Yang recognized another problem. The current boars were too low level, only level 1. Facing the attacks of level 3 black-haired boars, they wouldn't last a single round. If this continued, even exhausting all boar souls wouldn't guarantee victory. Thud! The white smoke dissipated as the boar Lin Yang had summoned fell once more. I need to find time to properly level them up. With 8 black-haired wild boars charging relentlessly, Lin Yang knew he couldn't delay any longer. His stamina was finite. Prolonged combat risked being worn down by the herd. In the end, I'll have to handle this myself. The earlier battle had damaged the surrounding trees. Leaves swirled through the air like falling snowflakes. A brilliant idea suddenly struck Lin Yang. With a flash of thought, the spider stinger in his hand blazed with white light. S-class technique, Snowblade / activated. The drifting leaves were enveloped in pure white spiritual energy, their edges sharpened to a cold gleam. His body was too weak. Snowblade / consumed too much spiritual energy. With his current strength, Lin Yang couldn't unleash the full power of Snowblade /. Lin Yang fished a vial of serum from his pocket. It was the blood surge ampoule Elder Quan had forced upon him. It boosted all attributes by 5 points for 5 minutes, followed by a 10-point decrease in all attributes for the remainder of the day. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang injected the blood surge ampoule into his thigh. A surge of immense power erupted from every fiber of his being. The snowblade kill technique reached its maximum S-rank potential. Leaves in the sky coalesced into a 10-meter diameter snow wheel. Kill. With a flick of his spider-like finger, the snow wheel surged toward the herd of black-haired wild boars. Its overwhelming force tore the mud armor covering the boars' bodies to shreds. Roar! With 8 defiant roars, all 8 black-haired boars were slaughtered. The black armor boar king, witnessing his subordinates slaughtered, could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his eyes. Roaring, it charged at Lin Yang. But Snowblade Kill was different from Snowwheel Kill. This skill has a second stage. The snow wheel formed from pure white leaves disintegrated mid-air. Fragments of fallen leaves, like crystalline snowflakes, struck the black armor boar king. Roar! Chapter 16, Battling the Black Armored Boar King, New Skills Emerge. The Black Armor Boar King's armor shattered completely, revealing a body of lean, muscular strength. You think this is a one-on-one duel now? Lin Yang's lips curled into a savage grin. Why fight one-on-one when we can gang up? With a flick of his thoughts, over a dozen smaller black boars materialized out of thin air. The Black Armor Boar King could never have imagined the day he'd be the one being surrounded. Thud! The Black Armor Boar King charged wildly, colliding head-on with one of the miniature black-haired boars. The black boar's body exploded, buying Lin Yang a split second of time. Zing! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yang thrust his spider stinger toward the Black Armor Boar King's eye socket. The strike sank deep. The Black Armor Boar King was utterly enraged. Furious, it stamped its hooves wildly. A dozen black-haired boars swarmed in, pinning the Black Armor Boar King down so it couldn't move. A mighty beast, yet subdued by a pack of lowly black-haired boars. Lin Yang seized the moment, thrusting his spear toward the Black Boar King's other eye socket. Not to blind it. Rather, even without its armor, the Black Armor Boar King's other parts remained thick-skinned and tough, making it difficult to wound. The eye sockets were the best target he could reach. After 3 consecutive spider stinger thrusts, the Boar King gradually regained its mobility. Lin Yang promptly backed away. Thud! The Black Armor Boar King flung its head, instantly killing 2 pale blue-haired boars. But then, more black-haired boars fearlessly climbed onto the Black Armor Boar King's back. This was the advantage of summoned creatures. They feared neither life nor death, obeying commands without question. This far surpassed the control of a beast tamer's mounts. After a brief moment of respite, the Black Armor Boar King once again found itself at a disadvantage. Covered in black boars, it felt like sinking into quicksand. At this moment, the effects of Lin Yang's bloodlust potion were nearing their end. If Lin Yang couldn't finish it within half a minute, once the potion wore off, the tables would turn. With all attributes dropping by 10 points, Lin Yang would become lamb led to slaughter. But Lin Yang seized that final chance. The summoned black-haired boar presented Lin Yang with an opening. Empowered by the blood surge ampoule, Lin Yang leapt to his feet. The spider stinger in his hand glinted coldly. The Black Armor Boar King stared at the cold gleam with utter despair. It tried to dodge, but its thick, heavy black bristles made evasion impossible. It could only brace for the fatal blow. Thud! The spider stinger pierced clean through the Black Armor Boar King's skull. A faint blue soul essence flew from its body, merging into the monster compendium within Lin Yang's mind. Simultaneously, the bestiary underwent a transformation. The entry for the black-haired boar gained a new branch, Black Armor Boar King. Lin Yang opened the relevant information. Black Armor Boar King Purple. Skill, Brutal Charge, unleashes 300% of full strength. Note, this skill consumes 1 Black Armor Boar's soul. How to put it? This doesn't seem like a summoning branch, it's more like a skill. Additionally, a conversion function has been added. 10 black-haired boar souls can be converted into 1 Black Armor Boar soul. 10:1. If it's just a skill, it feels a bit wasteful. But during specific periods, it could prove unexpectedly useful. Lin Yang retrieved the remaining black-haired wild boars, leaving him with 11 souls in total. No rush to convert them. Meanwhile, at the black market of Longyang No. 2 Middle School. Elder. The Black Armor Boar King has been taken care of. What? The secretary in the black uniform stared at the display screen and excitedly announced to the elders seated before him. Aha, I knew it. Sword Elder Shinfeng laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on Shinsuru's score. For every demon beast slain by trainees participating in the secret realm, their wristbands automatically recorded the corresponding points. Lin Yang also wore a wristwatch, but due to his special status, his device only recorded points. All his scores were merged into Shinsuru's tally. Now, Shinsuru's total had reached 3,000 points. She was a full 1,800 points ahead of the second-place competitor, Duan Bo. Moreover, this 1,000-point surge had come suddenly. A common boar is worth 100 points, meaning Shinsuru must have slain the Black Armor Boar King to claim those 1,000 points. Elder Dao, with my daughter's current momentum, winning the top prize at the freshman exchange meeting in 6 days doesn't seem like such a difficult feat, does it? Shin Feng's face was flushed red. It was clear that Shinsiru's achievements had given her father a tremendous sense of vindication. Don't get too cocky. It was just your daughter's luck. If my nephew had encountered that black armor boar king first, those 1,000 points would have been his. Elder Dao declared in his deep, resonant voice. He clearly wasn't convinced. It's just a level 5 elite monster. What's there to be so proud of? As the two bickered, the secretary, who had been staring at the display screen the entire time, delivered some bad news. Elder, we've located the secret realm fused with North Mountain's secret realm. Whoa! The secretary gasped at the result. Spit it out. Is there anything they can't handle? Ha ha ha. Shinfeng couldn't suppress the smirk at the corner of his mouth. It's the Tsongshan secret realm. Level cap 20. And the highest level trainee we have is Duan Bo, who's only level 10. The words fell, plunging the black chamber into deathly silence. Suddenly. Break through that secret realm. By any means necessary, these trainees must not die. Damn it. Let me find out who's behind this, and I'll tear them apart alive. Elder Blade and Elder Sword erupted simultaneously. It had been years since the two had been so in sync. The pressure fell on the technicians. Everyone worked at breakneck speed, desperately trying to find a flaw in the secret realm. Meanwhile, at the Beishan secret realm. Are there only wild boars in this secret realm? Shinsiru gripped Frostblade, effortlessly slicing through a branch blocking their path. Before them lay an open grassland. Since entering the secret realm, the grassland had been filled with the scent of wild boars spawning. Even after slaying dozens of boars, she had never encountered such a vast open space. Shinsiru's keen senses detected something amiss. Her body's instincts told her she couldn't go any further. But she raised her hand to glance at the counter on her wrist. 10 hours had passed since entering the secret realm. She had consistently held the second position. Until just now, her points had suddenly surged past Duan Bo, propelling her to the top spot. There was only one possible explanation. Lin Yang had just slain a monster worth a staggering 1,000 points. If the Demon King can do it, so can I. I won't fall behind. Shinsiru steeled herself and stepped onto the unsettling grassland. Thump! 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 The Black Armor Boar King's powerful heartbeat thundered like war drums. Unlike the one Lin Yang had encountered, this Black Armor Boar King's eyes were bloodshot, already in a state of fury from the start. Its body was as massive as a small mountain. Based on her encounter with the black-haired boar, Shinsiru estimated. The monster before her was around level 6, while she was only level 4. So what? I'm a dual-class adventurer. Level doesn't define strength. With that thought, fear vanished from Shinsiru's eyes. She drew Frostblade and plunged into battle with the Black Armor Boar King. Moisture in the surrounding air crystallized into ice shards that struck the Black Armored Boar King's armor, sparking tiny sparks. The Black Armor Boar King's counterattack was dodged by Shinsiru's agile movements. The two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Chapter 17, Merely the Demon King's Trial. Black Armor Boar Kings live in groups. If one dies, the others fall into a frenzied rage? Lin Yang stared at the information in the Monster Compendium, deep in thought. The Monster Compendium detailed the Black Armor Boar King's characteristics. Once the undisputed ruler of the Tsongshan secret realm, the Black Armor Boar King roamed the realm virtually unchallenged. Yet an alien species disrupted the Tsongshan secret realm's original ecosystem. That creature was too powerful. Even when the Black Armor Boar Kings mobilized their entire population, they were no match for it. To survive, the Black Armor Boar King relinquished vast territories and became the guardian of the Tsongshan secret realm, securing a path to life. The Black Armor Boar Kings collectively suppressed their levels to gain a unique ability. For every Black Armor Boar King slain, the remaining kings would gain 1 level. This continued until the seal was fully broken, reaching level 15. That mysterious creature would then reveal itself. Hiss. So this is still just the outer perimeter of the Tsongshan secret realm. That low growl from deep within the forest must have been emitted by this foreign creature. Lin Yang sensed something amiss. Didn't I enter the North Mountain's secret realm? How did I end up here? But soon, Lin Yang regained his composure. Regardless of which secret realm he'd entered, there was no way out now. He could only wait for the secret realm to end. Before it ended, it was best to lie low and wait out the time. But this presented another problem. Only I can see this information. I wonder if I'm the only one who entered the Tsongshan secret realm, or if Shinsiru also entered here. If only he had entered the wrong realm, that would be manageable. He could just lie low and wait for time to pass. But if all the trainees had entered the wrong realm, then Lin Yang couldn't just sit idly by and wait for disaster to strike. The trainees had no idea what secret realm they were in. All they knew was to rack up points and slay as many beasts as possible. Yet the monsters they faced might be far beyond their level. Sigh, for Shinsiru's survival, I really need to slay more monsters. Leveling up together was far faster than doing it alone. A higher level meant a greater chance of survival. Ding! Detected Empress in critical condition. Host, do you wish to intervene? The Empress is dying. Save her. Must save her. But how? Detected, the Monster Compendium is a power granted to the host by Empress Shinsuruo. The host may use the Monster Compendium to summon beasts and provide remote support to the Empress. Perspective sharing now activated. As the system prompt faded, another scene suddenly appeared before Lin Yang's eyes. It felt like he'd activated a second perspective, a novel sensation. In the scene, blood trickled from the Empress's lips. Frostblade was planted in the ground, its blade streaked with splattered blood, a pitiful sight. The black armor boar king facing her was no better off. A gaping tear ripped through its armor. A gaping wound the size of a bowl gaped on his right side, gushing blood relentlessly. Both were gravely wounded, but Shinsiru, being human. Such injuries left her nearly immobile, relying entirely on Frostblade to barely maintain her final shred of dignity. Shinsiru's lips twitched slightly. Though her voice couldn't be shared, Lin Yang understood her words. Is this how it ends? It feels too forced. Shinsiru tried to clench her fist, but she lacked even the strength to do so. Her slender fingers curled and unfolded. Her body had reached its limit, utterly drained of strength. After I die, Lin Yang has our master's servant contract. He should be able to sense it, right? I hope he senses the strangeness of this secret realm. I hope he survives. Shinsiru's gaze shifted from anger to reluctance, finally settling into calm. Death is inevitable. One might perish while challenging a powerful foe, or fade away in some obscure corner of the world. Regardless, this was the path she had chosen. Even in defeat, she would never regret it. The black armor boar king's body swayed precariously, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. But it was a demon beast after all, and the physique of a beast was formidable. At lower levels, the difference in physical strength between a body cultivator and a demon beast was far greater than that between a body cultivator and an ordinary person. The black armor boar king made no charge, not even a battle cry. It charged toward Shinsiru with a slow, steady momentum. It truly had no strength left. If Shinsiru could just hold on a little longer, it would collapse. But Shinsiru couldn't hold on. A level 4 fighting a level 6 was a cross-level challenge, a life or death struggle. Pushing herself this far was already her absolute limit. The black armor boar king's body drew ever closer to Shinsiru. Shinsiru calmly closed her eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed. Shinsiru opened her eyes to see a small, pale purple black armor boar charging out, colliding with and sending the dying black armor boar king flying. The black armor boar king, already teetering on the brink of death, had its internal organs shattered by the impact. It grunted a few times, its eyes widening before all life finally drained from its body. At the same moment, the numbers on Shinsiru's watch flashed, surging by a full 1,200 points. Lin Yang, is that you? Shinsiru scanned her surroundings, calling out into the void. She knew full well that the black armor boar king's sudden demise was undoubtedly linked to the demon king's relentless schemes. Surely it couldn't be that the black armor boar king had simply died from a nail bed infection? But the shock within her was undeniable. The demon king actually possessed the ability to strike from afar. Then why didn't the demon king reveal himself personally? After much pondering, Shinsiru arrived at a conclusion. The demon king must be testing me. Out of sight, a faint blue speck detached from the black armor boar king's body and vanished into thin air. After slaying so many demons, Shinsiru's level had risen to 5. Rich spiritual energy enveloped her, repairing her body. Post-battle breakthrough, the most ideal state. Not only could it heal battle wounds, but it also allowed the practitioner's body to absorb a greater portion of spiritual energy. Level 1 now equaled 1.2 levels for others. Shinsiru's personal stats panel updated. Name, Shinsiruo. Talents, Innate Sword Body SS, Beast Affinity S. Class, Swordsman. Level, 4. Strength, 4.5 plus 1.5. Speed, 4 plus 1. Mental Power, 6 plus 1. Potential, SS. His strength increased slightly, and as Lin Yang leveled up, her other attributes also rose by 0.5. Looking at Shinsiru's updated stats panel, Lin Yang suddenly realized. No need for rare treasures, just steady leveling. Shinsiru shared attributes with him. Ultimately, among peers of the same level, Shinsiru's combat prowess could surpass theirs by half. Moreover, Shinsiru only inherited half of Lin Yang's attributes, while Lin Yang could inherit all of Shinsiru's attributes. Once Shinsiru reached the pinnacle, Lin Yang would only grow stronger. Shinsiru clenched her fist, her brow bearing a cold, resolute expression. I will pass your test and catch up to your footsteps. The opportunity you've given me, I will repay. She was fiercely competitive by nature, and now Lin Yang had saved her life. Beyond her gratitude toward Lin Yang, a different kind of feeling began to stir within her heart. But she didn't dwell on it. Only those of sufficient worth may remain by the Demon King's side. She understood clearly that Lin Yang needed far more than a mere ornament. Only by becoming strong enough could she walk alongside Lin Yang for the long haul. With this thought, she lightly shook the frost from her blade, flicking away the bloodstains. She pressed deeper into the jungle. The deeper into the forest, the stronger the monsters become. But with the Demon King protecting me, I have nothing to fear. At that moment, the shared perspective ended. Chapter 18, The Enraged Elders Council, former principal of Fengming First High School defeated. You idiot, what are you doing? In the final moment before the shared perspective ended, Lin Yang read those words through Shinsiru's lips. What do you mean the Demon King protects you? He can barely handle himself now. Lin Yang felt like crying. The side effects of the blood rage serum were kicking in, reducing all his attributes by 10 points. He glanced once more at his current stats panel. Name, Lin Yang. Talent, innate sword body inherited from contract holder Shinsiru. Class, swordsman. Level, 2. Strength, 5 plus 3. Speed, 4 plus 3. Mental strength, 6 plus 5. Potential, SS. These stats are pretty impressive, but there's still a debuff. All attributes reduced by 10 points. His stats weren't even worth taking away, but now they're all reset to 0, weaker than an average person. Originally, he intended to find a place to lie low. But now, Shinsiru keeps pushing deeper into the forest, risking sudden death at any moment. Lin Yang had no choice but to keep leveling up. But how could he level up with a body like this? Lin Yang was momentarily at a loss. Then suddenly. Congratulations, host. Monster Compendium, Black-Haired Wild Soul level up. A system notification sounded in his mind. Lin Yang hurriedly opened the Monster Compendium. Species, Black-Haired Wild Boar. Soul level, 3240. Soul count, 10. Lin Yang immediately understood. Shinsiru hunted monsters at an astonishing pace. The souls of black-haired wild boars would replenish endlessly. An inexhaustible supply. Level 3. I recall the first black-haired boar we encountered was also level 3. Doesn't that mean, as long as I carefully avoid higher-level monsters, I can use level 3 black boar souls to kill level 3 black boars? Even if it's a 2-for-1 trade, it's still a profit. Upon realizing this, Lin Yang understood. Wasn't that exactly what beast tamers did? They didn't possess the formidable physiques of physical cultivators, so they relied entirely on their tamed beasts. Compared to ordinary beast tamers, Lin Yang was only slightly lower in rank. But it didn't matter, he commanded many beasts. 10 black-haired boar souls represented 10 level 3 black-haired boars. As long as he avoided the higher-level black-haired boars, Lin Yang could still hunt the beasts. With this realization, Lin Yang felt more confident. He began advancing toward the next grassland. Meanwhile, at the black market of Longyang No. 2 Middle School. Elder, another black armor boar king has been slain. The secretary in the black uniform beamed with excitement. Don't make such a fuss. It's just one black armor boar king. What's so surprising about that? Elder Jian, perhaps you should rein in your expression? The tablet hovered just 0.01 centimeters from Xin Feng's face as he intently tracked the points fluctuations within the secret realm. Watching Shinsiruo's tally steadily climb, the knot in his chest finally began to loosen. I told you so. With Shinsiruo around, black armor or blue armor, they're all useless trash. Sword Elder hummed a tune, clearly unconcerned about the black armor boar king. Elder, the Heavenly Eye surveillance system has partially restored. While we can't see the actual footage, we can track their locations. Let me see. Wu Zhe snatched the controller. Seeing the red dot representing Duan Bo steadily blinking, he breathed a sigh of relief. What's this? Everyone's positions are on the outer perimeter? On the screen, the red dots representing the trainees formed a circle, scattered across various corners of the forest. Their routes all led deeper into the forest. Damn it! Try contacting them. No, the communication equipment's damaged. Not only can't we contact them, but even the wristband's teleportation function is down. We've already suffered 3 casualties. Only 3? That's manageable. It's 300. 300. The casualty ratio has reached 100 to 1. This is bad. At this rate, what will happen to Longyang No. 2 High School's operating license next year? Will the reserve funds even be enough? Wu Zhe's brow furrowed as rows of numbers flashed through his mind. He was calculating whether Longyang No. 2 High School could hold out. It's more than that. Shinfeng sighed, his earlier cheerful laughter gone without a trace. His face looked ashen, as if shrouded in a haze. The central region of the Tsanshan secret realm, is there anything you don't know about it? He wants to wipe out Longyang No. 2 High School. Lure them there to slaughter them. What? Wu Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. Does that mean not a single one of them will survive? The words hung heavy in the office, weighing down everyone present. No one could accept this outcome. Thud. Elder Quan rubbed his bald head, punched the wall, and stormed out in anger. Stop. Where are you going? Elder Sword called after him. What am I doing? I'm going to beat the hell out of them. Oomph. If they dared do it, they'd have hidden the evidence long ago, waiting for you to come knocking? You'll find nothing there. Besides, do you even know who's behind this? A flash of viciousness flickered in Xin Feng's eyes. Elder Quan's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body trembling. I don't need evidence. Whoever stands to gain, I'll hunt them down for revenge. They've gone too far. All these years of open rivalry and covert battles, no matter how fierce the struggle, no one ever touched the children. This Dongshi broke the rules from the start, thinking his filthy money could buy anything? If I don't knock his front teeth out, I'll change my surname. Elder Dai Hui spun away in fury. Don't anyone try to stop me. I'm stepping down as elder. These children are the future of Longyang No. 2 High School. We can't afford any more losses. You're still so impatient, not even letting people finish speaking. Shin Feng rose and drew the heavenly sword from its place in the steps. Longyang No. 2 High School belongs to you, but it belongs to all of us. Everyone has a responsibility to contribute, just as we did before. Just like during the demon summoning ritual, no matter how much they disagreed, whenever it benefited Longyang No. 2 High School, they never hesitated to act. The cost? That was something to consider only after the deed was done. Some things matter more than life itself. Who'd have thought we'd end up fighting side by side someday? Wu Zhe also drew his life-bound weapon, the dragon-slaying blade, from the steps. Sometimes, the art of winning the game lies beyond the board. Stepping out of the dark chamber, Shin Feng led the way, followed by Fist Elder Dai Hui, Blade Elder Wu Zhe, and several other elders. Staff Elder brought up the rear, accompanied by a few senior instructors. They were all willing to contribute to Longyang No. 2 High School, even if it meant paying a price in blood. Meanwhile, at the Fengming First High School Board of Trustees. Just like this. Dongshi slammed the chess box down on the table with a sharp thud. No one survives. With no one left, how can they possibly fight us? His gaze swept around the room. The other board members offered awkward smiles and clapped stiffly. Sigh. In the end, what will become of those children? A flash of cold malice flickered in Dongshi's eyes. It's their own bad luck. Even if something happens, it's just a matter of paying some compensation. I can afford it. If you have any objections, you're free to resign from the board anytime. No one's begging you to stay. Fengming No. 2 High School is mine. You're just a lowly employee. Who do you think you are, telling me what to do? Dongshi glared at the board member who had just voiced dissent. The others slowed their breathing, trying to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible. Unexpectedly, the elderly dissenting board member slowly unfastened the badge at his collar, the emblem signifying his position. Money can't buy everything, kid. This is not the Fengming First High I envisioned. If this is the kind of board member you want, then I'd rather not serve. He left the badge behind and stormed out. Go! Go! Who else wants to leave? Follow your old principal. He couldn't even save the academy, yet he dares lecture me on education? If he's so capable, how did he let the academy go to ruin? Dongshi was furious, pacing back and forth. He's gone. What about Longyang No. 2 High School attacking us? We're no match for them. Yeah, I'm only level 40. One voice raised the question, and chaos erupted among the crowd. Unease spread through the crowd. Dongshi was so furious he felt like laughing. When it came to splitting the loot, each of them had been eager to be the vanguard. Now, they were all playing the role of the turtle hiding its head. What venture is without risk? Everything carries risk. This is fair competition. What gives them the right? Suddenly, the boardroom door swung open. Two secretaries rushed over and whispered urgently into Dongshi's ear. Chapter 19, Shadow Style, effortlessly slaying a level 7 black armor boar. What is the most crucial quality for an assassin? Agile reflexes? Or an unflappable heart? Those are merely the basics. There's something far more crucial. Across the open grassland, a level 7 black armor boar king surveyed the delicate young woman before him with unbridled curiosity. She appeared harmless, as if she had stumbled into this place by accident. Her slightly plump figure suggested little strength. Her attire was extremely simple, a tight white t-shirt and a light green miniskirt. There seemed to be nowhere on her body to hide anything. Her beautiful eyes trembled as her body instinctively retreated in fear. Could someone like this really be a threat? The black armor boar king couldn't comprehend it. Its mind was too simple. It simply concluded this was an accident. It grunted twice, turned, and walked away, leaving two black-haired boars to deal with the girl before them. No one could have imagined that this seemingly frail young girl ranked third on Longyang No. 2 High School's points leaderboard. As the black armor boar king turned its back, Yi Ruoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. A gust of wind swept past the two black-haired boars. Before the two black-haired boars could react, the girl before them vanished. Roar! The leader's roar echoed in their ears. The two black boars turned their gaze toward the sound. They saw a sharp, dark purple blade had appeared in the black armor boar king's chest. The blade tore through the black armor boar king's armor, embedding itself deep into its body. Ha ha ha! Yi Ruoyao let out a silver bell-like laugh. Unlike others, she had actively chosen the assassin profession. She relished the process of killing. She relished the role of the wolf in sheep's clothing even more. That's exactly it. The crimson eyes of the black armor boar king shifted from confusion to rage, then to terror. Brilliant! This is exactly what I wanted. Ruoyao's expression grew increasingly frenzied. Roar! The black armor boar king, sensing it had been toyed with, instantly erupted into a fury. It stomped its hind hooves, using the force to charge at Ruoyao. Facing the black armor boar king's attack, Ruoyao stood completely still. Finally, their forms converged. The boar's tusks came within half an inch of Ruoyao. Suddenly, Ruoyao evaded the attack with a ghostly fast maneuver. As if cloaked in dark mist, Ruoyao moved with blinding speed. Within half a second, she drew her blade, thrust it forward, and severed its head in one fluid motion. The two figures parted. Blood gushed from the black armor boar king's neck like a fountain. Judging by its past experience, it knew it wouldn't survive. It glared at Ruoyao with a look of venomous hatred, unable to comprehend even in death. If the girl before it possessed such power, why had she hidden it? If she had struck directly, it wouldn't have stood a chance. Its tiny boar brain would never grasp it. Its head grew heavier and heavier, its eyelids heavier and heavier, until darkness engulfed its vision. The black armor boar king fell, leaving only 8 black-haired boars standing disoriented in the wind. With their leader dead, what should they do? Avenge their leader? If the leader couldn't defeat it, how could they possibly stand a chance? Surrender? The only thing of value on their bodies was their own pig heads, right? Surrender meant certain death. For a moment, the herd of black-haired boars suffered from decision paralysis. Fight or flee? They wavered, unable to decide. Ruoyao, beautiful and kind-hearted, made the choice for them. Now, the real slaughter begins. Her figure vanished from the spot, reappearing moments later with a sharp blade piercing the heart of one black-haired boar. Without lingering, she struck again. With a single blade, she took down 2 black-haired boars almost simultaneously. Her speed left many physical cultivators in the dust. Like a delicate, vibrant flower, she was beautiful yet deadly. Within mere seconds, all 8 black-haired boars lay dead. Ruoyao glanced at her wristwatch. Her score reached 4,000 points, still 200 points behind second place. Yet she paid no attention to Duanbo's score, instead fixating on Shinsuro's tally. 6,000 points. Is she even human? Ah. Looks like I can't catch up. Better find a safe spot to rest for the night. Ruoyao's skill, Shadow Flow, activated, boosting her speed and strength attributes by 3 points each. For an assassin, this was a lethal advantage. Its effect is similar to another commercially available injection. But injections cost money, while skills don't. Moreover, the skill can stack with the syringe's effects. In short, with this skill, Ruoyao can strike unexpectedly and hold her own against elite monsters of higher levels. There was even a hint of effortless one-shot kills. If I'd known, I wouldn't have used the skill. Look at the level, it's only level 7, while I'm level 8 now. I probably could have beaten it head-on. Ruoyao pouted, muttering discontentedly. She selected a double-headed tree from the forest. Its branches stretched 5 meters above the ground, out of reach for ordinary beasts. But this height was no challenge for Ruoyao. She gave the trunk a firm shake to ensure the ancient tree was sturdy enough, then scrambled up to the branch in a few quick steps. This is the spot. Ruoyao crossed her legs, closed her eyes, and rested. The negative effects of the shadow flow began to manifest, a deep, internal fatigue spreading through her body. As her breathing gradually steadied, Ruoyao began to lower her guard. But suddenly, thud! A sensation of weightlessness washed over her as Ruoyao plummeted downward, unable to control her descent. As an assassin, her instincts kicked in during this critical moment. She spun nimbly, clinging to the tree trunk. As the ancient tree crashed into another trunk, she tensed her muscles, preparing to leap. Thud! Ruoyao slammed hard onto the ground, stars dancing before her eyes. She seemed to have forgotten that she was currently in a weakened state. Her legs offered no strength. There was no time for lamentation. Ruoyao keenly sensed it. The ancient tree couldn't have snapped on its own. She had inspected it herself. The trunk was solid as a rock. It must have been attacked by something. Sure enough. She looked up and met the bloodshot eyes of over a dozen black-haired wild boars. Did you come seeking revenge for your leader's death? Judging by their shoulder height, the wild boars before her were only around level 4. Even in her weakened state, Ruoyao still possessed level 4 strength. She was confident she could hold her own against them. One boar froze in place before charging at Ruoyao 5 seconds later. Not even the black armor boar king's charge could scratch me. How could? Suddenly, Ruoyao sensed something was off. Am I too weak? The black-haired boar's speed was far too fast. So fast that Ruoyao barely had time to react. Thud! Ruoyao raised her hand to block but was still knocked back. Cough cough, something's wrong. Her back slammed into the trunk of another tree. Her insides felt like they were tearing apart, but she had no time to dwell on the pain. The black boar's next wave of attacks was about to begin. This can't be a level 4? A surge of anger welled up inside Ruoyao. She had encountered high-level black boars before, most of which she had dispatched with a single blow. The pressure they exerted was less than a tenth of what this boar was imposing. Killing them too quickly had bred absolute confidence in her own strength, leaving her utterly unprepared for the fact that the boar's charge skill could stack. The one before her had already stacked its charge skill 4 times. Its power rivaled that of an 8th level boar. Iruoya raised her blade to block, knowing she couldn't win, yet determined to preserve the last shred of dignity befitting a warrior. The black boar dug its hind hooves into the ground and charged headlong. Iruoya stared intently at the dark figure before her. Its speed was too swift, there was no way to evade it. I'm going to die. Iruoya closed her eyes in terror as the blade slipped from her grasp. Regret flooded her heart. Why did I challenge the black armor boar? If I hadn't been weakened, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Fear overwhelmed her anger. I just want to live. Suddenly, the black boar's charge halted, its hooves plowing 4 deep furrows into the earth. Feeling the scorching breath wash over her, Iruoya dared not open her eyes, gripped by terror. She tilted her head back, gasping for breath, her fair swan-like neck covered in a fine sheen of cold sweat. It took a long while before Iruoya regained her composure, though her heart still pounded wildly. Classmate, we meet again. A human voice? I'm still alive? Iruoya opened her eyes, relief washing over her like a survivor emerging from a disaster. She saw a familiar figure. It's you? Chapter 20, as expected, he still won't let me go. Sorry, are you hurt? Lin Yang scratched his head awkwardly as he asked. Several hours had passed since the last kill of the black-haired boar king. The soul level of the black-haired boar in the Beast Compendium had reached level 4. He had just been testing the limits of the black-haired boar's skills summoned by the Monster Compendium. Through testing, he discovered the boar's charge skill could stack up to 4 times. Any further stacks would overwhelm the boar's body, causing it to collapse under the strain. So at level 3 it could stack 3 times, and now at level 4 it can stack 4 times. That means each level increase allows 1 additional charge stack. To verify his theory, Lin Yang specifically selected several sturdy ancient trees for testing. The results weren't in yet. During the 4th charge test, a female classmate appeared on the ground. The black-haired boar's attention was drawn to her. Adhering to the principle that creatures of the same species do not prey on each other, Lin Yang had no choice but to halt the boar's attack. Though the experiment failed, it yielded valuable insights. At the very least, he'd seen a human. After over 10 hours, he finally saw a living soul. She was even wearing the uniform of Longyang No. 2 High School. It seemed all the students from Longyang No. 2 High School had been transported to the secret realm. The mysterious roar from the forest's center grew ever closer. Lin Yang had a premonition that his current location was close to the center of the Tsangshan secret realm. The fact that he'd encountered someone now suggested most others were also heading toward the center from the surrounding areas. An inexplicable aura of eeriness permeated the air. It felt as though someone had meticulously orchestrated a conspiracy. I'm fine. Iruoya's mind was in turmoil. She had nearly died just now. Now she could finally catch her breath. After a moment to compose herself, Iruoya snapped back to reality and recalled Lin Yang's identity. Isn't he that summoned creature of Shinsuru's? Did he just scare me on purpose? Recalling how the black-haired boar had charged only to halt abruptly, Iruoya felt a surge of irritation. But then a wave of fear washed over her. He didn't stop the first attack. He was counting on me to take that hit, and the second time. Iruoya re-examined the man before her. As an assassin, she could easily read through most people's minds. Except for Lin Yang, she always felt something stood between them. He even knew the side effects of my skill down to the last detail, calculating precisely how much power I had left. A man like this is truly terrifying. Iruoya's beautiful eyes flickered nervously. She didn't know how to face Lin Yang. As an assassin, her greatest skill lies in disguise. She could play the role of harmless and sweet, the perfect confidant. But was such a facade truly necessary in front of Lin Yang? We've only met once, right? Iruoya asked abruptly. Lin Yang instinctively corrected her. Twice. I noticed you during your training in the physical conditioning class. I knew it. Iruoya murmured to herself. As if confirming something. So that's the detail. Recalling the training exercises from her physical conditioning class, Iruoya suddenly understood. So that's how they deduced my profession? Though both were physical cultivation professions, their training programs differed. But this required keen observation and extensive experience. Iruoya had tried her hardest to keep a low profile, yet she still couldn't escape Lin Yang's keen eye. So that's where I fell short. Iruoya's mind raced with frantic speculation. She was certain Lin Yang had uncovered all her secrets. Now, standing before Lin Yang, she felt as exposed as if she were completely naked. She just didn't know what Lin Yang intended to do. Was it merely a warning shot? It probably wasn't that simple. At that moment, Iruoya noticed a wristwatch on Lin Yang's wrist, one that could record points for slaying demons. Something seemed to occur to her. She hurriedly raised her wrist to check. Sure enough, Duanbo's points had overtaken Shinsuru's. Even with Lin Yang and Shinsuru attacking on 2 fronts, the gap in their levels compared to Duanbo was simply too great. It was insurmountable. It was only a matter of time before they were caught up. Suddenly, Yi Ruoyao's face turned pale, as if she'd recalled something dreadful. Lin Yang scanned his surroundings, hearing no other sounds. The closer they approached the core region of Sangshan's secret realm, the fewer monsters appeared. It was as if they feared something. The surrounding monsters had been nearly wiped out by Lin Yang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been bored enough to test the black-haired boar's limits using an ancient tree. Let's regroup with the others first. Whatever lies at the heart of this secret realm, strength lies in numbers. That was Lin Yang's thought as he instinctively asked. Are there any others around here? Hearing this, Yi Ruoyao felt as if struck by lightning. So it's true. He doesn't plan to let me off. Points can be stolen from each other. It aligns with Long Yang No. 2 High's philosophy of survival of the fittest. What should I do? Yi Ruoyao's mind raced. Her childhood experiences forced her to interpret Lin Yang's intentions with the worst possible malice. Hand it over voluntarily. Maybe I can still survive. With that thought, Yi Ruoyao unfastened the watch from her fair wrist and held it reverently in both hands, her last remaining asset. Please take my points. Lin Yang glanced at her. Yi Ruoyao trembled like a sieve as she held the watch. What was going on? He felt a bit baffled. He didn't need the points. His wristwatch only scored points, it couldn't display them. Rankings meant little to him. Besides, at their current pace, Lin Yang didn't believe his and Shinsuru's ranking would be lower than anyone else's. If he wanted points, he could hunt monsters himself. After all, the level 4 black-haired boar legion could sweep away any crisis he encountered. So Lin Yang said generously. No need. I can get it myself. Hearing this, Yi Ruoyao's body went limp, her face turning pale. He'll get it himself? How exactly does he plan to do that? Kill people? Yi Ruoyao stared at the dozens of black-haired wild boars behind Lin Yang, overcome with despair. Just one black-haired boar had nearly killed her. And Lin Yang had dozens more of these tamed beasts. How could she possibly escape? Yi Ruoyao's gaze shifted from the contempt she'd felt upon first meeting Lin Yang, to the fury ignited during her battle with the black boar, and now settled into utter despair. The scene she had always relished was now unfolding, only this time, it was happening to her. Yi Ruoyao finally experienced firsthand the feeling of being the hunted. She was now like fish meat on a cutting board, the knife in Lin Yang's hands. He could kill her however he pleased. Thus, Yi Ruoyao abandoned her dignity for the second time, just as she had done years ago. Kneeling on both knees, she pleaded earnestly. Spare my life. Whatever you desire, I will give it to you. Ha? What the hell? When did I ever say? Lin Yang was about to retort when the system alert sounded. Detected Empress level potential in Yi Ruoyao. Host is advised to sign a master-servant contract with her immediately. Quest item, Master-Servant Contract Scroll, issued. Chapter 21, The Second Empress, Attributes boosted to the point of boredom. Fine. Sign this and I'll spare your life. Lin Yan lowered his voice, speaking in a tone that feigned indifference. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely confident. After all, it was just a secret realm, surely it couldn't lead to a death sentence? If she refused to sign, could he really kill her? Lin Yang had only recently arrived in this world and hadn't yet grasped its rules of operation. Yi Ruoyao took the scroll Lin Yang handed her and glanced at it. A master's servant contract? You're a summoner? Wait, aren't you Shinsuru's beast tamer? Yi Ruoyao stared at Lin Yang in disbelief. In response, she met only an icy stare. Lin Yang didn't know how to explain. He was human now and couldn't technically be considered a beast tamer. Only practitioners who summon humans could be called summoners. Lin Yang had no idea where Shinsuru had obtained her scroll, but his own scroll had been granted by the system. What should we do? She doesn't seem too keen on signing. Should we force it? Lin Yang's emotions were tangled. As a youth of the new era, he didn't believe human life was cheap. Perhaps he simply hadn't adjusted to this world yet. Lin Yang remained silent, leaving Yi Ruoyao to fill in the blanks. Something's wrong. The way he's looking at me feels off. No, I can't hesitate any longer. His patience is limited. Many things left unsaid by Lin Yang proved more effective than words spoken. A master-servant contract it is. Survival is what matters most. With that thought, Yi Ruoyao signed her name at the bottom of the scroll. A burst of flame reduced the scroll to ashes, sealing the contract. Simultaneously, Lin Yang's data changed. Name, Lin Yang. Talents, innate sword body inherited from contract holder Shinsuruo, assassin's senses inherited from contract holder Yi Ruoyao. Classes, swordsman, summoner. Level, 3. Strength, 9+7. Speed, 8+7. Mental power, 7+6. Potential, SSS. Hiss. The physical changes left Lin Yang feeling distinctly uncomfortable. He forced himself to maintain a calm exterior, careful not to let Yi Ruoyao notice anything amiss. The crisp scent of plants filled his nostrils, the distant growls of beasts echoed in his ears, and even the world before his eyes became crystal clear. Is this the assassin's 5 senses? It's way too overpowered. Lin Yang's stats had skyrocketed, but the sheer power of the assassin's 5 senses far surpassed the thrill of numerical gains. How did I get stronger? Iruoyo stared at her hands, her face filled with disbelief. Lin Yang's gaze lingered on her slightly chubby cheeks, and an interface panel unfolded. Name, Iruoyo. Talent, Assassin's 5 senses SS. Class, Assassin. Level, 8. Strength, 9.5 plus 3.5. Speed, 12.5 plus 3.5. Mental strength, 4 plus 3. Potential, SS. After reviewing the stats panel, Lin Yang was utterly shocked. She's actually level 8? What are you afraid of at level 8? Add that terrifying talent to the mix. Whoa. This girl has the makings of an emperor. Lin Yang's mind was filled with question marks. Especially after witnessing just how overpowered the assassin's 5 senses talent truly was, his doubts only deepened. To be fair, even though he had dozens of level 4 black-haired wild boars, these creatures posed no real threat to a level 8 assassin with the assassin's 5 senses. Of course, he didn't know Iruoyo was currently experiencing the skill's side effects. Nor did he realize that in this world, victory in combat wasn't determined solely by stats on a character sheet. After reviewing the data panel, he learned the opponent's name and noticed the attribute values she had gained from him. Strength boosted by 50%. An 8th level character wielding power comparable to a 12th level one? Terrifying. Seems like this is a win-win contract. The more empresses I contract, the stronger I become. Isn't this practically forcing me to contract more empresses? Only now did Lin Yang realize there was more than one empress. As long as I contract enough empresses, how could I ever be weak? A sinister thought took root in Lin Yang's mind. Why am I growing stronger? I shouldn't be. Iruoyo's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. As an assassin, no one knew the hardships she had endured over the years. One misstep, and she faced the master's merciless lashings. Countless times, she threw darts until her hands cramped, waking in pain late at night. Countless times, her legs covered in wounds, she pushed through the pain to meet her training goals. She endured this existence for 12 long years. Such relentless discipline wasn't what she wanted, it was what she had to endure. Her family was poor, but she had a debt of vengeance she could not ignore. Her mother's meager income couldn't cover the costs of her training. Thus, she forced herself to push harder and harder. She grew stronger, strength forged from a childhood of misery. Now at level 8 in her profession, she lagged only behind the prodigy Duan Bo. The resources he enjoyed were beyond her wildest dreams. Even so, she remained the second-ranked newcomer. When she accepted the master-servant contract Lin Yang handed her, she was filled with despair. The contract would drain half of the subordinate's attributes, a prospect she inwardly rejected. Attributes were her lifeblood. Taking them away was tantamount to killing her. But she had no choice. Only by staying alive could she seek revenge. Only by staying alive could she hold on to hope. Lin Yang believed that no matter what, he couldn't possibly kill someone. But for her, the number of people who had died by her hand had already reached double digits. Killing was merely her job. If their roles were reversed, she wouldn't hesitate to drive the demon slayer into Lin Yang's heart. But now, everything was different. Iruoyo's entire body trembled uncontrollably with excitement. The thing she had dreamed of obtaining had come to her so easily. All it took was signing a master-servant contract with Lin Yang. She had always believed that no matter how hard she trained, she could never match that man's cultivation speed. Her arduous training had been nothing but self-deception. But with Lin Yang's aid, everything had changed. She felt as though she could finally see the glimmer of hope for her revenge. What good are rare treasures? How much benefit could they truly bring? Whereas She cupped Lin Yang's face, studying him intently, etching every detail into her memory. The first half of her life had been spent killing for cultivation resources. The second half would be spent guarding. To protect this young man who could grant her immense blessings. Whoa! Lin Yang sucked in a sharp breath. There was no denying it, Iruoyo was undeniably beautiful, easily school-level stunning. Her fair complexion bore not a single blemish. Her baby fat was perfectly proportioned, blending cuteness with undeniable beauty. But even the most beautiful person can be unsettling when they're gripping your throat and staring at you, right? Did she sign a master-servant contract and lose her mind? What kind of treasure is this? Lin Yang couldn't make sense of it. First Shinsuro, now Iruoyo, what was wrong with the people in this world? Could they all be Yandere? From this moment on, you are my master. My life henceforth has only two goals, one of which is to protect you from any harm. Not just friends, but truly. Hearing the other's slightly pretentious words, Lin Yang instantly solidified his thoughts. This guy's not normal. Here, take this. I don't need anything else. Iruoyo removed the wristwatch symbolizing her score and respectfully handed it to Lin Yang. You don't want this? What do you want then? Lin Yang frowned. Who among the participants in the Beishan secret realm wouldn't want a good ranking? Even if they weren't aiming for first place, wouldn't they at least strive for a top spot? The top 10 spots alone came with millions in resource rewards. And she was just handing it over? Lin Yang sucked in a sharp breath. The benefits he'd brought Iruoyo seemed to far exceed his expectations. I don't want anything except you. Chapter 22, Triple Leveling Speed. Fengyue, how many is this now? Duanbo closed his thick notebook and asked the Wind Moon Wolf King, who was still devouring his meal. Hard to estimate. The Wind Moon Wolf King spoke in human words, answering him while he ate. Its belly rose and fell with each gulp, the corners of its mouth stained with blood. Forget it. I'll check myself. Duanbo raised his wrist, revealing his current score, 4,800 points. 48 black-haired wild boars. This dungeon is boring as hell. Not a single decent fight. Duanbo leaned against a tree trunk, hands clasped behind his back. The thick lenses of his glasses reflected the shadows of leaves. Why are their scores climbing so fast? Duanbo's expression remained impassive. The forest was quiet. He had cleared all the black-haired wild boars nearby. The Wind Moon Wolf King was enjoying his meal. He was resting, watching the ever-widening gap in the scoreboard. Duanbo did not interrupt the Wind Moon Wolf King's meal. He vented all his anger at the Heavenly Way. Damn it! She's a dual talent. She can slay beasts herself and send her summons elsewhere. Her points are bound to climb faster than mine. If I had dual talents, I could do it too. He glanced at the Wind Moon Wolf King, still engrossed in its meal, calculating in his mind how much time he could afford to waste. After slaying so many boars, it's exhausted. It deserves a proper rest. The relationship between a beastmaster and their beast should be one of mutual dependence and consideration. Yet few beastmasters could match his approach. Most, when falling behind in points, would interrupt their beasts' feeding to forcefully squeeze every last drop of value from them. But the Wind Moon Wolf King was important to Duanbo. Their bond was closer to that of brothers. The Wind Moon Wolf King swallowed a mouthful of flesh and blood, speaking in a language only Duanbo could understand. Let's go. We're falling far behind in points. Observing the wolf's still flat belly, Duanbo understood it was suppressing its instincts. No rush. Running fast won't help if we stumble. Roar. A furious roar echoed from the depths of the forest. Duanbo heard it clearly. The closer they got to the forest's center, the more distinct the roar became. It seemed to be guiding them. A flame ignited within Duanbo's heart, his pulse racing. That creature at the forest's heart must be the ultimate boss of this secret realm. Taking it down will earn us a hefty score. Don't rush. What you need to do now is eat well and conserve your strength. Several hundred meters away, Lin Yang leaned against a tree trunk, watching the girl weaving through the wild boar herd. One after another. Roar. Critical hit. Gained 2 points. Lin Yang was thrilled to discover that the black-haired wild boar slain by Iruoyo also counted toward his tally. Experience points were shared between them, not split in half, but both receiving the full amount. Does that mean Shinsuru gets experience too? Lin Yang was puzzled, but without a system notification, he had no way of knowing if Shinsuru had gained any experience. Beast Compendium. The boar souls accumulated steadily, their count long surpassing 3 digits. The black-haired wild boar had also reached level 5. Its charge skill could now stack up to 5 times. Lin Yang's level rose to 5, adding 2 points to his strength attribute. That's it? Nothing else? Iruoyo said, sounding a bit downcast. She looked somewhat dejected. Having lived a life on the edge, only relentless hunting could bring her any joy. With her around, Lin Yang had no chance to act. Wait, why is my experience still increasing? Iruoyo was puzzled. She was now just a hair's breadth away from level 9. Even after stopping the hunt for the black-haired boar, her experience points kept climbing. She looked up at Lin Yang, seeking answers from him. Now I understand. Lin Yang smiled knowingly. With triple leveling speed active, Lin Yang, Shinsuru, and Iruoyo shared their experience points. One person levels up, 3 benefit. So he knew all along. Seeing Lin Yang's expression of "I knew it all along," Iruoyo suddenly felt at ease. This contract benefits me in every way. But why me? She pondered, reviewing her entire life, yet found no reasonable answer. In her childhood, after her father was murdered, her mother begged every relative for help, yet not a single one offered a hand. They're too powerful. You can't fight them. Don't drag me down with you. Isn't it enough that your family lost a man? Some relatives even stated it plainly. With your man dead, what value do you have left? If I help you now, how will you ever repay me? When her father was alive, they wore out the doorstep trying to befriend her family. After his death, everyone avoided them like the plague. Why? How could this happen? Having seen the ugly faces of relatives time and again, Iruoyo no longer harbored hope in others' kindness. She placed her hope solely in herself. She became her own deity, the only one who would wholeheartedly support her. She would prove that without her father, she could still hold this family together. Without anyone else's help, she could still exact her revenge. But she was so exhausted. Countless nights, tears streamed down her face. Was revenge truly that easy? Watching her enemies' rank climb higher and higher only deepened her despair. Until... Thank you. Ruoyao forced a smile, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. She wasn't fighting alone anymore. She had allies. Someone in this vast sea of humanity chose her steadfastly. Regardless of their motives, they gave her what she wanted, and that was enough. Ruoya turned away to wipe the tears from her eyes. Her back was fully exposed to Lin Yang's view. As an assassin, years of cautious habits had been shattered in an instant. What sad thought has come to mind now? Lin Yang's expression turned awkward. Things seemed to be slipping beyond his control. But it didn't matter. He had gotten what he wanted. He had contracted a second empress, which meant faster leveling, and she showed no ill will. Now, all that remained was to leave the secret realm and reunite with Shinsuru as soon as possible. Thud. 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 Dense footsteps echoed through the forest. Ruoyao instinctively shielded Lin Yang with her body. The cold gleam of slaying evil flashed in her hand. Enhanced by the assassin's 5 senses, the footsteps in the woods became crystal clear. 3 humans, 1 demon beast. The creature's size could be roughly estimated from the sounds it made, probably around level 7. Within their field of vision, 3 figures appeared, 2 women and 1 man, all wearing the uniform of Lonyang No. 2 High School. Spotting Lin Yang and his companion, the group immediately spoke up. Run, everyone! There's a level 7 black boar behind us. Behind them, a black-haired boar with a shoulder height of 7 meters charged wildly. Seeing Lin Yang and the others still standing in place, the man at the rear of the group called out to the girl ahead of him. Give them some boosts, they might be scared stiff. The girl murmured incantations, and 2 streaks of light drifted toward Lin Yang. His senses intensified once more, temporarily suppressing his emotions. An enhancement-type class? Ruoyao remained silent, quietly waiting for the black-haired wild boar to enter her attack range. Captain, they're not leaving. What should we do? The man at the rear of the group gritted his teeth and spoke resolutely. Change direction. We can't drag them down with us. All right. Both men were reluctant, but neither dared defy the captain's orders. The black-haired boar closed in on Lin Yang. Finally, Ruoyao moved. Like a nimble black snake, she struck with lightning speed. All 3 could see only a dark shadow darting past them. Immediately afterward, the wild boar's agonized screams echoed behind them. After her successful strike, Ruoyao didn't pause. She swiftly returned to Lin Yang's side, her face alert as she watched the 3 men. She trusted no one but Lin Yang. The sounds behind them ceased. The trio halted in their tracks. It was the enhancer who spoke first, her voice trembling with fear. Leader, they seem even more terrifying than level 7 beasts. Chapter 23, Other Survivors' Strength in Numbers. Don't worry, we're not exactly saints ourselves. Ruoyao replied with a cold laugh. Assassin, the key is concealment. These people witnessed her attack and gleaned some information about her. There was no way she could let them leave. The group felt a chill run through them at her words. Leave the points behind. You may go. However, influenced by Lin Yang, Ruoyao managed to suppress the murderous intent within her. Leave? How could they just leave? Lin Yang blurted out urgently. After dozens of hours, they'd finally spotted a few living souls. Didn't he need to question them properly? Perhaps they could learn something about Shinsuru. We can't even leave? The only male among the 3 spoke up. His eyes were dark and fierce, hands clenched behind his back, clearly prepared for a fight to the death. The 2 girls frantically buffed him up. Within moments, his body was surrounded by a swirl of colorful special effects. You should know, sir, that even united, we're not to be trifled with. Put. Ruoyao couldn't help but laugh at this remark. Tough opponents, indeed? Being chased by a level 7 black-haired boar that was killed with a single strike. What kind of strength could they possibly have? What? Think I'm bluffing? Come and try me. He bellowed, as if trying to steel his own nerves. Hearing this, Ruoyao could no longer hold back. She drew a slender dagger from her waist and flung it. Clang! The weapon in his hand snapped, forcibly altering the dagger's trajectory. Thud! The dagger plunged into the man's shoulder, shattering layer after layer of his protective shields. The immense impact pinned him against the ancient tree behind him. The 2 women were terrified, their faces drained of color. It was merely a probing attack, yet their combined defenses had proven laughable. Boring. Ruoyao drew another dagger, yawning as she prepared to throw it. What are you doing? The sudden reprimand startled her. She never expected Lin Yang to be so furious. Thinking of all he'd done for her and that she was acting for his safety and interests. A wave of resentment surged within her. Clutching the hem of her shirt, she protested. You don't want Shinsuru to find out about us either, do you? Lin Yang was utterly baffled. What? Was their relationship something they couldn't bring themselves to reveal? With his mind full of questions, Lin Yang voiced his confusion. Why can't Shinsuru know? Are you stupid? Girls are all selfish. Ugh, I can't explain it to you. Ruoyao's reasoning failed to convince Lin Yang, but it convinced herself. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. I've been so considerate of him, and he actually snapped at me. Oomph. She pouted, venting her frustration. Iruoya was only pretending to be angry. But those three were genuinely panicking. Is this really the same person? The girl who had been so arrogant moments ago was now acting coy? It's unnecessary. Lin Yang ruffled Iruoya's hair, then stepped past her to face the trio. Points don't matter. Lives don't matter. What matters is how to get out. Have you seen a girl about this tall, wearing blue clothes and carrying a sword? Lin Yang gestured with his hands. The three exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Lin Yang looked disappointed. Guess I'll have to get tough with them. Iruoya, out of sight behind Lin Yang, made a throat-slitting gesture toward them. The trio immediately changed their tune, nodding vigorously. Have you seen it or not? Lin Yang was curious why had they changed their story again. Beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads as they exchanged glances, strategizing their response. Behind them, Iruoya pointed deep into the forest. The others instantly understood her meaning. We saw him. He went that way. They all pointed toward the dense jungle behind them. Oh, okay. Thanks. Lin Yang patted the man on the shoulder and pulled the boy down from the tree. The dagger had pierced his shoulder, but thankfully, it wasn't a fatal wound. Lin Yang returned the dagger to Iruoya and addressed the group. Want to come with us? There's strength in numbers. Several people were about to refuse, but upon seeing Iruoya's icy gaze, they changed their minds. Fine, we'd be delighted. The man forced an awkward smile, now completely powerless to resist. My name is Chen Tao. Just call me Xiao Tao. Lin Yang. Lin Yang noted the name and led them deeper into the jungle. Along the way, Iruoya leaned close to Lin Yang's ear, her warm breath tickling him. You're really something. Iruoya said admiringly, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Me? I'm impressive? It's just normal walking. Strength in numbers, what's so impressive about that? A master of feigning ignorance. You knew the path ahead was dangerous, so you had them scouted out. Stop pretending. I see right through you. Iruoya nudged Lin Yang with her shoulder, giving him a look that said, I get you. Lin Yang? So that's how it could be interpreted, Lin Yang mused. Their journey proceeded smoothly, even surprisingly so. Along the way, they encountered several isolated students from Longyang No. 2 Middle School. Upon learning of Lin Yang's group's strength, they eagerly chose to join. Lin Yang's group steadily grew in numbers. Seeing the reserves behind them, Iruoya felt quite reassured. Keeping so many backup fighters around, that's really cautious of you. When facing opponents they couldn't defeat, they didn't need to run as fast as possible, just faster than those beside them. That was Iruoya's reasoning. The larger the group, the more at ease she felt. Beasts! A shout rang out from the front of the group. Iruoya instantly grew alert, shielding Lin Yang with her body. She desperately wanted to rush forward to investigate, but Lin Yang's safety mattered more. With so many people around, she couldn't leave. So big, such a huge wolf. A wolf? The crowd halted in their tracks. Lin Yang pushed past them, moving to the very front of the line. In the distant clearing, corpses littered the ground. Crimson blood stained the earth a deep red, creating a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Above the wild boar carcasses stood a massive wolf, its fur a deep blue-gray. Lin Yang recognized it, the Wind Moon Wolf King, Duanbo's beast companion. Under a tree, Duanbo pushed his thick glasses up his nose. Gathered before him were several students wearing the uniforms of Longyang No. 2 High School. Let's go together. There's strength in numbers. Before him, a sturdy-built boy pleaded desperately. No need. Duanbo's refusal was cold and indifferent. Is it strength in numbers, or do you want to borrow my strength? You know the answer. Duanbo cut straight to the heart of the matter. Rather than anger, the man knelt and pleaded. We've lost dozens of men along the way. Please, help us out. Duanbo averted his gaze. Only cattle and sheep need to travel in herds. As for me. At that moment, he also spotted Lin Yang's figure and Iruoya, who had been standing firmly in front of him the entire time. Have the first and third factions joined forces? It doesn't matter. They're all beneath contempt anyway. Duanbo sneered, pointing at Lin Yang. I'll take you on, but cripple him. Everyone followed the direction of Duanbo's finger. There, perched atop a tree, Lin Yang looked down upon them. Chapter 24, Strike While the Iron is Hot. Isn't this against school rules? The burly man swallowed hard, hesitating slightly. Sure, rules are more important than life. You can just walk out yourself. No. Urged on by Lin Yang, the man began walking toward him. Behind him trailed 7 or 8 trainees of similar build. Classmate, don't blame me. I'll be quick, just grit your teeth and it'll be over. I just want to stay alive too. Several of them drew their weapons as they approached Lin Yang. Some weren't even combat specialists unarmed, they wielded nothing but wooden sticks. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Urged on by Duanbo, the others dared not delay and reluctantly continued forward. But the further they went, the more anxious they grew. There are more than 2? Thankfully only 3. We outnumber them, we can handle it. As they drew nearer, more figures appeared behind Lin Yang in their field of vision. 4, 5, 6, 7. We're screwed. We can't beat them. The group began to lose their nerve. Behind them, Duanbo urged them on. It's too late to back out now. Either cripple him or feed him to my Wind Moon Wolf. Duanbo rose and positioned himself behind them, the Wind Moon Wolf standing at his side. The group hesitated, torn between choices. This is unnecessary. We just want to survive. This secret realm is far beyond what we can handle. We shouldn't all. Useless fools. Who said I wanted to stick with you? Duanbo sneered. Weaklings will always be weaklings. When they can't win, their first thought is to seek help. The kind of people you are the ones I despise most in this world, unwilling to put in the effort, yet craving others' strength. What were you doing all this time? Duanbo's voice grew louder with each word. Lin Yang could sense Yi Ruoyao trembling. It's not like that. Not everyone has access to cultivation resources like yours. Even if ordinary people risk their lives? Yi Ruoyao's voice was barely audible. Even Lin Yang, standing closest to her, couldn't make out the rest of her words. If you don't want to fight, stand behind me. With this many people already here, a few more won't make a difference. Lin Yang gestured behind him, addressing the few people in front of him. You think they'll listen to you? I'm the strongest here. I should be in charge. What are you doing? Before Duanbo could finish, the others had already dashed behind Lin Yang. What strength do you have? What strength do I have? You dare defy me? Duanbo's face twisted into a ferocious expression. Yi Ruoyao stepped in front of Lin Yang and addressed him. Looking for a fight? The standoff intensified. Behind Lin Yang stood hundreds of students from Longyang No. 2 High School. On paper, even a single punch from one of them could reduce Duanbo to mincemeat. Duanbo couldn't quite gauge Lin Yang's strength. They had clashed once before, and Lin Yang's S-rank technique, the dragon-slaying sword art, had easily intimidated him into retreat. So now, he intended to use the men before him to gauge Lin Yang's strength. But, unexpectedly, those men turned on him. When you're asking for favors, you need to show the proper attitude. If you can't even handle a few words, what good are you? Duanbo grew increasingly furious the more he thought about it. But constrained by Lin Yang's formidable power, he refrained from acting immediately. At that moment, the Wind Moon Wolf King leaned close and whispered softly into Duanbo's ear. I don't smell Shinsiru's scent. Duanbo's small eyes widened instantly. Without a beast master, his beast taming abilities were severely compromised. Not a single skill could be activated. Without his S-rank cultivation technique, Duanbo lost even the last shred of restraint. He realized this might be a golden opportunity to deal a crushing blow to Shinsiru. But he never imagined that Lin Yang, not being a beast tamer, was naturally unrestricted by the rules. All bluster and no substance. This isn't a fight, it's you getting beaten one-sidedly. With Shinsiru absent, Duanbo seized the initiative to strike first and take down Lin Yang. The Wind Moon Wolf King charged forward at breakneck speed, lunging toward Lin Yang. Seeing this, the others shielded Lin Yang in front of them. Dealing with you? I'm more than enough. Yi Ruoyao glanced back. There was some distance between the trainees and Lin Yang. With no fear of their betrayal, she could fight with all her might. Wielding, slaying evil, her figure moved like a ghostly apparition, closing the distance to the Wind Moon Wolf King in an instant. Oomph. Looking for death. Duanbo sneered coldly at the sight. An 8th level assassin? In a head-on duel, how do you expect to defeat my 11th level Beastmaster? How do you know my stats? Duanbo, overcome with arrogance, blurted out the words before he could stop himself. Faced with Yi Ruoyao's sharp question, his face flushed crimson, and he remained silent for a long moment. A spoiled brat riding on his uncle's coattails, and now you're putting on airs? Yi Ruoyao continued her taunts. Duanbo instantly snapped. Shut up. I got here through my own hard work, it has nothing to do with my uncle Wu Zhe. He retorted while commanding the Wind Moon Wolf King to unleash its skill. The Wind Moon Wolf King's claws ignited with flames as it suddenly pounced downward. Yi Ruoyao parried the attack head-on with her purple-black dagger, slaying evil. Clang! The clash of steel reverberated through everyone's eardrums. The attack yielded little result, neither side gaining an advantage. I am no longer the person I once was. So what if he's a Beastmaster? So what if he's 3 ranks above me? With Lin Yang's help, I have everything I need. Yi Ruoyao radiated unshakable confidence, her every move concealing lethal strikes that forced the Wind Moon Wolf King into retreat. What are you doing? Use your skills. Watching the battle unfold, Duanbo erupted in fury. But suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he froze. Impossible. She's only level 8. Panic gripped Duanbo's heart. He dared not imagine it, yet he had no choice but to accept it. In this battle, he was the weak one. Attack! 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 You're an A-rank Beastmaster, and I'm an 11th rank Beastmaster, how could we possibly lose to her? Duanbo barked out orders one after another. Yet at that moment, the Wind Moon Wolf King was completely overwhelmed by Iruoyo, unable to unleash a single skill. Duanbo's commands transformed into clusters of spiritual energy, piling up against the Wind Moon Wolf King's chest. The spiritual energy accumulated, erupting with Iruoyo's next strike. Put! The Wind Moon Wolf King spat out a mouthful of blood, whether its own or the black-haired boar's, no one could tell. As a person, you lack humility. As a beastmaster, you lack professionalism. You are nothing. Lin Yang glared coldly at Duanbo. The Wind Moon Wolf King was different from the black-haired boar he had summoned. The Wind Moon Wolf King possessed an independent soul. Perhaps the Wind Moon Wolf King was at a disadvantage in their battle, but without Duanbo's reckless command, it wouldn't have fallen so swiftly. Iruoyo held nothing back, activating her skill, Shadow Flow. Her speed surged once more. Even with the enhancement of Assassin's senses, Lin Yang could only barely make out a faint, blurred afterimage. SSS. Slaying evil carved deep gashes into the Wind Moon Wolf King's body. The Wind Moon Wolf King swayed like a flickering candle in the wind. Its tendons severed by Iruoyo, it could offer no resistance, left utterly defenseless. The game over, Iruoyo aimed for the Wind Moon Wolf King's heart, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. How dare you! Duanbo rushed forward, desperately using his own body to shield the Wind Moon Wolf King. A beastmaster's physique was no match for a body cultivator's. Iruoyo's attack could easily tear through his flesh. The Wind Moon Wolf King mustered its last ounce of strength, using its head to knock Duanbo aside. Soul Slayer sank deep into the Wind Moon Wolf King's abdomen. The outcome was decided. The Wind Moon Wolf King gasped for breath, blood gushing from the gaping wound in its abdomen. Shadow Flow ended. Exhaustion washed over her as Iruoyo swiftly retreated to stand before Lin Yang. She hadn't managed to finish him off with a single strike, but it was close enough. The Wind Moon Wolf King had lost all combat ability. Death was merely a matter of time. How dare you! How dare you! Duanbo glared furiously at Lin Yang, pulling a vial of syringes from his pocket. Each one, in every color, was worth millions on the black market. What do you have to compare with me? I will not lose. Duanbo roared, drawing 2 syringes, one he thrust into the Wind Moon Wolf King, the other into his own heart. His eyes burned with venom as he glared at Lin Yang. Do you know? 1 vial is enough to buy your life. As he spoke, pale blue flames erupted across the Wind Moon Wolf King's body. Its wounds rapidly healed, severed tendons reconnecting on their own. Bones cracked and creaked, muscles bulged and knotted, and its form swelled to more than twice its original size. What do you have to fight me with? What gives you the right to challenge me? The Wind Moon Wolf King rose, its body shimmering with blue light, its eyes glowing with pale blue flames. Filled with rage, it advanced toward Lin Yang, leaving a trail of burning footprints in its wake. I'll hold it off. You get out of here deep into the forest. There lies what terrifies them. Iruoyo's adrenaline surged, her face showing no trace of fear. Under the negative buff of the Shadow Flow, her combat strength was still inferior to Lin Yang's. Yet she stood firmly in front of Lin Yang. Chapter 25, Breakthrough in Battle, Leaping 10 Levels. No matter what profession you're in, money paves the way, connections build the bridge. You're just an ordinary person, what do you have to fight me with? How could you possibly fight me? Under the stimulation of the Spirit Sea injection, Duanbo's heart frantically pumped out spiritual energy. Excess spiritual energy seeped through his skin, condensing into a thick mist in the air. The Wind Moon Wolf King pressed forward relentlessly, waves of scorching heat slapping against Lin Yang's face, stinging fiercely. Iruoyo instinctively took a few steps back. Her petite frame curled tightly against Lin Yang's embrace. If you can't win, don't push yourself. One failure isn't the end of the world. Lin Yang offered reassurance. He still had the Beast Compendium unused. After prolonged combat, the Black Boar's soul level had reached Tier 5. Even if they couldn't defeat the Wind Moon Wolf King, hundreds of black-haired boars could still hold it off. At the very least, escape was still possible. No! Iruoyo's voice was icy cold. Her hand gripping, Slay Evil, trembled slightly. She knew full well that the Wind Moon Wolf King, now under the influence of the drug, was beyond her capabilities. There was already a 3-level gap between them, and now that he was boosted by a potion with severe side effects, it wouldn't be surprising if she couldn't defeat him. But Iruoyo's blood boiled, her spiritual energy surging out of control. She was determined to fight to the bitter end. Was it written in the stars that the poor must always bow to the rich? Why should he be able to spend money and cheat, while I can't? Was it because she hadn't worked hard enough? Memories of countless late-night training sessions flooded Iruoyo's mind. She could accept defeat, but not so easily. Otherwise, her sleepless nights of grueling practice would become a laughingstock. Resentment was one thing, but the stark reality of their disparity in skill was undeniable. She had to face it. Her sudden surge in strength was connected to Lin Yang. Then Lin Yang's strength should be at least stronger than hers, right? There was no other choice. She had to try everything. Iruoyo looked at Lin Yang with hopeful eyes, seeking the strength she desired from him. Lin Yang felt slightly uncomfortable under her gaze and replied. What are you looking at me for? He probably wanted to run away but couldn't bring himself to say it. No big deal. If you can't beat M, run M. Better safe than sorry. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yang spoke. Follow your heart's choice. The world's judgment is just a shackle, it can't bind anyone. Ruoyo pondered thoughtfully. Are societal expectations merely shackles? But if you can't win, does that mean you have to run? As the Wind Moon Wolf King drew nearer, Lin Yang saw Ruoyo still hesitating and added. Don't worry. I've got this. Lin Yang decided that once Ruoyo retreated behind him, he would immediately summon hundreds of black-haired wild boars to cover their retreat. Why fight if you can't win? Just looking for trouble? It wasn't like they'd always lose. With the threefold cultivation speed boost, next time they met, they'd definitely beat the Wind Moon Wolf Kings, but Ruoyo didn't see it that way. I knew he had a backup plan. With him covering our backs, I can go all out. With that thought, Ruoyo flashed Lin Yang a mischievous smile before grabbing Slay Evil and charging straight at the Wind Moon Wolf King. Lin Yang! Did she misunderstand my meaning? The purple-black figure and the blue flames clashed fiercely. Sparks flew after several exchanges. Unlike their previous encounter, this time the Wind Moon Wolf King completely dominated Ruoyo. Just as Ruoyo attempted to fight back, she was instantly pushed back by the Wind Moon Wolf King's powerful and relentless assault. Is this the leader you all admire? Is this all she's got? Seeing the situation firmly under his control, Duanbo sneered without mercy. Those who betrayed me, I remember every one of you. Not a single one will escape. Once I've dealt with them, it'll be your turn. Duanbo's chilling laughter sent shivers down the spines of those behind Lin Yang. Captain, what should we do? The support class girl from the original trio anxiously awaited Chun Tao's response. Behind Lin Yang, most of the others, seeing the two sides engage in battle, immediately fled. Only a handful remained. What should we do? You saw the dangers along the way. Even if we run, where can we possibly go? We might as well fight to the end. Fury flared in Chen Tao's eyes. For ordinary people like them, surviving in the clutches of the beasts had already required every ounce of strength they possessed. Yet in the end, it wasn't the beasts that claimed them, it was their own kind, seeking their deaths. If you can't escape, then fight. Thus, multicolored special effects erupted behind Lin Yang. A rainbow of streaks of light shot toward Ruoyo. Boom! The Wind Moon Wolf King's powerful claw swept through the air, sending Ruoyo tumbling backward. Her body spun several times in midair before plummeting downward. Fortunately, Lin Yang acted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Ruoyo's face was pale, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She was clearly spent. I'm sorry. I don't think I have the strength to challenge this unfair. Ruoyo gasped for breath, her body drained of all spiritual energy, her words weak and strained. You did exceptionally well. The sharpest blade must cut through without hesitation. Seeing Ruoyo's weakened state, Lin Yang felt an inexplicable pang of pity. He didn't know why this girl pushed herself so hard, what exactly sustained her. If Lin Yang faced an opponent he couldn't defeat, he'd definitely make a quick escape first. After all, only by staying alive could one seize the chance for revenge. But he couldn't discourage her. Everyone had their own reasons they couldn't ignore. You're delusional. Do you realize my monthly training expenses could cover your entire lifetime spending? How do you plan to bridge that financial gap? With nothing but hot blood? Oof. What's your blood worth once it's drained dry? Duanbo's tirade continued, but Ruoyo paid him no mind. Lin Yang's words echoed in her ears. The sharpest sword is the one that charges forward without hesitation. If I win, what does dying matter? To fall on the battlefield, isn't that the highest honor? Suddenly, a potent surge of spiritual energy erupted around Ruoyo. Her stats began to skyrocket. What is this? Witnessing Ruoyo's transformation, Lin Yang realized something. The scattered spiritual energy repaired Ruoyo's body in less than 2 seconds. She climbed out of Lin Yang's arms, and her data panel changed. Name, Ruoyo. Talent, Assassin Senses SS. Class, Assassin. Level, 10+2. Strength, 10+4. Speed, 10+4. Mental strength, 6+3. Potential, SS. A 2-level leap. All attributes skyrocketed by 2 points. Lin Yang's words shattered Ruoyo's inner demons. She had always feared dying in battle before avenging her father. But dying on the path of vengeance, isn't that a noble end? Ruoyo suddenly saw the light. She leapt 2 levels, her wounds healing instantly. Thank you. Feeling her power surge, Ruoyo's spirit soared. She spun around abruptly, her rosy lips gently brushing against Lin Yang's cheek. What did I do now? Lin Yang was utterly baffled. But Ruoyo was unusually clear-headed. Her state of mind was different from usual. A breakthrough in battle? Interesting. But so what? Before injections costing millions per dose, you're nothing more than a slightly larger insect. A kaleidoscope of enhancement effects converged upon her, as halos of light rose behind Ruoyo. Now she resembled a queen bathed in divine light, with all present bearing witness to her. Suddenly, Iruoya vanished from her spot. The next instant, a dark purple blade pierced the Wind Moon Wolf King's throat. It instinctively raised its paw to block. Clang. Chapter 26, Wound for Wound, Life for Life. The Wind Moon Wolf King's claws were severed clean off at the root. The weapon it prided itself on couldn't last a second against the upgraded Iruoya. The Wind Moon Wolf King recoiled in pain, scrambling backward. But Iruoya's 10-point speed attribute far surpassed its own. With every step it retreated, Iruoya closed in. Her blade flashed repeatedly, leaving multiple gashes of varying lengths across the Wind Moon Wolf King's body. Seeing this, Duanbo could no longer contain himself. Then add another 3 million. I'll see how many more times you can push through. A tube of crimson-colored serum injected into Duanbo's heart. Veins bulged on Duanbo's forehead as his blood vessels protested. His frail body couldn't withstand such potent drugs. Clutching his chest in agony, he still spat out his defiant words. I have as much of this potion as I want. Can you keep up? The potent serum's effects were immediately apparent. Under its influence, the Wind Moon Wolf King's severed claws regrew anew. The new claws were thicker and sharper. Behind Lin Yang, the others spared no spiritual energy. Every profession, every skill, every single one was concentrated and channeled into Iruoya. Roar! The Wind Moon Wolf King roared, its aura exploding outward as it forcibly pulled away from Iruoya. Before it could regain its composure, Iruoya closed in once more. The situation unfolded almost exactly like their first encounter. The Wind Moon Wolf King was being overwhelmed by Iruoya. No, I'm not strong enough. Not nearly strong enough. Duanbo simultaneously drew 2 vials of serum and plunged them into his own heart. 1 vial equaled Iruoya unleashing 2 skills. Duanbo injected 4 such vials. 8-fold amplification. The potent solution surged through Duanbo's entire body. Duanbo knelt on both knees, his face pale, the pain so intense he could barely breathe. Yet he persisted in injecting the solution. Until the very last drop reached his heart. Blood poured from Duanbo's nose and mouth as his body curled into a ball. The effects of the injection manifested through Duanbo onto the Wind Moon Wolf King. The flames surrounding the Wind Moon Wolf King blazed even brighter. Its body swelled to immense proportions once more, its bones hardening into steel. It stood toe-to-toe with Iruoya, matching her blow for blow. Struggling to his feet from the ground, Duanbo addressed Lin Yang. Watch closely, this is true power. Roar! The Wind Moon Wolf King let out a mournful cry, its rage turning the flames crimson. It roared as it charged at Iruoya, each strike fueled by fury. Scorching waves of heat slammed into Iruoya. The various protective shields summoned by the surrounding trainees absorbed the energy, rendering such tactics utterly ineffective against Iruoya. The battle reached a fever pitch. Bang! 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 After several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. But, the Wind Moon Wolf King's flesh and blood, sustained by various potions, healed as if reborn. Yet Iruoya's slay evil technique had reached its limit. Spider web-like cracks covered the entire surface of the purple-black dagger, deepening with every strike. Suddenly, snap! The slay evil shattered. Seizing the moment, the Wind Moon Wolf King sank its fangs into Iruoya's shoulder. The protective barrier shattered layer by layer, leaving several bloody holes in Iruoya's smooth, white shoulder. SSH. She instinctively tried to pull back, but Lin Yang's words echoed in her ears, the sharpest sword must charge forward without hesitation. Retreating now would only embolden the Wind Moon Wolf King's arrogance. So, enduring the Wolf King's fangs, Iruoya resolutely thrust the shattered sword of exorcism toward his throat. Roar! The Wind Moon Wolf King recoiled in pain, leaping backward. Lin Yang seized the moment, hurling the spider sting toward Iruoya. Use mine. I am with you. As the spider sting entered her hand, its form shifted. Shorter than before, yet slightly longer than an ordinary dagger. Iruoya gripped the spider sting and felt its contours twice, as if Lin Yang's hand were hers, sharing control of the blade. With Lin Yang's aid, this blade would cut through anything. A strange sense of confidence stirred within Iruoya. Behind Lin Yang, the others were drained of spiritual energy, sinking into a state of exhaustion. They could no longer cast a single enhancement skill. Though low level, their role was crucial. Most of the Wind Moon Wolf King's attacks were blocked by the various protective shields they had summoned. Without the shields, the group watched Iruoya with bated breath. She can't lose. They had staked everything on her, effectively siding with Lin Yang. If Iruoya lost, Duanbo wouldn't spare them. In the secret realm, ending someone's life was all too easy. Punishments were too lenient and difficult to enforce, making mutual slaughter a common occurrence. Under the hopeful gazes of her companions, Iruoya clashed with the Wind Moon Wolf King. She changed her tactics, no longer holding back, activating her shadow flow skill. Exchanging wounds for wounds, trading lives for lives. Ironically, once Iruoya truly embraced this seemingly self-destructive approach, her injuries actually diminished. She could sense the Wind Moon Wolf King's fear. It was retreating. It did not wish to exchange lives with Iruoyo. From that moment on, Iruoyo fought without restraint. Spider Sting, imbued with dragon energy, was razor sharp. Iruoyo unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks, plunging herself into a state of utter madness. She had never relished combat so intensely, yet she knew this fighting style was precisely what she craved, what she was meant to wield. Ha 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 ha. Her voice rang out like a silver bell, growing ever more excited, unable to contain herself. She reveled in the fight. The Wind Moon Wolf King sank its fangs into Iruoyo's right forearm, attempting to restrict her attacks. Iruoyo made no move to block. She switched the spider stinger from her right hand to her left and stabbed repeatedly. Within a second, the Wind Moon Wolf King's belly bore several fresh, bleeding wounds. It was genuinely terrified. The person before it seemed to have gone mad. So mad it dared not strike back. Come on, then. Iruoyo's face bore an inexplicable flush, her right hand hanging limply at her side clearly fractured. But how could she act as if nothing had happened? After all, the Wind Moon Wolf King was a tamed beast, possessing a certain level of intelligence. Yet it was precisely this intelligence that doomed him. It made him doubt whether his judgment had failed him. Was the opponent tricking it into attacking? Blood gushed relentlessly from its abdomen. Time was running out for the Wind Moon Wolf King. And Iruoyo had reached her limit. Yet she couldn't fathom why she still wanted to fight on, even as her body refused to hold out any longer. Yet she felt no pain, only an unprecedented exhilaration. Finally, the Wind Moon Wolf King grew fearful. It charged back to Duanbo's side at breakneck speed. Seeing the tide had turned against him, Duanbo still refused to give up. No! I can still stab. Snowflakes began to drift through the sky, drawing everyone's gaze to the strange phenomenon. Whoosh! A white sword she slashed out, landing beside Duanbo and freezing the pile of syringes solid. The Wind Moon Wolf King swiftly assessed the situation. It lowered its head, seized the barely conscious Duanbo in its jaws, and charged deep into the forest toward the least populated direction. Seeing the Wind Moon Wolf King voluntarily retreat, the crowd suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Iruoyo could hold on no longer, her body going limp like a noodle. Lin Yang had intended to pursue, but considering Iruoyo's condition, he opted for caution. Iruoyo lay limp in Lin Yang's arms, her right hand dangling feebly. She cracked a smile, a self-mocking grin. So what if he's rich? I have you. He can't touch me. Snowflakes landed on Iruoyo's long lashes, dusting her eyes with a layer of makeup. The snowfall intensified, but why was it suddenly snowing in the forest? An unusual sound echoed through the woods, causing everyone to instinctively go on alert. Lin Yang's sharp gaze scanned the woods. Until a faint blue figure appeared. Lin Yang's furrowed brows instantly relaxed. Lin Yang. Though it had been a long time, Shinsiru's voice remained as melodious as ever. Before Lin Yang could fully savor the moment, Shinsiru's tone suddenly dropped. What is she doing in your arms? Chapter 27, The Battlefield of Love. Are you hurt? The legendary sword Frostblade was casually thrust into the ground by Shinsiru. Her gaze swept over Lin Yang, then casually flickered toward Iruoyo twice. Lin Yang keenly caught this detail, thinking to himself. There seems to be some tension between them. Sorry, I'm spent. Iruoyo struggled to her feet. Lin Yang instinctively reached out to support her, but her warning glare stopped him. You saw what happened earlier. We had no choice but to fight. Everyone was giving it their all. Iruoyo deliberately widened the distance between herself and Lin Yang. Lin Yang understood her intent, but couldn't fathom why Iruoyo was acting this way. Well, congratulations. You didn't die. Shinsiru's words were laced with venom. I'm not going to die. I chose you die back then, dear sister. Have you forgotten? Bringing up the past, Lin Yang had no idea what the two were referring to. Iruoyo snapped back defiantly. If you hadn't brought it up, I'd have forgotten. You were so selfish back then. Shinsiru instinctively picked up Frostblade, gripping it tightly in her hand. Iruoyo showed no sign of backing down. Despite her weakness, she raised the spider sting, ready for battle. The tension between them was palpable, ready to erupt at any moment. This scene terrified the group meditating behind Lin Yang. After their battle with Duanbo, they were in a weakened state. They were adjusting their breathing in place. Shinsiru's words instantly snapped them to attention. We just got rid of Duanbo, are we really going to have to fight again? Chen Tao's heart raced. They were ordinary people, unable to endure such turmoil. If the two started fighting again, they'd be caught in the crossfire. Garlic bird, not even swimsuits. I'm warning you, stay away from Lin Yang. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be by his side. Shinsiru warned fiercely. Iruoyo also lost her temper. Oh? And you are worthy? What makes you so special? With your current strength, can you even protect him? If you're going to attack, just do it already. I'm so weak anyway, one swing of your sword and my head will be rolling on the ground. As she spoke, Iruoyo mimed a rolling motion with her hands. You think I won't dare? Then go ahead. Fine, go ahead. What are you gonna do about it? Then you strike. The two argued for a while, neither making the first move. After watching for a while, Lin Yang finally understood there might be some friction between them, but neither harbored much ill will toward the other. They were searching for a way out, neither truly intending to fight. My head feels so dizzy. I might have hit my head. Iruoyo suddenly clutched her forehead, feigning fainting, and collapsed into Lin Yang's arms. Leaning against Lin Yang's chest, Iruoyo smirked triumphantly and rubbed herself against his chest. Lin Yang! Lift your head up. I said lift your head up. Clang! Frostblade drew from its sheath. Shinsuru's face flushed with anger, a rare display of genuine fury. I'm so scared. I can't beat her like this. Sis, you won't kill me, will you? If only I hadn't fought Duanbo, she wouldn't be bullying me like this now. But I couldn't stand him bullying brother like that. Iruoyo blinked her big eyes, forcing out a few tears as she looked at Lin Yang with an innocent expression. You. Lin Yang froze in place, feeling the softness in his arms. He wasn't sure whether he should push Iruoyo away. Lin Yang could only see Iruoyo's thick, beautiful hair, unable to discern her expression. So Iruoyo grew even bolder. He. She playfully stuck out her tongue, declaring her victory. You. Shinsuruo's chest trembled with fury. She grabbed Frostblade and pointed it at Iruoyo. Lin Yang's expression abruptly changed. In Lin Yang's line of sight, Shinsuru's sword was pointed directly at him. He couldn't let Iruoyo cause any more trouble. Everyone was already weakened, they couldn't withstand internal strife. Lin Yang was about to speak. Shinsuru suddenly tossed her sword aside and threw herself into Lin Yang's arms. Lin Yang found himself forced to embrace her from both sides. Both sides harbored ulterior motives, while Lin Yang's mind went completely blank. Is this right? But honestly, this felt pretty damn good. Shinsuru was both furious and exasperated, but what could she do? Pointing a sword at the Demon King, what if he got angry and refused to play along? Besides, what right did she have to be angry? Iruoyo had taken her position. But there was nothing between her and Lin Yang, right? The more Shinsuru thought about it, the more wrong she felt. I shouldn't have let you off that night. She muttered under her breath. If she'd taken Lin Yang that night, how could she have let that Iruoyo get so bold? She should have acted then. After a moment, Lin Yang spoke softly. Are you done causing trouble? The quarrelsome mood dissipated, and both regained some composure. They both scrambled out of Lin Yang's embrace. Iruoyo wore a smug look, while Shinsuru's face flushed crimson. What was I doing just now? Just one disruption from her, and look what happened. Shinsuruo's mind went blank. Seeing the three separate, the crowd behind Lin Yang collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they didn't come to blows. They truly couldn't handle any more drama. Having dealt with the two women, Lin Yang began cleaning up the aftermath. Duanbo had dropped numerous vials during his escape. Those were valuable items. Duanbo had relied on them to take on multiple opponents. Had Shinsuru not frozen the vials in time, allowing Duanbo to keep injecting them, the outcome of this battle would have been far from certain. Such potent substances, even if unused, could fetch a hefty price on the black market. Lin Yang approached the pile of syringes. Some had shattered, spilling multicolored liquids across the floor. Ice crystals mingled with glass shards, making separation difficult for the moment. Recovering the syringes would take some time. Leave this dirty work to me. Iruoyo's voice sounded beside Lin Yang. Her slender, knuckled bony fingers, shrouded in a wisp of black mist, deftly navigated the pile of shards. In moments, the syringes and debris were neatly separated into two distinct piles. Iruoyo gently wiped the residue from the syringe before presenting it to Lin Yang. There you go, all done. She tilted her head back proudly, like a child waiting for praise. This task was utterly simple for her. The training she had undergone was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more difficult than this. Good. Lin Yang replied, tucking away the syringe. Not hearing Lin Yang's praise, Iruoyo pouted, feeling a bit upset. But she had secretly stashed away the most expensive vial, so she had no real reason to throw a tantrum. After clearing the battlefield, Lin Yang approached the trainees who had stayed behind to help him resist Duanbo. They were different from the others who had fled. Facing a formidable foe, they had at least dared to resist, standing resolutely by Lin Yang's side until the very end. Lin Yang felt they were worth winning over. Seeing Lin Yang approach, Chen Tao and the others hurriedly rose to greet him. There were about 20 of them in total. Lin Yang assessed their injuries. Most were simply exhausted, while a few had sustained wounds from earlier beast attacks, none of which were serious. As night fell, the group regained some strength. Some chopped wood, others tended the fire. Working together, they constructed a temporary shelter. Some even utilized the brewer profession to brew several jars of fruit wine from wild berries. Lin Yang called them to gather in a circle. A bonfire blazed in the center, roasting the black-haired boar over its flames. Fat dripped into the flames, sending sparks flying and crackling loudly. Now we just wait for time to pass. Finally, we can relax a bit. The mood lightened with the warmth of the fire. They reveled freely around the flames, celebrating their hard-won victory and the long-awaited peace. As the feast drew to a close, Shinshiro nestled close to Lin Yang and whispered softly in his ear. Actually, even when the time ends, the secret realm won't conclude. We still won't be able to leave. Chapter 28, The Secret Realms Foundation, Lord-Class Monsters. Hearing her words, Lin Yang paled in shock. Shinshiro continued. I thought we'd been teleported to another secret realm. But these past few days have made me realize this isn't the Beishan secret realm, nor is it the Tsangshan secret realm. Rather, this is where these two artificial secret realms have merged. This is deliberate. They don't want us to leave. Shinshiro looked deeply troubled. If this news were to spread, the survivors would plunge back into panic. That's why she dared only tell Lin Yang. Is there no way out? Lin Yang had only recently arrived in this world and clearly understood the secret realm far less than Shinshiro. Shinshiro thought for a moment before replying. There is. Unless the one causing the secret realm to merge chooses to stop voluntarily, or... She paused at this point. Or we break through this place. Shinshiro pointed at the ground and patiently explained. Every secret realm has a foundation. Monsters are classified into 7 tiers: common, elite, lord, pseudo-god, demigod, ancient god, and titan. The black-haired boar Lin Yang had tamed belonged to the common beast category. The black-haired boar king, however, was an elite-tier beast. However, neither of these beasts qualifies as a secret realm foundation. The lowest tier foundation for a secret realm must be a lord-level being. Judging by the classification of the Tsangshan secret realm, the cornerstone here is most likely a lord-level magical beast. Another way to escape the secret realm was to kill its cornerstone. Without it, the realm would disintegrate on its own. Lin Yang sighed, his gaze fixed straight ahead. What level are the lord-class beasts in the Tsangshan secret realm? Shinshiro, with her extensive knowledge, might know. I honestly don't know that. I actually do know that. Ruoyo approached, holding a piece of wild boar meat in each hand. She wiggled her little bottom and sat down beside Lin Yang. She handed him the larger piece of wild boar meat. Careful, it's hot. After bringing it to Lin Yang's lips, Ruoyo blew on it twice, still concerned. Having gone without a single grain of rice for 2 days in the secret realm, Lin Yang was genuinely hungry. Faced with the pork Ruoyo offered, he naturally didn't refuse. His teeth sank into the tender pork, its juices flooding his entire mouth. Tender yet pleasantly chewy, the pork chop offered a satisfying texture. Savoring the rare delicacy, Lin Yang couldn't help but praise. Wild boar really packs a punch. Beside him, Shinshiro's stomach growled uncontrollably. In her eagerness to meet Lin Yang sooner, she hadn't eaten much along the way. Now, with urgent matters to discuss with Lin Yang, she couldn't very well go to the campfire to get some. Where's my bite mark? Ruoyo stared at the other pork chop in her hand, puzzled. Oh no! You ate that one, I'd already eaten half of it. Shinshiro clenched her fists so tightly they creaked, or rather, it was her silver teeth that should have been creaking. Well, there's nothing we can do about it then. I won't eat the one with chili powder. How about you, sis? Shinshiro scanned the room, confirming the offer was meant for her. Sis? She was backing down. Then I can't either. Growl. Shinshiro's stomach growled again, betraying her. Acceptance agreeing to reconcile. Why fight against your own hunger? Shinshiro accepted the pork chop offered to her and took small bites. Surprisingly, it tasted pretty good. Then let's make up for just 1 day. Let the worldly wise Yao Yao solve your problems. Ruoyo clapped her hands and said earnestly. At the very heart of the Tsangshan secret realm lies a water pool where a pregnant Tsangshan earth dragon resides. The black armor boar king we encountered along the way was imprisoned by them. Don't be fooled by how relentlessly it pursued us. Once the seal is broken, the first thing they'll deal with is the Tsangshan earth dragon that imprisoned them. Yao tilted her head back, a look of satisfaction on her face. What level is the Tsangshan earth dragon, roughly? With Shinshiro and Ruoyo present, the support class adventurers had regained enough strength to defeat opponents around level 14 to 15. Around level 20, I'd say. Level 20? That's no problem. The moment the words left her mouth, Ruoyo realized the gap between them and the Tsangshan earth dragon. Her spirits dipped briefly before she quickly regained her sunny demeanor. It's fine. No matter how powerful the Tsangshan earth dragon is, it's only one creature. We have numbers, we'll stuff it to death. Stop looking so gloomy. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. I'll just pat its stomach first. By the time you get in, its belly will be nice and warm, much more comfortable. Ruoyo cracked a random joke, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Just then, Chen Tao approached, holding a wine cup. Brother Yang, on behalf of all the juniors behind me, I raise a toast to you. If it weren't for you, we'd be stuck dealing with Duanbo's harassment. Even without his harassment, we couldn't handle the beasts here. Since you're willing to accept it, once we leave the secret realm, we plan to nominate you as this year's student representative. It's the will of the people, after all. Chen Tao wore a smile, naively believing that once the 7 days passed, the secret realm would end. Lin Yang couldn't bear to shatter his illusion, so he simply raised his cup and drank with him. A desolate moonlight spilled across the land. Whoosh! A jet of blood shot out, tinged with silver.
Cough cough cough. Feng Yue. How many is this now? Duan Bo asked weakly.
His face was gaunt and haggard, his hair streaked with gray, his voice weak and breathless.
The fourth one. They're getting tougher each time.
The Wind Moon Wolf King silently licked his wounds.
You're injured. I can still administer medicine.
I won't let you suffer any more harm. Duan Bo trembled as he fumbled for one of his few remaining syringes and aimed it at his chest. The Wind Moon Wolf King gently bit his left arm, halting Duan Bo's action.
Is the title of squad leader really that important?
With our strength, we'd be unmatched even in the promotion tournament.
There's no need. Duan Bo exhaled deeply, explaining with rare patience.
My uncle lost a contest of strength with her father and has been suppressed by him for over a decade.
It wasn't my choice to compete, my uncle forced me into this rivalry with her.
Even my birth was timed by him, all for the sake of competing with Shinsiru. This is how I've lived all these years.
Tell me, if I don't compete with her, what meaning would my existence hold?
Duan Bo lifted his head to look at the Wind Moon Wolf King, amber eyes glinting faintly. The Wind Moon Wolf King offered no reply, merely turning his head to sniff the air.
The prey is here again. It's time to move.
Duan Bo struggled to his feet, his body pierced by at least 7 or 8 vials.
Though only level 11, the Wind Moon Wolf King could now defeat the level 14 Black Armor Boar King by crossing levels. This is the last one. Defeat it, and my mission is complete.
With careful attention to combat details, the level 15 Black Armor Boar King would be no challenge. Under the moonlight, 2 crimson eyes glowed distinctly in the distance. The Wind Moon Wolf King, engulfed in flames, charged forward. Bearing the hopes of his elders, Duan Bo couldn't afford to lose.
Neither could the Wind Moon Wolf King. A fierce battle raged from dusk till dawn. Duan Bo emerged victorious, though barely.
As the sun rose, Duan Bo and the Wind Moon Wolf King lay huddled together, their bloodstains long since dried. The side effects of the multi-dose injections had already manifested, plunging Duan Bo into a prolonged state of weakness. The earth trembled violently. Something was awakening in the heart of the forest.
Duan Bo knew exactly what it was.
Ever since he had slain the level 15 Black Armor Boar King, he had understood what he would have to face.
But he had no choice. If I could, let me die in the secret realm alongside Shinsiru. In my next life, I only wish to live a little more lightly. Meanwhile, Shinsiru and Iruoyo lay pressed against Lin Yang's chest, one on each side.
They'd indulged a bit too much last night. The fruit wine was intoxicating and had fallen asleep on top of Lin Yang.
Brother Yang! Brother Yang! What's going on here? Lin Yang was roused by the shouts.
Groggily, he saw everyone's faces were deathly pale.
Ha! This is... Feeling the ground tremble, Lin Yang seemed to realize something. This is bad. The Earth Dragon of Tsangshan has personally descended. Chapter 29, The Fountain of Immortality, Tsangshan Earth Dragon.
No way, man, don't mess with us.
Is the newbie secret realm this intense?
Chen Tao and the others were on the verge of tears.
Some possessed minor talents in certain areas and, persuaded by family and friends, decided to give it a shot. So they gave it a shot. But the path of cultivation is never short of geniuses. Those with modest talents were everywhere. While others were enjoying themselves, they trained relentlessly, finally making it to Longyang Academy. In the end, beyond serving as support for true geniuses, they could only serve as fodder for the mighty beasts. The experiences of the others were much the same as Chen Tao's. Except for the truly exceptional. Each year, a vast number of practitioners emerge. With such a large pool, geniuses inevitably appear. At the heart of the forest, near the Fountain of Eternal Life, a large group had gathered, including several prodigies around level 10. Shinsiru had resolved to vie for the class president position precisely to avoid direct combat with these formidable opponents. With comparable strength, victory was uncertain. Gathering from all corners, the geniuses set their sights directly on the Fountain of Longevity. The ground ceased trembling as an earth-gray dragon's head rose from the spring's waters. It looked down on the crowd with disdain, bellowing to its minions. Boss, this must be the strongest boss in the secret realm, right? Wonder how many points killing it would be worth.
At the forefront of the group stood a hastily assembled trio. The leader was a lean young man flanked by 2 stalwarts, one plump, one short.
Upon entering the secret realm, they immediately sensed something amiss.
As they delved deeper, the trio successfully regrouped.
The monsters here exceeded their safe kill range, prompting them to form an impromptu combat squad. Monster points were split evenly, resulting in low points for each member. Yet they all ranked within the top 10.
Boss, you've looked out for us enough on this journey.
Keep all the points from this monster, we don't want them. Fatso fawned obsequiously. Skinny shot him a glance and whispered. Prepare for battle. The Tsangshan Earth Dragon thrust its body out of the Fountain of Longevity and bellowed. Yet not a single one of its subordinates responded.
The area around the Fountain of Eternal Life was an absolute forbidden zone.
No creature except the Tsongshan Earth Dragon was permitted to approach. Not even the Black Armor Boar King was an exception. Genius never belongs to one alone, but to a group. Captain Jia Yao, shall we team up again? As Jia Yao and his two companions took their positions, another trio stepped forward. Don't say I didn't warn you, this black-haired boar is nothing like the ones before. Word is it's a level 10 plus monster. If you die, I won't be held responsible. Jia Yao warned them while organizing his tactical gear. Oh my! The opposing captain was a girl with a mane of silky purple hair. She stretched lazily and said with a languid tone. Worry about yourself first, fake captain. A double entendre. Clearly mocking Jia Yao. Jia Yao had no time for banter. After organizing his gear, he exchanged a glance with the two behind him. They understood immediately. The shorter one stepped back a few paces, and a ring of light rose, two streams of light merging into the fat man and Jia Yao's bodies. Empowered by the light streams, their speed, strength, and other attributes received a slight boost. Where are your teammates? You're not planning to fight like this, are you? Jia Yao turned his head to glance at her. The purple-haired girl wore only a pair of ultra-short hot pants, her slender, firm thighs exposed, smooth as porcelain. Jia Yao didn't think such attire was conducive to combat. My skills alone are sufficient. As the two bantered, the other squads finished preparing their combat formations. Approximately 10 squads, 30 elite fighters from each class, united to hunt down the Tsongshan Earth Dragon. Elite against Overlord, the battle was about to erupt. Everyone, life and death are predestined. I'll go first. Jia Yao leapt off the ground with explosive force, soaring 10 meters into the air as his black broadsword flashed into view. He charged forward with crushing force, bearing down on the Tsongshan Earth Dragon. The Tsongshan Earth Dragon's body was coated in a strange, viscous slime as it gazed around with a dazed, innocent expression. Crash! The broad black sword struck the top of the Tsongshan Earth Dragon's head, only to snap clean in two. This. Jia Yao's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. SSSH. A powerful suction force swept over him. The Tsongshan Earth Dragon clutched its forehead with its short claws, gasping sharply, its face contorted in agony. No way, this can't be a level 10? Jia Yao sensed something was amiss, but it was already too late. 9 figures arrived in succession, each wielding different weapons, all attacking the Tsongshan Earth Dragon. Roar! The Tsongshan Earth Dragon was successfully enraged. It lashed out with its tail, sending 4 or 5 nearby trainees flying. Thud! After landing, their eyes were bloodshot, their faces purple, and they couldn't utter a sound. Soon, they fell silent. Turning to assess the damage, they saw several faint white marks etched into the scales on the Tsongshan Earth Dragon's forehead. This was the combined effort of 30 elite warriors. It couldn't be said they'd gained nothing. At the very least, it had succeeded in disfiguring the Tsongshan Earth Dragon. How is this possible? The support class practitioner stared at the gruesome scene before them, too shocked to form a complete sentence. Each of them was an elite from their respective classes, capable of instantly defeating peers of equal rank. They had encountered high-level magical beasts along the way. After forming their squad, their combined strength left no threat unchallenged. How could they now be outnumbered tenfold and still be unable to prevail? The Tsongshan Earth Dragon lashed out with its tail once more. Jia Yao raised his broadsword to block. Crack! The broadsword shattered into countless fragments, most of which embedded themselves in his chest. Jia Yao landed, rolled twice, spat blood, and said weakly, "Retreat! We can't win this." Of the 10 who had surrounded the Tsongshan Earth Dragon, only the purple-haired girl remained. Seeing the dire situation, she turned tail and fled immediately. Roar! The Tsongshan Earth Dragon roared, its fury ignited by the group's actions. Hundreds of meters away, at a makeshift shelter. The screams carried far. Hearing his companions' agonized cries, Chen Tao timidly asked, "Should we go help?" "Of course. If you want to go, go by yourself." Shinsuruo and Iruoyo spoke simultaneously. 2 completely different responses. The two exchanged a glance. Chen Tao, caught between them, timidly asked, "How about you two get on the same page first?" Iruoyo crossed her arms, speaking with a touch of petulance. "They want to snatch the points? Let them have them. I don't want them anyway." "What? Miss Shin, you're not getting soft, are you?" Provoked by Iruoyo's retort, Shinsuru also grew irritated. She turned to look at Lin Yang. "What about you?" Lin Yang thought for a moment. "Sooner or later, we'll have to go. They had no choice, they had to kill that lord-level beast to escape the secret realm. I think we have to go." Upon hearing Lin Yang's response, Shinsuru felt a surge of confidence. "Alright then, just the 2 of us. Let's go." She took Lin Yang's hand and headed toward the forest center. "Wait a moment." Iruoyo grabbed Lin Yang's other hand, tugging at it as she competed with Shinsuru. "If you go, I go. I'll only protect you." Chen Tao's mind raced and he immediately retorted, "Then we'll come along too." "No need." Shinsuru cut him off. "What? Shen Da. They're already here." The sound of marching echoed through the forest. At first faint, the footsteps grew louder and more chaotic within seconds. A purple figure in the distance stood out sharply. She charged forward, abandoning all notions of grace. Survival was her only concern now. "Run! There's a monster behind us!" She shouted the warning to Lin Yang and the others. Hearing the commotion, the group instinctively began forming a defensive formation. Spiritual energy surged as support skills readied themselves for action. Thump! 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 Footsteps echoed behind them. Lin Yang instantly grew alert. Fighting on two fronts? Before long, several level 15 fully evolved black armor boar kings with blood-red pupils appeared in Lin Yang's field of vision. Trapped between these two forces, Lin Yang and his companions found themselves in a desperate predicament. Chapter 30: Perfect Black Armor Boar King vs. Tsongshan Earth Dragon. Ahead lay unknown peril, while behind them swarmed countless level 15 black armor boars. Huddled together, the group couldn't come up with a single decent plan. "Damn it! I'll fight you all to the death." The purple-haired girl's toned, slender thighs were bound by black leg wraps, each holding a short blade. Like a furious lioness, she stood imposing with her twin blades in hand. But after that moment of bravado, she was plunged into deep confusion. How many of these damn things are there? All around, level 15 black armor boar kings steadily took their positions. They encircled the group. The black armor boar kings neither attacked the group nor yielded their positions, as if awaiting something. "Before I die, I'll drag at least two of them down with me." Above the forest ahead, several figures suddenly soared into the air. Among them was the fat man. "Damn it, thank goodness I've got thick skin." After landing, the fat man scrambled on all fours, crawling frantically. Soon, the two groups converged. "Why aren't you running? There's something behind us." Seeing the black armor boar king standing in battle formation, the fat man swallowed the rest of his words. "Run? How could they run?" Deep despair engulfed the group. "My word always stands." Yi Ruoyao's expression grew solemn. Suddenly, she embraced Lin Yang's face and planted a fierce kiss on his lips. "Find a chance to run. Don't worry about me. I'm the sharpest blade. My mission is to charge forward without hesitation." Lin Yang's words, she would remember forever. Shinsiruo did not blame Yi Ruoyao for her bold action. She drew Frostblade, closed her eyes, and felt the temperature around her plummet. When she opened them again, she was already in combat mode. The others refused to abandon their last shred of hope. They joined forces, casting various buffs to bolster Shinsiruo and Yi Ruoyao. "Sis, pick a side. We can't fight both of you." Shinsiruo and Yi Ruoyao joined forces, a rare alliance. "Maybe we can compete to see who kills more monsters." Even before the battle began, Yi Ruoyao still tried to lighten the mood. As everyone's nerves were stretched taut, Lin Yang's voice drifted in softly. "Why should we lift a finger? Ugh. My head hurts." Duan Bo opened his eyes, his entire body burning with pain as if he were dying. "I'm still alive? Feng Yue. Feng Yue." Before him, the Wind Moon Wolf King's blue-gray fur was stained crimson with blood. It turned its head to look at Duan Bo. Of its two eyes, only one still burned with blue flame. "What happened to your eyes?" A savage gash tore from the Wind Moon Wolf King's left cheek to behind its ear. "Nothing. We survived." The forest echoed with the angry roars of black armored boars rising and falling in waves. "The seal is broken. This is their true strength. Fight, fight. This is the only good deed I've ever done." As the nephew of Elder Wu Zhe, Duan Bo had access to information unimaginable to other newcomers. He wasn't sure he could escape unscathed, but he was confident he could get out of the secret realm with minimal casualties. Duan Bo rose and brushed the dirt from his clothes. Having been injected with drugs since childhood, his body harbored antibodies against various substances. Where others would be weakened for 24 hours, he needed only 4 to fully metabolize the drug's effects. He drew a syringe and plunged it into his heart. "Let's get involved too. Someone has to survive." The Wind Moon Wolf King nuzzled him, then hauled him onto its back and charged toward Lin Yang's location. Is the novice secret realm this brutal? Leaving no room for survival? Survivors from Longyang No. 2 Middle School had gathered almost entirely in one spot. The murmurs grew louder, panic spreading like wildfire through the crowd. Many legs went weak, voices trembling. "We're done for." More and more began to give up, discarding their weapons and abandoning resistance. Only the 20 men behind Lin Yang still clung to the spirit of fighting to the death. They had defeated invincible foes before, and this time would be no different. "Damn it! What do you mean we don't have to fight? Are you giving up too?" The purple-haired girl was furious, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glaring at Lin Yang. "You cowards! I'll handle this myself." Lin Yang smiled without a word. Yi Ruoyao and Shinsiru also understood Lin Yang's meaning. Truly worthy of the Demon King. Truly worthy of my choice. The Black Armor Boar King reached level 15, breaking its seal. Once freed, its first target was the Tsongshan Earth Dragon. Thus, without their intervention, these demonic beasts would turn on each other. No need to rush.
If one dies, the balance of power between the two sides will be upset.
The Tsangshan Earth Dragon fought its way to Lin Yang's front. Spotting the Black Armor Boar King, its movements froze, its claws halting mid-air. The Black Armor Boar King stood ready in battle formation. Neither side made the first move. What are they doing? The purple-haired girl's worldview was shattered, her mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Whoa, can they actually fight? Lin Yang answered her question with action. If they won't fight, I'll fan the flames. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yang transformed hundreds of black-haired boar spirits into dozens of black-armored boar specters. With a casual wave, the summoned black-armored boar specters mingled among the herd of black-armored boars. At Lin Yang's command, they launched a suicidal assault on the Tsangshan Earth Dragon with reckless abandon. The purple-haired girl stared at Lin Yang in astonishment. You're a beast master? These. Seeing the smug expressions on the two girls beside Lin Yang, she got her answer. Lin Yang's summoned black armor boars could only unleash their skill once, but that was enough. The level 6 Black Armor Boar King's collision with the Tsangshan Earth Dragon barely scratched its surface. Yet this provocation was enough to ignite its fury. Its claws ripped through the chests of one Black Armor Boar King after another as the Tsangshan Earth Dragon launched indiscriminate attacks. Whether summoned by Lin Yang or not, it slaughtered every Black Armor Boar King in sight. The Black Armored Boar King, too, was enraged by the Tsangshan Earth Dragon's actions. The two most powerful forces within the secret realm clashed fiercely. Even with its 20th level strength and status as a Lord-class demon beast, faced with the overwhelming tide of Black Armor Boar Kings, it still found itself at a disadvantage. Its once proud armor shattered into fragments under the repeated ramming blows of the Black Armor Boar Kings. The elite forces of Longyang No. 2 Middle School couldn't harm it, but this horde of level 15, enraged Black Armor Boar Kings could. The relentless onslaught continued, and wounds began to appear on the Tsangshan Earth Dragon's massive body. The surviving elite of No. 2 High School realized it was bleeding. Its defeat was inevitable as it began to show signs of collapse. The Tsangshan Earth Dragon lashed out with fangs and claws, savagely attacking the Black Armor Boar Kings. Each one fell within seconds of its assault. Piles of corpses littered the ground, forming small hills. The spilled blood dyed the earth crimson. Finally, under the relentless assault of the Black Armor Boar King, the Tsangshan Earth Dragon fell. It lay pinned beneath the Black Armor Boar King. It tried to fight back. Snap! The Black Armor Boar King's stacked skill shattered its arm bones. As the last few Black Armor Boar Kings charged with reckless abandon, the Tsangshan Earth Dragon had no strength left to fight back and fell. Sunlight spilled across the earth, dappling the ground strewn with severed limbs and shattered remains. In mere minutes, hundreds of lives were lost here. The last few Black Armor Boar Kings bore various injuries. They attempted to attack Lin Yang. But Yi Ruoyo and Shin Siro wouldn't give them that chance. Defeating them would end the battle. Deliver the final blow. The secret realm is over. Yi Ruoyo returned the spider stinger to Lin Yang. Between the points and Lin Yang, she chose to let Lin Yang receive the points. The leaves rustled sparsely. Everyone's nerves tightened once more. It's good to see you all again. On the back of the Wind Moon Wolf King, Duan Bo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the group. Chapter 31, Acquiring a New Identity. Lin Yang ignored his words, instead thrusting the spider spike into the eye socket of the Tsangshan Earth Dragon. Woo! With a low growl, the life of this newly born Lord-level beast was utterly extinguished. It's over. They couldn't take the strain. Lin Yang pulled out the spider spike, his expression unreadable. With the death of the Tsangshan Earth Dragon, cracks appeared in the sky, shattering like mirror fragments and peeling away piece by piece. The earth split open, revealing a vast black hole. The crowd was swallowed by the abyss. Vision blackened. Lin Yang opened his eyes once more, finding himself back in the square. We survived. The group embraced and wept, celebrating their new lease on life. What's your name, classmate? I'm truly grateful to you. Many gathered around Lin Yang, expressing their gratitude. This is Lin Yang, the designated squad leader of Warrior Squad 1. When we elect student representatives in 2 weeks, I hope you'll consider voting for him. Yi Ruoyo warmly greeted them, rallying support for Lin Yang. Duan Bo gazed at Lin Yang from across the crowd. Seeing Lin Yang surrounded by admirers, he felt an indescribable ache in his heart. Why? I'm clearly the strongest. You're just a summon creature, how could you? Enough. The 6 elders appeared, their faces bearing an indescribable gravity. Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? Wu Zhe snapped. Duan Bo tried to protest, but Wu Zhe seemed to exert a natural dominance over him, silencing him completely. As the commotion subsided, a clear, resonant voice rang out. Congratulations on exceeding the trial requirements. The previously promised rewards will be distributed to your accounts at triple the amount. Additionally, the Academy will provide appropriate compensation to any trainees injured or killed during this trial. Longyang No. 2 High School's trial rewards were already generous, and now they were promising triple the amount. Lin Yang silently wondered where Longyang No. 2 High School had found the funds for this. Your trial results are displayed on your respective wristbands. The top 10 students should remain here. The rest of you proceed to the infirmary.
The injured students departed one after another, led by their homeroom teachers. Only 10 students and 6 elders remained on the plaza.
Ahem. You are the future of Longyang No. 2 High School. There are certain matters you have the right to know. Shin Feng spoke first.
From today until the new student exchange meeting, the 6 elders will personally instruct all 10 of you.
All resources consumed by you will be covered by Longyang No. 2 High School.
The moment these words were spoken, they instantly captured the attention of many students.
Does that mean all those potions we couldn't afford before will now be free? Shin Feng nodded. Ruoya couldn't wait to ask. What about our meals?
Given that Ruoya's family wasn't well off, it was only natural for her to ask such a question.
Only the finest exotic beast meat.
For the next few days, all your accommodations will be upgraded to the highest tier.
Any reasonable expenses will be covered by the academy.
Not only that, but all physical cultivators may claim an A-grade weapon from the academy armory for their use.
At these words, the crowd's excitement ignited completely.
Lin Yang caught a glimpse of faint, barely perceptible smiles on the faces of several elders.
It seemed Longyang No. 2 Academy's situation was far from optimistic. You've worked hard during this trial. Take today to rest. Assemble at the martial arts hall tomorrow at 8 a.m. Lin Yang, stay behind.
Shi Lunghui distributed black cards to each student. Their eyes lit up upon receiving the cards, eager to experience the top-tier privileges of Longyang No. 2 High School.
Ruoyo looked at Lin Yang with concern.
Lin Yang patted her shoulder, signaling her not to worry too much. After everyone departed, Shin Feng produced a white card and handed it to Lin Yang.
What's this?
Lin Yang felt a bit puzzled as he flipped through the card, which bore his photo and a series of details.
Your ID card. From this day forward, you are no longer Shinsiru's summoned being. You are a real person, a student among the students of Longyang No. 2 High School.
Behind Shin Feng, the 5 others flashed smug smiles. Becoming a full-fledged student at Longyang No. 2 High meant Lin Yang would now be eligible for far greater rewards in future competitions and trials.
The benefits are clear. What about the conditions?
Lin Yang didn't believe these old men were suddenly overcome with kindness.
For someone like him of unknown origin and unclear background, how incredibly difficult would it be to obtain a resident ID?
These elders at Longyang No. 2 High must have pulled quite a few strings.
Shin Feng's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. For this new student trial, I want Longyang No. 2 High School to take first place. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch.
Even Shinsiru, with her innate sword physique, was far from invincible. And this was a competition against several other prestigious academies. It was safe to say that barring any surprises, Lin Yang wouldn't even secure a respectable ranking.
However, Shin Feng had left Lin Yang an escape route. As long as Longyang No. 2 High School students took the top spot, he wasn't demanding Lin Yang personally secure first place. What if I can't do it?
Lin Yang clenched his residence permit as he asked. While he certainly desired the new identity, he knew full well that the freshman exchange gathering was filled with prodigies from every academy. Competing against those monsters meant many of his usual tactics were unusable.
The variables were too numerous, he couldn't guarantee anything.
Oomph. Then you'll most likely be taken away for dissection and research.
Wu Zei's expression darkened.
Unlike Shin Feng, he wasn't one to tolerate such questions.
We've checked your background. There's not a single record in the database. Even the Heavenly Dao simulations couldn't yield any useful information. You're quite special, aren't you? But you're too weak. Being too special isn't a good thing. Threatening me? Lin Yang was also getting angry. Yet he remained composed, retorting to Wu Zei. All right, you may leave first.
I wish to speak with Lin Yang privately. Wu Zei shot Lin Yang a piercing glare, his face flushed with anger, then stormed off behind the elders.
Lin Yang, you should know how cruel the world is. Nothing is absolutely safe. Casualties are inevitable in trials. But do you know what constitutes a reasonable casualty rate? 1 in 101 casualty allowed per 100 trainees.
Yet in this trial, our casualties reached 110. A figure no one can tolerate. Even having experienced the Songshan secret realm and witnessed its brutality firsthand, hearing the exact figure voiced aloud still shook Lin Yang to his core. Shin Feng strolled over, his hand resting lightly on Lin Yang's shoulder.
This isn't a threat. But if we don't secure first place at the freshman exchange, we won't be able to protect you. Not just you, not even Longyang No. 2 High School itself. This matter is too big to contain.
Shinsiru started late yet claimed first in the trials.
I know you played a crucial role. I won't ask how you did it.
I only need your help secure first place for Longyang No. 2 High School. If you succeed, I guarantee 3 years of worry-free training. By then, your strength will be sufficient to protect yourself.
Lin Yang remained silent. Shin Feng's status gave his words considerable weight. He was right.
Lin Yang genuinely needed a legitimate identity in this world.
He couldn't forever remain merely Shinsiru's summoned entity. The situation was now crystal clear. Lin Yang was deeply tied to Longyang No. 2 High School. He must help Longyang No. 2 High School claim the championship.
After careful consideration, Lin Yang spoke slowly.
Agreed, but I have one condition. Speak.
For these 4 days, I demand unrestricted access to the Beishan secret realm, or rather, the Tsongshan secret realm. The secret realm collapsed.
I know you have the means to restore it.
Pure training offered limited gains. High risk, high reward, triple the leveling speed.
If you didn't venture into danger, how could you expect to leapfrog ahead? With only 4 days left, Lin Yang had no choice. Agreed. Shen Feng agreed.
Restoring the secret realm comes at a great cost.
I hope you won't disappoint me. Xin Feng's implication was clear. If Lin Yang could employ whatever means necessary to ensure Longyang No. 2 High School claimed the championship, all other terms were negotiable. Chapter 32, Tower Climb.
After leaving the plaza, Lin Yang first headed to the academic affairs office to collect a proper school uniform. His previous clothes had been borrowed from someone else, barely wearable but ultimately uncomfortable.
The badge embroidered on the chest bore his name.
From this day forward, Lin Yang was officially a member of Longyang No. 2 High School. As he stepped out of the office, Yi Ruoyao came running toward him.
Check out my new weapon, isn't it cool?
In Yi Ruoyao's hand was a black dagger.
Its hilt was inlaid with a red gemstone. Got it from the academy armory.
The black dagger flashed back and forth in her hands. Its material clearly made it worth a fortune.
So can I have my weapon back now?
In the secret realm, Yi Ruoyao's weapon had broken, and Lin Yang had lent her his spider stinger. Now, Lin Yang didn't even have a proper weapon to wield. To his surprise, Yi Ruoyao chuckled.
No way. How could you take back something you gave to a girl? Yi Ruoyao twirled around. She wore a Kuromi-style dress today, its pale purple lace skirt swaying. Unfortunately, Lin Yang was oblivious to her charm. If one had to choose a champion, Yi Ruoyao was undoubtedly the best candidate. As a contract holder, she also enjoyed a triple experience bonus, leveling up faster. Moreover, she was already a full 10 levels high. That was significantly higher than Shin Suruo's level. The assassin's 5 senses talent didn't show up on the stats panel, but its boost to combat effectiveness was undeniable. Thus, Lin Yang didn't insist any further. If you like it, I'll give it to you. But I have one condition. What condition? Yi Ruoyao leaned close to Lin Yang, her eyes sparkling. You have to come in first at the freshman exchange meeting. The task Shin Feng had assigned him, he promptly passed on to someone else. And as a middleman, he'd pocketed a hefty markup. Darker than African black market dealers. After saying that, Lin Yang couldn't hold back himself, a smile spreading across his lips. To Yi Ruoyao's ears, those words automatically transformed into a different language. At this freshman exchange event, I'll help you win first place. For a split second, Yi Ruoyao's heart skipped a beat. Judging from their previous journey through the secret realm, Lin Yang certainly possessed the capability. That upward curve of his lips surely meant he was confident of victory? All she needed to do was cooperate. Lin Yang would handle the rest. Besides, Lin Yang always kept his word. In her eyes, his credibility was unmatched. Really? Yi Ruoyao threw herself forward, landing in Lin Yang's arms, and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Can I win first place too? Can I beat Shin Suruo? Surpass Shin Suruo? If Shin Suruo had that kind of ability, she wouldn't need to. Lin Yang thought to himself, but his words were honest. Of course. You're the best. In the distance, by the corner of the wall, Lin Yang and Yi Ruoyao's conversation drifted on the wind to Shin Feng's ears. That kid. A rare flash of anger flickered across Shin Feng's weathered face. Now she's even looking down on it? What a snob. Recalling Yi Ruoyao's background, Shin Feng's anger faded considerably. Ah, never mind. Children have their own destinies. Let them make their own mess. No matter how much they fuss, as long as I get what I want, I won't hold it against them. Shin Feng raised his hand to brush away the noisy wind at his ears and strode boldly into the gale. Shin Feng's words placed immense pressure on Lin Yang. To gain legitimate status in this world, Lin Yang had to follow his instructions. But time was running out. His only hope lay in the system to issue more tasks. Longyang No. 2 High School, a secluded dormitory area. Unlike the luxurious single dorm where Shin Suruo resided. Here, 5-story buildings stood side by side, their walls peeling and flaking. They looked to have seen better days. Many people came and went, mostly impoverished students in their school uniforms. Lacking sufficient funds, they couldn't choose the clothes they desired. In the prime of their youth, they could only use their uniforms to cover their fully developed bodies. What are you staring at? Yi Ruoyao suddenly jumped in front of Lin Yang, blocking his view. Then, she followed the direction of his gaze. Eek! Teenage boys are such a handful. Hearing this, Lin Yang felt annoyed. Though he wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, some might even say he had a bit of a lecherous streak. But just now, he really wasn't checking out the pretty girl. Got your eye on anyone? I'll get you her contact info. Yi Ruoyao patted her chest in assurance. You? Lin Yang clearly didn't believe a word Yi Ruoyao said.
Constrained by her profession, Iruoya was naturally aloof and had no friends.
How could she possibly? Ms. E, when do our tutoring sessions start? A youthful female voice interrupted Lin Yang's thoughts.
A crowd of freshmen had gathered in front of the dormitory building. Their gazes were sincere and innocent.
Teacher? Lin Yang looked toward Iruoya.
She was already greeting those around her with practiced ease.
I'll be a bit late. I have some personal matters to attend to.
Iruoya replied with a smile, her thumb pointing toward Lin Yang behind her.
Everyone turned to look at Lin Yang, their eyes sparkling with the excitement of hearing gossip.
Oh. Their faces instantly lit up with that "I know exactly what's going on" look.
Oh my, what are you all imagining? It's just some special training. Teachers have their own reasons, you know?
Iruoya flushed crimson and tugged Lin Yang away at a brisk pace.
There. My students. Iruoya explained without looking back. I still hold quite a bit of influence around here, you know?
Iruoya didn't turn back, her face flushed bright red, yet her voice remained composed. She patiently explained her recent actions to Lin Yang. After the secret realm concluded, many new students realized the harsh realities of survival, and their eagerness to level up intensified. Seizing the opportunity, Iruoya leveraged her third-place finish in the secret realm test to aggressively recruit a large group of trainees within just half a day.
Is that even allowed?
Lin Yang chuckled helplessly.
Longyang No. 2 High School truly was a place where hidden talents abounded. Who would have thought there were even those suited for business? It was no secret that Longyang No. 2 High permitted private tutoring among students. However, such arrangements typically involve upperclassmen tutoring their younger peers.
Among peers in the same grade, the effectiveness was significantly lower, though naturally, the fees were much cheaper. For the majority of ordinary students residing in this dormitory building,
Iruoya was their only option.
Time is money for upperclassmen, and the cost is beyond what they can afford.
Someone's crashing the party.
Below the dormitory building, two upperclassmen dressed in light summer attire surveyed the chaotic, shouting crowd. They clutched stacks of flyers printed with something.
Promotion secrets. 3 years of exams, 5 years of real-world experience. Hot Senior Sisters online tutoring. Please support us. The senior speaking was named Su Xinyue.
A second-year student at Longyang No. 2 High School. Her grades weren't particularly outstanding among the talented second-year cohort, but within this dormitory building area, her abilities were undoubtedly the strongest. Especially at the rigidly hierarchical Longyang No. 2 High School, it was rare for senior students to lower themselves to speak to juniors in such an approachable tone. Su Xinyue's approach instantly drew a large crowd of potential clients.
Surveying the sea of heads before her, Su Xinyue couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn upward. Don't crowd, there are plenty of spots left. Hey, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why not give it some thought? A flyer was handed to Lin Yang. Iruoya leaned in to read the 6 bold characters printed on it. Late Night Secret Tutoring. Chapter 33, Business Savvy, Tutoring Business Booming. Late night tutoring? Looks like I'll have to study now. Lin Yan rummaged through his pockets, finding nothing but 2 crumpled tissues.
The chance to overtake others was right before him.
Lin Yan couldn't help but wonder if this was his only opportunity in life.
So, he set his sights on Iruoya. Having secured third place in the secret realm competition, Iruoya had at least several 100,000 yuan.
Why are you looking at me? I don't have any money, and even if I did, I wouldn't lend it to you. What could you possibly cram for in a late-night study session?
Iruoya retorted, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. Su Xinyue gave an awkward chuckle and patiently explained.
You've misunderstood, classmate. It's like this, late-night tutoring doesn't take up daytime class time. It lets you reinforce what you learned in class after finishing your daytime lessons. We support not only review but also preview. You can ask your senior about anything the teacher didn't cover in class.
Beyond that, we offer live practice sessions with real tutors, guaranteed satisfaction.
Su Xinyue's smile was infectious, like that of a caring older sister.
As everyone knows, the sound of a roommate's blue switch keyboard becomes hypnotic the more you listen to it. But it's the barely audible rustling of pages in the dead of night that truly drives you mad.
Late night practice sessions? That sounds great. I'm lacking real-world experience. This is exactly what I need to learn. Ouch.
Lin Yang suddenly felt a sharp pinch on his soft side.
No thanks, senior. We don't need that service for now.
Iruoya plastered on a fake smile and declined Su Xinyue's offer on Lin Yang's behalf.
Oh, that's such a shame.
Su Xinyue strained to squeeze out a graceful curve.
I was actually hoping to have a deeper conversation with my junior. Looks like that won't happen now.
Su Xinyue said with a look of regret.
It wasn't about lust. Lin Yang mainly admired Su Xinyue's attentive service and wanted to sponsor her business venture. Our tutoring is geared toward freshmen.
Word is the assessment method for this year's freshman exchange program has changed again.
Aren't you interested, junior? Hearing this, Lin Yang and Iruoya paused their tug of war. Just exchange contact info.
No need to sign up for classes, the key is the exchange itself.
This time, Ruoyo didn't object. When it came to matters of principle, she knew how to draw the line. Lin Yang pulled out his phone and added Su Xinyue as a friend. As the friend request was accepted, Su Xinyue's lips curved slightly upward. She thought to herself. No wonder she's a key target for recruitment. Not even interested in level-boosting tutoring must have faster ways to strengthen her abilities. But she seems clueless about certain insider information. Looks like we'll need to keep evaluating her background. Her actual value remains to be seen. After adding him as a friend, Su Xinyue raised an eyebrow and said, "Alright, we'll stay in touch. I'll explain the assessment methods and details clearly via phone." Lin Yang licked his lips. "Senior, I'm genuinely not interested in this new student exchange event. But this late-night tutoring, could we discuss what kind of tutoring it is?" Su Xinyue's upturned lips froze on her face. Lin Yang's words disrupted her train of thought. "Hey, buddy, you." Before Su Xinyue could respond, Ruoyo suddenly mustered all her strength, dragging Lin Yang forcefully upstairs. After Lin Yang left, Su Xinyue's smile vanished instantly, her entire expression turning as cold as frost. Her long nails dug deep into her skin as her entire body trembled uncontrollably. That jerk. A crowd of freshmen had gathered in front of the dormitory building, drawn by the conditions Su Xinyue had offered. Among them, a chubby kid in a B-print shirt elbowed his way through the crowd. Senior, is that service you mentioned still available? I'll take one." Su Xinyue's expression was as cold as ice. Her pearl-like lips parted slightly. "Get lost." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. "Sis, are we just leaving like this? There are still so many people here." Her companions looked regretful, glancing back at the crowd with pained expressions. "You can't squeeze anything out of a poor schmuck. Remember, we need high-value clients, not just anyone. They're not worth our time. Ignore them. The big fish is already hooked." A cold smile curved at the corners of Su Xinyue's lips. As long as she caught Lin Yang's attention, her mission was accomplished. In the cramped, single-occupancy dorm room barely over 10 square meters, there wasn't even a proper bed, let alone any other furniture. Instead, a mannequin-sized scarecrow stood in the room's center. As Lin Yang approached, he noticed the hemp rope binding the scarecrow was worn to shreds, clearly untouched for ages. Please, have a seat." Ruoyo leaned against the wall, idly twirling her hair. Even though she was in her own home, she seemed more uneasy than Lin Yang. Didn't the academy already distribute the secret realm bonuses? As the third-place finisher, you must have earned at least several 100,000, right? Why live in such a humble place? Lin Yang was puzzled. If it weren't for Ruoyo's profession requiring constant training, she'd probably be living in a dorm to save money. Money should be spent wisely. "I find this place quite comfortable, you see." Saying this, Ruoyo pushed over the straw dummy and pulled out the straw mat beneath it, spreading it on the floor. A makeshift mattress was complete. Then she flopped down onto it, grabbing the scarecrow to use as a pillow. She was trying very hard to prove to Lin Yang that she was quite comfortable. Yet anyone witnessing this scene would surely utter a sigh of hardship. If Tao Yuanming had seen this, he might have rushed to rewrite his inscription on a humble abode that very night. Lin Yang didn't ask, nor did he intend to ask, where Ruoyo had spent her money. It was enough to know she was short on funds. Participants in the freshman exchange tournament could earn substantial prize money based on their rankings. Those with particularly outstanding results would also receive special rewards from the academy. This was a chance to turn things around. Someone as cash-strapped as Ruoyo would undoubtedly give 120% effort to this competition. Currently, another obstacle stood in Ruoyo's path. She currently lacked the eligibility to participate in the freshman exchange meeting. The qualifying rounds are about to start, right? How prepared are you? The mention of qualifiers brought a look of worry to Ruoyo's face. "Sigh, I'm mostly ready, but there are just too few assassin-related techniques available. I managed to pick out a few, but I just can't master them properly." Ruoyo's assassin class relied so heavily on agility that she rarely used martial arts techniques in previous battles. Originally, she could suppress opponents with her high level. But as time passed, many trainees had used their wealth to level up far beyond her. In the qualifying rounds, her opponents were all elite contenders, those who had also failed to become class leader. Among them were high-level players like Duan Bo. This forced Ruoyo to reconsider her cultivation techniques. Yet the meager funds in her pocket left her with no viable options. Even if she gritted her teeth and bought the most elite cultivation technique, she couldn't master it in just a few days. Ruoyo lay on the straw mat, staring blankly at the ceiling. Occasionally, she blew a breath of air, flicking the stray strands of hair from her forehead. The room suddenly fell silent, and Ruoyo disliked the quiet. So she rose and addressed Lin Yang. "Shall we see what lessons Teacher Yi has prepared for her students?" Lin Yang was overjoyed. He'd been waiting for her to ask. If she hadn't spoken up, how could he teach? "Lin Yang, just ask me if you don't understand anything." Ruoyo? Ruoyo, can I ask about late-night teaching-related lessons too? Lin Yang? Chapter 34, Special Training. Watch closely, this is the Grade A technique, the netherworld step, which I bought by spending every last penny of my savings. Iruoya rose to her feet, her toes lightly touching the floor as she moved silently through the room. Like a thief. What do you think? Pretty convincing, huh? Lin Yang stroked his chin and remarked. I wouldn't call it proficient at best, I'm completely clueless. Perhaps only Shinsuru was a natural swordsman, which is why she grasped techniques so quickly. For ordinary people, mastering a skill would likely require day and night practice. Hearing Lin Yang's assessment, Iruoya didn't lose heart. Instead, she said optimistically, it's fine. I have all the time in the world. I'll just practice slowly. That's how I've gotten by all these years. After a brief rest, Iruoya resumed her practice. As an assassin, her movements were too stiff, making each technique look somewhat comical. Sigh. Lin Yang sighed inwardly, beginning to doubt whether pinning his hopes on Iruoya was a wise choice. Perhaps he needed a backup plan. After finishing his guidance with Iruoya, he would return to find Shinsuru. The room fell silent, with only the sound of their breathing reaching Lin Yang's ears. Iruoya's footsteps were light, almost imperceptible. This technique was highly compatible with her assassin class, but her speed. To Lin Yang, Iruoya moved with extreme slowness, her pace rivaling that of an elderly woman crossing the street. Having witnessed true genius, Lin Yang could instantly spot the flaws in Iruoya's movements. Lin Yang shook his head, rose, and walked over to stand before Iruoya. He raised his hand and slapped her firm, rounded buttocks. Ah! Iruoya was both embarrassed and furious, her face flushed as she glared at Lin Yang. Yet in her eyes lingered a trace of inexplicable excitement? This completely threw Lin Yang off. But adhering to the principle of teaching without discrimination, Lin Yang didn't show her any prejudice and continued. Tuck in your waist. Lin Yang gripped Iruoya's arms with both hands and pulled firmly. Your arms need to be tucked in. Otherwise, how will you maintain your balance? After Lin Yang's series of adjustments, Iruoya's posture finally began to take shape. Lin Yang planned to rest for a moment while watching Iruoya practice. But without his guidance, her form quickly deteriorated again. Is she really this uncoordinated? Lin Yang sighed and got up, resigned to correcting her posture once more. As Lin Yang approached her, Iruoya's lips curved into a faint smile. Don't you know what it means to feign weakness to deceive your enemy? As long as I act clumsy, he'll keep coaching me. In a dimly lit room, just the two of us alone, it's easy for things to get heated. If I win Lin Yang over before she does, he'll be completely mine. Iruoya fantasized, unable to suppress a soft hum. Suddenly, smack. Ah! The stiff wooden prop, used by Lin Yang as a disciplinary rod, lashed hard against Iruoya's tender spot. He wasn't stupid, he could tell Iruoya was deliberately slacking off. Who practices cultivation while constantly striking poses? She wasn't cultivating now, it looked more like she was flaunting her assets to Lin Yang. Her curves were accentuated, honed by years of cultivation, her figure was undeniably stunning. But Lin Yang had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He resorted to the simplest, most direct approach. A strict teacher produces outstanding disciples. Yet Iruoya's reaction felt off. Teacher Lin. I just can't seem to pull my waist in. Should I give myself a good scolding? Iruoya's eyes narrowed seductively as she pressed a finger to her lips, her gaze fixed on Lin Yang with intense fervor. Lin Yang felt like he was facing a raging beast. Ugh. What do I do now? Lin Yang was torn. The punishment he envisioned seemed like a reward in Iruoya's eyes? Should he keep rewarding her? After much deliberation, the ruler in Lin Yang's hand came down again and again. If she wanted rewards, he'd give them until she was satisfied. Once she was thoroughly satisfied, she'd surely practice her cultivation techniques obediently, right? For a moment, the room echoed with sharp cracks. Outside the door, a group of freshmen who had signed up for Iruoya's tutoring class pressed their ears against the door, eavesdropping on the private lesson inside. When they heard the strange sounds coming from inside, they exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Is this what they call secret instruction? No wonder it requires privacy. Let's go, let's go. Better not eavesdrop on this sort of thing. One of them waved her hand, dispersing the onlookers. The group scattered in a flurry. Before long, they returned one by one, as if by unspoken agreement. They exchanged glances, none speaking, and resumed eavesdropping. Wait a minute. Iruoya pushed herself up against the wall, rubbing her slightly reddened and swollen bottom with her right hand. She shot Lin Yang a resentful look. No way, no way. He really doesn't know how to treat a lady gently. I swear he was trying to beat me to death. Does that mean I hold no attraction for him at all? Iruoya glanced down at her petite frame. To maintain her slender figure, she'd always chosen to eat as little as possible. This had stunted her development somewhat, barely reaching AB cup size. Compared to Shinsuru, she was undeniably underwhelming. Don't let your mind wander during practice. Focus on your training. Lin Yang reached out and pulled her up from the ground. He knew she couldn't focus on her training unless he dampened her overconfidence. Lin Yang had long seen through Iruoya's thoughts.
But with the freshman exchange meeting imminent, the immense pressure left him no room to consider other matters.
Whatever it was, they could discuss it after the orientation. Got it. Yi Ruoyao replied with a pout. During the next practice session, Yi Ruoyao demonstrated the skill level she was capable of. Agile as a ghost, she could dart from one side of the room to the other in an instant. Her short-range bursts were lightning fast, utterly silent, and nearly impossible to detect. After completing the entire sequence, Yi Ruoyao looked at Lin Yang with a smug expression, thinking to herself, "This is my true strength. How about it?" Surprised?
Lin Yang observed her, silently analyzing. Merely shifting positions held little strategic value.
The real challenge was finding the right moment to strike.
If I could conceal some lethal techniques within the netherworld step, the effect would be even better.
Draw your weapon. Try incorporating some offensive techniques into the netherworld step. Yi Ruoyao's expression betrayed a hint of surprise. Can martial arts techniques be modified?
Had anyone else suggested this, she might have scoffed. But the speaker was Lin Yang.
She couldn't help but consider the feasibility of the idea.
Yi Ruoyao summoned the spider sting and executed the netherworld step once more. This time, she infused the technique with numerous lethal strikes. Stabs, slashes, chops, sweeps in a single 2-second burst, she unleashed over 20 attacks.
Even if only a fraction landed, each strike was a lethal blow. Yi Ruoyao glanced at Lin Yang.
His face remained utterly unruffled, as if he'd anticipated this outcome all along.
Yi Ruoyao felt a surge of secret delight. Truly worthy of my choice. How many more surprises await that I haven't yet discovered? Meanwhile, Lin Yang replayed Yi Ruoyao's attack in his mind. But, with his abilities, he couldn't see clearly enough to even tell if Yi Ruoyao had actually attacked. So all he could say was, "Did you just make a move?" Yi Ruoyao felt a twinge of uncertainty. But she had definitely attacked just now, hadn't she? Over 20 strikes. Could it be that the attack frequency wasn't high enough? Yi Ruoyao calmly assessed the situation. Moments later, her offensive surged forward once more.
This time, she exploited the longer reach of the spider stinger compared to a standard dagger, striking again at a point where she should have been sheathing it. Her attack frequency soared to 40 strikes.
Huff, huff, huff. Yi Ruoyao knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. This final strike felt like it had drained every ounce of strength from her body.
This move was all or nothing, utterly extreme.
Good. Very good. That's exactly the effect I wanted.
Lin Yang said with feigned solemnity. But in truth, he still couldn't see clearly.
Yet Yi Ruoyao's reaction told him this move was no simple trick.
Receiving Lin Yang's response, Yi Ruoyao flashed a faint smile. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped her.
Moments later, Yi Ruoyao was fully restored. I leveled up again? Yi Ruoyao stared at her hands in disbelief. Ever since meeting Lin Yang, leveling up had become as easy as eating and drinking. In Lin Yang's eyes, Yi Ruoyao's character panel activated. Name, Yi Ruoyao. Talent, Assassin senses SS. Class, Assassin. Level, 11 plus 2. Strength, 11 plus 4. Speed, 11 plus 4. Mental strength, 7 plus 3. Skills, Shadow Flow A, Shadow Assault S. Potential, SS. The name of Shadow Step has been changed to better align with her Shadow Strike. Its quality has also evolved from B rank to S rank. Yi Ruoyao lunged forward, her immense momentum knocking Lin Yang to the ground. Trapped beneath a soft mass, Lin Yang couldn't breathe, his entire face sinking into it. Chapter 35, Shinsuruo enters the secret realm. A heady fragrance filled his senses as her soft skin, glistening with post-exercise sweat, pressed against his nose and mouth. Lin Yang struggled to breathe. This is murder. Get off me. Perhaps realizing her indiscretion, Yi Ruoyao released Lin Yang, stuck out her bottom, and waited for his punishment. Cough cough. Lin Yang coughed twice, taking 2 deep breaths of fresh air. This is a one-time thing. Lin Yang gave Yi Ruoyao's pert bottom a firm smack. Got it. Having mastered the new skill, Yi Ruoyao didn't waste any time. She set up the straw dummies in the room and continued practicing Shadow Strike. With a single skill activation, the straw dummies shattered into pieces. Straw scattered throughout the room, creating a rather spectacular scene. Assessing her strength overall, she was confident she could handle the qualifying round without issue. As for the freshman exchange meeting, she'd need to keep pushing herself. At the very least, she needed to level up. After going over the necessary precautions, Lin Yang departed first. During the qualifying rounds, Shinsuruo could venture into the secret realm to level up. He was making 2 preparations. Lin Yang intended to make the most of his time. Bang! As he flung open the door, the eavesdroppers outside stumbled backward, unable to dodge in time. Hello, teacher? They scratched their heads, responding awkwardly. The bolder ones peered inside the room. Seeing the floor littered with straw, their excited eyes suddenly dimmed. Get in here. I'm going to teach you a lesson today, show you what it means to respect your teacher. Yi Ruoyao's angry voice echoed from behind them. The group hastily waved their hands in refusal and vanished in a flash, leaving the remote, discounted dormitory building. Lin Yang headed straight for Shinsiru's residence. Compared to Iruoyao's place, Shinsiru's living environment was simply too good to be true. Exquisite furniture, a plush bed, and the faint, delicate scent of a young woman lingered in the air. Lin Yang lay on the large bed, his nostrils filled with Shinsiru's scent. Soon, drowsiness washed over him. In a daze, he felt something pressing down on him. He forced his eyelids open. No one was in sight. Splash! The bathroom door swung open. Shinsiru, wrapped in a white towel, was fiddling with her dripping wet hair. "You're awake?" Lin Yang glanced down at himself and noticed the bedspread had been pulled over him at some point. "You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't want to wake you." After drying her hair, Shinsiru began her skincare routine, her vanity stocked with every kind of oil imaginable. "Where did you go earlier?" After gathering his thoughts, Lin Yang spoke slowly. "Me? With time so tight, of course I seized every second to train. Let me tell you, my current strength has reached the level required to enter the five-fold gravity chamber, a place only second-year trainees are allowed." Lin Yang glanced at the interface. Her experience points were climbing rapidly. Shinsiru was truly training with relentless dedication. The experience points from the gravity chamber are still too low. "I recommend you go somewhere else." "Where?" Shinsiru perked up, pausing her movements to listen intently to Lin Yang. "The North Mountain's secret realm." "Put." Shinsiru resumed her skincare routine, paying no heed to Lin Yang's suggestion. "The North Mountain's secret realm is already damaged. Do you have any idea how many resources it would take to restore it? Not to mention, a secret realm isn't something ordinary students can apply for." Shinsiru's slender fingertips swept across her brow bone, blending the eye cream. "Truthfully, I'd love to train in a secret realm too. Leveling up is so much faster there, and real combat experience isn't something you can fake in a gravity chamber. Too bad our academy's existing artificial secret realms aren't suitable for freshmen. They're reserved for third-year seniors preparing for the final exams." "Alright, it's getting late. Get some rest. We've got training again tomorrow, and time is running out." Shinsiru changed into her pajamas and flopped onto the bed, nudging Lin Yang aside with her hips. Fresh from her secret realm journey, Shinsiru had pushed herself through intense training in the 5G gravity chamber, leaving her utterly exhausted and aching all over. But the thought of the upcoming freshman exchange meeting and its critical importance ignited a surge of motivation within her. "Lin Yang. What is it? Is what you said true? Can I enter the secret realm I visited before?" Lin Yang cleared his throat lightly. Of course. He didn't tell Shinsiru that the other party was going there to level up. He felt he had been using Shinsiru all along. But his plan was beneficial to everyone involved. "Then let's make a bet." "What?" Shinsiru suddenly turned to face Lin Yang. A pleasant fragrance wafted over him. It was the refreshing scent of floral shampoo mingled with steam. Before Lin Yang's eyes, a deep, alluring curve appeared, faintly visible. "Do you like it?" "Ahem." Lin Yang cleared his throat awkwardly. "If I can enter the secret realm to cultivate, I'll let you watch to your heart's content." "Then I can see it right now." Lin Yang reached out with his sinful hands, lunging forward. Shinsiru swatted his hands away. "What are you thinking?" Shinsiru flipped over and straddled Lin Yang, delivering blows from both sides. Twisting and pounding. But the force wasn't strong, it felt more like she was giving him a massage. Far from intimidating him, it actually helped Lin Yang relax his muscles. After a while, Shinsiru grew tired of playing and finally let Lin Yang off. "Shinfeng has already agreed to let me enter the secret realm freely." At the mention of her father's name, Shinsiru's fidgeting hands froze. In just a few short days, Lin Yang had already brought her more surprises than she could count. She believed Lin Yang had the capability. She wanted to repay him as much as possible, but having been the center of attention her entire life, she couldn't bring herself to lower her standards. Even if she compensated him, she wanted Lin Yang to believe he had won by accident. Shinsiru didn't press further. She understood better than anyone the immense cost required to restore the secret realm. She had once pleaded with her father for it. Even though Shinfeng loved her deeply, he had refused her request. She dared not imagine the immense sacrifice Lin Yang had made. At this thought, a wave of guilt washed over Shinsiru. She opened her arms and clung tightly to Lin Yang. Pressing her face against his back, she could only fall asleep peacefully when she heard the steady beat of his heart. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had his own concerns. Shinsiru's level is still too low. It'll be difficult for her to achieve first place at the new student exchange meeting. Even with all her effort, wouldn't it be too cruel for her if she didn't achieve a satisfactory result in the end? The two spent the night in silence until dawn. The next morning, Lin Yang was practically shaken awake. "Wake up, wake up!" Shinsiru looked incredibly excited, radiating boundless energy. "Aren't we going to the secret realm? What time is it? Every second counts." Shinsiru was shaking the bed so vigorously that sleep was clearly out of the question. So Lin Yang got up, freshened up, and took Shinsiru straight to the black market.
In the black market, seasoned teachers each tended to their duties.
They glanced at Lin Yang before returning to their tasks. Shinsiru followed behind Lin Yang, looking somewhat nervous.
Her hands clutched his arm, turning slightly red. "You're here." Shin Feng had been waiting for quite some time. "Father." Shin Feng's expression flickered with surprise upon seeing Shinsiru with Lin Yang, but quickly settled into composure.
"What do you mean by this? Come here."
Shin Feng pulled Lin Yang aside, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder.
"You little bastard. So all this time, you've been making demands just to send my daughter into danger, huh?"
Shin Feng tightened his grip, a flash of anger crossing his weathered face.
"Dad, what are you doing? He's different from other men."
Hearing those familiar words, Shin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
"You've been sold out, and you still."
Lin Yang shielded Shinsiru behind him.
This time, he refused to back down. "You are first and foremost an academy elder, and only then Shinsiru's father. Answer me this, were you aware of Shinsiru's lagging rank?" Shin Feng's eyelid twitched as he suppressed the rage boiling within. "You made so many efforts, though they went unused.
But the fact remains Shinsiru's rank has indeed fallen behind. I'm merely cleaning up the mess you left behind. Everyone knows that adventurers level up fastest in secret realms.
Why didn't you give her special training?"
You didn't have the authority to do so, I know.
But I brought it up on your behalf, and the Council of Elders agreed. Isn't that a good thing? Shin Feng clenched his fists, veins bulging, yet his hands fell limp. "You're right." Chapter 36, Qualifying Tournament, Student Council Intervention. As an elder of Longyang No. 2 High School, I must ensure equal treatment for every Longyang student. I have no authority to give Shinsiru special treatment. So, should I thank you for that?
Shin Feng said calmly. Shinsiru was completely dumbfounded.
What on earth was going on? No need for thanks. The goal's already achieved, isn't it? She needs to level up, you need to maintain fairness, win-win, right? Shin Feng was rendered speechless by Lin Yang's retort. He could only summon the professional instructor nearby. He whispered a few words in the teacher's ear. "Alright, I won't lose my temper with youngsters. You two tidy up and prepare to enter the secret realm." Shin Feng's chest heaved as he took a deep breath, suppressing the rage boiling within. Items? What items? Shinsiru wore a form-fitting outfit with no extra pockets anywhere. In her view, with Lin Yang's assistance, they needed no extra belongings.
Lin Yang, however, had already slung a large backpack over his shoulder.
Everything's packed.
Lin Yang hoisted the heavy pack onto Shinsiru's back, the weight pulling her slightly shorter.
"You little brat, you dare make my daughter carry your bag?" Shin Feng couldn't take it anymore and made a move to punch Lin Yang. Lin Yang quickly ducked behind Shinsiru.
"Don't get the wrong idea, this bag is full of things Shinsiru needs.
It's got nothing to do with me." "Huh?"
Shin Feng suppressed his anger and listened to Lin Yang's explanation. Lin Yang scratched his head and said earnestly, "I'm not entering the secret realm. All these things are for Shinsiru. The secret realm was grueling and exhausting, why bother doing it himself when someone else could handle it? Besides, Lin Yang needed to accompany Yi Ruoyao to the qualifying rounds and simply couldn't get away." "Ha!" This time, Shin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He lunged forward, clawing wildly, and landed a punch on Lin Yang completely lacking any dignity befitting an elder. A large black eye appeared on Lin Yang's face, but at least his objective had been accomplished. Without further delay, Shinsiru entered the secret realm carrying the large bag Lin Yang had prepared. The bags contained various potions seized from Duan Bo, capable of temporarily boosting Shinsiru's strength in critical moments. The artificial secret realm had been fully restored, allowing for teleportation escape at any moment if danger arose. All non-native beasts had been cleared from the North Mountain secret realm, leaving only level 10 or below black-haired wild boars within. There shouldn't be any real danger. Facing Shin Feng's furious glare, Lin Yang scratched his nose. Lin Yang's true purpose was to see just how far Shinsiru's strength could reach without his assistance. Throughout every major event, Lin Yang had always been by Shinsiru's side. This made him wonder if she possessed the capability to fight independently. After bidding farewell to Shinsiru, Lin Yang hurried to the martial arts arena. The place was already packed with people, all the skilled practitioners eager to participate in the new student exchange gathering here. In addition, senior students had gathered to watch. It could be said that the qualifying rounds determined not only their entry into the exchange meeting but also their standing for the next 3 years. Outstanding performance would catch the attention of the student council, leading to recruitment into its ranks and access to abundant cultivation resources. Lin Yang scanned the crowd, searching high and low, but couldn't find Yi Ruoyao. Instead, he spotted another familiar face. What a coincidence! Want a bottle of water? The person across from him was none other than Su Xinyue, the senior who had previously insisted on giving Lin Yang late-night tutoring sessions. She wore a pleated skirt paired with a white top today, appearing even younger than the freshman. "Come sit over here. The person you're looking for is already on stage." Only then did Lin Yang notice that no one dared to sit next to Su Xinyue. In the packed martial arts arena, a large section remained eerily empty. Lin Yang accepted the water she offered and sat down beside Su Xinyue.
Su Xinyue's lips curved slightly. So, who do you think will win between those two?
Lin Yang followed her gaze toward the center of the martial arts arena. The center of the stage was sunken, creating a competition area dozens of meters in diameter. Yi Ruoyao's petite frame stood out starkly against the crowd of 10,000, appearing utterly solitary.
Opposite her stood a muscular giant wielding a pale stone mason's hammer. I think my girl will win, don't you? Lin Yang countered.
Su Xinyue shook her head silently, her finger pointing toward the opposite stands.
See those people over there? Guess who they think will win? Yi Ruoyao, right? Su Xinyue shook her head. Lin Yang took a deep breath.
The identities of the combatants were strictly confidential, leaving him with no way to learn about his opponent.
But just because he didn't know didn't mean everyone else was in the dark. Judging by Su Xinyue's expression, she seemed to know something. Then it can't be that tall guy over there, right? Su Xinyue shook her head again. I still think Yi Ruoyao has a better chance of winning. Su Xinyue spoke slowly. Who wins isn't important.
What matters is who holds the greater value. Her almond-shaped eyes locked onto Lin Yang, captivating and alluring.
Lin Yang met her gaze, fearless and unwavering. Why not be more explicit? Very well.
What you see as a newcomer test looming higher than the heavens is nothing more than a minor skirmish in the eyes of us veterans. Su Xinyue's gaze swept toward the combat stage as she spoke with an air of world-weary wisdom.
Lin Yang deeply disliked her patronizing tone. We only see value, Lin Yang. Longyang No. 2 High School isn't as simple as you think. It's like a miniature society, constantly operating under certain rules.
Every organization seeks talent to maintain its dominance, and you're our acknowledged genius.
Join us, and what we can offer you will exceed your wildest expectations. Su Xinyue extended her hand toward Lin Yang.
Undeniably, her hands were exquisitely delicate. Her fingers were long and slender, her skin fair and delicate, her nails adorned with colorful gemstones.
But Lin Yang disliked it intensely. What I desire, Elder Jian can provide for me as well. Hearing this, Su Xinyue burst out laughing. He can't. Su Xinyue replied earnestly. We're all adults here, yet you remain so naive.
Lin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing the weight of what she was about to say. Whether it's Longyang No. 2 High School or Fengming No. 1 High School, at the end of the day, they're just settlement institutions.
We're the ones who actually produce value. Do you think Longyang No. 2 High's funding just appears out of thin air? Is the tuition you pay enough to cover it? Not even close. Su Xinyue didn't continue.
She was waiting for Lin Yang to ask. But Lin Yang remained silent. Lin Yang had his own principles in life.
What comes knocking isn't a gift. The cake had long been divided up, why would it be handed out now? Su Xinyue gave a cold snort and didn't press the matter further. No matter. We have all the time in the world. Did you see that man with the across the way? Lin Yang followed the direction of her finger.
At the edge of the opposite stands, several security guards maintained order, preventing others from rushing down the bleachers. But one man stood out dressed in reflective gear and sporting a mohawk. He had slipped past the guards, who seemed to tacitly allow him to lean against the railing and watch the action below.
Doesn't he look pretty stupid? Lin Yang didn't respond. He's the vice president of the student council. His wealth far exceeds your imagination.
For someone like him, every action serves his purpose.
The mohawk, the reflective vest, challenging the academy's authority, every seemingly foolish act serves the same purpose.
Su Xinyue spelled it out so clearly that even Lin Yang, no matter how dense he was, could figure out most of it.
To draw attention? Yes. Guess whose attention he wants to grab?
Su Xinyue deliberately left the answer hanging. He's loaded, with tons of resources.
And your friend, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't come from a well-off family, right? Su Xinyue flashed an enigmatic smile. Chapter 37, Sheer Fabric. So what about the student council? What do you mean?
Lin Yang's hair stood on end, a wave of unease washing over him.
What I mean doesn't matter. What matters is what he means.
Su Xinyue pointed her finger toward Vice President Chen Hao at the edge of the stands. He bet on Zhao Shan to win and paid a heavy price for it. You can use this to see for yourself which holds more power, the academy or the student council. Su Xinyue showed no urgency in persuading Lin Yang. She had all the patience in the world. As the contestants entered the arena, Yi Ruoyao scanned the stands anxiously, searching for that familiar figure. The moment her gaze landed on Lin Yang, all her tension and unease vanished. In her eyes, if Lin Yang had declared he could win first place at the freshman exchange, there was no reason he should falter in a mere qualifying match.
Both contestants, take your positions. The announcer's standard voice boomed from the loudspeakers at the four corners of the arena.
First match, strength classes Zhao Shan versus combat classes Yi Ruoyao. A 12th grade student versus an 11th grade student. This match promises to be quite the spectacle. From the stands, Zhao Shan clasped his hands in a bow and boomed in his deep, resonant voice.
I'm a rough and tumble sort. I wouldn't want to hurt you by accident. Kid, I suggest you just admit defeat now. Don't end up pissing your pants later. During the pre-match trash talk, Zhao Shan relentlessly attacked Yi Ruoyao's vulnerabilities. Compared to the seasoned Zhao Shan, Yi Ruoyao, with her petite frame, did appear somewhat inexperienced. Yi Ruoyao fired back just as fiercely. Uncle, still stuck in first grade at your age? Looks like your own kid should be in first grade by now. Your secret realm test rankings aren't even as good as mine, how dare you say that? If I were you, I'd have gone home to breastfeed my baby by now. Oh right, with your looks, you don't exactly seem like the type to find a girlfriend. My bad for being so blunt. Zhao Shan's face was twisted with rage, his expression savage. Yi Ruoyao's sharp retort made the veins on his forehead bulge. Seeing he couldn't out-argue Yi Ruoyao, Zhao Shan snarled a warning. We'll settle this with our strength. With the crowd's excitement building, the host blew the whistle, signaling the start of the battle. Zhao Shan, bulging with muscle and immense strength, wielded the stonemason's hammer as if it were weightless. Clang! 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 He smashed the ground into shards, showcasing his raw power. Yi Ruoyao's approach was far simpler. Her toes touched the ground, her form as elusive as a ghost, closing the distance to Zhao Shan in an instant. Zhao Shan swung his hammer down, but Yi Ruoyao deftly dodged the blow. Seeing this, Lin Yang relaxed his guard. A hammer must be strong to forge iron. Zhao Shan's foundation was too weak, he possessed nothing but brute force. Against the most agile assassin, such an opponent was like a blunt knife cutting through flesh, doomed to fail sooner or later. Don't get ahead of yourself. The student council has more than just this level of strength. Do you know what Zhao Shan's profession is? Su Xinyue teased again. He's a tank. Yi Ruoyao summoned Spider Sting, seizing a gap in Zhao Shan's attack to drive it viciously into his unguarded abdomen. Clang! The Spider Sting left a white mark on Zhao Shan's body, sparks flying. The strike failed to inflict any real damage. Oomph! Little brat, this skin of mine is forged from steel and iron, impervious to blades and bullets. With skills like that, I suggest you save your breath. Zhao Shan seized the opening in Yi Ruoyao's attack and brought his hammer crashing down. Yi Ruoyao swiftly retreated, but the hammer's blast still grazed her, forcing her to block with her spider stinger. Thud! Yi Ruoyao was sent flying several meters, her arm trembling. The disparity in their strength was no longer a matter of cutting flesh with a dull blade, it was like an egg colliding with a stone. See that? Su Xinyue propped her chin on her hand, watching Lin Yang with a look of amusement. This is the student council's style. Zhao Shan's skin is protected by the intermediate grade magical artifact, Copper Skin. Ordinary attacks won't scratch him. Your friend's a bit more formidable, he managed to leave a mark on it. A magical artifact? Lin Yang hadn't expected there to be so many intricacies involved. The only artifact he'd ever seen was Shinsuru's frostblade, that sword that never stained itself with blood. You're underestimating my people. It's just a mid-grade artifact. How could such trash hope to defeat my ace? Lin Yang leaned back, looking utterly relaxed. Su Xinyue's eyes narrowed in suspicion as she glanced toward the stands. Big guy, you blocked my first strike. Think you can handle a second? Yi Ruoyao pressed forward relentlessly, her assault showing no sign of slowing. Of course I can. If I can block one of your moves, I can block two. You're the one who can't recognize the gap in strength. Zhao Shan swung his stone mason's hammer with fierce momentum, blocking Yi Ruoyao's advance. Clang! Another white dot appeared in the same spot. Zhao Shan casually brushed dust from his body, speaking with utter indifference. Is that all? I can afford countless mistakes, but you can only afford one. Yi Ruoyao smiled without a word and pressed her attack. Hear the crowd's roar. Do you still think your girl stands a chance? Su Xinyue sneered with disdain. This competition isn't about who shouts the loudest. What good are cheers? While Lin Yang and Su Xinyue traded barbs, the match on stage continued. Ding! At the same spot, the third strike, a cherry-red substance seeped through his skin. Zhao Shan recoiled in shock. Whoa, this guy's got something. Tough talk won't win the fight, only fists can. Now! Lin Yang shouted, while Su Xinyue frowned deeply. On the field, Yi Ruoyao activated her shadow assault skill. Her movements were ghostly, her trail invisible to the naked eye. Where? Zhao Shan's face was filled with panic, his earlier sharpness completely gone. Clang! 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 The sound of metal striking metal echoed precise and elegant, each strike aimed to pierce the opponent's abdominal wound. Ah! Zhao Shan writhed in agony, though the pain did not last long. Put! Spider Sting pierced his body, ending the match. Shadow assault concluded. Yi Ruoyao stood drenched in sweat, while Zhao Shan knelt on the ground, clutching his lower abdomen. The arena fell silent. Moments later, cheers erupted, rising in waves. Did you teach him that? Su Xinyue scrutinized Lin Yang from head to toe. The man before her had once again captured her attention. Not entirely. The precision stemmed from Yi Ruoyao's relentless practice day and night. Lin Yang had merely taught her the technique of shadow strike. Lin Yang, your value keeps rising. Su Xinyue regarded Lin Yang with a playful expression, mentally elevating his worth in her estimation. It's too early to say that now. The real surprises are yet to come. Lin Yang drew closer, and the pores on Su Xinyue's face became distinctly visible. Didn't you say the student council would control everything, surpassing the elders? Then prove it to me. The match concluded. Contestants exited the arena. Zhao Shan, incapacitated, was carried off the combat platform by 4 medical personnel. In the stands, the student council vice president silently exited, accompanied by several young men in black uniforms. President, we've lost. It matters not. Chen Hao said indifferently. It was merely a test. To be precise, we won. We found trainees with greater potential and worth cultivating. Having mastered the competition, Chen Hao felt no trace of dissatisfaction. Instead, he radiated excitement. Chen Hao let out a cold laugh, his entire being radiating a sense of superiority born of confidence. But, someone already. Chen Hao glanced back at the subordinate, who immediately shut up. Does he have more money than me? Not as much. Then there's no problem. Throw money at her. Throw resources at her. I don't believe she won't be tempted. Through the team, Yi Ruoyo hurried off the field, constantly adjusting the strand of hair stuck to her forehead. Here. Spotting Lin Yang, Yi Ruoyo quickened her pace, leaping high into the air before landing in a tiger-like pounce straight into his arms. Chapter 38, Small Position, Big Authority. Clearly, they weren't this powerful back in the secret realm. How come now? Yi Ruoyo looked at Lin Yang with a deeply aggrieved expression. I know. Get down first. Lin Yang patted Yi Ruoyo's butt. Having such a big person hanging onto him was really heavy. If all the opponents ahead were in this enhanced state, like the student council members, things would get messy. Lin Yang couldn't help but consider the feasibility of joining an organization. Clap clap clap. Applause erupted from the other end of the staff entrance. Surrounded by his entourage, student council vice president Chen Hao approached slowly. Congratulations. Truly unexpected that Longyang No. 2 High School would have such a promising student. Yi Ruoyo instinctively moved closer to Lin Yang. She didn't feel particularly fond of the newcomer. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chen Hao, Vice President of the Student Union, not Longyang No. 2 High School Student Union, but the 100 Schools Alliance Student Union. The 100 Schools Alliance comprised hundreds of institutions across the entire Tianyun province. Most people's knowledge of it existed only in rumors, few had ever truly encountered it. I watched your match. You show great potential. I formally invite you to join the 100 Schools Alliance as a reserve member. Feel free to flatter me now. Chen Hao lifted his chin, hands spread wide. Behind him, his entourage erupted into thunderous applause, the clapping echoing through the narrow employee passageway. After a moment, Chen Hao signaled for the applause to cease, his expression turning stern once more. He fixed his gaze on Yi Ruoyo and spoke with a cold smile. What? Why aren't you applauding? Relying on Lin Yang for support, Yi Ruoyo found her courage and retorted. I invited you to be Lin Yang's third henchman. Now you can express your gratitude. At these words, Chen Hao's stern face darkened so much it seemed ink could drip from it. Reserve? I'll make you a full-fledged henchman right now. Very well. You've got guts. Chen Hao turned to his henchmen behind him. Don't they know how awesome I am? Tell them. The henchman wore sunglasses, had a shaved head, and dark skin. Receiving the order, he stepped forward. The 100 Schools Alliance operates independently of the academy system, answering only to our direct superiors. Supreme honor, that's all I have to say. Put. Yi Ruoyo covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Someone unaware might think we're still living in feudal times? Not bound by the academy, doesn't that just mean you're bound by yourselves? Is it your brain that's fried, or mine? You. Chen Hao's forehead veins throbbed. This was the first time anyone had dared refuse his invitation. He barked orders at his henchmen. Teach them a lesson. Chen Hao waved his hand, and 7 or 8 henchmen in black began flexing their muscles, ready to act. Bullying my people on my turf? Don't you dare underestimate me. Su Xinyue arrived, followed by dozens of senior students wearing Longyang No. 2 high school uniforms. Oh. Isn't this Sister Su? What's up? Didn't lose badly enough last time? Trying to get revenge? Ignore her. Keep going. I'll see who dares. Tensions flared, the atmosphere thick with tension. Ah. Lin Yang let out a soft sigh. He couldn't afford to provoke either side. But being untouchable didn't mean he'd back down. Chen Hao had humiliated Yi Ruoyo first, this couldn't just be swept under the rug. A thought flashed through Lin Yang's mind, and he activated the Beast Compendium. Thanks to Shinsuru's secret training sessions, the level of the black-haired wild boar in the Beast Compendium had reached level 7. Though the individuals before him were all formidable in rank. But let's not forget this is Longyang No. 2 High School's turf. As long as he stirred up trouble, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. The ones they bullied were the weaklings who dared not fight back. A dozen black-haired wild boars materialized out of thin air, charging wildly through the crowd. Chaos erupted among the crowd. Seizing the moment, Su Xinyue gave the order. Several Longyang students behind her acted without mercy. Stop! Stop! My hair just got done. Chen Hao and his crew scrambled away, heads tucked between their arms. One of their henchmen behind them started to retaliate, but a fierce glare from Chen Hao made him back down. As the black-haired wild boar's soul power dissipated, Su Xinyue's men also stopped fighting at just the right moment. Chen Hao and his crew stood there, their clothes torn and blood trickling from their noses. He wiped the blood from his nose and spat out a mouthful of blood. You've got guts. I can't touch you now, but just wait for the freshman exchange meeting. No! He pointed at Yi Ruoyo behind Lin Yang. I'll make sure you don't even make it through the qualifying round. With that, Chen Hao and his men fled in panic. As smug as they'd been arriving, they were just as pathetic leaving. Who'd have thought, little brother? You've got a dark heart. Su Xinyue nudged Lin Yang with her shoulder. You're a level 7 professional, yet you dared to make a move in this situation. That takes some guts. Lin Yang snorted coldly. It's not just my guts that are big. Lin Yang had different approaches for different women. But he never expected to slip up this time. Oh? Well, I suppose I'll have to see for myself when the chance arises. Su Xinyue's gaze drifted downward, settling on a certain prominent area. Lin Yang. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yang's mind as he thought to himself. Not my sister, you're serious about this. Ha ha ha, look how scared you are. I thought you were braver than that. Su Xinyue's laughter rang out like a crisp bell, utterly delightful. Relax, at Longyang No. 2 High School, no one can touch you. Do whatever you want, I've got your back. After all, you're someone I've got my eye on. Yi Ruoyo reached across the gap between them and picked up her phone. Sis, you're so amazing. Can I reach out to you if I need help? Su Xinyue glanced at her and replied. Of course. You two come as a package deal. Then let's exchange contacts. Yi Ruoyo looked thrilled. Unlike her sharp-tongued demeanor with Chen Hao, she was much more articulate with Su Xinyue. After exchanging contact information, Su Xinyue looked at Lin Yang with a serious expression. Chen Hao won't let this slide. Even though he faces restrictions at the academy, the Student Union of the 100 Schools Alliance still holds influence. You just humiliated him. Next, he'll probably take his anger out on your friends. Oh no! What should we do? Sis, do you have any ideas? Yi Ruoyo's voice softened, sounding pitifully vulnerable. Since you called me sister, I'll point you in the right direction. I know Chen Hao not much of a thinker himself, but he's got a pretty formidable older brother. If he decides to mess with you, he'll probably move your next match to the afternoon and slip in a stronger opponent. Since they can change the order of players, so can we but. Su Xinyue left the sentence hanging. But Lin Yang already understood her meaning. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Asking for favors inevitably comes with an equal price to pay. If you join my organization, I guarantee you'll breeze through the qualifiers. And if you prove yourself, securing a decent ranking at the freshman exchange won't be difficult. Su Xinyue finished speaking, leaving the decision in Lin Yang's hands. Yi Ruoyo remained silent, waiting for Lin Yang's response. No, thank you. You've already done more than enough for us. We can handle the upcoming competitions on our own. Lin Yang smiled confidently, declining Su Xinyue's offer. Su Xinyue looked momentarily taken aback, then smiled knowingly. I really didn't misjudge you. If you had come to me for help just now, you wouldn't hold this place in my heart. Su Xinyue turned and motioned for the people behind her to leave. Reaching the end of the staff passageway, she turned, cupped her hands around her mouth, and called out to Lin Yang. Lin Yang, I have high hopes for you. I'll save you a seat for the match. I can't wait to see just how much of a surprise you'll give me. After Su Xinyue departed, Yi Ruoyo looked at Lin Yang with genuine sincerity. Aren't you afraid? Not at all. I trust your decisions. Lin Yang laughed heartily. Guess why I deliberately provoked Chen Hao? Chapter 39, Massage Antics and Strange Noises from Next Door. Let me think. First off, you always have your reasons for doing things. You wouldn't provoke him for no reason. Getting revenge for me is one part of it, but I think the more plausible answer is. You wanted to use his hands to push my ranking up in the competition. Yi Ruoyo pointed at Lin Yang, looking smug. Lin Yang smiled without comment. Go get some rest. I expect another grueling battle this afternoon. Hearing this, the exhaustion Yi Ruoyo had suppressed for so long erupted in an instant. She collapsed uncontrollably onto Lin Yang. Ugh. I'm so tired. If only someone could give me a back rub. After all, it wasn't Lin Yang who'd been exerting himself, so Yi Ruoyo's request wasn't unreasonable. Lin Yang glanced around and actually found a quiet, secluded spot. There was a storage room nearby, crammed full of various equipment. After some searching, Lin Yang pulled out a bench press rack from the pile of clutter. Lying on this thing would definitely be uncomfortable. But don't forget, Yi Ruoyo had the physique of a super fit kid. Lying on it was no problem at all. Ah, so comfortable. Lin Yang's hand gently pressed down on Yi Ruoyo's waist from above. Yi Ruoyo was slender, yet she possessed ample curves where they mattered. As Lin Yang's hand rested there, he could sense the boundless strength hidden beneath her slender waist. As Lin Yang massaged her up and down, Iruoya let out contented murmurs, drifting toward sleep. But suddenly, the sound changed. Faintly, it sounded like someone calling for help, or perhaps a cry of relief. Lin Yang's hands froze. Both of them pricked up their ears, straining to gather information from their surroundings. As they poured their energy into listening, the sound in Lin Yang's ears gradually grew clearer. "Ah, Brother Wan, is it really okay to go this hard?" "Shut up. The morning matches are over, time to relax properly. Squeeze tight." Even inexperienced, Iruoya sensed something was off about these voices. "Ah. You're not allowed to listen." She spun around and covered Lin Yang's ears. Pulled by her, Lin Yang instantly lost his balance and crashed onto Iruoya. "Let go. I didn't hear anything. I don't believe you." As Lin Yang spoke, Iruoya clung tighter, wrapping her arms and legs around him like an octopus, holding him fast. After about 3 minutes, the noise from the next room ceased. Lin Yang dug his fingers deep into Iruoya's thigh. The pain made Iruoya release her grip, finally allowing Lin Yang to breathe fresh air. After straightening their clothes, they stopped dwelling on the massage incident. It was nearly time to return to the martial arts arena. If they delayed any longer, they might not find anyone to switch match orders with, and Lin Yang's plan would be ruined. Stepping out of the storage room, Lin Yang deliberately glanced back. What he saw left him stunned. The room next door was the restroom. Which meant that just moments ago, 2 people had been attempting to create new life in the restroom. TSK, how lame. Lin Yang turned back and saw Iruoya also staring at the room they'd just left. Back at the martial arts arena, sure enough, the staff had been waiting there for quite some time. They paced anxiously on the spot, their furrowed brows finally relaxing slightly when Iruoya appeared. "Miss E, we've been looking everywhere for you. Where did you go? Even with all the teachers searching, we couldn't find you." Even though she knew what they were about to say, Iruoya still feigned ignorance. "What's wrong, teacher? Did something happen with the previous competition?" No. The female teacher, clutching a stack of documents, waved her hands urgently. "The previous competition is fine. It's the schedule for the upcoming matches that's been adjusted. Take a look." The teacher placed the chart in front of Iruoya. "Technical adjustment. Your next opponent has been changed to Wang Gang. The match is about to begin." "So soon?" Iruoya feigned surprise. The female teacher's expression instantly turned stern. "This is all higher-ups' orders. If you have any complaints, take them to the student council." The female teacher walked away without giving Iruoya a chance to ask any questions. Seeing one part revealed the whole picture, Lin Yang finally understood. After formal enrollment, the 6 elders functioned like mere mascots. They only intervened when the academy faced grave threats. The rest of the time, most authority rested with the student council, students governing students. From this perspective, the student council's authority was indeed substantial. "I'm about to go on stage. Remember to cheer me on." Iruoya clenched her fist, stuck out her tongue at Lin Yang, then skipped off toward the staff entrance. Watching her depart, Lin Yang turned to head for the stands to watch the match. Just as he turned, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Sorry, teacher, I'm late." The voice matched the one Lin Yang had heard in the storage room. Lin Yang turned to see a bald man, stroking his shiny scalp, grinning as he called out to the staff. The female teacher in charge of match arrangements pushed her glasses up, looking puzzled. "Who are you?" "Right here. I'm Wang Gang." "You're Wang Gang." The teacher performed her signature move again, instantly changing her expression. "Mr. Wang Gang, you're such a fine young man. I'm sure you'll go far in life. Now hurry off to your competition. If you need anything, just let me know." "Got it." After completing the registration, Wang Gang dashed off in a flash. He still had some strength, but his steps were unsteady. Every few paces he'd have to clutch his lower back. From the female teacher's shifting expressions, Lin Yang could guess the situation. The other party was likely another student council member, though whether from Longyang No. 2 High School or the 100 Schools Alliance remained unclear. Lin Yang sensed vaguely that this school had been carved up by various organizations, with student council influence permeating nearly every aspect. After the brief incident, he headed to the spectator seats and waited quietly for the competition to begin. A while later, Su Xinyue finally arrived. Her first words were a smug accusation. "What did I tell you? I knew that brainless fool would mess with this." She settled into her seat with graceful poise. "Let me see what you've got. Is it worth my continued investment?" Su Xinyue crossed her arms, forming a wide Y shape with her hands. "Wow, that guy across the way is no pushover. Did you see his shaved head?" Lin Yang followed the direction of Su Xinyue's slender fingers. He noticed the contestant had already entered the arena. Perhaps because Lin Yang was present, unlike her stiffness in the first match, Iruoya appeared relaxed and at ease. Her opponent, unsurprisingly, was Wang Gang. His signature bald head made him instantly recognizable. Is he a member of our school's student council, or part of the 100 Schools Alliance? Regardless, Lin Yang was confident he could take him down. Su Xinyue snorted coldly. Can't he hold both positions? Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat, yet his thoughts suddenly felt much clearer. Perhaps these intricate organizations weren't all adversaries, but rather a hybrid state where they were intertwined and inseparable. Scared now? Su Xinyue leaned in, her voice dripping with mockery. If you're scared, just tell me. I can make this match stop. That way, your little girlfriend won't get hurt either. Forgot to mention her opponent is a ravenous beast. Cut it out. Lin Yang raised his hand to cut off Su Xinyue's incessant chatter. I already knew that. Tell me something I don't know. Alright then. See all that muscle? Guess what his profession is? Lin Yang speculated inwardly. Probably a body cultivator. After all, why bother with physical training if you don't have to? If he were any other profession, he wouldn't need to. Forget it, I'll tell you. He's a rare profession, a word master. He can turn lies into truth. This was something Lin Yang hadn't anticipated. He wasn't very familiar with the skills of a wordmage. Look at all that muscle, apparently he built it specifically to attract a girlfriend, unrelated to his profession. With that kind of determination, he earned the nickname, the lustful glutton. If he sets his sights on your girlfriend, she's in trouble. How about it? Want to beg me for help? Su Xinyue kept chattering in Lin Yang's ear. She had the face of a mature woman but was a chatterbox. What a shame, what a shame. Meanwhile, both contestants took their positions as the host's voice echoed from the four corners of the hall. Good afternoon, everyone. This afternoon's first match promises to be spectacular. Art classes Wang Gang versus combat classes Iruoyo. A battle between the 12th and 11th grades. This match promises plenty of excitement. Get ready, the match is about to begin. As the host's voice faded, a tsunami of cheers erupted throughout the venue. Yanshi was a rare sight, despite being only one grade higher. But the scarcity of information about Yanshi and his devious attack methods significantly elevated Wang Gang's danger level. The threat he posed was incomparable to any of Iruoyo's previous opponents. Beside the fighting platform's railing, Chen Hao, his head wrapped in bandages, glanced toward Lin Yang's direction. Their eyes met, and Chen Hao made a throat-slitting gesture. Chapter 40, The Unique Profession of the Speechmaster. Childish. Lin Yang paid no heed to the threat. If the opponent had other means, he wouldn't resort to such intimidation tactics. As the referee's whistle blew, the match officially commenced. Wang Gang stood rooted to the spot, towering like a mountain. He roared. I have the heavens as my ally. Thud. The ground trembled as a heavily armored, masked giant materialized from thin air. Over 2 meters tall, he gripped a massive battle axe. The heavenly general aids me in eliminating villains. As the words left his mouth, the red light in the giant's eyes intensified as he slowly advanced toward Iruoya. I'm curious, what tricks do you have up your sleeve to help your little girlfriend win this match? Su Xinyue propped her chin on her hand, gazing lazily at Lin Yang. In terms of strength, Wang Gang isn't qualified. But he's never short of women. Do you know why? Rarity makes things valuable. His profession is too unique, so unique that every organization wants to get their hands on information about him. What he can't afford, someone else can. At that moment, Iruoya clashed with the celestial warrior. Their bodies collided, and with a single exchange, Iruoya was sent flying backward several meters. Don't waste your effort, little beauty. This heavenly general here? My stats are on par with a level 15 physical cultivator, far beyond what you could ever hope to match. Wang Gang rubbed his hands together, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Just admit defeat. A beauty like you wouldn't be worth the trouble if you got hurt. Don't blame me for being ruthless, little sister. I'm just doing what I have to. Just doing my job for the money. Wang Gang commanded the celestial warrior in battle while chatting casually. He paid no heed to whether Iruoya would respond. His words sounded less like a warning and more like a monologue to himself. Iruoya used her agility to outmaneuver the celestial warriors. As an assassin, her strength stats weren't particularly impressive. Prolonged combat was not her forte. More often than not, she preferred to find a weakness and strike for the kill. But now, fighting from a position of disadvantage was unavoidable. Since her opponent had specifically chosen her, they wouldn't allow her to gain an advantage through class counters. In a matchup between equals, information is key. It's essentially a battle of information asymmetry. As an assassin, concealment was paramount. Yet Iruoya had already leaked every piece of information she could. She hadn't gathered a single shred of information about her opponent's class traits. Little sister, I truly don't want to hurt you. I'm acting on someone else's orders. This is a difficult situation for me too. From the start of the battle, Wang Gang's mouth hadn't stopped. Meanwhile, the heavenly general's power grew ever stronger. Celestial warrior, split Manhwa. At Wang Gang's command, the heavenly general's power surged as he swung his axe down. The basalt platform was cleaved open by the fierce blow, revealing a massive crack. Whoosh! Even from a great distance, Lin Yang keenly sensed the impact. Wang Gang's breathing grew ragged. Every word he spoke demanded a corresponding toll. But what is the cost? Lin Yang pondered calmly. The battle raged on. Ruoyao darted and weaved, evading the celestial warrior's relentless attacks. Occasionally, she would strike back, but to little effect. Her attacks had once left marks on Zhao Shan, but against the celestial general, all her efforts vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, making no ripple whatsoever. The disparity in our strength is too great. Surrender is the best option. Little sister, when it comes to strength, you simply cannot win. And Wang Gang relentlessly bombarded Ruoyao with verbal harassment, yet mid-sentence, he stuttered to a halt. Frustrated after struggling for words, he rubbed his bald head until it turned red. This unusual behavior didn't escape Lin Yang's notice. Wow, this bald guy's really putting in the effort. Su Xinyue produced a pair of portable binoculars from somewhere. She pressed the small lenses to her eyes, instantly closing the distance. Ruoyao doesn't seem weak either. Wang Gang's fighting style is clearly designed to deliberately wear her down. But from the looks of it, Ruoyao's still holding her own. Lin Yang, I think. Holy crap. Su Xinyue took off the binoculars, about to discuss the match with Lin Yang, when she turned her head and found Lin Yang's face mere inches from hers. You scared the crap out of me. What are you doing? Lin Yang pointed at the lenses in her hand. Can I borrow this for a moment? Su Xinyue handed the lenses over casually. Just say you wanted them. Playing games like this, my little heart can't take it. Lin Yang took the lens and pressed it against his eye. His vision sharpened, but the voices remained indistinct. Fortunately, Lin Yang knew a bit of lip reading. I admit you're truly beautiful. But you're still no match for me. Your talent surpasses mine. Perhaps given time, you could even surpass me. Let's leave it at that for now. Wang Gang was once again at a loss for words. Lin Yang also noticed something unusual through the artifact passed by Su Xinyue. For instance, a bright white light shone above Wang Gang's head as he spoke. Celestial General, you possess innate divine strength, surpassing your opponents by more than double. As the words fell, the Heavenly General's arm muscles bulged, his armor straining taut across his body. In their next clash, the Heavenly General's powerful strike nearly sent Ruoyao flying. Finished watching? Did you gain anything from it? Lin Yang stowed the lenses and returned the artifact to Su Xinyue. That bald guy's like a light bulb, his head glows when he tells the truth and dims when he lies. If I'm not mistaken, his power stems from the accumulated force of truth. The more truth he speaks, the stronger his lies become. Through observation, Lin Yang had grasped the basic mechanics of the Word Master's ability. But he couldn't relay this information to Ruoyao. Nor had he found a way to counter it yet. Good. You truly are the one I chose. By the way, this thing was specially prepared for me, right? You knew all this information long ago. Lin Yang glanced at the artifact in Su Xinyue's hand. Judging by Su Xinyue's reaction, she was no stranger to this information. So what if I did? If you don't come up with a countermeasure soon, your little girlfriend won't hold out much longer. His gaze shifted back to the combat platform. With his strength amplified, the Heavenly General aimed every strike at vital points. Ruoyao had nowhere left to retreat, driven to the very edge of the platform. Beg me and I'll tell you. His weakness is obvious. Want some popcorn? Su Xinyue adopted the posture of a spectator, even having sunflower seeds ready. No need. After Su Xinyue's subtle hint, Lin Yang understood everything. The prettier the woman, the more skilled she is at deception. Their lies were half-truths, half-fabrications impossible to discern. Fortunately, Su Xinyue wasn't a master of words. Otherwise, with her silver tongue, ordinary people would find it hard to win against her. Lin Yang stood up, gesturing with his hands. Before taking the stage, Lin Yang and Ruoyao had already coordinated their plan. Since they were too far apart to communicate verbally, they used specific hand gestures to convey their intended messages. Just like now, Lin Yang held 4 fingers forward, 1 finger behind, then slammed the rear finger down forcefully. Capture the king to defeat the enemy. Wang Gang's muscles served as his disguise, but his goal wasn't to attract the opposite sex. Instead, he aimed to lower his opponent's guard, making them believe his core strength remained formidable. But he was no true physical cultivator. His muscles were dead weight pumped up in the gym, lacking any real power. At the edge of the ring, Ruoyao understood instantly. In an instant, her body dissolved into shadow. Shadow flow activated. Chapter 41, Am I dodging his edge? Suddenly, Ruoyao moved. Her slender calves erupted with astonishing power, effortlessly evading the Heavenly General's attack. She charged straight toward Wang Gang. Wang Gang was startled. He knew his weakness well. Wang Gang swiftly retreated. Seeing he couldn't dodge in time, he urgently shouted. For celestial soldiers, aid me. As the words left his lips, 4 Heavenly Generals clad in equally heavy armor materialized out of thin air, blocking Ruoyao's attack path. After uttering those words, Wang Gang's legs buckled. His face drained of color, and the dark circles under his eyes grew even heavier. Ugh, my back. He clutched his waist as he slowly retreated, collapsing onto the martial arts platform. In this state, even without Iruoya's intervention, he could easily exhaust himself to death. I've never loved a single woman in my life except my mother. Every time I said I'm going to bed, it was really just my way of saying I didn't want to talk anymore. I wasn't actually going to sleep. After barely 2 honest words, Wang Gang suddenly ran out of things to say. Squatting on the ground, he kept stroking his completely bald head. Fortunately, those 2 honest confessions had lightened his mood considerably. For now, there was no immediate danger to his life. Iruoya knew this might be her only chance. Once Wang Gang recovered, she would face the combined assault of the 5 celestial generals. So, even with the 4 heavenly generals standing before her, she pressed forward without hesitation. The spider stinger in her hand plunged viciously toward Wang Gang. "Ah Jin, you're serious about this?" Wang Gang scrambled backward with hands and feet, barely evading Iruoya's strike. Before the danger had passed, Iruoya launched another assault. She unleashed Shadow Assault, moving so fast it was nearly impossible to see with the naked eye. "My golden light shield protects me, you can't harm me." Wang Gang roared, a golden aura rising around him. Iruoya's attack struck his body, sending ripples of clanging sound rippling out. After another colossal lie, Wang Gang grew even weaker. His once plump cheeks were deeply sunken, his entire being slumped like a drug addict, barely clinging to life. The hearts of the spectators in the arena shifted with the unfolding drama. The arena fell deathly silent as thousands watched the contest with rapt attention. Rare professions thrive on information asymmetry, rare, but not necessarily powerful. Otherwise, Wang Gang would have won long ago with just one causality-based spell. Is it that he doesn't want to? I think it's that he can't. With each word Lin Yang spoke, the frost on Su Xinyue's face deepened. By the end, she could no longer sit still. "I admit, you're truly formidable. I need to reconsider your worth. Give me some time, and I'll make you an offer you can't refuse." Su Xinyue spoke with unwavering resolve. Lin Yang was someone she absolutely had to secure. Lin Yang replied casually. "I look forward to it." A minor incident occurred outside the competition arena. At the edge of the fighting platform, Chen Hao erupted in rage, kicking the bald man beside him. "Tell me, is this the guy you swore would never miss? Where's his hand? Why doesn't he strike back? He's practically crippled and can't even let out a fart. Is he your relative or something? Did I give you my $500,000 to subsidize your household expenses?" The bald man shielded his head, letting Chen Hao vent his fury while occasionally muttering in defense. "The chairman. He may be my younger brother, but I have no personal bias whatsoever. His strength is widely acknowledged. I never expected this either. Fine, I'll give you back the remaining 450,000. Upon learning his subordinate had pocketed 90%, Chen Hao lost all restraint. He beat the bald man mercilessly with hands and feet. "Excuse me, sir. Please leave." Dozens of senior students in Longyang No. 2 high school uniforms appeared, looking down on Chen Hao from above. They were the same group from earlier that day. Seeing this, Chen Hao realized his 500,000 yuan had vanished into thin air. "You. Longyang No. 2 high school is the most special one. You'd better remember that. Move aside. I can walk myself." Chen Hao clung to his last shred of dignity, shaking off the arms gripping his sides, and strode purposefully toward the exit. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chen Hao's striding feet halted in place. He turned back in shock. There stood Wang Gang, flesh and blood rapidly regenerating, reborn with renewed vigor. "The world calls me a fool, but they've never witnessed my power to make words come true, a gift I've never wielded recklessly. I ask you, how many possess such unwavering resolve?" This statement held no falsehood. Lin Yang and Iruoyo had witnessed it firsthand. Even staking his manly pride, he still didn't abuse his power to alter this humiliating outcome, not even for 3 minutes. With such resolve, he truly was a man of honor. "I'll be blunt, 1 minute. If you last a minute, I concede defeat." A white glow emanated from Wang Gang's head this time. He wasn't lying. His ability could only last 1 minute. "Heavenly soldiers and generals, heed my command. By the decree of the true Lord of Thunder, use thunderclaps to purge the evil spirits." At his command, 5 celestial generals were enveloped in thunderous energy, their every movement crackling with electric arcs. As Iruoyo attacked Wang Gang, a golden glow emanated from his body. For 1 minute, he was invincible. "Celestial soldiers and generals, attack." The 5 celestial soldiers and generals coordinated flawlessly, unleashing a relentless combo that left Iruoyo utterly defenseless. Yet Iruoyo, bolstered by both Shadow Flow and Shadow Assault, proved no easy foe to defeat. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. The battle now came down to whose skills could last longer. Panting heavily, Iruoyo knew rationally that she couldn't win. She couldn't win. Her skills activated first, and they would inevitably end first. At that point, she would face a half-minute window of vulnerability. Under the negative buff, she was at best a slightly more resilient ordinary person, utterly incapable of fighting back. "What should I do?" Iruoyo asked herself. "Lin Yang wouldn't deceive me. Since he's pointed me in this direction, all I can do is charge forward." I am the sharpest blade. My mission is to charge forward without hesitation.
Yi Ruoyao channeled strength from somewhere unknown, unleashing a flurry of spider stings that struck Wang Gang's protective golden light with a series of sharp cracks.
Instead of retreating, you're closing in on me? This is interesting. A storm of attacks descended, yet Wang Gang remained unshaken.
Spiritual energy surged wildly, whipping up fierce gusts of wind.
Both fighters exceeded everyone's expectations.
Their clash resembled not a duel between newcomers but a collision of prodigies. I'll admit it, your little girlfriend has guts. I'll propose to the organization that we recruit her separately, not as your appendage.
Regardless of the outcome, she's mine. I'm just curious, how will she handle the next 30 seconds?
Su Xinyue wore a serious expression, no longer aloof and superior, but rather like a scholar thirsty for knowledge.
Oomph.
Lin Yang appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was freaking out.
Damn it, why isn't the experience bar moving? Didn't we choose the morning time slot specifically so Yi Ruoyao could break through during battle?
Leveling up meant a fresh start, all negative buffs from skill usage would vanish. Lin Yang had planned to exploit this glitch, but unfortunately, something unexpected must have happened with Shinsuruo. The shared experience points among the three of them stubbornly refused to increase.
Lin Yang calculated the time. Waiting any longer was pointless.
Watching Yi Ruoyao's experience bar hovering near the bottom, Lin Yang stripped off his clothes and began practicing the S-rank dragon-slaying sword technique in midair.
His training would allow Yi Ruoyao to accumulate experience points as well. Observing Lin Yang's peculiar actions, Su Xinyue murmured to herself. Is the head coach warming up? Interesting.
On the stage, the outcome was decided.
Tianjian carried the exhausted Yi Ruoyao to the edge of the combat platform.
I admire your courage, but alas, the struggle of prodigies has always been thus.
Below lay a bottomless abyss. Tianjian loosened his grip.
Suddenly, an eerie white light flared around Yi Ruoyao, and a dark figure leapt into the air.
Chapter 42, Paying Off Trouble. Breaking through during battle? How is that possible?
Chen Hao's face was etched with astonishment. He never imagined that on the eve of victory, Yi Ruoyao still possessed such a tactic.
Oof. Behind him, the Longyang No. 2 middle school students tasked with expelling him burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? You.
At that moment, Chen Hao suddenly remembered something. At noon, in the staff passageway, Yi Ruoyao and the strange actions of the man beside her. He had been successfully provoked by the other party, then interfered with the competition order.
Sigh.
As this thought struck him, Chen Hao realized something terrifying.
He had been set up.
The other party, lacking any backing or influence, had simply used him as a pawn to achieve their own ends.
Dishonorable.
Chen Hao spat in disgust, but the outcome remained unchanged. If you're stupid, don't blame others.
What did you say?
A mocking voice rang in Chen Hao's ears.
I'm the vice president of the 100 Schools Alliance Student Council. Who do you think you are? One word from me. Honorary vice president? No real power. If it weren't for your big brother, who'd give you the time of day?
A man with brown hair and exaggerated pecs lifted Chen Hao off the ground as easily as he would a small chicken.
Let go of me. You've pissed me off, and I'll make you pay for it.
Chen Hao struggled violently but couldn't break free from the other's grip.
Fine, I'll be waiting.
I'm Zhou Chang, captain of the Longyang No. 2 high school team. I won't change my name or alter my ways.
I'll be waiting for your revenge.
With that, he flung Chen Hao aside like discarded trash, hurling him off the stage. Zhou Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, his pale blue gaze fixed on the combat platform.
Looks like I didn't misjudge him. Lin Yang really has some skills. On the combat platform, the match continued. A black afterimage swiftly closed in on Wang Gang. Wang Gang's protective golden light flared brightly, clanging and clattering.
Moments later, cracks began to appear on the protective golden light.
No, you shouldn't be fighting like this. This is my peak moment. If you can just hold out for one more minute, you'll win this match effortlessly. Wang Gang spoke his mind, each truthful statement strengthening the impact of the next lie.
You should avoid my sharp edge.
Avoid my sharp edge?
Shadow flow shadow assault stacked.
Yi Ruoyao's speed reached its peak. In an instant, hundreds of attacks converged into one. Boom! What?
Wang Gang's protective golden light shattered as the gleaming spider stinger pierced toward his throat.
The outcome was decided. Wang Gang closed his eyes, awaiting death.
The situation on the field had reversed too quickly for the security teacher nearby to intervene in time.
Stop! How dare you?
The voice preceded the figure.
But distant water cannot quench a nearby fire.
Wang Gang's life was now in Yi Ruoyao's hands.
A cold sweat trickled down Wang Gang's forehead.
He could hold on no longer, his muscles dissolving. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. As he fell, he saw Yi Ruoyao's hand frozen mid-air. She hadn't taken advantage of his vulnerability.
Why? I was clearly Chen Hao's accomplice too. Wang Gang's mind was filled with confusion, but the wave of weakness came too quickly.
He had already passed out.
It's over.
Ruoyao retracted her spider sting and flashed a mischievous grin at Lin Yang on the viewing platform.
At the battle's final moment, Ruoyao deliberately held back.
It wasn't out of mercy, but because her opponent hadn't taken advantage of her vulnerability either. When she was exhausted, Wang Gang merely ordered the celestial guards to throw her out of the arena.
He hadn't pressed his advantage. Ruoyao always acted with grace.
Since her opponent fought cleanly, she wouldn't stoop to underhanded tactics either.
From the stands, Su Xinyue shot Lin Yang a look of resentment. "It's all your fault.
My attention was glued to you, so I missed how she won in the end."
Lin Yang flexed his wrists.
After Ruoyao's victory, his mood had lightened considerably, so he teased Su Xinyue playfully.
"Really?
I had no idea my charm was so overwhelming it made you unable to look away."
With that, he flicked his hair in an exaggeratedly flamboyant gesture.
"Ha ha ha." Su Xinyue covered her mouth and giggled softly.
"So, is this your approach?"
"It's actually quite interesting, but breaking through in the midst of battle requires tremendous courage."
"What if you fail?"
Su Xinyue shook her head, waiting for Lin Yang's response. Lin Yang leaned closer, his gaze fixed on her beautiful eyes as he spoke earnestly.
"To me, every chance is a certainty. I never fight unprepared."
In the employee entrance, Ruoyao spotted Lin Yang and rushed toward him like a whirlwind.
"I leveled up again, Lin Yang. Ever since meeting you, leveling up has been as easy as drinking water. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that ever happened to me."
Over the past decade or so, Ruoyao had endured too much hardship. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't bear to watch any longer, which is why they placed Lin Yang by her side. Others might scoff at such an explanation, but Ruoyao truly believed it.
While some rejoiced, others grieved.
While Ruoyao's leveling felt as effortless as eating and drinking, Shinsuruo's journey was entirely different. In a corner of the Beishan secret realm, a sea of corpses and blood stretched out. The ground was strewn with the bones of black-haired wild boars, piled high like a funeral mound. Shinsuruo stood atop the pyre, her blood-soaked clothes discarded carelessly. Her upper body was clad only in a strappy crop top, revealing her defined abs. Shinsuruo opened the backpack Lin Yang had prepared for her, pulled out a water bottle, and gulped down several mouthfuls. Drops of water trickled down her fair neck into the two valleys of her chest.
"Ah!" Shinsuruo let out a long sigh. "After all this killing, I'm still only at level 8. Even though my leveling speed is over 10 times faster than before, it's still not enough. 3 days remained until the freshman exchange meeting. In 3 days, she needed to level up at least 3 times to stand a chance in battle." After a brief rest, Shinsuruo hoisted Frostblade and pressed deeper into the forest. The northern mountain secret realm remained relatively safe from human interference. The black-haired wild boars here rarely exceeded level 10, making them practically walking experience packs. Glancing back at the carcass of the black-haired boar, Shinsuruo murmured to herself. 6 hours, and I've only killed this many? Shinsuruo, you really have become complacent. Just moments ago, she hadn't done a thing, yet her experience points had skyrocketed. Recalling her encounters since meeting Lin Yang, Shinsuruo realized. It must be that Lin Yang was working even harder than she was. That was why he could accumulate in just half an hour the experience points it took her 6 hours to earn. With this realization, Shinsuru's pace quickened involuntarily. If even the Demon King works this hard, I'm just a mortal with a bit of talent. I certainly can't slack off. Go for it, Shinsuruo. On Lin Yang's side, he had just exited the staff entrance when he encountered Ruoyao's opponent from the previous match. Wait. Young hero, wait. Several youth dressed in eccentric attire, carrying a stretcher, caught up to Lin Yang. Hey. Nice to see you two again. On the stretcher, Wang Gang was completely wrapped in bandages, looking like a freshly mummified corpse. What's up? Lin Yang asked calmly. Given Wang Gang's current state, he posed no threat to Lin Yang. So Lin Yang saw no need to be on guard. Of course not. I'm here to apologize. Wang Gang lay on the stretcher, flashing a mouthful of pearly whites. What kind of apology is that? If you have a crime to confess, go to the police. Why come to me? Ruoyao joined in playfully, pouting as she leaned closer. Wang Gang pointed with the only finger he could move toward a small bag at the end of the stretcher. There was 500,000 yuan in there. I was just doing a favor for someone, forced into this fight with you guys. I was planning to give them 100,000 as compensation after the fight. Never thought I'd be the one getting hurt. So I took the liberty of keeping 100,000 for medical expenses. The rest, I'm handing over every last cent. I mean it. Lin Yang didn't agree immediately. Instead, he approached Wang Gang and pulled back the bandage covering his head. Beneath the bandage, Wang Gang's smooth forehead glowed white. As it turned out, he didn't speak up, at least not with malicious intent. His character, well, it was passable. Considering Wang Gang didn't resort to dirty tricks during his duel with Ruoyao, Lin Yang felt this man was worth extending a helping hand to. As long as he wasn't an enemy, Wang Gang's rare profession, the wordmaster, might prove useful in critical moments. Take the money. Lin Yang motioned for Ruoyao to take the money. She was the victim. This money rightfully belonged to Yi Ruoyao. Haha, so does that mean our grudge is settled now? Debt? What debt? Ha? Wang Gang's expression turned tense. Was he about to lose both his wife and his army this time? If we can't come to an agreement, just give me back the money. Yi Ruoyao patted Wang Gang's thigh. Just teasing you. You're one of the few opponents who fights clean. We could be friends. Hearing this, Wang Gang's lips twitched slightly as he exhaled in relief. Lin Yang and Wang Gang exchanged contact information and were about to leave. A furious voice erupted. Does my money burn your hands? Chapter 43, Su Xinyue's Invitation. Chen Hao appeared silently behind the group. His rage twisted into a sneer as he confronted them with a twisted expression. Don't get too cocky. It's not that you're clever, it's that I was too stupid to fall into your trap. As Chen Hao spoke, several seniors wearing Longyang No. 2 high school uniforms approached. So what? Isn't 50,000 enough to buy you a lesson? Lin Yang wasn't intimidated. He'd seen the other guy's pathetic performance at the martial arts dojo. At the very least, within Longyang No. 2 high school, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. Chen Hao might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he wasn't a complete fool either. Longyang No. 2 high school stood as a united front, completely unaffected by the 100 Schools Alliance. He should have seen this coming. His previous actions had only been permitted by the Longyang No. 2 high school squad. Time was running out. Longyang No. 2 high people were closing in. Chen Hao had no choice but to leave with a threatening parting shot. We've got plenty of time. We'll see about that. With that, he turned and walked away. If he couldn't act during the qualifying round, then he'd settle it at the freshman exchange meeting. This year's exchange event was held at Julu No. 19 High School. He refused to believe that once outside Longyang No. 2 High School, he couldn't handle these two. After Chen Hao departed, the senior students followed suit. Then it's settled. Maybe we'll even fight side by side at the orientation. Wang Gang was visibly excited, inadvertently letting slip some information. Fight side by side? Dude, do you know how this year's orientation competition works? Realizing his slip, Wang Gang scrambled to cover his tracks. No, I was referring to the format for this qualifying round. Lin Yang lifted the bandage covering Wang Gang's head. The colors faded. TSK, you've been up to no good. Yi Ruoyao pursed her lips, her face full of disdain. Wang Gang hastily explained. The qualifiers use a double elimination format. I still have a chance to fight alongside you guys. By Guang this time he was telling the truth. As for the freshman exchange. Oh, spare me. I can only talk about it if you join the student council. It's the president's direct order. I can't betray the president. No way. I'll compensate you with some money. Wang Gang looked genuinely troubled. It seemed the pressure was indeed preventing him from speaking freely. It's fine. I'll find out on my own. Lin Yang didn't press him further. After all, they'd just become friends, no need to ruin things over this. Wang Gang breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, four henchmen swiftly carried the stretcher at a brisk pace. Midway, one of the henchmen, acting slyly, flung Wang Gang off the stretcher. Wang Gang scrambled back up, climbing onto the stretcher without a moment's delay. After Wang Gang left, Yi Ruoyao circled around Lin Yang happily. Another 400,000 in my account. Lin Yang, ever since meeting you, not only have my level skyrocketed, but my wealth keeps piling up too. Don't you think we make a perfect match? Yi Ruoyao looked at him expectantly. Lin Yang looked into her sincere eyes, unable to respond. Just then, Lin Yang's phone rang. He opened it to find a message from someone labeled Hot Senior. Weren't you curious about the competition rules for the freshman exchange event? Come to the student union on the 8th floor. I'll be waiting. The message couldn't have come at a better time. Lin Yang seized the chance to make an excuse and slip away. My senior asked me to come over. I'll head back first. I remember you still have your part-time job to do, and those freshmen are waiting for you, right? Lin Yang ruffled Yi Ruoyao's hair. Her hair was incredibly thick, giving it a soft, fluffy feel. All right then. Yi Ruoyao's eyes filled with disappointment, but she forced a cheerful smile. I'll wait for you. Make sure you come for the finals. Got it. Lin Yang waved goodbye and headed toward the student council office. The afterglow of the setting sun still bathed the academy grounds, casting a long shadow behind Lin Yang's departing figure. Yi Ruoyao stared at that figure for a long time, only reluctantly turning away once Lin Yang had completely vanished from view. The Longyang No. 2 High School Student Council boasted a long history, established not long after the school itself. The towering building stood in one corner of the campus. In front of it lay an imposing rock garden, while behind it flowed a wide river. From the upper floors, one could enjoy the finest views of Longyang No. 2 High School. Lin Yang stepped into the elevator, heading straight for the 8th floor. Along the way, student council members from various grades eyed him with all sorts of expressions, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Ding! The elevator doors opened on the 8th floor, where someone had been waiting for him. You're here. The president has been waiting for you in the inner office for quite some time.
It must be said, the student council uniforms were even more eye-catching than Longyang No. 2 High School's regular school uniforms. Perhaps due to the high number of physical cultivators, the red and white uniforms accentuated their curvaceous figures with an undeniable allure. A blonde-haired assistant wearing silver-rimmed glasses led Lin Yang into the inner chamber. Su Xinyue had been waiting there for quite some time.
President, the person has been brought.
Su Xinyue sat in her chair, her back to Lin Yang, speaking in a calm tone.
I know. You may leave. After the assistant departed, Su Xinyue rose to personally pour tea for Lin Yang.
The inner room's curtains were tightly drawn, and the air carried a pleasant, exotic fragrance. Lin Yang took several deep breaths, instantly feeling his blood surge. He immediately realized something was off about the scent and summoned his spiritual energy to suppress the dark thoughts rising within him.
Ha ha ha.
After pouring the tea, Su Xinyue covered her mouth and giggled softly.
This is the triple transformation qi and blood fragrance. It aids practitioners of physical cultivation in their training.
It has no other effects.
If anything, it's probably your own impure thoughts.
Su Xinyue gestured for Lin Yang to sit down, pushing the poured tea toward him.
How's your decision about joining the student council coming along?
Lin Yang didn't touch the tea bowl but instead brought up a new topic. I have some money on hand and am unsure how best to spend it.
Do you have any suitable suggestions, President Su? Negotiations require leverage, and Lin Yang's leverage lies in his abilities, or rather, in Lin Yang himself. But Lin Yang himself couldn't be turned into something tangible.
Thus, Lin Yang directly presented the rewards Longyang No. 2 High School had given him over the past few days, signaling to Su Xinyue.
If you're going to name a price, think it through first. Oh? Su Xinyue remarked with interest. You've only just enrolled. You don't understand how much resources cultivation consumes, nor do you grasp the value of money. Money is never enough, no matter how much you have.
Why don't you tell me how much spare cash do you have on hand? Lin Yang thought for a moment, deciding to round up the figure. About 5 million, I suppose. To his surprise, Su Xinyue chuckled upon hearing this.
I was expecting a lot more.
That amount barely covers a mid-grade magical artifact.
Could it be you don't have the connections? Lin Yang's heart sank. Since enrolling, he'd claimed every possible reward available, even multiplying the tenfold wouldn't reach this figure.
He hadn't expected it to be considered mere pocket change in her eyes. Lin Yang composed himself and followed her lead.
What suggestions might President Su have?
Certainly. Su Xinyue produced a black card, her fingers forming a sword-like gesture as she slid it toward Lin Yang.
You're still new to this game.
There are certain things you can't access yet, but don't worry, I'll teach you.
This is the highest level access card for the black market.
You can buy anything you can imagine with it as long as you can afford the price. Lin Yang stared at the black card. It featured a ferocious demon beast, exquisitely crafted.
But he didn't take it. Lin Yang knew everything had a price. Before Su Xinyue named it, he couldn't show even a hint of desire. What? Afraid to take it? Could I possibly harm you? Su Xinyue pressed.
Seeing Lin Yang still hesitating, Su Xinyue softened her tone.
I'm a woman of my word.
As long as you drink this cup of tea, this card is yours to use as you please.
To ease Lin Yang's suspicions, Su Xinyue picked up the teacup before him and downed it in one gulp. Go ahead and drink.
Seeing this, Lin Yang no longer hesitated and raised the cup to his lips. Oh, I almost forgot to mention this tea also contains a dose of triple transforming qi and blood elixir. But don't worry if you have any adverse reactions, I'll take full responsibility.
Put.
Chapter 44, Deepening the Conversation with Su Xinyue. The sip of tea Lin Yang had just taken instantly sprayed out. The splashing tea halted before Su Xinyue, as if colliding with an invisible circular barrier.
Look at you, so impatient. But I drank this tea too, didn't I? If it were poisoned, I wouldn't be able to escape either. If you don't drink it, I'm taking this card back, you know. Su Xinyue's finger hovered over the black card, making a move to take it back.
Lin Yang thought it over carefully.
She had a point.
So he picked up the teacup and downed the remaining half bowl of tea in one gulp.
That's more like it. Let's keep talking. Want to join our student council? A strange sensation spread through Lin Yang's calf. It felt like being bitten by some kind of insect. He looked down and saw a pair of small feet wrapped in black stockings rubbing against his leg. No! After swallowing the tea, Lin Yang felt a wave of heat wash over him. His blood rushed to his lower body. There's something in the tea. Of course. Su Xinyue admitted openly. Didn't I tell you? I added a triple transforming qi and blood elixir to the tea. But this potion has no effect on ordinary people. Your reaction, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for your sister, would you? Truth be told, Su Xinyue was undeniably beautiful.
Among all the women Lin Yang had encountered in his 2 lifetimes, she easily ranked in the top 3. Her charm lay in her exquisite features, her sultry figure, and above all, that innate allure woven into her very bones. Her elegance and refinement were qualities rarely found in women her age.
So hot.
Su Xinyue fanned herself with her small hand, but finding it insufficient, she undid the top 2 buttons of her blouse. 2 rounded mounds were half exposed.
I'll be blunt. I admire you.
I don't care how much you're worth, whether it's 500,000 or 5 million, it's insignificant to me. Join us, and I personally can provide you with 50 million cultivation resources, enough to smoothly reach level 20.
Su Xinyue's fingertips traced the tabletop as she quietly moved beside Lin Yang.
She wrapped her arms around his neck, her breath warm and fragrant.
Lin Yang, from 18 to 22,
I spent 4 years at Longyang Academy. I've seen many geniuses there, but none compare to you.
Countless prodigies have fallen at the feet of money. Their most captivating arrogance was easily corrupted by wealth. It's as if everyone wants to skip decades of hardship, but you're different.
I can tell you're not greedy for money. The pride within you is rare and precious.
I don't want you to lose it. I want to protect you, but this way. I have no standing, you understand?
Su Xinyue spoke earnestly. Under the influence of the triple transformation Qi blood elixir, 2 patches of rosy flush spread across her cheeks, giving her the appearance of being slightly tipsy.
Lin Yang remained composed, struggling to suppress his restless heart.
But it wasn't because he was noble or virtuous. He had just arrived in this world and had too little exposure to it.
Money was nothing more than numbers to him.
You have no idea what kind of colossal beast I'm managing.
Supporting it alone is exhausting. Lin Yang, you have no idea how dazzling you are. You've caught so many eyes, I can't protect you. You can hold off on joining us for now, but at least show me some sincerity?
Su Xinyue shed her usual assertive demeanor, now resembling a newlywed wife waiting anxiously for her husband, her eyes filled with pitiful vulnerability. Lin Yang felt momentarily disoriented.
Su Xinyue's lips drew closer without her realizing it.
Lin Yang stopped resisting and kissed her back. All caution vanished as he held the beauty in his arms, bolstered by the effects of the triple transformation Qi blood elixir. In that moment, he desired nothing more than to give in to his urges. As passion deepened, they began tearing at each other's clothes. Lin Yang's hands roamed freely, the sensation utterly intoxicating.
Wait. At the crucial moment, Su Xinyue pushed Lin Yang away and took 2 deep breaths. I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me here.
Fortunately, the inner room was spacious enough, equipped with a full-sized shower stall. The sound of water trickling filled the bathroom. Lin Yang paced restlessly outside. The 2 were locked in another battle of wills. The showerhead stream of water cascaded over Su Xinyue's cold, pale skin. Stepping into the bathroom, Su Xinyue's previously dazed and intoxicated gaze became crystal clear. She hadn't lied, every word was true. The triple transformation Qi and blood elixir had no side effects, at least not for a level 36 professional like her. This woman had been acting all along, making Lin Yang believe she was also in character. Su Xinyue hummed softly as she applied various cleansers to her body. Even the separation at the peak of their passion was part of her plan. Things obtained too easily lose their value. So she had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure to string Lin Yang along for now.
Time was running out.
In just a few short days, Lin Yang's performance had been nothing short of dazzling.
If not for Longyang No. 2 High School being a tightly knit unit, countless factions would be scrambling to recruit him.
Not to mention, 2 women whose beauty rivaled her own were always by his side.
In such a short time, those 2 probably haven't succeeded yet, right? As long as they hadn't succeeded, Su Xinyue had plenty of ways to drive them away from Lin Yang.
Then, Lin Yang would belong solely to her.
Huff. Drying herself off, Su Xinyue slipped into a clean bathrobe.
Though she'd rehearsed the plan 1,000 times in her mind, the real moment still brought a flicker of nervousness. Some things might seem insignificant to others, but to her, they were her most precious possessions. Once she pushed open that door, there were things she would never possess again. Her hand closed around the bathroom doorknob. Su Xinyue silently asked herself, was it worth it?
It was worth it. Lin Yang was breathtakingly stunning, far more accomplished than she had ever been.
For years her junior, Lin Yang possessed a vibrant energy she herself had never known. Youthful vigor was precious indeed. She wanted to possess it, to protect it. And so, she made her choice. Su Xinyue composed her expression, took a deep breath, opened the bathroom door, and spoke in a voice so soft and sweet it bordered on cloying.
I'm coming out, sweetie. Let me guess where you are.
Inside the inner office, the blonde secretary set down her documents and looked up, meeting Su Xinyue's gaze.
Chairman, you. Oh. Chairman, you mean Lin Yang? He just left, but he left a message for you before he went.
Su Xinyue blushed all the way to her ears. To maintain the chairman's authority, she had been suppressing her delicate nature. The one time she let her guard down, her personal assistant had overheard.
What did he say?
Su Xinyue looked awkward, clutching her chest and tugging the towel lower. He said he'd give some interest first. As for the principal, that depends on the president's performance. Also, when he left, he took a black card, saying it was from you, the president. I saw you were bathing, so I didn't dare.
Su Xinyue trembled all over.
By the end, the assistant's voice grew faint, barely audible.
Damn it! That's outrageous! It's outrageous! The assistant read the situation and echoed Su Xinyue's words. He owes the chairman money and still dares to threaten him? I'll send someone right now. This is outrageous. I only gave him a black card. The money wasn't even transferred yet. There's nothing in the account. How could he take an empty card to the black market?
The assistant's brain froze, momentarily unable to process.
She tentatively ventured. Chairman, aren't you angry? What's there to be angry about?
He said it himself, this is just interest.
The principal will be mine sooner or later.
Su Xinyue instantly reclaimed her formidable aura, radiating an aura that brooked no doubt.
But that doesn't make sense. He's only level 8.
The dose I administered was potent enough to stun a level 8 magical beast like an elephant. The moment she realized the target was Lin Yang, all doubts vanished. Truly worthy of my choice, your scheming and tactics match mine perfectly.
Chapter 45, Yi Ruoyao's Decision. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had narrowly escaped death. Stepping out of the student union building, Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Thank goodness Shinsiruo came through. The negative effects from the triple transformation Qi blood potion were completely purged from Lin Yang's body. His profession level reached 9, and he felt like a golden cicada shedding its shell reborn. Thanks to the shared experience points among the three, Lin Yang had managed to escape Su Xinyue's clutches at the last moment. This third-tier vitality potion isn't much use after all. What's the difference between drinking this and drinking Wega? But upon closer reflection, Lin Yang realized. These third-tier vitality potions are far more potent than Viagra. I wonder if Shinsiruo will experience any side effects. Meanwhile, deep within the Beishan secret realm forest. At the very heart of the forest lay a deep pool. Its water was a dark crimson, thick with the stench of blood. Shinsiru pulled the frostblade from the neck of the level 10 black-haired boar king, propping it against the ground as she gasped for breath. Beside her lay the backpack Lin Yang had prepared for her. Inside, she had only used the most basic stamina syringe, not a single one of the side effect-inducing potions had been touched. How did I? Shinsiru looked down at her hands. The mysterious power had already dissipated. After her last level breakthrough, Shinsiru felt she hadn't pushed herself hard enough. So she accelerated her progress, fighting relentlessly without sleep until she reached the deepest part of the North Mountain secret realm. High-level black-haired boar kings were everywhere here. Shinsiru nearly collapsed from exhaustion during the relentless battle. Fortunately, at the last moment, a mysterious force surged from within, causing her chi and blood to boil, restoring her stamina, and pushing her fighting spirit to its peak. Furious, she slaughtered dozens of high-level black-haired boar kings in succession, her experience points skyrocketing. When the last black-haired boar king fell, her level suddenly shot up to 9. A 2-level jump in a single day. Anyone witnessing it would have to admit she was a prodigy. Yet Shinsiruo remained humble. She understood clearly that both her accelerated cultivation speed and the mysterious force unleashed at the critical moment were both gifts from Lin Yang. Sigh, the gap between me and the Demon King is still too vast. Getting cocky over a minor gain? Shinsiruo, where is your composure? If it were Lin Yang, with his steadfast resolve, he'd surely remain unshaken no matter what happened, right? As Shinsiru pondered this, the sun's pace accelerated within the secret realm. By sunset, this cycle of the secret realm concluded. Shinsiru took a sip of water, silently encouraging herself. Shinsiruo, this achievement is insufficient. You must not become complacent. The Demon King will only strive harder than you. You absolutely cannot slack off. Yet the thought of seeing Lin Yang once she emerged from the secret realm still sent a sweet ripple through Shinsiru's heart. Meanwhile, Yi Ruoyao's substitute teacher handled the class with remarkable ease. From the moment class began, she mingled effortlessly with the students. Then, with her masterful technique, she knocked every single student to the ground. Soon, the makeshift classroom echoed with cries of pain. I can't do this, teacher. I'm sticking to academics. The student pounded the floor, weeping bitterly. They never imagined that strict teacher Yi Ruoya would be so demanding. Literature? Where do you even look like cultured people? Yi Ruoya looked down on them. When it came to her professional field, her entire aura shifted. A terrifying pressure weighed down on the trainees, making them unable to lift their heads. I only use 30% of my strength. Once you return, practice the skills I just demonstrated extensively. When you can touch my clothes, then you'll be considered qualified. These trainees, born into poverty, found themselves trapped in a vicious cycle. The fewer resources they had, the weaker they became. The fewer resources they received. After clashing with peers of equal rank, Iruoya found fighting these newcomers effortless. She could even let them win with one hand tied behind their backs. Did you touch the teacher's robe? Some trainees began scheming. We must first exhaust the teacher's stamina, then diminish their focus. I've got a better idea. Several people gathered around him. You know what I saw outside the teacher's room before class? Several people wore expressions of curiosity. What? A man? A man? What does that have to do with us?
The man curled his lip.
You're just ignorant, aren't you? Wine and women, they drain a man's vitality. Since the teacher doesn't drink, he can only focus on the women.
Oh. The others, pretending to understand, chimed in agreement.
If we just get the teacher to have a few sweet moments with a man, won't his energy drop by the next class? Then our chance will come, right? They exchanged knowing glances as a wicked plan took shape. So during the casual chatter after class, they proactively brought up topics about Lin Yang. Ruoyao, who radiated authority during class, now adopted the demeanor of a timid young woman. Oh my, we haven't even gotten started yet. How could it happen so quickly?
Hearing her reply, the others instantly grew displeased.
Not even close? That meant their plan was ruined. No way. So they kept pushing. Teacher, the brave get to enjoy the world first. If you don't make your move, what if someone else swoops in and steals him?
Scoop? Ruoyao suddenly recalled the girl who had sat beside Lin Yang at lunch. Elegant, intelligent, graceful, noble. As a fellow woman, she felt a strange sense of awe in her presence. If it were her, could Lin Yang really resist? No. Seeing Ruoyao waver, the others pressed their advantage. Teacher, it's not about rushing or waiting, it's about the progression of their feelings.
When the time is right, everything will fall into place naturally. Everything falls into place? Ruoyao felt a bit awkward.
Teasing Lin Yang, teasing him a little, taking advantage of him, she was quite skilled at that. But when it came to actually winning Lin Yang over, she felt a bit unsure.
Seeing Ruoyao's reaction, the others instantly erupted.
Teacher. For us, just go for it this once.
For us? Ahem, for all of humanity, then. Think of it as contributing to mankind. Their words began to sway Ruoyao. But I'm not ready yet.
Prepared for what? The others urged her impatiently.
I need a cozy setting. Otherwise, I can't guarantee success. Seeing an opening, the others perked up instantly. People never feel tired when doing something wrong.
In their eyes, this was a wicked deed.
They divided the tasks, those with money contributed funds, those with strength lent their labor.
Before long, Shinsuru's home was transformed beyond recognition, even the scarecrow sported a bow tie.
Teacher, tonight is definitely going to work.
The group closed the door and dispersed. Whether the plan was reliable would only be revealed after the night passed. Ruoyao gazed at the tidy, cozy little house, feeling inexplicably excited. She walked into the bathroom to take a shower, hoping the cold water would bring some clarity, but the more she washed, the more her thoughts tangled. The words "steal the thunder" echoed relentlessly in her mind. By noon, the image of that elegant woman lingered stubbornly in her mind. So she made up her mind, picked up her phone, and sent Lin Yang a message. Meanwhile, Lin Yang's phone suddenly buzzed as he lounged on Shinsuruo's bed. He unlocked the screen to find a message from Ruoyao.
Lin Yang, come over to my place tonight. I have something to give you. Chapter 46, The Brave Get to Enjoy First.
Night fell, and the sky sparkled with countless stars. For days had passed since Lin Yang's arrival in this world.
This was his first time witnessing a night in the real world. Lin Yang took a deep breath.
The air was crisp and refreshing. Over these days, Lin Yang had gradually adapted to this world. Here, he had his own network of connections and two beautiful, sharp-witted assistants. Settling down in this world didn't seem like such a distant prospect anymore. Lin Yang pulled out the black card Su Xinyue had given him and murmured to himself. With this black card, I have another path to becoming stronger.
The leveling issue is mostly resolved now.
As for cultivation techniques, with the two Empress's aptitude, that shouldn't be a problem either. Finally, this artifact, all thanks to Su Xinyue stepping in. After the newcomer exchange is over and my identity is settled, I absolutely must thank her properly. Lin Yang's mind drifted to Su Xinyue's captivating figure, imbued with an alluring charm that touched his very soul. He desired her body.
But not now. Currently, Lin Yang was the weaker party.
If he formed any attachments now, his current strength wouldn't be enough to sever them. Therefore, he must endure. Endure until his power matched hers. Then, claiming her as his first conquest wouldn't be too late. The mere thought of her fiery figure sent a surge of lust coursing through his veins.
Looks like I'll have to study the airplane sleep method thoroughly tonight.
If only Su Xinyue were as weak as Ruoyao or Shinsuruo.
Then I wouldn't have to worry so much. Too bad.
After sighing, Lin Yang headed toward Ruoyao's residence. With his desires raging, he needed to at least get something from her to satisfy his needs. Returning to the dilapidated dormitory area, the streets were deserted, with only streetlights standing lonely in place.
Lights shone from every dorm window.
Through the thin curtains, faint silhouettes could be seen practicing their skills. The lower their origins, the harder they pushed themselves. While others were busy with romance, their minds held only one goal: level up, level up, level up.
Dodging the dorm supervisor's inspection, Lin Yang made his way to the outdoor staircase.
Exposed to wind and rain, the ancient staircase was rusted and worn.
With each step, tiny flakes of iron dust fell.
There's prize money for the qualifying rounds. If Iruoyao secures a decent ranking at the freshman exchange, she won't have to live in this rundown place anymore, right? He too harbored the lofty aspiration of providing shelter for all the world's poor scholars, but Lin Yang's current capabilities were limited. All he could do was ensure those who followed him lived a little better. As long as they treated Lin Yang with genuine sincerity, he would never betray their trust. Stepping onto the final stair, Lin Yang's hand rested on the hallway door handle. Ding dong! A message arrived, halting his movement as he opened his phone. Lin Yang, I'm out. Hurry up and give this lady a back rub, I'm exhausted. A message from Shunsiru? The unsung hero of this qualifying round, the ever-dutiful Shunsiruo. At that moment, Lin Yang and Iruoya were separated by a single wall. Lin Yang had a premonition: if he opened that door, he'd definitely be staying the night. After all, in a dormitory building where everyone else used white incandescent bulbs, the purple light emanating from Iruoya's room stood out like a sore thumb. Inside the room, Iruoya sat on her bed, her palms drenched in sweat. Her heart was racing. She kept murmuring to herself, "The brave get to enjoy the world first." But she waited from dusk until nightfall, and still no word came. Was I too impatient? Perhaps he has other, more important matters. Iruoya, usually so lively, waited quietly. She waited and waited until the streets grew quiet and the lights faded, yet still did not see the one she was waiting for. It's okay. I must have been too impatient. After all, it was just one attempt. Tomorrow will be another day to see Lin Yang. Iruoya rubbed her eyes, her makeup slightly smudged. She wasn't suited for makeup at all, it was the students who insisted on doing it for her. After all, this was a time worth remembering for anyone. Flowers, of course, should bloom as vibrantly as possible. After waiting and waiting, Iruoya could no longer sit still. She wasn't afraid of waiting. For revenge, she could wait for many years. What she feared was waiting in vain. She feared Lin Yang might not come, yet she also dreaded the possibility that he might actually arrive. So she walked to the bathroom and began removing her makeup. The anticipation she felt while applying her makeup was matched only by the pain of removing it. With her makeup gone, her pure, bare face remained captivatingly beautiful. The vitality of an 18-year-old girl was her best makeup. But when it came time to wipe her face, no matter how she tried, she couldn't get it clean. 2 streams of tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. It's okay. Iruoya reassured herself, flashing a wide smile at the mirror, though it looked a bit stiff. She kept changing her smile, but it grew increasingly eerie. After all, how could it feel genuine when it wasn't heartfelt? Squeak! The door creaked open. Holy crap! Don't scare me like that in the middle of the night. Lin Yang pushed the door open and jumped at Iruoya's ghostly grin. Wait, don't look at me like that. Someone might think you're up to no good. Iruoya said nothing, throwing herself into Lin Yang's arms and pressing her ear against his chest. Soon, a sticky dampness spread across his chest. The awkward silence hung heavy, and Lin Yang felt compelled to speak. Weren't you going to give me something? What? Having second thoughts? My little gift gone? Suddenly, Iruoya pushed Lin Yang away, her gaze turning sharp. What is this? In her hand, a strand of bright yellow hair stood out starkly. This. Lin Yang regretted it so much inside. How could he have been so careless? He hadn't even noticed this minor detail. On the way. I saw this adorable golden retriever, couldn't resist petting it. Since returning from Su Xinyue's place, Lin Yang's knack for telling blatant lies had clearly improved. After all, he was telling the truth, it really was a golden retriever. Oh? You just petted it? Iruoya nuzzled up to Lin Yang like a kitten, her little nose twitching as she tried to sniff out any clues from him. Lin Yang held his breath, letting Iruoya do as she pleased. Iruoya wrinkled her little nose. What's that smell on you? How long has that golden retriever been without a bath? Lin Yang instinctively sniffed himself. Nothing. A distinct fragrance mingled with the pleasant scent emanating from Su Xinyue. Lin Yang didn't argue. He sensed. Iruoya seemed to be playing along with her own scheme. Never mind. Go wash up right now. Get rid of that stench. Iruoya shoved Lin Yang into the bathroom, determined to wash away any traces of another woman from his body. Tonight, she wouldn't allow any other woman to defile her man. Wait. I don't have a towel. Use this. Iruoya grabbed a handful of clothes and shoved them through the door crack. Then she slammed the bathroom door shut. Her heart pounded wildly as thoughts both appropriate and inappropriate rushed through her mind. In desperation, she flopped onto the floor, pulled a blanket over herself, and pretended to be a frightened ostrich. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Lin Yang stared blankly at the assortment of undergarments in his hands, lace, frills, the whole shebang. Can this thing even be used as a bath towel? Chapter 47, 99 Messages, Shinsuru's Concern. Late at night, room 401. The curtains were tightly drawn, the outside lights long extinguished, leaving the room in complete darkness. Lin Yang dried himself off and tiptoed over to Iruoya. What? Didn't you just say you had a gift for me?
What is it? Pulling back the covers, Lin Yang slipped in with nimble ease. As his body touched hers, Yi Ruoyao stiffened, perhaps out of guilt. She remained silent, pretending to be asleep, but her heavy breathing had already given her away. What do I do? He's in here. What should I do? Yi Ruoyao's mind went blank. Throughout her 18 years of life, she had trained rigorously without a moment's slack, never even touched a man's hand. Yet at this critical moment, she found herself utterly at a loss. Her heart pounded wildly as she pressed her lips together, continuing to feign sleep. The thin summer quilt rippled along her graceful curves. Lying on her side, the sleek curve of her back honed by years of training was fully exposed. Unexpectedly, Yi Ruoyao's childlike figure in everyday clothes was merely a result of her clothing. Without clothes, her figure was every bit as stunning as a supermodel's. If you don't speak, I'm leaving. Lin Yang walked to the door, making a move to leave. A dark figure suddenly collided with him from behind. Don't go. I just need some time. In her panic, Yi Ruoyao had used too much force. Lin Yang clutched his waist, cold sweat pouring down his back. Oh no, I've strained my back. To die before achieving victory, how am I supposed to exert myself now? But there was no need to worry. Yi Ruoyao was no ordinary woman. Quick to understand, she immediately grasped the meaning behind Lin Yang's words. The night was deep, hiding the flush on Yi Ruoyao's face. She slipped the clothes off Lin Yang's body, then executed a back throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Lin Yang's head slammed into the ground, leaving him dazed and confused. Before he could protest, a soft, supple body pressed down on him. Shush. From that moment on, Lin Yang could utter no sound. His guard shattered, along with his virtue. In the confined space, the heavy breathing of two people echoed. It was late into the night. Yi Ruoyao struggled to restrain herself. The faint sound she made was immediately swallowed back. A monotonous, drawn-out sound lingered in the room. Lin Yang felt his vital essence being drawn from within, threatening to burst forth at any moment. This was their first encounter Lin Yang couldn't afford to lose. So he turned himself into a landowner, changed his approach, and diligently cultivated a patch of untouched land. The path was extremely narrow at first. After several trips back and forth, he finally saw the water source gushing forth. Working late into the night without pay, Lin Yang dared not slack off for a moment, instead pushing himself even harder. The night slipped away unnoticed. At noon, warm sunlight bathed Lin Yang's face. Lin Yang jolted awake from his slumber. A gentle breeze brushed against his body, and he instinctively reached for his clothes. But his waist felt like it might snap, and even his arms were numb. Looking down, he saw Yi Ruoyao lying naked and curled up in his arms. Her weight pinned his arms, leaving him unable to move. Though asleep, Yi Ruoyao remained facing him. Last night had shattered her perception of him, and now one crisis followed another. Her trust in him had shattered, and she could never again feel secure enough to turn her back on him. What time is it? Yi Ruoyao asked abruptly. She nuzzled her small nose against Lin Yang's body. Gazing at the beauty in his arms, a surge of desire stirred within him. I think it's time for morning exercises. Yi Ruoyao suddenly opened her eyes, filled with terror. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Lin Yang was forcibly expelled by Yi Ruoyao. Sitting on the staircase landing, Lin Yang was still reliving the sensations from last night. No wonder she's a physical cultivator, her waist is so supple. She could handle such complex positions. Ding dong! Lin Yang's phone rang, reminding him of something. To avoid interruptions, he had set his phone to do not disturb mode the night before. Calculating the time, 12 hours had passed, and the phone's silent mode had automatically turned off. That's why he finally heard the notification sound. He opened his phone to find a barrage of messages flooding in like a Trojan horse virus, constantly refreshing. Without exception, every single one of these messages was from Shinsiru. Lin Yang, I'm coming out. I'll wait for you at the black market. The wind's a bit chilly, remember to bring me a bubble tea. Hey, where are you? I'm heading back first. Don't let me catch you. A full 99 messages all read but never replied to by Lin Yang. Even more terrifying was the chat interface with Shinsiru, which clearly displayed. The other party is typing. In just a few seconds, Lin Yang had already imagined hundreds of ways he could die. In the chat window, Shinsiru's typing indicator flickered on and off repeatedly, yet not a single message was sent. Only after Lin Yang regained his composure did Shinsiru finally send her first message of the day. I'm waiting for you at home. I've prepared a feast for you. You must be exhausted. Come back and I'll give you a nice massage. Upon receiving the message, Lin Yang felt like his head was about to explode. It wasn't literally exploding, but it felt close. What did Shinsiru mean by that? Tired? Could Shinsiru have found out about last night? Lin Yang felt like he'd been caught red-handed. His instinct was to give up. At this point, choosing just one path should keep him alive, right? As Lin Yang pondered this, a system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! The bound Empress cannot be unbound. If intimacy with the Empress falls below 20 points, the system will forcibly eliminate you. Quest issued, alleviate Shinsiru's anxiety and restlessness. Reward, 1 black-haired boar king lord essence. Note, this essence can upgrade the black-haired wild boar to a black-armored wild boar, elevating it from common to elite tier. Wah! Lin Yang felt like crying. He had no choice but to play both sides. Heaven and earth can bear witness his heart felt surprisingly good. Over the past few days, Iruoyo had slain over 1,000 black-haired wild boars. In the G Beast Compendium, the black-haired wild boar's soul count reached 1321, advancing its level to 9. In other words, Lin Yang now equaled 1,321 level 9 Beast Masters. As long as his stamina held out, Lin Yang didn't need to worry about Beastmaster depletion after all, one died and another would take its place. Originally, the weakness of this strategy was that black-haired wild boars were too weak, so weak that Longyang Academy deliberately placed them in the secret realm for new students' combat training. But if the black-haired wild boar evolved into the black armor wild boar found in the Tsangshan secret realm, the power conversion would be roughly 1:3. In other words, Lin Yang's strength could increase by more than threefold. Yet all of this hinged on one crucial prerequisite. He must placate Shun Siru's emotions. Sigh. Lin Yang sighed silently. Telling the truth was definitely out of the question. But how could he explain where he'd been last night? Where could he block her messages? Shunsiru had waited anxiously all night, she wouldn't let him off easily. Sigh. Lin Yang sighed again. Even as he approached the door of Shunsiru's luxurious dorm room, he still hadn't come up with a decent excuse. Trembling with fear, Lin Yang opened the dorm door. The moment he stepped inside, the aroma of cooked rice hit him. You're back? Come eat quickly. Shunsiru, her hair pulled back in a high ponytail and wearing an apron, greeted him like a devoted wife, beckoning him to eat. Ha! Confused, Lin Yang forced himself to stay calm as he sat down at the table. Surveying the table laden with deliciously tempting dishes, Lin Yang felt as though each one might be laced with deadly poison. Shunsiru leaned close to Lin Yang's ear and whispered softly. Just eat your meal. After dinner, lie down on the bed. I'll give you a massage. Lin Yang's hand holding the spoon trembled. His voice shook as he asked. You know everything? Of course. I'm not stupid, couldn't you tell? Lin Yang's face turned ashen. But then Shunsiru spoke. My experience points skyrocketed last night, nearly breaking through level 9. Combined with the fact you couldn't reply to my messages, it was obvious you must have entered an extremely dangerous secret realm. High risk, high reward. I understand that principle well enough. But I need to have a serious talk with you. I know you're impatient, but we still have time. You have me. Don't risk your life like this, okay? Shunsiru gently embraced Lin Yang, whispering her concerns softly. Chapter 48, Shunsiru and Yi Ruyao's relationship. Sudden tenderness was the most lethal weapon, leaving Lin Yang utterly flustered. He didn't know how to begin. He could only respond stiffly. All right. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruoyo instantly felt much better. Simultaneously, the system notification sounded. Mission complete, system reward issued. Ding! Black-haired wild boar soul automatically upgraded to black armor wild boar soul. Hearing the system notification, Lin Yang's strength had tripled, yet he couldn't muster a shred of joy. He didn't know how long he could maintain this colossal lie today. What's wrong? Did I not cook well? Shunsiru tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. I'm not really good at cooking, but I can learn. If you want, I can cook for you every day. Shunsiru hadn't touched her chopsticks the entire time. Her right hand propped her cheek as she stared intently at Lin Yang. Lin Yang picked up his chopsticks and lifted a piece of braised pork. The sauce was sweet, exactly the style he loved. He took a bite. The meat was tender and juicy, the fatty parts rich yet not greasy, while the lean parts offered just the right firmness to balance it out. The sensory feedback from his taste buds to his brain declared this dish absolutely first-rate. Yet as he ate, it still tasted as bland as chewing wax. His mind was elsewhere. He wolfed down the food, clearing the table like a whirlwind. Watching him eat with such gusto, Shunsiru couldn't help but smile. Looks like my cooking skills are still pretty good after all. Try this. Shunsiru picked up a piece of pork chop and placed it in Lin Yang's bowl. Without even looking, Lin Yang picked it up and ate it. The pork chop tasted like chewing wax barely seasoned, as if only a pinch of salt had been used during grilling. The sensation was like a wild boar running rampant across his tongue. What's wrong? Not tasty? Shunsiru picked up a piece for herself and ate it in small bites. It's fine. Tastes exactly like it did back in the secret realm. Shunsiru brought up the past. Back then, I was so hungry I could barely think straight. All I wanted was to see you. Thankfully, Yi Ruoyo saved a piece just for me. Recalling that scene, Shunsiru's expression was filled with happiness, tinged with lingering longing. Lin Yang keenly picked up on the implication in Shunsiru's words. Weren't you and Yi Ruoyo like oil and water? Shunsiru paused to think. Actually, we used to be really good friends. Her family background wasn't great, but she worked incredibly hard. Her diligence caught my father's attention. As an elder of the academy, my father had to uphold its impartiality and couldn't help her directly, so I stepped in instead. Over time, we became very close friends. It was only after a prank that we drifted apart. Shinsiro's eyes filled with melancholy as she revisited the past. What kind of prank could turn two close friends into enemies? Lin Yang's interest peaked. He unconsciously set down his chopsticks and bowl, listening intently as Shinsiro recounted the events of that year. Perhaps, by resolving the misunderstanding between them, the two could become close friends again. And perhaps the guilt weighing on Lin Yang's heart might lessen a little. It's all in the past. We were just too young back then, with incompatible values. Shinsiro brought out a bottle of fruit wine, the same kind they'd shared in the secret realm. She poured a glass for Lin Yang first, then filled her own cup to the brim. After a few glasses, Shinsiro began to sway. Lin Yang seized the moment to press her for answers, finally uncovering the reason behind the incident all those years ago. Well, back at the temple fair, a fortune teller read our fortunes. Everything seemed fine at first. Until he asked us a question. What question? Lin Yang coaxed gently. He asked how much our friendship was worth. What did you say? Shinsiro patted her chest. Not for all the gold in the world. What did Iruoyo say? Lin Yang sensed he was close to uncovering the core conflict between the two. She said it's worth 3,586 yuan. Why the odd number? After a moment of silence, Shinsiro replied slowly. At the time, I just thought our friendship wasn't worth much, but I only found out later. 3,586 was the compensation her father received at the time. A human life was valued at only 3,826. Her mother took the money, and that was the end of her father's case. I wonder what would have happened if she'd had that money. Shinsiro trailed off, unable to continue. In truth, Lin Yang already knew how the story unfolded. Iruoya's mother used that money to raise her. Iruoya's stubborn nature made her restless day and night, and that money became her obsession. It doesn't sound like there's much conflict here. Lin Yang attempted to mediate between them. I was too young back then. Looking back now, it seems insignificant, but this kind of thing. I just don't know how to bring it up with her. Shinsiro fidgeted like a blushing bride-to-be. Observing her reaction, Lin Yang conceived a plan. Perhaps he could get the two of them to sit down and talk. If he could mend their relationship, perhaps the three of them could spend the night together later. It's simple. Just buy her a small gift. I'm sure Iruoya would love to talk with you too. Lin Yang took the opportunity to offer reassurance. Really? But I don't know what she likes. Shinsiro was flustered and had unconsciously drunk a lot of fruit wine. Of course. Anything you pick will do. The gift itself isn't important, it's the thought that counts. After Lin Yang's persistent persuasion, Iruoya finally decided to carefully select a small gift to mend her relationship with Iruoya. Huanglu Alley, as the streetlights began to glow. Lin Yang waited a long time for Shinsiro to sober up. After sobering up, Shinsiro couldn't believe she'd said so much. But words spoken cannot be unsaid. With nowhere to retract them, she could only lead Lin Yang out through the gates of Longyang No. 2 High School. The pedestrians on the street looked no different from most people Lin Yang had seen in his previous life. Outwardly ordinary, they were in fact practitioners of various professions. Most of the goods they sold were obtained through unique skills. During the twilight hours between day and night, Huanglu Alley bustled with a steady stream of visitors. Shinsiro had chosen the location, and Lin Yang didn't know why she'd specifically picked the spot. But since Shinsiro was willing to take the initiative to mend her relationship with Iruoya, Lin Yang was happy to indulge her whims. Upon arriving at Huanglu Alley, Shinsiro seemed right at home. She led Lin Yang around, sampling numerous unique local delicacies exclusive to this world. Though the flavors weren't particularly impressive, the prices were surprisingly exorbitant. After wandering for half a day, Lin Yang's legs ached. Back in the North Mountain's secret realm, he'd battled for 3 days straight without a single complaint of fatigue. Now, after just 2 hours of strolling through the night market with Iruoya, he was utterly exhausted. Lin Yang leaned against the bridge railing to rest. Iruoya leaned beside him, taking small bites of something resembling octopus balls. With the last bite of octopus ball gone, all of Lin Yang's efforts over the past 2 hours vanished into thin air. Staring at his empty hands, he realized he'd wasted 2 hours for nothing, leaving with nothing to show for it. By the lake, vendors were packing up their stalls. Lin Yang couldn't sit still any longer. What exactly do you want to buy? If you don't decide soon, they'll be closing up. Shinsiro gave a mysterious smile. Don't worry, the real treasures aren't here yet. As Shinsiro finished speaking, the surrounding lights abruptly went out. The next moment, ghostly blue lanterns ignited, casting an eerie aura over Huanglu Alley. Vendors who hadn't finished packing up trembled at the sight, abandoning their livelihoods in a panic as they sprinted toward the exit. No need to rush. Look, the black market is here. Chapter 49, Double Standards, What an Official's Authority. Huanglu Alley now lay eerily quiet. Under the ghostly glow, the signs on the street shops flickered with changing information. Once humble shops selling everyday goods now displayed signs for various tonics and equipment. Unlike the bustling crowds of daytime, Huanglu Alley was eerily quiet now, devoid of any vendor's cries.
A new wave of buyers entered Huanglu Alley and the black market transactions officially commenced.
Is this the black market? Lin Yang furrowed his brow. He still had the highest tier black card Su Xinyue had given him in his pocket. Though he lacked cash, his access was unmatched. He had the authority, Shinshiro had the money together, there was nothing they couldn't get their hands on. Humming a tune, Shinshiro walked to the last remaining vendor stall beneath the large willow tree. The vendor's sign had changed from fortune teller, revealing past lives, to weapon specialist. But the battered little stall held little credibility. I've witnessed several of Iruoyao's battles. She almost always blocks her opponent's attacks with her weapon. Her agility and mobility were completely wasted. By the time she finished speaking, Shinshiro had already approached the vendor. Sir, I'm here to collect the dragon scale soft armor I commissioned you to forge 3 years ago. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. So Shinshiro had already planned to mend things with Iruoyao 3 years ago?
Lin Yang felt like he'd been set up. The vendor was an elderly woman, blind in one eye. The remaining eye was a ghastly gray, giving her an eerie appearance.
Business comes and goes. Today's trade is done. Please leave.
The old vendor, cloaked in black, turned sideways and gestured for her to leave.
My apologies for the disturbance. I'll return tomorrow. Shinshiro's eyes filled with disappointment as she tugged Lin Yang away.
Lin Yang stood rooted to the spot. Shinshiro tugged at him twice, but he wouldn't budge. Lin Yang stared at the vendor's lone remaining eye and said, "If you don't want to do business, why not just close up shop?"
Hearing this, Shinshiro nudged Lin Yang discreetly. Ha ha ha.
The old vendor's throat sounded as if it had been scorched by fire, his voice hoarse and eerie.
Ignorant youth.
The old vendor closed his eyes, unwilling to engage with Lin Yang. Lin Yang was about to ask more questions when a familiar voice rang out beside him.
Boss, grab me a Blackrock steel claw. Make it quick. Duan Bo flicked a gleaming gold card across the counter.
The vendor took it, baring his few remaining teeth in a toothy grin.
Right away, sir.
The vendor bowed and scraped, rummaging through the treasure chest beside him.
Lin Yang witnessed the vendor's remarkable stash hiding skills.
Her treasure chest resembled a bottomless black hole, containing an endless array of weapons, swords, spears, clubs, you name it. It seemed endless. The vendor searched with both hands, but the chest held far too many varied items.
She couldn't find what Duan Bo wanted right away. You guys? At that moment, Duan Bo also noticed Lin Yang and the others. You think you can come here? Duan Bo sneered with disdain.
He made no effort to hide the contempt in his eyes. In terms of status, he was the nephew of Elder Dao, while Shinshiro was the biological daughter of Elder Jian. Duan Bo's status was nowhere near as exalted as Shinshiro's. Yet everyone at Longyang No. 2 High School knew that Elder Sword was the school's last remaining face of integrity, utterly incorruptible. While other elders had lowered themselves to take high-paying private jobs outside the academy, Sword Elder had always maintained his dignity, never bowing his head. While the elders' salaries were not low, after accounting for cultivation expenses, there was little left to save. Thus, Shinshiro lacked Duan Bo's extravagant spending power. Her access to the black market relied on a lowly bronze card 2 tiers below Duan Bo's identity card. Goodness, this is proving quite difficult to locate. Young Master Duan should have given me advance notice so I could prepare earlier. Blackrock steel claw kits aren't common, but no worries, I recall a copper card client custom ordered one. He had terrible luck, came back over a dozen times and never managed to snag one.
Good thing we didn't give it to him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have wasted young Master Duan's time, right?
The vendor rummaged through the treasure chest while soothing Duan Bo's frustration. When it came to reading people and adjusting her approach, she was indeed a seasoned veteran.
Didn't you say you only sell one magical artifact per day? How does this one count?
Lin Yang forced himself to keep his temper and asked loudly. The vendor rolled her remaining eye. The rules only apply to ordinary customers.
This shop reserves the final say.
A distinguished customer like young Master Duan naturally isn't bound by such petty terms. The vendor sneered at Lin Yang while flashing a few teeth in a friendly gesture toward Duan Bo. Shinshiro was fiercely competitive in all aspects of life, but when it came to money, she truly couldn't match Duan Bo.
There was nothing more to say. Shinshiro pulled Lin Yang along. What's the big deal about a fight? I'll just come back tomorrow.
Little did she know, Duan Bo sneered.
Ooh la la. Guess what? Even if you come back tomorrow, you won't get it. Find whatever she wants to take, I'll pay double the price for it. You!
Shinshiro trembled with rage. In terms of both strength and wealth, she was no match for Duan Bo.
She kept telling herself to stay calm, to endure what ordinary people couldn't.
The old vendor still possessed some professional integrity. He paused his work and spoke with evident reluctance.
Well, this really isn't proper. May I ask what young Master Duan intends to use the soft armor for? I could rush a set for you. Sword Dragon soft armor? Duan Bo sneered. This trash? Fine, I'll reluctantly take it.
Duan Bo pushed his glasses up. Without the Wind Moon Wolf King by his side, he shouldn't have been so brazen. But this was the black market.
Duan Bo's gold card held immense prestige, granting him access to services beyond Shinseru's wildest imagination. Even if a conflict did arise with Shinseru, the gap between their status cards was 10,000-fold. The black market's administrators weren't fools, they wouldn't let Duan Bo suffer even a scratch. Shinseru's ample chest heaved with fury as she looked helplessly at Lin Yang. But then she thought better of it, realizing how absurd her own notion was. Even if Lin Yang was the Demon King, in this timeline, he hadn't fully developed yet. Mundane matters like this surely wouldn't concern him. Shinseru once again considered leaving. But Duan Bo stepped in front of her first. Thinking of leaving? Oh dear, I lost a jade pendant. I suspect you stole it. Shinseru's eyes widened in disbelief at Duan Bo's audacity. With a wave of his hand, two law enforcers who looked down on everyone strode toward him on the bridge. Shinseru's status was exalted. These two enforcers posed no real threat to her, but they would make her feel profoundly humiliated. A mere gold card makes you think you're above everyone else? Lin Yang laughed bitterly in rage. Duan Bo spread his hands innocently. Of course. Spend a few million, and you too can be above others. The enforcers arrived, bellowing in a voice of authority. Present your black market credentials. We will enforce the law impartially regarding the conflict that occurred here. That's what they said, but the moment they took Duan Bo's golden certificate, their steel straightbacks instantly bent. Lin Yang was furious at the absurd scene unfolding before him. If even the enforcers were like this, normal negotiations were out of the question. Shinseru grew tense, her slightly sweaty hand tugging at the corner of Lin Yang's sleeve. Ma'am, please present your black market credentials. Approaching Shinseru, the black market enforcer adopted a completely different demeanor, standing ramrod straight. Shinseru squeezed the copper card, about to hand it over. Lin Yang's hand shot out before her. This is our black market credential. The black card, engraved with a ferocious beast, was handed over. The black market enforcer's eyebrows shot up, level with his hairline. His hand trembled, and the black card fell. As if recalling something utterly terrifying, he threw himself to the ground before the card could land. Catching the feather light black card with his flesh and blood. Chapter 50, Duan Bo gets humiliated. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The black market enforcer reverently handed the black card back with both hands. His hands trembled, a cold sweat beating on his forehead. What's the big deal? Is a copper card really worth this? Duan Bo strolled over leisurely. Suddenly. Smack! The black market enforcer struck out, landing a hard slap across Duan Bo's face. As a beastmaster with extremely weak physical constitution, Duan Bo's face swelled up on one side from the blow. You dare hit me? Duan Bo slurred incoherently. I'm a gold card member. You better believe I'll report you. To his surprise, the black market enforcer who had been bowing and scraping moments ago now stood ramrod straight. Go ahead. My ID is 9591. I welcome your complaint. But before that, I'm temporarily confiscating your black market credentials. The black market enforcer snatched it away. Duan Bo stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. You. Duan Bo was furious enough to burst, but as a beast tamer, he couldn't bring his beast into the black market. Facing the black market enforcer before him, nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 300 pounds. Duan Bo could only swallow his anger. You just wait. I'm not just a gold member, I'm also too noisy. Throw him out. Shinseru's gaze toward Lin Yang trembled, her face etched with utter disbelief. She was the one who had brought Lin Yang to this black market. She never imagined the Demon King could foresee this, preparing the highest level access card in advance to eliminate any potential threats. Lin Yang scratched his ear, speaking casually. Yes. Two black market enforcers flanked Duan Bo, dragging him toward the exit. What are you doing? Let go of me, let go. How rich is that kid anyway? I'll pay more. I'm almost a diamond member too. Let me go. The black market enforcers didn't ease their grip, muttering curses under their breath. You? Even if you become a diamond member, what difference would it make? We're doing this for your own good. You can't afford to cross him. Duan Bo's heart sank. He stopped struggling. He carefully considered the black market enforcer's words. Could Lin Yang be a Lapis member? Duan Bo wondered silently. As long as I win first place at the newcomer exchange, my father will sell everything he owns to support me. By then, I might just become a Lapis member myself. Duan Bo schemed. As a combat-focused professional, they were born with one mission, to grow stronger by any means necessary. If you were strong enough, no expense was too great after all, money couldn't buy combat prowess. Securing first place in the freshman exchange tournament would make all his aspirations achievable. With that thought, Duan Bo shouted recklessly. Lin Yang. I bought gear to boost my combat power. I did it for Longyang No. 2 Academy. You don't care about yourself, but don't you care about the academy? Hearing this, Lin Yang hesitated before signaling the black market enforcers to release Duan Bo. Duan Bo flexed his wrists, revealing a cold smile. Useless. allowing a woman to cloud your judgment. Duanbo knew that a powerhouse like Lin Yang wouldn't care about the academy's performance. After all, for someone like himself, it made no difference which academy he belonged to. In his mind, he placed Lin Yang on the same level as himself. The rewards from various competitions weren't distributed by the academies anyway. To them, the academies were merely collection points. Duanbo had come to Longyang No. 2 High School for one reason: his uncle was a key figure there. It made it easier to make money. But what about Lin Yang? He seemed unburdened by ties. Someone like him could go anywhere. If Duanbo and Lin Yang had swapped places, he would have long since gone to neighboring Fengming First High School to rake in the cash. But Lin Yang couldn't do that. Ultimately, his heart was tied to Shinsiru. Shinsiru's father, Shinfeng, was the sole head of the academy, and he couldn't help but care about its reputation. From Duanbo's perspective, as Shinsiru's suitor, Lin Yang naturally sought every means to win her favor. Thus, he had found Lin Yang's Achilles heel. Duanbo approached Lin Yang with a cold smile. Lin Yang, one day you'll realize women only slow down your sword drawing speed. Having seized upon Lin Yang's vulnerability, Duanbo felt no further restraint. At that moment, the old vendor finally retrieved what Duanbo needed from the bottomless treasure chest. She placed the black rock steel claw kit on the small stall before her, wiped her brow, and said, "Finally found it. Total is 500,000. Duanbo handed over his gold card, a symbol of status, while reaching for the black rock steel claw kit. But another hand beat him to it. Lin Yang's hand pressed down on the black rock claw kit, his face twisted in mockery as he looked at Duanbo. "You just take it because it's yours? I recall you snatched it from someone else, didn't you?" Lin Yang turned his gaze toward the old vendor. "If he can snatch someone else's gear, does that mean I can snatch his?" The old vendor studied Lin Yang's shifting expression, weighing his options. Duanbo was a major client, someone he couldn't afford to offend. But judging by the black market enforcer's attitude toward Lin Yang, the latter was no small fry either. After weighing his options, the vendor slowly replied, "It's possible. Black market rules, the highest bidder wins. Normally, it's a matter of who offers the most money. Both Master Duan and the person who reserved this gear are longtime customers of mine. I know their financial standing well. Their status cards are worlds apart, so that process was skipped." Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. If they're not buddies, why do they still have to compete on wealth? What's the point of that black card then? 50,000 is still something he could grit his teeth and afford, but Duanbo's gold card spending must be in the millions. He couldn't compete in a battle of wealth. But Lin Yang couldn't show weakness. Showing weakness would only lead to a quicker demise. So Lin Yang casually remarked, "Then let's auction it off. Whatever price he offers, I'll outbid him by 1 yuan. Duanbo's face turned green upon hearing this. Just 1 yuan more? It was blatant humiliation. Are you kidding me? Don't you care about Longyang No. 2 High School's honor? In terms of rank, he was undoubtedly the highest tier existence at Longyang No. 2 High School. Without him, the school would lose one of its top combat forces. How could they possibly win first place at the freshman exchange meeting?" Lin Yang continued. "Then I'll forfeit. Keep this thing for yourself." Duanbo decisively withdrew, denying Lin Yang any further opportunity to humiliate him. Knowing Lin Yang, he wouldn't do anything without certainty. Besides, the other guy's ID card was undoubtedly far more prestigious than his own. "I'll be damned if I don't see how you explain this to Shinfeng after I lose at the new student exchange meeting without that gear." After speaking, Duanbo shot a glance at Shinsiru, who seemed utterly indifferent to his words. "Which is more important, you or this equipment?" Duanbo considered carefully. "It should be me, right? You don't need this gear." "Wrong." Lin Yang shook his head. "You're not important to me." "Could it be the gear?" Duanbo looked puzzled. "Wrong again." Lin Yang shot him a glance. "Neither you nor the gear matter to me. Without you, I can still guarantee Longyang No. 2 High School takes first place in the freshman exchange program. So stop trying to make yourself more important than you are. Longyang No. 2 High School will keep running just fine without you. Enough. Take him out." After humiliating Duanbo, Lin Yang waved his hand. The two black market enforcers dragged Duanbo out. Duanbo turned his head, his eyes fixed on Lin Yang's retreating back, filled with venomous hatred. Lin Yang watched Duanbo's twisted face, feeling utterly satisfied. He thought to himself, "You're right. Women only slow down my draw. But rich women won't. They'll buy me better blades." With the matter settled, the old vendor rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile onto his weathered face that looked more painful than crying. "He doesn't want it anymore. This gear is yours. 50,000 in total." Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Wait, didn't he skip bidding? Exactly. No bid means the starting price applies black market rules. Cash or card? Chapter 51, The Privileges of a Black Card, The Rules of the Black Market. This was where Lin Yang had miscalculated. He truly hadn't anticipated such rules existing in the black market. Once you bid, you must buy. But 500,000 wasn't much.
Lin Yang gritted his teeth and decided he could afford it. This was also the escape route Lin Yang had left himself. The money was stored in the identity card he'd just acquired.
In this world, identity and wealth were intertwined. Identity cards functioned as bank cards.
Just as Lin Yang was about to pay, he overheard the black market enforcer beside him covering his earpiece and speaking respectfully to someone on the other end. The old vendor took the ID card Lin Yang handed over, his face dripping with greed. Immediately, two towering black market enforcers emerged from either side, surrounding her.
"What are you doing?" Shun-Siru frowned.
After all the twists and turns, she hadn't even gotten her hands on the artifact yet and didn't want any more trouble.
"We apologize, ma'am. Black market enforcement officers are carrying out their duties.
Any inconvenience caused to you can be compensated for online, but please do not interfere with our work." At first, the vendor hadn't taken them seriously. After all, she'd been doing business here long enough to be accustomed to the constant comings and goings of black market enforcers. What she hadn't realized was that the target of this enforcement operation had changed.
"Hand over your membership card. Different members receive different discounts."
Lin Yang pulled out a black card and handed it over. The vendor took the black card, her smile freezing on her face.
Smack!
The vendor was pinned to the table as another black market enforcer cuffed her.
Only then did the vendor feel fear. "I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want the money. Take the artifact. Just let me go."
Before Lin Yang could grasp what was happening, the black market enforcer spoke coldly in an official tone. "We regret to inform you, ma'am, that during this transaction, you violated Article 34 of the Black Market Code. When a Supreme Black Card holder initiates a transaction, you must not refuse other traders. Not only did you fail to comply with black market regulations, but you also maliciously inflated the price, nearly causing the black market to lose a major client and disrupting the shopping experience of a Supreme Black Card holder. Therefore, this enforcer is authorized to revoke your black market operating license and impose a fine of 10 million credits." After the black market enforcer finished reading the decree, the old vendor felt like dying. She pleaded desperately, sobbing uncontrollably as she explained her elderly status and employment difficulties, begging for leniency as a first-time offender. Shun-Siru's heart softened at the sight, and she tentatively spoke up.
"If we don't want to pursue her responsibility, can we let her off?"
Lin Yang felt annoyed, but upon reflection, he understood that Shun-Siru, being untouched by the harsh realities of the world, naturally didn't grasp its dangers. Admittedly, Lin Yang was new to the black market and unaware of its rules. But the old vendor had been doing business in the black market for years. She couldn't possibly be unaware of its rules. Earlier, when the black market enforcers checked Lin Yang's credentials, the veteran vendor's position would have allowed her to see everything. As for her subsequent underhanded tactics, she was still clinging to false hope. Knowing full well that Duan Bo was no match, she still used him to drive up the price, attempting to squeeze more profit out of Lin Yang. Combined with the vendor's duplicitous behavior, first aggressive, then obsequious, Lin Yang felt no pity for her.
The black market enforcer, adhering strictly to protocol, said with regret, "I'm sorry, but this is not permitted." After that, he patiently explained. "I know many black card holders are kind-hearted, but if vendors exploit this, other black card holders who strictly follow the rules will find it difficult to protect their rights. For the sake of the black market's reputation, I cannot grant your request." Revoking her operating license is unavoidable, but if the black card holder accompanying you is willing, her fine can be waived. Hearing this, the old vendor showered Lin Yang with flattery. "You're such a promising young man, boss. Holding a black card at your age, I bet all this money is clean, right? It must not be from your family, but earned through your own hard work, right? Sir, you're rolling in it, please have mercy." After pleading for a long while, the vendor finally received Lin Yang's response. "I'm not willing." Ridiculous. Never mind what nonsense the old vendor was spouting. The fact alone that without the black market enforcers present, Lin Yang would suffer real losses. The old vendor couldn't possibly offset the two with mere words. The vendor looked utterly devastated, his face a mask of despair. Shun-Siru felt sorry for him, but she didn't interfere with Lin Yang's decision. Lin Yang glanced at the black rock steel claw kit on the stall and spoke slowly. "However, if you're willing to give it to me, I might consider waiving the fine." The vendor felt as if he'd been granted a pardon and hurriedly responded. "I'm willing. I'm more than willing." She knew full well which was heavier, a 10 million yuan fine or a 500,000 yuan artifact. Seeing this, Shun-Siru's expression softened considerably. Lin Yang's lips curved into a faint smile. A mix of kindness and authority. If he didn't give them a little nudge, how could they willingly hand over what he wanted? With Lin Yang's permission, the subsequent handling was now the responsibility of the black market enforcers. Lin Yang exited the black market carrying the soft armor of the sword dragon and the black rock steel claw kit he'd acquired for free. It was late at night, with few pedestrians on the streets. Shun-Siru held up the feather-light Stegosaurus soft armor. The light from the street lamp shone on it, making the armor transparent. Beneath it, Shun-Siru wore a look of deep worry. "Lin Yang, what excuse should I use to get Iruoya to accept this gift? What if she refuses me? Wouldn't that be awkward?
Shinsuruo had lived a life of purity, committing few wrongs. Apologizing to others was something she still wasn't very good at. Lin Yang's hand rested naturally on Shinsuru's shoulder as he offered gentle reassurance.
Don't worry. I'll give her a reason she can't refuse. He would make Iruoyo accept Shinsuruo's gift. Lin Yang silently calculated the timing. It was about right. They had just reached the foot of Shinsuru's dormitory building. Lin Yang's footsteps halted. Ding!
His phone buzzed with a message notification.
He pulled out his phone. Sure enough, Su Xinyue had sent a message. Each black card had its own unique serial number. The black market enforcers had reported what had just happened, and the black market would send someone to verify it. Since Lin Yang had used the black card, he was now indebted to Su Xinyue. Her message meant only one thing: she wanted something from him. Lin Yang opened his phone, but the message before him left him frozen in place as if struck by lightning. 5 hours ago. Su Xinyue, I've thought it over. Even though you haven't joined the student council yet, you'll be mine sooner or later. The compensation we discussed earlier remains unchanged.
At the time, Lin Yang was enjoying drinks with Shinsuru and likely ignored the message.
If that were all, it wouldn't have mattered. But Su Xinyue sent another message Lin Yang dreaded seeing. Su Xinyue, I've transferred the 50 million to your black card. Have a great time tonight. What a mess. Thoughts raced through Lin Yang's mind. If you just told me I had 50 million, would I have had to go through all that trouble dealing with them? Shinsuru noticed something off about Lin Yang's behavior.
She turned her head, the streetlight casting a soft glow on her profile, outlining her flawlessly sculpted facial contours.
What's wrong?
At that moment, another message from Su Xinyue arrived.
Su Xinyue, urgent. Come see me immediately.
Your girlfriend is in trouble.
Chapter 52, Duan Bo has signed his own death warrant. Little girlfriend? Who? What could possibly happen to Iruoyo? Lin Yang switched chat windows.
Iruoyo is perfectly fine. She even posted a photo of her dinner 2 hours ago. Thanks to Longyang No. 2 High School's talent support policy, Iruoyo's life had improved significantly. While not exactly gourmet fare, it was certainly a vast improvement over her previous energy meal replacement porridge. After confirming Iruoyo's safety, Lin Yang relaxed a little. Just then, Su Xinyue's message arrived again. Su Xinyue, waiting for you at the usual spot.
What's going on?
It's already late. Do you still have work? Faced with Shinsuru's inquiry, Lin Yang had no choice but to lie again.
Yeah, something came up suddenly that I need to handle.
To make the act more convincing, Lin Yang deliberately flashed a look of impatience. Shinsuru knew that once Lin Yang made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. So she tucked her hair behind her ear and spoke in an exceptionally gentle tone.
Alright, I'll wait for you to come back for dinner.
Just remember to stay within your limits. Don't venture into any dangerously treacherous secret realms.
I worry about you. Lin Yang didn't know what this feeling was.
He was clearly lying, yet the woman across from him believed him wholeheartedly. Her sincerity made him feel restless. Watching Shinsuru ascend the stairs, Lin Yang headed toward the student union building. It was late at night, yet the student union building was brightly lit, its fluorescent lights illuminating the space as if it were daytime. Inside, students in uniform bustled about, phones in hand, rushing from one place to another.
Li Gang's qualification assessment failed. Unfortunately, he's not the person we're looking for. Per higher-ups' instructions, Zheng Qian's scholarship funding must be drastically reduced.
No idea what's going on. Her absenteeism is extremely severe, and her abilities have noticeably declined. Numerous personnel, each fulfilling their specific roles, formed the colossal apparatus that governed the academy. It could be said that while the 6 elders were the visible decision-makers at Longyang No. 2 High School, the student council was its true governing body. Various scholarships and subsidies were distributed by relevant organizations directly to the student union, which bypassed the academy and reported directly to higher authorities. As Duan Bo mentioned earlier, it's true that prodigies at all levels are unrestricted by the academy. They could freely transfer schools, choosing wherever offered the best conditions. Spotting Lin Yang approaching, the blonde-haired president's assistant promptly set aside her documents and rose to greet him.
Mr. Lin, the president is awaiting you on the 8th floor. You may proceed directly up. The assistant handed Lin Yang an elevator card.
He swiped it to open the doors and ascended directly to the 8th floor. Entering the building, he traversed the corridor and arrived at the inner chamber. The dimly lit space held only a single flickering candle. You're here. Su Xinyue reclined in her chair, various reports piled across her face. Su Xinyue shifted the papers aside, revealing her delicate yet weary almond-shaped eyes.
Sit wherever you like. Find an empty spot and take it.
Lin Yang glanced around. Papers were scattered everywhere, piled up like small mountains. He couldn't fathom how, in just 2 days, the once tidy room had descended into this state.
Noticing Lin Yang's disapproving gaze, Su Xinyue murmured with a hint of resentment. What? Already starting to dislike me?
She had spent considerable time and effort meticulously cleaning the room to create an intimate atmosphere.
But maintaining that level of cleanliness? 1 day was manageable. 2 days was doable. Long-term upkeep? She just couldn't pull it off.
Compared to a comfortable environment, work efficiency was more important.
Spill it. What's going on with Iruoyao?
Lin Yang didn't hesitate, pulling over a guest chair and sitting down with his legs crossed. Su Xinyue pouted, looking slightly displeased.
Does that mean my brother only has one girlfriend? What about what happened between us in this very room before? Su Xinyue's tone was part complaint, part threat.
Well then, I'll have no choice but to tell that young lady Iruoyo exactly what happened in this room before.
Who knows if she can handle it? Or if she'll just walk away from you? Ah, whatever. I'm just a nobody anyway. Why should I worry about you? Su Xinyue made a move to grab her phone.
Lin Yang acted swiftly, grabbing her wrist to stop her.
Sis. Let's talk this out calmly. There's no need to get like this.
Seeing Lin Yang's flustered state, Su Xinyue knew she held the upper hand. A faint smile curved her lips as she spoke slowly.
I transferred the money to you, but you still haven't given me an answer. Are you joining the student council or not? If you agree, I can secure you a position as honorary vice president. The monthly salary isn't high, just 500,000 yuan.
Perhaps because he had 50 million in his pocket, Lin Yang actually felt that 500,000 a month really wasn't much.
Lin Yang didn't agree.
On one hand, he didn't want to tie himself down like this. On the other, the title of honorary vice president was awkward, just like Chen Hao before him. It came with no real power.
You won't agree? Then I'll just have to. Su Xinyue made another move to grab her phone. Stop. Let's talk this out calmly. Don't resort to this every time.
Lin Yang's hand clamped down roughly on Su Xinyue's. Su Xinyue raised an eyebrow at Lin Yang, then turned her hand over and interlaced her fingers with his.
The sudden gesture sent a wave of goosebumps across Lin Yang's skin.
It was like slapping someone, only for them to not get angry but instead lick your hand. Sis just wants a proper relationship status. I'm not as young as you guys, my youth won't last much longer.
Su Xinyue felt like teasing Lin Yang. Su Xinyue was only 22. Though no longer 18, she was still in the prime of her youth. Moreover, this wealthy woman was incredibly rich.
In this technologically advanced world, with enough money, looking 50 years old as fresh as an 18-year-old girl was no challenge at all.
Seeing Lin Yang's tense expression, Su Xinyue burst out laughing. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Take a look at this. This is intel from our spy. Duan Bo is colluding with the school team to sabotage Iruoyao's chances in the qualifiers. See? I didn't lie to you, did I? Isn't this targeting your little girlfriend?
Lin Yang took the report Su Xinyue handed him, skimmed it, and sighed.
You guys are doing this too? Pretty professional.
Glancing at the report, the gist of the information was that Duan Bo was also entering the qualifiers. The school team was handling the backroom dealings, while he was tasked with defeating Iruoyao on the field. The two factions were colluding shamelessly, disregarding the fairness and integrity of the competition. The plan was simple: Duan Bo just needed to be stronger than Iruoyao.
But was Duan Bo truly stronger than Iruoyao now? Lin Yang let out a cold smile, thinking to himself. Since he's courting death, don't blame me.
Lin Yang pondered for a moment. Su Xinyue had shown him this for a reason. It couldn't just be a simple notification. So Lin Yang put on an act of helpless vulnerability, feigning complete ignorance. He declared indignantly. But is what they're doing really acceptable? Isn't it terribly unfair? Su Xinyue burst into laughter upon hearing this. Little brother, how old are you this year? Fair? Fairness is relative. They worked their asses off to get where they are now just so they could compete fairly with you and your kind? Su Xinyue straightened up and ruffled Lin Yang's hair roughly. From Lin Yang's perspective, Su Xinyue's chest curves were fully exposed. Capital. Su Xinyue had major capital. Seeing his feigned weakness tactic working, Lin Yang continued to play the victim. But what about the academy's reputation? Are you really going to let this slide? Su Xinyue stared at Lin Yang with a serious expression. Do you think if they can rig the qualifying rounds, they wouldn't rig the freshman exchange? Lin Yang, their influence is far greater than you can imagine. That's why I need your help. Chapter 53, Plucking Feathers from a Miser. Su Xinyue clasped Lin Yang's hand tightly, her words sincere and earnest. Lin Yang didn't agree immediately. Their power was immense, but Su Xinyue's influence might not be insignificant either. For instance, after all this time, Lin Yang had finally caught on. The moment Lin Yang pulled out the black card from the black market, Su Xinyue had already sensed something. Yet, it wasn't until Lin Yang returned to the academy that Su Xinyue transferred the 50 million to the black card. Her purpose was clear: to demonstrate generosity without incurring any real loss. Even that day in the inner chamber, Lin Yang hadn't gained any tangible benefits. On the surface, it seemed like he was just one step away. Who knew that one step could be a world apart? This woman was truly terrifying. Seeing Lin Yang remain unmoved, Su Xinyue began to up the ante. Of course, talking to you like this is useless.
Only by becoming one of us can I protect you.
But since I'm in a good mood today, I can forcefully intervene and disrupt their plans.
Lin Yang sneered coldly. But it wouldn't just be their plans that got disrupted, would it? What about my plans?
Duan Bo had been humiliated at the black market today and was bound to seek revenge. In his rage and shame, he turned his attention to the school team. By the time he realized it, he should have figured out that Yi Ruoyo had a magical artifact to boost her power, while he had none. Duan Bo wielded considerable influence, especially with an elder uncle backing him.
By the following night, he'd likely secure a suitable magical artifact too.
By then, if Lin Yang faced him again, his odds of victory wouldn't be nearly as high as they were this time. Such a simple truth: if Lin Yang could see it, there was no reason Su Xinyue couldn't. Though he couldn't fathom why she'd act this way, her opponent's immense power meant that even if she did turn the tables, she might not be his match. After all, geniuses were a dime a dozen, and fallen prodigies were as common as dogs. Before one's wings were fully grown, feigning weakness was always the safer choice. Lin Yang walked behind Su Xinyue, placed both hands on her shoulders, and began a gentle massage.
He spoke softly. Such a minor matter doesn't warrant troubling you, sister. Lin Yang could feel Su Xinyue's body stiffen, clearly wary of him. Oh? So you already have a plan?
After a moment, Su Xinyue gradually relaxed to Lin Yang's touch, her hands reaching down to grasp his.
Lin Yang took a deep breath. No. I can't let my emotions get the better of me now. I can't leave any evidence behind. The big head won over the little head. Lin Yang seized the opportunity to take Su Xinyue's hand and complimented her.
Your fingers are delicate, but your nails are a bit too pale. Su Xinyue turned her palm upward, examining her own hands.
Really? They are a bit plain. What color nail polish do you think would look good, little brother? Lin Yang chuckled.
He'd been waiting for her to say that. From behind his back, he pulled out the black rock steel claw set he'd snagged for free on the black market today. The artifact possessed a spirit of its own. Upon touching Su Xinyue's hand, it automatically contracted to fit the length of her nails.
This color looks great, don't you think? I picked it out carefully. Too bad I didn't have any cash on me back then, otherwise, how could I possibly give you something so cheap?
Sometimes, all a woman wants is the gesture. Even knowing Lin Yang was spouting nothing but lies, she still loved hearing it.
Su Xinyue admired the newly acquired gift.
Normally, an artifact of this caliber wouldn't even catch her eye. But it was from Lin Yang.
Its value had nothing to do with the price tag.
She didn't care what tricks Lin Yang played as long as he was willing to put effort into her.
This is easy enough. This card is yours. Spend freely from now on. I have only one request.
When you buy gifts for other girls, you have to buy me one too, and it absolutely can't be of lower quality than theirs.
Got it. 50 million smoothly secured. Lin Yang could finally breathe easy.
But one crisis barely subsided before another arose.
Su Xinyue pressed her entire body against him.
Lin Yang instinctively stepped back, but the desk behind him blocked his retreat. Su Xinyue leaned close to his ear and whispered softly.
It's already so late. Why not stay the night? Alarm bells rang in Lin Yang's mind. His lower back, strained from last night's exertions, still throbbed faintly. He forced himself to stay calm and replied. Sure, but I tend to move around a lot in my sleep. If I accidentally do something to you, it wouldn't be good. Su Xinyue feigned reserve. Then I'll have to protect myself. Su Xinyue pulled Lin Yang into a small inner room. The 10 square meter space contained only a plain single bed. The bed was far too cramped for two people to lie on. Fortunately, the moment Su Xinyue's head touched the pillow, her breathing immediately steadied. Lin Yang watched her for a long while before finally confirming she was indeed asleep. Su Xinyue had spoken the truth. As president, her workload was simply too exhausting. Despite possessing remarkable talent, she was gradually fading away amidst the daily grind of her demanding responsibilities. This lifestyle wouldn't last long before turning her into just another ordinary person with modest wealth. After observing for a while and confirming Su Xinyue was sound asleep, Lin Yang rose to leave. Suddenly, Su Xinyue let out a soft moan and clung to Lin Yang, pinning him in place. Lin Yang exerted every ounce of strength he had, but the disparity in their abilities was vast. Even in her deep sleep, Su Xinyue's strength was far beyond what Lin Yang could withstand. Thus, Lin Yang was forced to spend a night of struggle, bound by Su Xinyue's embrace. Shunsuru's dorm room. Shunsuruo hadn't slept all night, and a faint red tinge appeared in her pure eyes. She rehearsed her words over and over. She wanted to be prepared when she saw Yi Ruoyo, so she wouldn't be too passive. She practiced all night long. Only when the sun rose the next day did Shunsuruo finally snap out of it. She buried her face in her hands and cried out. Shunsuruo, how could you be so negligent? Think about what Lin Yang did. Even though he was so exhausted, he still pushed himself through the dungeon. Who was he doing all this for? Wasn't it for you? No sleeping tomorrow night. Must train intensively. Shunsuruo repeated this to herself for a long time until her phone rang. She opened it to find a message from Lin Yang. Lin Yang Ruoya's match got moved to the first slot today. Get up and come over. Oh, and bring me breakfast. Shinsuruo frowned, even she sensing something was off. 2 match reschedules in 2 days. This was clearly someone targeting Ruoya. Shinsuruo felt a surge of anger. After everything they'd been through this week, she had long considered Ruoya family. Facing such unfair treatment, Shinsuruo considered whether to tell her father about it. But then she reconsidered. Knowing her father's temperament, he wouldn't intervene unless the other party crossed a line. After some internal struggle, Shinsuruo glanced at the time. There was still enough time. She immediately set off, determined to cook a heartfelt breakfast for Lin Yang herself. On Lin Yang's side, he awoke to find himself alone on the narrow single bed. He stretched his limbs. After being held like that by Su Xinyue last night, every part of him ached now. Lin Yang rolled over. After Su Xinyue left, the narrow single bed felt strangely empty. Before he could dwell on it, he opened his phone. Sure enough, a message from Su Xinyue had arrived. Su Xinyue, I have something to take care of. Sorry, I can't stay with you. Once you wake up, head to the dueling grounds first. I saved you a spot same place as last time. Pretty considerate, Lin Yang thought with a chuckle. He sent a message to Shinsuruo and headed for the martial arts arena. The tournament grounds. Ruoya had received the message early and arrived ahead of time to wait. She had considered notifying Lin Yang, but not knowing how to face him, she ultimately decided against it. His opponent, Duan Bo, stood not far away, with Elder Wu Zhe, the Blade Elder, cheering him on nearby. Ruoya's side was completely empty. Soon after, spectators began trickling into the arena. As the match was about to begin, Ruoya felt inexplicably downcast. But soon, she took a deep breath and rallied herself. You can do this on your own. We don't need anyone else's encouragement. But just as she finished comforting herself, a familiar figure appeared before her. Lin Yang feigned reproach. Changing the game time without even telling me? Good thing I'm well connected. Ruoya was overjoyed. She sprinted toward Lin Yang, ready to throw herself into his arms. As she drew closer, Ruoya suddenly noticed another familiar figure behind Lin Yang. Shinsuruo? What are you doing here? Ruoya felt awkward and managed to stop herself just in time. Otherwise, Shinsuruo would have seen her hugging Lin Yang. How could Lin Yang face Shinsuruo then? Chapter 54, Soul Binding Chain. Good fight, good luck in the next match. Shinsuruo felt her face burning. She stammered out the words. Your skill is already impressive. Here, take this. I hope we can fight side by side at the freshman exchange. Shinsuruo, her face flushed, stuffed the Stegosaurus soft armor into Ruoya's arms. Lin Yang stepped in to smooth things over. The next match will be a tough one. Take it. Every bit of improvement gives us a better chance of winning. Ruoya's eyes twinkled as she instantly grasped their meaning. She teased playfully. Such a beautiful artifact must have cost a fortune. I'm warning you, if I take it, I'm not paying a dime. Shinsuruo quickly interjected. It's a gift for you, so naturally it's free. Ruoya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sis, you're so loaded. How about sponsoring me? If I could be friends with a rich lady, I'd never have to worry about food or drink again. Ruoya wore a look of adoring admiration. She knew full well that Lin Yang couldn't live without Shinsuruo. To make Lin Yang happy, she had to cultivate a good relationship with Shinsuruo. As for status and position? Nothing compared to Lin Yang's happiness. She was the sharpest sword in Lin Yang's arsenal, an irreplaceable weapon. Ruoya's excessive warmth momentarily caught Shinsuruo off guard. Well, it depends on your performance. Win the match and I'll give you a bonus. For Shinsuruo, money was secondary to everything else. She wasn't short on funds. If money could make up for what she owed Ruoya, she was willing to pay the price. It's settled then. I'm off to the match, remember to cheer me on. Ruoya was a born optimist. She pumped her fist in a fist pump gesture, lightening the heavy mood that had weighed on Shinsuruo. Seeing the two get along so well made Lin Yang's future situation seem much easier. Be careful out there. If you can't win, run. It's a double elimination tournament, we'll have another chance. Got it. With little time left before the match, Ruoya strode onto the combat platform without looking back. Meanwhile, in the VIP viewing box, Duan Bo sat cross-legged on the leather sofa. Across from him sat a muscular man whose exaggerated pectorals spoke volumes about his profession. Captain Zhou, are you sure about this? What if she fails? Duan Bo's expression darkened. He just wanted to take the opportunity to get back at Lin Yang, never thinking he'd gamble away his own future for it. Rules are meant to be exploited. A double elimination format should never have existed in the first place. Zhou Cheng muttered. You only get one shot. You saw her strength. Bet everything, either destroy her once and for all or don't do it at all. What kind of man hesitates? Zhou Cheng's words ignited a spark of anger within Duan Bo. He clenched his fists, then slowly released them. But, isn't this too risky? We could take a longer-term approach, first eliminate her margin for error, then
Zhou Cheng slammed his fist into the wall beside Duan Bo, his voice thick with suppressed fury.
Do you have any idea what I sacrificed to switch your place in the lineup? You were the one who said you wanted revenge, and now you're the one regretting it. What exactly do you want? You're just chicken. How about this, I'll handle it for you. You won't have to step in. Just eat at the kids' table from now on and call me brother whenever we meet.
The core purpose of the qualifiers was to select the most capable trainees. During their head-to-head matches, it was possible for two highly skilled individuals to face off. To maximize talent discovery while minimizing tournament duration, this qualifying round employs a double elimination format. Only after 2 losses in 6 matches would a participant lose eligibility for the newcomer exchange tournament. Zhou Cheng meant that if both contestants reached the 3rd match undefeated, they could leverage another rule, staking everything on a single victory. The winner would skip the 4th match and gain direct entry to the newcomer exchange tournament. The loser would be eliminated from the tournament entirely, unable to advance to the loser's bracket.
It's not that I won't fight, I'm just holding back. I think teaching him a lesson is enough. We don't need to push him to the brink, right? Duan Bo continued defending himself.
He was overly cautious even when Zhou Cheng was practically rubbing his face in it. Duan Bo still refused to accept the proposal.
A lesson?
Let me be blunt with Yi Ruoyao's current strength, you're the last person who could stop her. If we don't do this, she'll just play one more match.
It won't even scratch the surface.
Besides, you only know Lin Yang stands behind her.
Do you know who stands behind Lin Yang? We only have this one chance. You can't lose, and neither can I.
Zhou Cheng was hysterical, but Duan Bo remained unmoved. After a long pause, Duan Bo slowly rose to his feet. Ever since Lin Yang appeared, first Chinsiru, then Yi Ruoyao, if we don't stop this, my standing will only keep falling. For you, for me, and most crucially, for our shared plan.
We're betting everything. But? There's a but? Zhou Cheng's face darkened with fury.
Duan Bo's gaze hardened as he ground out 3 words through clenched teeth.
We need more money.
Chinsiru bought that artifact on the black market, it's most likely for Yi Ruoyao.
Without a decent artifact of my own, my chances of winning are too slim. Fine.
Zhou Cheng had been waiting for that response. He clapped his hands.
Bring them in.
2 cadets in school teen uniforms entered, carrying a set of chains.
What's this? Duan Bo was startled. Both were men. What was this about?
Zhou Cheng picked up the chains, a savage grin spreading across his face.
This is called the soul summoning chain.
The 2 ends of this artifact will be attached to you and your beast companion.
I watched Yi Ruoyao's previous match. Shin's master captured the king first, but what if your beast could retreat to your side at any moment?
Duan Bo stared at the chain in Zhou Cheng's hand, his eyes burning with desire. As a beast tamer, he understood all too well how precious this artifact was.
But he also understood that powerful artifacts often came with even more powerful side effects. You've covered the benefits. What about the cost?
Zhou Cheng snorted coldly.
Does someone like you even care about the cost? Even if you knew, what difference would it make? Do you have a choice?
Zhou Cheng handed the chains to Duan Bo. Duan Bo stared at the chains for a moment, then steeled himself.
Fine. Don't forget our agreement. Don't worry.
Zhou Cheng folded his arms behind his back. Once this is done, we'll manage the school team together.
The arena was buzzing with excitement.
Earlier in the Beishan secret realm, both Yi Ruoyao's performance and Duan Bo's hidden cards had opened everyone's eyes. Now, Yi Ruoyao and Duan Bo had become the overwhelming favorites of this tournament. Naturally, theirs was the most thrilling match and the one with the greatest suspense.
The host, following convention, worked to build the crowd's excitement. Today's job felt unusually easy. No prompting was needed as the audience's enthusiasm surged in wave after wave.
Brotherly, word from the school team. Brotherly, the host, removed his headphones and accepted the note handed to him.
The note contained only 6 bold characters. Activate deathmatch mode. Chapter 55. Yi Ruoyao goes head-to-head with Duan Bo. Broly was stunned.
Longyang Academy did indeed have this rule. In the qualifying rounds, if one side chose deathmatch mode, the other had no right to refuse. Yet in all these years, no one had ever actually chosen it. The reason was simple, the margin for error was too low. No one dared take that risk. So when he received the note from the academy team, his forehead was covered in sweat. He knew full well that deathmatch mode would elevate the intensity of this match to unprecedented heights. This could very well be the most spectacular match of his entire broadcasting career. Brotherly pulled out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and cleared his throat. In his most professional broadcasting voice, he announced,
"At the request of the contestants, this match will switch to deathmatch mode. Both sides' margin for error is now 0.
Regardless of the outcome, this will be the final match for both teams in the qualifiers.
Let us sharpen our eyes and watch with bated breath."
Li Ji's voice boomed from the speakers at each corner of the arena, echoing throughout every corner of the competition grounds. Instead of the expected cheers, a heavy silence fell. Many spectators had never witnessed this mode before in their lives, and likely never would again.
After hearing Li Ji's subsequent explanation, waves of cheers erupted, each louder than the last. Iruoya was stunned, frozen in place. This match had been a last-minute call for her to compete. Before the match even began, she hadn't even known who her opponent was. But regardless of who it was, as long as it wasn't Duanbo, no one could stand in her way with her current strength. As Duanbo's figure slowly materialized on the opposite side of the arena, Iruoya's heartbeat quickened, an inexplicable dread creeping through her entire body. Facing Duanbo, she could afford to lose. She still had one chance to make up for it. Or if she faced someone else, she could fight to the death. But facing Duanbo in a fight to the death mode? She felt utterly uncertain. Iruoya's panicked gaze instinctively sought out Lin Yang. Her panic didn't matter as long as Lin Yang remained composed. There was still a chance for a turnaround. Up in the stands, Lin Yang calmly took a sip of water. Hearing Brother Li's warning, he spit it all out in one breath. Be careful, don't get single-killed by mineral water. Shinsuruo sat in the seat originally meant for Su Xinyue, her hand gently resting on Lin Yang's back. Lin Yang's gaze sharpened as he thought to himself. Deathmatch mode? Looks like Duanbo really hates me to the bone. But that's fine. This round will bring him back down to earth. Lin Yang remained composed as Shinsuruo wiped the water droplets from his body. Every detail of his reaction was meticulously observed by Iruoya. First panic, then composure. It didn't seem like it couldn't be fought, just that it would be a bit troublesome. Iruoya gripped the spider stinger in her hand, thinking to herself. Just keep your composure. Don't let their intimidation get to you. Duanbo entered the arena, the Wind Moon Wolf King appearing at his side. Compared to before, the Wind Moon Wolf King had grown 2 sizes larger, appearing even more formidable. Duanbo snorted coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. Come on, show me everything you've got. Win or lose, let's fight to the finish. The pressure was on. Further blustering was pointless. Yet to Iruoya's surprise, she responded with utter disdain. You? Didn't you lose to me back in the Northern Mountain Secret Realm? What? Did you use more expensive potions this time? Or did the potions fry your brain? When it came to trash talk, Iruoya had never feared anyone. During the pre-match trash talk, she was unbeatable. Hearing Shinsuru's words, Duanbo's face turned green. Refuse the wine, drink the punishment. Tough talk won't cut it, we'll settle this in combat. The two walked away back to back until they reached opposite ends of the combat platform. This match pits Combat Class 12th grade student Iruoya against Combat Class 14th grade student Duanbo. The match is about to begin, let's see who comes out on top. As the announcer's voice faded, murmurs of discontent rippled through the audience. Why is it always her? Changing match rounds every day, is she being deliberately targeted? A 14th year student fighting a 12th year? Have they no sense of shame? Many spectators voiced their indignation for Iruoya, but their murmurs couldn't alter the match's course. Shoo! A whistle blew, signaling the official start of the match. Both sides unleashed their full arsenal, holding nothing back. The Wind Moon Wolf King charged forward, its speed significantly increased. Duanbo pulled out a blue potion and injected it into his body. The Wind Moon Wolf King's speed was boosted, moving as fast as lightning. Isn't using potions against the rules? Got any shame? Leveling advantage, yet still needing potions to win? Even if you win, it's no victory at all. Unfair. Rematch. Many in the audience voiced their objections. But their murmurs went unheard by the referee. Stupid. Duanbo sneered coldly. In a real fight, you can do whatever you want. A vial costs 300,000. If you can afford it, go ahead and fight. I'm not stopping you. The figure of 300,000 yuan, uttered by Duanbo, instantly silenced the crowd. The murmurs of doubt faded, and the match resumed its normal course. Iruoya maintained her previous strategy, only this time her pace quickened. She knew Weingang's spiritual energy was finite. By depleting it, she could weaken his strength. But Duanbo's spiritual energy was limitless. Once depleted, he could simply inject another vial. Thus, Iruoya had no choice but to accelerate. She had to secure victory before both sides were completely drained. No matter how powerful Duanbo was, he was still a beastmaster. His core combat prowess wasn't particularly formidable. Thus, Iruoya persisted with her previous strategy, strike at the heart of the enemy. Her form became ghostly as she unleashed two skills simultaneously, stacking speed upon speed. Her body transformed into a black streak of shadow, matching the speed of the Wind Moon Wolf King even after it had consumed its potion. The distance between the woman and the wolf steadily closed. 100 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter. Until their forms overlapped. Clang! Spider sting slashed against the Wind Moon Wolf King's claw, sending sparks flying. The Wind Moon Wolf King, faster still, spun around and swiped at Iruoya. This human, why isn't she fighting back? The Wind Moon Wolf King was puzzled, but his grip didn't weaken. A powerful, crushing blow descended toward Iruoya. A cold smile touched Iruoya's lips as she raised the spider stinger to block. The immense impact sent her flying backward. This direction, no. The Wind Moon Wolf King was startled. The direction Iruoya was retreating toward was precisely where Duan Bo stood. The Wind Moon Wolf King planted all four paws on the ground and gave chase at breakneck speed. As the distance between them closed rapidly, Iruoya suddenly presented him with a choice. She spun around and thrust the sharp spider stinger, piercing straight toward the Wind Moon Wolf King's eye socket. The Wind Moon Wolf King instinctively tried to swat the figure before it away. But the thought of Duan Bo standing directly behind her made it hesitate. SSS-tier. The spider stinger sliced open a gash on the Wind Moon Wolf King's face, blood gushing forth. Ignoring the pain, the Wind Moon Wolf King pressed its attack. Iruoya landed occasional counterattacks, leaving the Wind Moon Wolf King covered in wounds. Perhaps the Wind Moon Wolf King had made a mistake from the very start of this battle. Alas, the two-tier gap had clouded his judgment. It lacked Duan Bo's caution. No, cautious? The Wind Moon Wolf King glanced at its beastmaster. Duan Bo remained utterly composed, showing not a trace of panic. 100 meters vanished in an instant. The distance closed, and Duan Bo was now within striking distance. Iruoya leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful, forceful strike aimed directly at the beastmaster's frail body. Suddenly, Iruoya frowned. She noticed that Duan Bo now wore something resembling shackles on his hands. But Iruoya, born of humble origins with limited experience, couldn't identify the function of his magical artifact. Oh no! Shinsuruo and the audience gasped aloud. That's a soul-summoning chain. It can. Before Shinsuruo could finish her sentence, the scene on the field shifted. The Wind Moon Wolf King, who had been 2 paces behind Iruoya moments before, vanished abruptly. Then, a sharp claw tore through the void, appearing before Iruoya. The arrow was already on the string. It had to be released. Unable to resist, Iruoya took the blow squarely. The monstrous force hurled her backward. Iruoya slammed heavily onto the ground, coughing violently twice. Her vision blurred. When she regained her senses, Duan Bo and the Wind Moon Wolf King each had a pair of shackles on their wrists. Like them? They were specially prepared for you. Unable to get close, I'll see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Chapter 56. Do you think I'll lose? Iruoya rose, brushing dust from her clothes. Thanks to her soft dragon armor, this attack had caused her no real harm. Time is running out, Iruoya. Think about what Lin Yang would do. Lin Yang's figure instantly flashed through Iruoya's mind. Lin Yang, clad in a long robe and wielding a short sword, ducked behind a dark shadow. I believe you can do it. Go finish him off. With that, the shadow charged forward. The opponent fell dead, and the battle ended. This fighting style seems to require a bit of understanding. Iruoya's already limited skill duration was wasted for another 10 seconds. Duan Bo stroked the Wind Moon Wolf King's head, his face twisted into a savage grin. With this artifact, I lack nothing. What good is an assassin? You can't even touch my true form. Your class is useless. In terms of level, you're even weaker than me. How do you expect to fight me? What gives you the right to challenge me? Duan Bo's arrogance knew no bounds. In the spectator stands, many gritted their teeth in frustration, yet they couldn't deny that Duan Bo possessed the strength to back up his braggadocio. Among the freshmen, Duan Bo held the top level, a full 2 levels ahead of the runner-up. Such talent should have earned him direct admission to the freshman exchange tournament. If not for Lin Yang's interference, why would he even need to fight in the qualifiers? Foniue, finish her off. Duan Bo commanded the Wind Moon Wolf King to attack, showing no regard for Iruoya. In his view, with the soul-binding chain's reinforcement, Iruoya posed no threat whatsoever. Iruoya, however, refused to give up. If Lin Yang believes I can do it, then I absolutely can. He wouldn't deceive me. In the final moments of the skill's duration, Iruoya and the Wind Moon Wolf King clashed fiercely. Unlike their first encounter. Back then, Iruoya had harnessed the collective strength of many, bolstered by multiple protective shields. She had also broken through 2 levels during the fight, barely suppressing Duan Bo, who was pumped full of various injections. But in this arena match, Iruoya stood alone, while Duan Bo could still inject himself with various potions. Different conditions meant different outcomes. At this moment, her only reliance was the Stegosaurus soft armor gifted by Shinsuruo. It was thanks to this equipment that Iruoya regained her confidence. Outside the ring, Shinsuruo's tense little hands were drenched in cold sweat. She clenched her teeth as her heart raced with each of Iruoya's mistakes. Relax. A pair of warm, large hands naturally rested on her shoulders. Shinsuruo didn't resist, letting Lin Yang hold her. In fact, she even leaned closer into his embrace. We're not in the Beishan secret realm anymore. In terms of strength, Iruoya is no match for Duan Bo. I know. Lin Yang's gaze was unwavering, showing no sign of panic. He hadn't anticipated Duan Bo collaborating with the school team to obtain a compatible magical artifact. But don't forget Duan Bo's artifact is an active defense type. As long as you don't attack Duan Bo's physical body, it's as if he has no artifact at all. With or without the artifact, the advantage was mine. Iruoya can't even get close to Duan Bo. Her assassin class is practically useless now. How is she supposed to fight?
Shinsiruo pressed her forehead in frustration. Watching Iruoya compete made her more tense than if she were playing herself.
Lin Yang snorted coldly. Why insist on close combat? What do you mean? Shinsiruo looked puzzled, though she vaguely sensed the possibility Lin Yang was considering. Simple. If you can't close the distance, target those who can.
On the battlefield, Iruoya and the Wind Moon Wolf King clashed once more.
A series of teeth-grinding clashes of steel echoed before the two figures separated.
Despite multiple exchanges, the Wind Moon Wolf King 2 levels above her hadn't gained the slightest advantage over Iruoya.
How much time is left on your skill? 20 seconds? 10 seconds? Or down to single digits? Duan Bo sat cross-legged on the ground, watching the battle unfold before him with an air of leisurely confidence. With the soul summoning chain in place, he was confident Iruoya couldn't get close. He didn't bother defending himself, choosing instead to relax and enjoy the spectacle. Is that any of your business? The time left is enough to kill you twice over.
Iruoya's tongue remained as sharp as ever, though this time, her tone carried a weight she hadn't before.
Arrogant.
You're only barely holding your own against my Wind Moon Wolf King by relying on the external power of the Sword Dragon's soft armor.
What gives you the right to speak like that? Duan Bo's face twisted into a hideous grimace.
Iruoya adopted an innocent expression.
But I do have it. Why don't you equip a combat-type artifact? Don't you want to? Or is it?
Duan Bo's eyes nearly popped out of his head. In his mind, Lin Yang had definitely told Iruoya about last night's events. If word got out, his reputation would suffer greatly. To clear his name, he had to win. And win easily. With that thought, Duan Bo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and put on a relaxed, carefree facade.
I won't dwell on this. Just remember external aids are limited. They'll never replace the real. You're so noisy.
Iruoya cut him off sharply.
You accuse me of relying on external aids? Did your potions come out of your mother's womb? You can use them, but I can't? What kind of logic is that?
Duan Bo's anger, which had barely subsided, flared up again.
His fingers trembled slightly as he pointed at Iruoya. Kill her. I want her crippled. Man and wolf clashed once more. Iruoya began to show faint signs of exhaustion. Could it be his skill duration is ending?
Shinsiru felt a pang of worry.
If she could only fight like this while her skill was active, what would happen once she entered the weakened state? Wouldn't she become as helpless as fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of others?
Her eyes flashed with urgency, her heart heavy with worry.
Yet Lin Yang remained utterly unflustered.
No, that scenario won't happen.
Why? Shinsiru asked curiously.
Lin Yang ignored her question, merely pointing at the man and beast locked in combat.
Just watch this. Minutes passed, yet Iruoya's stamina showed no signs of waning, her attacks remaining relentless. Duan Bo sensed something was off. When did her skill duration become so long? Damn it, the two skills are stacking. Fengyue is starting to struggle. Forget it. I'll drag this out until she collapses. The stronger the skill, the stronger the side effects. I refuse to believe her skills can last an entire match. Iruoya was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath.
Across the battlefield, Wind Moon Wolf King didn't look much better. Despite being a full 2 levels higher than Iruoya, he was being beaten into such a sorry state. Even if she won, it wouldn't be a glorious victory.
Do you think you have a chance of winning?
Duan Bo was growing impatient, but the spectators were even more restless. This match was the biggest highlight of the entire qualifying tournament, yet they were still unable to settle the score against Iruoya. Worse, there was a faint hint that she might be gaining the upper hand.
He couldn't wait any longer. Dragging this out is pointless. No matter how long your skills last, they can't cover the entire match.
Once you enter your weakened state, my Wind Moon Wolf King will devour you whole faster than the security guards can even react.
I advise you to give up now.
It's for the best for both of us.
Don't tell me, you actually think you can win?
Duan Bo asked with a hint of mockery. Iruoya lifted her head, sweat trickling down her temples, her face flushed with a faint blush.
Even as her strength neared depletion, Iruoya refused to back down. Do you think I'll lose? Chapter 57, The Struggle for Money and Power, Duan Bo's Demise. Arrogant.
Both sides were brimming with fighting spirit, neither willing to be outdone. Iruoya, clad in her soft dragon armor, fought with sweeping, open-handed strikes. This allowed her to leverage the assassin's lethal precision while avoiding excessive passivity. 5 minutes passed. Iruoya's soft armor was riddled with countless holes, its fibers snapped and torn beyond recognition, offering almost no protection left. The Wind Moon Wolf King fared worse, his newly restored eye had been gouged out yet again.
Are you a monster? How can your skills last this long? Duan Bo was completely thrown off balance. Even now, the outcome remained uncertain.
Iruoya, maintaining her spider sting, spoke weakly.
Guess what happens first, your dog getting kicked to death, or my skill duration ending? Offstage, Shinsiru watched the unfolding battle with a tense expression.
Several times, when Iruoya fell toward the ground, Shinsuru's heart trembled with her. And several times, when Iruoya landed a brilliant strike, Shinsuru would pump her fist in the air, cheering her on. It was clear the rift between them had long since vanished. How much longer does her skill last? Shinsuru looked anxious, instinctively turning to Lin Yang beside her for reassurance.
Lin Yang grinned. Forever. Ha? Does her skill have no side effects? Shinsuru looked utterly perplexed. In her experience, she had never encountered a temporary enhancement skill without side effects. Lin Yang desperately wanted to tell her the truth, but he couldn't. The system was his greatest secret, and he had to keep its existence absolutely confidential. Last night, he had deliberately provoked Duanbo again. And it worked like a charm. This tactic never failed. Almost no one could tolerate it. After Iruoya's last upgrade, the system had erased the skill's side effects for her. Iruoya appeared weak only because she'd expended too much energy. After all, she was human while her opponent was a wolf a full 2 levels above her. It was only natural she couldn't keep up. On the field, Duanbo picked up a syringe and thrust it toward his heart. He was about to use his superpower again. As the liquid level in the syringe dropped, a mist enveloped the Wind Moon Wolf King. Under the mist's influence, its wounds slowly began to heal. I don't care how long your ability lasts. My patience is running out. Since I can't wait that long, I won't wait at all. I'll see just how much strength you have left. Iruoya's body swayed unsteadily, clearly reaching her limit. Any ordinary person would have chosen to give up. Comparing their situations, her mana was depleted, while her opponent still had half health. Anyone could see there was no chance of victory. But she was Iruoya. Only one conviction burned within her heart. Lin Yang said I could do it. I must succeed. It was precisely this resolve that had sustained her until now. Her stamina is nearly depleted. What should we do? Don't let her push herself to the limit. Damaging her foundation isn't worth it. Shinsuru was so anxious she was scratching her head and pulling at her ears. Lin Yang glanced down at the time. No rush. He was waiting. Effort would yield rewards, and those rewards were about to arrive. From the audience, protests rang out incessantly. If this is how we're competing, then let's just see who's richer. Flash your bank cards, and we'll see who's stronger and who's weaker. Cut the awkward bashing. Using drugs is allowed under the rules. I checked, and this rule seems to have been added just before the match. Student Union Headquarters Building, 8th floor, inner office. Su Xinyue ran her fingers through her tousled hair. A computer sat on the desk before her, displaying the match between Iruoya and Duanbo. She's a promising talent, but unfortunately, her starting point is a bit too low. Su Xinyue sighed deeply. She reached out, fingering the black armor patch Lin Yang had given her. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't help but like it. Never mind. I'll let him have his way. Consider it a small indulgence of my authority. Enough already. Are you two never going to stop fighting? How many stitches is that now? What the hell is Najiba trying to do? From the audience, curses erupted one after another. Duanbo's feet were surrounded by a dense carpet of needles. Duanbo hated it when people questioned his abilities. Did having money mean they could just dismiss all his hard work? Duanbo believed that even if they had as much money as him, they couldn't achieve his level of strength. Some people chase wealth to become stronger, others become stronger to chase wealth. By the time they actually became wealthy, they had long abandoned their original aspirations. Perhaps if they hadn't spoken, Duanbo wouldn't have indulged in such extravagance. But since they'd spoken their minds, Duanbo didn't mind indulging in a little recklessness. You can do this too when you have money. Or, Duanbo pointed at Iruoya. She has the money to do this too. Spraying pesticides isn't against the rules. Why doesn't she do it? Is it because she doesn't want to? Haha, money lets you do whatever you want. Being poor is your excuse for being weak. Duanbo stretched his limbs. Time's almost up. Duanbo gave the signal, and the Wind Moon Wolf King rubbed his paws together eagerly. Suddenly, the dome of the arena lifted. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the emerald green sky. What is that? Why is the sky green? Oh no! Duanbo's face paled, while Shunsuru's eyes flashed with alarm. It's glowing insects. Quick, meditate in place. Fireflies could replenish stamina and accelerate cultivation progress. But they were exorbitantly expensive. Even he dared to use only a few per session. Yet before him lay tens of thousands. No, there was no time for hesitation. Duanbo knew clearly that he couldn't let Iruoya recover her stamina. Duanbo made his decision instantly. The Wind Moon Wolf King obeyed the command and struck swiftly. Whoosh! The Wind Moon Wolf King, renowned for its speed, lunged through empty air. The next instant, a jet of blood spurted from its chest. Hiss! Iruoya's stamina had not only recovered but overflowed. Riding the tide of glowing insects, she unleashed all her skills, stacking attribute upon attribute upon attribute. With her stamina constraint resolved, the arena became her personal stage. Duanbo injected one expensive potion after another, his momentum surging wildly as every stat skyrocketed. All Iruoya needed to do was breathe deeply.
The energy released by the glowing insects entered her body, replenishing her stamina. She unleashed her skills once more, her speed increasing by another notch.
What good is restored stamina? Do you understand the power of money?
My expenses for this match alone are 3 million.
Honestly, you could. Iruoya moved, swift as lightning.
Her spider sting struck first, its terrifying velocity transforming into impact force that pinned Duanbo solidly against the wall.
Duanbo didn't even have time to react. His soul binding chain never got the chance to strike. It's over. Iruoya's stamina was instantly depleted.
It was truly astonishing the moment Iruoya made her move, tens of thousands of luminous insects vanished collectively, as if they had never been there at all.
How dare you? Cough cough.
Duanbo coughed up blood in great gulps. He could feel his heart being torn apart.
Death was inevitable. Feng Yu. Avenge me.
True to his legendary reputation as the drug-resistant king, thanks to the dozens of syringes he'd injected himself with, Duanbo could still cling to life for a while even without a heart.
Roar.
The Wind Moon Wolf King retreated at breakneck speed, yet Duanbo still felt it was too slow.
With his last ounce of spiritual energy, he activated the soul summoning chain. The Wind Moon Wolf King vanished from its spot and reappeared above Iruoya's head.
A twisted smile curled Duanbo's lips.
Even in death, he would take someone down with him. Iruoya's stamina was depleted, she couldn't dodge.
Her soft dragon armor lay shattered, offering no defense. If the Wind Moon Wolf King could just touch her, just a single claw swipe.
But suddenly, the Wind Moon Wolf King let out a mournful cry. Two shadowy chains shot up from the ground, and the Wolf King's spirit form collapsed lifelessly. How could this happen?
Duanbo, witnessing this scene, was overcome with rage and agony, his coughing fit intensifying as he spat blood. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze sweeping the crowd as he frantically searched for that figure. Finally, he saw her. She was smiling, a smile dripping with scorn. Across the distance, he understood the words the figure was about to speak.
Soul summoning chains, from whence does the soul come? Chapter 58, Sealing the News. Hurry, hurry, save them first.
Host Brother Lee was sweating profusely with anxiety. This duel could have been the highlight of his career.
Hosting it well could have meant a promotion and raise.
Now, with a fatality on his hands, forget about promotions and raises, he wasn't even sure he'd keep his job.
I knew it.
On the combat stage, Iruoya felt dizzy and lightheaded as darkness engulfed her vision. If Lin Yang said it was possible, then it was possible. It was just a bit of a struggle. Chaos erupted in the spectator stands. Security personnel flooded in from both sides of the aisles to restore order. Accidents were inevitable in combat, and casualties were permitted after all. Battles rarely ended in death. But this time, it was Duanbo who died. On the grounds of Longyang No. 2 High School, the personal nephew of Elder Dao had perished. The moment news spread, Brother Lee couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. On the stage, Brother Lee was sweating buckets. The towel he used to wipe his sweat was soaked through.
It's over. Everything's over.
The mere thought of Elder Dao Wuze's thunderous temper sent a chill down Brother Lee's spine. Changing the battle order was the school team's decision.
I was just the messenger. They won't come after me, right?
Brother Lee muttered to himself, trying to distance himself from the blame. It wasn't his fault, but would someone like Wuze really let him off the hook? Brother Lee's eyes darted nervously as indecision gnawed at him.
Better to fight than wait for death. At Longyang No. 2 High School, only Shinfeng could keep Wuze in check.
Even if he couldn't, Brother Lee, a nobody, couldn't think of a better solution. He gripped the microphone that had accompanied him for over a decade. His mind raced. He gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. Brother Lee's voice echoed from the four corners of the combat stage.
The passageway is temporarily closed. No one is permitted to enter or exit.
Additionally, the signal management equipment in the arena has malfunctioned.
Everyone, please remain calm. As Brother Lee finished speaking, many pulled out their phones to check. Sure enough, just as he had said, no messages could be sent out.
This wasn't a signal management issue, someone had deliberately jammed the arena's signals to prevent news of Duanbo's death from leaking out.
Iruoya is acting too recklessly. I have to find a way to contact my father to save him.
Shunsuruo's heart raced with alarm after alarm. Since the battle began, she hadn't relaxed for a single moment. She pulled out her phone, instinctively reaching for her father's number. But the message kept spinning endlessly on the screen, refusing to send.
Don't waste your effort.
Lin Yang gulped down the last sip of water from his bottle.
I think Iruoya handled it perfectly. If they're out to kill her, they should be prepared to be killed in return. Simple logic, isn't it?
Shunsuruo frantically tapped her phone screen. That's true, but her uncle is Wuze, a man even my father fears.
Shunsuruo's mind went blank. If she and Iruoya had switched places, she wouldn't be panicking. Lin Yang's reasoning would have been enough to convince her. In fact, even without Lin Yang saying anything, Shinsiru wouldn't have felt any psychological pressure. But standing on that stage was Yi Ruoyao. Shinsiru knew all too well that her background offered no powerful backing. Even if she bore no fault, the slightest shift in a powerful figure's mood could crush her. She was too weak. Lin Yang snatched Shinsiru's phone and tossed it aside. Then, stroking Shinsiru's swollen head, he said, "Don't worry. With me here, Yi Ruoyao will be fine." The situation had developed beyond Lin Yang's expectations, but that didn't mean it was heading in a bad direction. On the contrary, this outcome might be precisely what certain individuals desired. Student Union Building, 8th floor, inner office. Su Xinyue stared at the final image captured before the connection was lost on her computer screen. A cold smile touched the corners of her lips. They've run rampant for so long. It's about time they faced their comeuppance. Send word to the school team the sky at Longyang No. 2 High is about to change this year. Her blonde assistant beside her beamed with delight. Got it, President. I'll handle it immediately. While the 6 elders served as Longyang No. 2 High School's nominal controllers, the true power lay with major organizations, or rather, the familial forces behind those who controlled them. Wu Zhe's level 59 profession sounded intimidating, but in truth, there were plenty of level 60+ professionals throughout Yunzhou. Not every one of them was an academy elder, most were scattered throughout the major corporations. Duanbo had backers, Su Xinyue might have them too. If it came down to a showdown, Su Xinyue wasn't afraid either. Let's go. Grab a few vice presidents and head to the martial arts hall to settle this. Su Xinyue gave the order, and someone immediately responded. I've had my eye on that brat for ages. Taking him out would be a major achievement. Right. President, I sense Yi Ruoyao has some real skill. Taking out Duanbo would be another major achievement. Why not recruit her instead? Su Xinyue snorted coldly. We'll discuss these matters when we return. Paramedics arrived at the scene, scrambling to administer treatment. Expensive syringes were injected into Yi Ruoyao's body as if money were no object. Her entire body was wrapped in layer upon layer of bandages. After completing these procedures, the medical team activated their professional skills to reinforce her body several times. Phew! The medical staff let out a long sigh. An attendant hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The straps snapped as Yi Ruoyao was tightly bound, wrapped like a rice dumpling. Thankfully, my medical skills are exceptional. The intelligence department reported the patient had severe injuries all over her body, signs of excessive medication, and her heart was a tangled mess. But look, isn't her heart functioning perfectly fine? It's full of vitality. Look at the patient. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Ruoyao struggled to sit up. Holy crap! A medical miracle. The medical staff stroked their chins. Could it be my medical skills have improved again? Time to submit my resignation to the director. Yi Ruoyao staggered a few steps before painstakingly tearing off the bandages covering her body. Lady, you're so badly injured you can't just rip those off. The medical staff grew increasingly impatient. I need to get promoted. I just got demoted, you can't mess things up now. Ignoring his words, Yi Ruoyao limped toward the viewing platform. After just a few steps, her legs buckled and she nearly fell. Fortunately, Lin Yang acted swiftly, pulling her into his arms. Did I mess up? Yi Ruoyao's voice trembled. Lin Yang gently stroked her back, offering reassurance. No, you did great. You fought beautifully. Yi Ruoyao clung tighter, nervously rubbing against Lin Yang as she murmured softly. I feel like I messed up. No. A furious voice cut through the intimate atmosphere between them. Let go of her. Your girlfriend nearly died, and you're hugging her so tightly. The medical staff member looked flustered, wrapping bandages around Yi Ruoyao while scolding. He's Elder Dao's own nephew. One slip up and I'm out of a job. Wait, nephew? The medical staff adjusted Yi Ruoyao's head and examined her face. Doesn't look like a guy, though? Doesn't look like it? Doesn't look like it? Exactly. I'm not a guy. Duanbo is over there. Why are you treating me? Following the direction of Yi Ruoyao's finger, the medical staff looked over. Duanbo hung on the wall like a piece of dried cured meat, clearly no longer breathing. The medical staff's faces went blank. It's over. Whether I keep my job or not doesn't matter anymore. A monstrous force ripped open the martial arts hall's massive iron doors. Both door panels flew toward Lin Yang's feet. Yi Ruoyao. Get the hell out of here. I swear I'll kill you. Chapter 59, Double Kill on Duanbo. Even with his heart torn to shreds, Duanbo clung to life through sheer willpower. Unable to speak, he could only twitch his fingers to signal he was still alive. Seeing this, the medical staff's minds, which had nearly exploded, instantly returned to normal. He turned back and hurriedly retrieved the medicine. The previous dose had all been administered to Yi Ruoyao. The round trip would take just enough time. But who could have imagined that a 2-ton iron door could fly? As he turned back, a 2-ton iron door slammed down hard on his skull. He struggled twice before his skull exploded. Wu Zhe's gaze swept across the entire arena.
The imposing aura of a level 59 Blade Master radiated out, causing the spectators to hold their breath and fall silent. Finally, his gaze locked onto Iruwayao.
You killed my nephew? Duan Bo was too weak to even lift his eyelids, struggling only to roll his eyes desperately, trying to attract someone's attention. But the only medical staff who noticed anything unusual had already been struck dead by his own uncle with a door panel. Of course, Wu Zhe remained unaware. Elder Dao, please control yourself. Several security personnel tasked with maintaining order quickly surrounded him. They held riot shields, blocking Wu Zhe's path. Wu Zhe shot them a cold glance, his gaze as icy as if he were looking at corpses. You think you can block this old man? How naive. Wu Zhe swung the treasure blade on his back, unleashing a gale force wind. The fierce gale sliced through the riot shields, shattering them into pieces. Still too weak. Another strike, and several bodies were cleaved clean in two. Wu Zhe showed no sign of stopping. He had come here for one purpose, to slaughter without mercy. Fury burned within him, and he would not rest until it was fully unleashed. In 3 strides, he reached Iruwayao's side. Lin Yang shielded Iruwayao behind him, denying Wu Zhe any opening. Elder Wu, as a senior member of the academy, do you truly intend to violate its rules? Lin Yang demanded sharply. Wu Zhe snorted coldly. What bull rules? I'm his own uncle. An uncle avenging his nephew, what's wrong with that? Get out of the way. Facing the massive blade, Lin Yang stood utterly still. No competition is risk-free. Contestants prepare themselves mentally before stepping onto the stage. Duan Bo is dead now. What if it had been Iruwayao? Who would stand up for her? Lin Yang appealed to reason and emotion. Can you say Duan Bo didn't intend to kill Iruwayao? He simply didn't get the chance. He was outmatched. What more is there to say? Does Elder Dao intend to bully others with his power? Wu Zhe scratched his ear after hearing this. Bullying others requires some leverage, you know. Today, I'm bullying you. So what? Wu Zhe shoved Lin Yang aside, raising his massive blade to strike down. Shinsiru's mind went blank as she instinctively stepped forward to block the blow. Wu Zhe's blade halted mid-swing, instantly withdrawing its force. Seeing Wu Zhe's hesitation, Lin Yang's lips curled into a cold smile. When one is at a disadvantage, they must find ways to utilize every available resource. Shinsiru's identity was precisely what Wu Zhe feared. After all, Wu Zhe had only lost his own nephew. But with this strike, Xin Feng's own daughter would be dead. If Wu Zhe had any sense, he wouldn't have done this. As for being consumed by rage, anger only magnifies what lies within people's hearts. Whether Wu Zhe now felt more fear toward Xin Feng or more hatred toward Iruoyao remained unclear. If you dare make a move, the Su group will immediately withdraw its investment from Linyang Academy. Do you think, after so many students died, who provided the compensation? And who handled all the aftermath for you? Su Xinyue stomped her high heels, radiating pure authority. Try lifting a finger, and see what happens. Not only will I withdraw investments, but based on your actions alone, I have 100 ways to deal with you. Go ahead? Aren't you furious? Why aren't you daring to make a move now? Su Xinyue's slender fingers pressed against the knife's edge, slowly pushing it away. You dare? If you don't, take your knife away. Su Xinyue radiated an intimidating aura, holding her own against Wu Zhe in the standoff. She knew Wu Zhe had climbed to his current position through relentless effort, enduring countless hardships and shedding rivers of sweat. He wouldn't risk self-destruction lightly. But just then, Iruoya noticed that Duan Bo's eyes seemed to still be moving. She tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve and pointed over. Wu Zhe. As the Academy's second elder, you abuse your power and disregard the Academy's rules and regulations. What punishment do you deserve? Xin Feng arrived. A level 65 sword saint, his strength far surpassed Wu Zhe's. At that moment, the gazes of the spectators in the stands felt like they were roasting Wu Zhe over a fire. All present were witnesses. Wu Zhe could not deny it. Enough, old sword. Wu Zhe sheathed his blade, clearly showing no regard for human life. So what if a few people died? Just pay them death benefits. I'll cover the costs. In full view of everyone, Wu Zhe tried to settle the matter with money. Xin Feng feared nothing in life except damage to Longyang No. 2 High School's reputation. Do you think money can buy back these lives? Xin Feng sneered coldly, drawing the heavenly gangsword from its scabbard. Seeing this, Wu Zhe had no choice but to take the situation seriously. Wait, old sword, are you serious? It's just a few lives. Is it really worth it? People like them, whether they've awakened a profession or not, are just expendable resources. Just replace them when they're gone. The thought made Wu Zhe's temper flare again. My own nephew, the pride of Longyang No. 2 High School, was killed by her. How do we account for that? Seeing Xin Feng's gaze, Wu Zhe realized something was off. Taking action against Yi Ruoyao today was out of the question. How he could extricate himself unscathed was another matter entirely. But it didn't matter. Duan Bo's life was certainly worth more than those ordinary security guards. As long as he feigned anger and offered some money, the matter would be settled.
That was Wu Zei's plan. Unexpectedly, Lin Yang suddenly pointed at Duanbo and shouted. "Are you sure your nephew is dead? I just saw his finger twitch." Duanboing had clung to life until now, and finally someone had noticed. His eyes darted frantically, pleading for help from the outside world. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Su Xinyue immediately confronted him. "Wu Zei, you launched an unprovoked attack, causing the deaths of multiple security personnel. You treat human life as worthless. How can someone like you continue to serve as an academy elder? I, Su Xinyue, the 18th president of the student union, hereby revoke my vote for Wu Zei's election as elder." Cold sweat poured down Wu Zei's forehead. Over the years, he had amassed immense benefits through his position as an academy elder. Otherwise, Duanbo wouldn't have had so much money to squander. At that moment, Shinfeng cleared his throat twice and spoke up. "Wu Zei, you should step down voluntarily. After all, you were once an elder of the academy. Making such a spectacle will tarnish the academy's reputation. Old sword, you." A chill ran through Wu Zei's heart. He couldn't afford to lose his position as an elder. He had offended too many people. Without that position, he would be finished. Just then, the academy team arrived to exert pressure, also indicating they would withdraw their original votes of approval. That would make it 6 votes against 4. "No, we must persuade Shinfeng to change his mind. His vote is crucial." Wu Zei's resolve hardened into ruthlessness. Hadn't they claimed Duanbo was still alive? Whether he was alive or not, he had to die now. Only with Duanbo dead could he secure his position as elder. Wu Zei kept repeating this to himself. "Duanbo, all these years, your uncle has treated you well. Now is the time to repay that favor. Lend your uncle a hand." A shadow fell over Duanbo's eyelids. So someone finally noticed me? He didn't understand why his heart had been torn apart, yet he still lived, but it didn't matter. As long as he was alive, that was enough. Duanbo felt a surge of secret joy, as if he could still hear his uncle's voice. Wonderful. Uncle's cultivation was profound. With him here, repairing his heart wouldn't be difficult. Wu Zei pressed his palm against Duanbo's heart, applying pressure with stealthy force. Pop! Duanbo's severed heart shattered completely, and his will extinguished along with it. Wu Zei suppressed his grief and spoke calmly. Everyone accused Duanbo of faking his death. Look now, isn't he truly dead? I have lost a beloved nephew, and Longyang No. 2 High School has lost a genius. As an academy elder, is it so wrong for me to be overcome by grief and unable to control myself? The crowd gasped in shock. Standing close enough, they could clearly see whether Duanbo was truly dead. All eyes were fixed on him, yet no one truly cared whether he lived or died. Chapter 60, Applying Pressure. How amusing. All that effort just to kill his own nephew with his own hands. Is this guy out of his mind? Iruoyo muttered softly from behind Lin Yang. I don't know if he's crazy, but I do know that if you keep blabbering, you might end up crazy yourself. Wu Zei's face darkened with fury. Everyone present is a witness. Look clearly, my own nephew, Duanbo, truly died by her hand. I'm not framing her. Wu Zei seemed to have lost his mind. Everyone held their breath, none daring to stir up trouble at this moment. Elder Dao, don't confuse the issue. Duanbo died in combat, a legitimate death. But the security guards you killed? They were truly innocent. Since when did Longyang No. 2 High School become a place that treats human life as worthless? Lin Yang pressed relentlessly, while Shin Siro looked utterly bewildered. It wasn't just her, almost everyone shared that look. Longyang No. 2 High School had always revered strength above all else. Even when so many died during the Secret Realm expedition, no one had raised a voice. What was Lin Yang trying to accomplish by bringing this up now? Most were baffled, but Shinfeng alone frowned deeply. He could see that Lin Yan was pressuring him. He had always been fair and incorruptible, valuing Longyang No. 2 High School's reputation above his own life. Some matters, if not weighed, seemed insignificant, but once measured, they carried immense weight. Lin Yang's move had placed Shinfeng in a difficult position. If Wu Zei wasn't dealt with, where would Longyang No. 2 High School's authority stand? So many eyes were watching. But disciplining Wu Zei wouldn't make things much better. After all, Wu Zei was a senior member of Longyang No. 2 High School. His mistake equated to the school's mistake. Choosing the lesser of two evils. Shinfeng had no choice but to discipline Wu Zei. And this was precisely what Lin Yang wanted to see. Lin Yang understood that this might be his only chance to bring down Elder Dao. He had the perfect timing, location, and support. If he couldn't seize this moment, it would be nearly impossible to do so later. Finally, Shinfeng spoke slowly. Wu Zei, you've gone too far this time. Resign your position as elder and go reflect on your actions. Wu Zei bared his fangs, ceasing all resistance. Fine. My wish is granted. Wu Zei flung his sleeves in anger and stormed out of the martial arts hall. Watching Wu Zei's unflinching retreat, Shinfeng frowned. You're too impatient. Shinfeng shot Lin Yang a glance. You have to take things step by step. Do you really think you can take him down? Unless he chooses to step down himself, you stand no chance.
Father, he. Shinshiro hurriedly defended Lin Yang.
Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively, cutting her off.
If elders can treat human lives as worthless grass, then where is the fairness of Longyang No. 2 High School? Fairness? Naive. Shen Feng didn't continue.
Turning his back to Lin Yang, he directed the spectators to leave the arena in an orderly fashion. In the stands, seat after seat gradually emptied.
Shen Feng watched the departing crowd before him and addressed Lin Yang.
Guess how many students from Longyang No. 2 High School have left, in my estimation? By the sidelines, half the seats were already empty, roughly that many people.
Half? Lin Yang guessed. No, not a single one. Shen Feng turned and lowered his voice.
The future of Longyang No. 2 High rests on you, honor, and on those people upstairs.
As for the rest? They're insignificant. Whether they're here or not, what difference does it make to Longyang No. 2 High School? Shen Feng patted Lin Yang on the shoulder. You're still young and naive, only thinking about privilege.
But you don't know how much Elder Dao sacrificed to obtain those privileges.
People are driven by self-interest.
Privilege fuels the ambition to climb higher. Listening to these lofty words, Lin Yang frowned deeply.
I don't understand. Can human lives truly be measured by money? What about me? What about you? Are you saying they can buy our lives with money? If that's truly the case, what fairness remains in this world? This world is inherently unfair. Wake up!
Shen Feng suddenly erupted in fury, shedding his usual refined demeanor.
If fairness existed, I wouldn't be speaking to you like this right now. I was once a prodigy too. I too once.
Shen Feng seemed to recall some painful memory, his eyes reddening.
Never mind. I used to be just like you, fiercely hating injustice. I know full well that some things you simply won't understand until you've been through them yourself. Some truths can only be grasped through your own experiences. Shen Feng turned his back to Lin Yang. You'd better keep your promise to me. Didn't you ask me, can money really buy your life? Yes, it can't be bought. It just means their offer wasn't high enough.
You hold value to me, value they can't afford. As long as I'm here, they won't dare touch you. Let me make this clear, if you fail to fulfill my demands, without my protection, you won't be able to take a single step. Take care of yourself. Shen Feng shot Shinshiro a glance, said nothing, and stormed off in anger. After Shen Feng left, the terrifying pressure dissipated, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Money, money, money.
Lin Yang muttered the same word over and over. His fingers dug into the concrete floor, leaving a trail of blood.
Lin Yang, what's wrong with you? Shinshiro was the first to notice Lin Yang's unusual state. Nothing.
Lin Yang replied coldly. The crowd at the martial arts arena began to disperse, with everyone gradually leaving the venue. Lin Yang was no exception. Host Brotherly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
Phew, phew. My life's saved. No trouble at all.
He stood up and began gathering his things. His palm repeatedly stroked the photo album that had accompanied him through decades of hosting. Even as he prepared to leave his post, he still looked genuinely happy. Brotherly, the board has decided to let you. His young assistant burst in to deliver Brotherly's resignation notice.
They're letting me go, huh? That's great.
Brotherly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead once more. Humming a tune, he cheerfully packed his belongings. The thought of a hot meal waiting for him at home filled him with pure joy.
Thank goodness it's just a resignation, my job's safe.
Brotherly patted his chest, feeling somewhat relieved. His assistant, who had only recently joined the company, looked gloomy beside him. He couldn't understand why Brotherly could be so cheerful after getting fired. Brotherly said nothing, merely humming a tune as he packed his belongings. Once everything was packed, he slipped out the back door and headed to the martial arts dojo he'd run for over a decade.
Outside the venue, the sun was setting. He glanced back one last time.
In this academy, he had spent the majority of his life. When he first enrolled, he had been a prodigy, if not the absolute strongest, certainly among the top few. Unfortunately, the path of cultivation demanded too many resources, which he could no longer afford. Initially, he joined the martial arts academy merely to earn a little extra income. Later, when he had earned enough money, his expenses multiplied, and his heart was no longer set on cultivation. Regardless, he had finally stepped down. Even if youth had faded, he still had his old life left, enough to pursue many things he desired. Brotherly was brimming with fighting spirit, no longer filled with regret. But when he turned around, Elder Dao's expressionless face appeared before him.
I hear it was you who jammed the signals at the martial arts arena? Chapter 61, Wu Zei's Defection. Student Union Building, 8th floor, inner chamber.
Lin Yang, Shinshiro, Iruoyao, and Su Xinyue gathered together. Su Xinyue sat in her designated seat. She glanced at the three people before her and spoke slowly.
Lin Yang, Wu Zei has defected. Oh? A flicker of light appeared in Lin Yang's previously vacant eyes. Where did he go?
Lin Yang hadn't expected Wu Zei to be willing to give up his position as an elder. If losing Duan Bo had merely inflicted a superficial wound on Wu Zei, Losing his position as an elder, however, felt like having his very marrow sucked dry. It drained him of all value.
Next door, Fengming First High School. Su Xinyue's gaze was serious. Lin Yang, we can't eliminate him for now.
Lin Yang carefully recalled Xin Feng's words. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Lin Yang wanted to say, but in reality, there is relative fairness. If you do wrong, you pay the price. There's nothing wrong with that. Elder Dao can switch allegiances, but after doing so, could his treatment possibly match that of Dongshi's inner circle? Absolutely not. Even if the impact is minimal, so small it could be considered negligible, it must exist. As long as there's a price to pay, they'll hesitate. Before acting, they'll weigh whether it's worth the cost. The moment they start thinking, our odds improve. How could this happen? Are the 6 elders just interchangeable pieces? Shinsiro's face darkened with fury. The punishment for Wu Zhe had already been lenient, yet he still managed to escape. It's true. He'd been planning to leave for a long time. Lin Yang carefully recalled Wu Zhe's actions that day. Killing a prodigy from Longyang No. 2 High School in front of everyone, that was his pledge of loyalty. Shin Feng and Lin Yang, who had facilitated this, were now his enemies. With these factors in place, Fengming First High would feel secure in accepting him.
He's just an elder. If he wants to run, let him run. Longyang No. 2 High School doesn't need him. Maybe the new elder will be more human-like. Yi Ruoyao remained as venomous as ever. Her words possessed a certain beauty in their thoughtlessness.
She merely echoed Lin Yang's words. Lin Yang's stance was her stance. Lin Yang's thoughts were her thoughts.
As simple as a paramecium. That may be true, but it still affects Longyang No. 2 High School.
Compared to her, Shinsiro spoke with far greater rationality. She considered the bigger picture, free from any personal bias. It made one wonder whether she was just precocious or had traveled here from another time. Oh, sis, don't overthink it. Guys like Wu Zhe have already caused enough trouble for our academy.
It's about time Fengming First High School gets a taste of our elders' methods.
Yi Ruoyao casually slung her arm around Shinsiru's shoulder.
Shinsiruo's gift had bridged the gap between them, mending their relationship after years of estrangement. By the way, you called us here for another reason, right? Yi Ruoyao tilted her head, looking at Su Xinyue.
Su Xinyue smiled faintly.
You're spot on about people.
She slid a document toward the 3 of them.
What's this?
Yi Ruoyao picked up the documents and read them carefully.
Lin Yang glanced at it too.
The gist: assist the student union with tasks, with compensation of 1 million per person per month.
Shinsiruo frowned. Assist the student union? What if the student union's interests conflict with the academy's? Yi Ruoyao's eyes lit up. 1 million.
1 million a month, that's 10 million a year.
10 million a year? We're rich.
Lin Yang rubbed his temples, setting the documents aside as he asked.
You mentioned the benefits, but what about the restrictions? They're paying us money, there must be some conditions, right?
Each of the 3 had their own focus.
Lin Yang keenly spotted the loophole in the documents.
Su Xinyue's fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop, producing a rhythmic tapping sound.
Her manicured nails gleamed brightly. Between you and me, do you really think I'd impose restrictions? Su Xinyue's tone was flippant. Yi Ruoyao's eyes widened in disbelief.
Her eyes darted around before she quickly responded. Even though we've performed well and you've helped us a lot, one must always be wary of others. With those few light-hearted words, she completely distanced herself from any private connection with Lin Yang.
Is that how you see me, just some money-grubbing opportunist? If that's how you see me, I'd be heartbroken.
Su Xinyue clutched her chest, pinching it.
Yi Ruoyao's eyes widened.
So they really are involved after all. She glanced sideways and saw Shinsiruo still pondering the academy matters.
Yi Ruoyao instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The prettier the woman, the more scheming she is. Think you can keep the good stuff all to yourself? It's not that simple.
Just as Yi Ruoyao was about to retort, Su Xinyue chuckled softly.
Enough teasing.
Of course there are restrictions.
You must have noticed something off about your salaries, right? Yi Ruoyao thought about it. It was true.
At their level, even if they joined a collective and worked for several more years, it would be difficult to earn such a salary.
This salary is far too low. Yi Ruoyao?
The catch is this: at the freshman orientation, you must represent the student union and secure first place. Once you achieve that goal, I'll apply for a bonus to be retroactively paid to you both.
It won't be much. About 5 million each, I suppose.
Su Xinyue spoke with such casual ease, as if she were casually spending her own pocket money.
5 million? Yi Ruoyao was utterly stunned.
She thought to herself that with Su Xinyue handling the finances and Lin Yang managing the household, the 3 of them living well together would be better than anything else.
Oh, and let me introduce you to a friend. Come on in.
No sooner had Su Xinyue finished speaking than a man with exaggerated pectoral muscles entered the inner room.
Let me introduce you.
This is Zhou Chang, former captain of the school team and current honorary vice president of the student council. Zhou Chang bowed slightly, signaling submission.
Su Xinyue continued with a warm smile.
From now on, he'll be by your side, responsible for protecting you. A level 38 boxer can help you deal with a lot of trouble.
And Su Xinyue deliberately moved closer to Lin Yang. Let you witness firsthand the price of recklessness. Lin Yang keenly grasped the implication in Su Xinyue's words.
On the surface, Longyang No. 2 High School appeared united as a solid block, but beneath the surface, currents were swirling. The 6 elders each led their own factions. Wu Zhe's departure didn't mean his faction collapsed. Rather, his faction collapsed, forcing Wu Zhe to leave. He was just like you, a fierce opponent of evil. But he never realized that the path of cultivation has no place for idealists. I gave him a chance to continue pursuing his ideals as long as he handled my affairs properly. Su Xinyue made her position crystal clear. She didn't care what methods Lin Yang employed as long as she got what she wanted. After Wu Zhe's departure, his position lay vacant. The resulting power vacuum inevitably sparked new rivalries. Su Xinyue's ambitions were vast. She wanted more.